Folks, rift in the house of Tatas. All of those visuals, the story, the details, all broken first on NDTV Profit from last evening. We were giving you live commentary on these visuals that you're seeing now. You're wondering what you're seeing on screen with just those barricades. This is the top brass of the Tata Trust visiting two top cabinet ministers. We are hearing that there was a meeting with Home Minister Amit Shah and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in attendance, and they're trying to sort out a rift in one of India's largest conglomerates.
Yeah, arguably the top story, and we'll track it all through the day. And imagine it's happening on a day when the UK PM is in India.
Yes.
And the Navi Mumbai airport begins today or gets inaugurated today.
And the metro line.
And the metro line and a consolidated app to travel in Mumbai. So much to break up. But here's what's going to be on the show this morning. We are going to be talking about the government stepping in on the Tata rift, what it means for the stocks of the Tata group, what it means for the future of one of India's largest conglomerates. We're also giving you a special report on OMCs. Shares have gone up after Oil Minister has spoken to analysts. What is the future? Should one be cautious on OMC stocks?
IT sector Q2 preview, because earnings kickstart with TCS on Thursday. Kawaljeet Saluja of Kotak speaks to us. And Mumbai's infra gets a facelift. Mark Martin of Market Consulting, Gulam Zia of Knight Frank, and Mayur Shah of Marathon join in to talk about that.
And the FIs probably have gone shopping in the month of September or not. What have they bought and what have they sold? That's a report card that we will give you on NDTV Profit. And tracking market trends, we have Sanjay Parekh of Soham Asset Managers, who will be joining in with his analysis of where markets are headed from here. And India Market Open stats now. Let's begin.
All right, before we get to the business of the day, let's talk about the big story that we've been tracking very closely here on NDTV Profit. You've seen first exclusive details day before yesterday from Vishwanath Nair. We had Shrimi Chaudhary, both our Delhi and Mumbai bureau chiefs on top of this story. Now let's show those visuals again and in more detail so you can see more than just those barricades. But essentially, here's what's happened. There is a rift in the house of Tatas. There are two factions which are emerging in the boardroom, and this started after a boardroom meeting on September 11th. Where there was a debate over the eviction of one particular member of the board and who will come in instead. Now, of course, those details, we'll give you all of those details going ahead. Now, while corporate battles in Indian boardrooms are not new, discord in the Tata group becomes a matter of national importance. 4 members of the Tata Trust met and briefed 2 cabinet ministers on the discord. And the fact that government intention was required so publicly raises several questions. For one, have all other attempts at mediation failed? Or is the rift so wide that the government had to step in? Remember, there is a whole mechanism and network of people who are in the business of solving rifts in Mumbai boardrooms. Why did they have to go all the way to Delhi? That's the question. Is there more to this fight than nomination on the board, or is there a larger battle for the control of the Tata group that's growing after the demise of Sri Ratan Tata? That becomes the question. We know it's Melly Mistri's camp on one side and Noel Tata's camp on one side. So this is going to be the big one. There is no real reason that I see for an impact on the listed entities because they're all very well managed and at an arm's length. But sentimentally, I reckon you might see some impact today.
Mainly a sentimental impact that could come in, but again, short-lived. Plus, you have TCS that reports earnings tomorrow as well. So, a lot that could be brewing in and around.
Reports that they might skip the press conference this time.
Yeah, and but yeah, not surprising considering that it's what is at stake is control of sorts, or at least the embodiment of 26 lakh crores worth of investor wealth out there at stake, part one. And therefore, maybe the government intervention may be required, part one. And part two, it's the house of the Tatas. I mean, it's arguably the oldest corporate lineage in the country, and one hopes that it's not a messy ending. The details maybe slightly messy. Let's
Yeah,
hope it gets resolved soon.
You know, the question is, does this lead to an eventual split down the middle? Because it is a very large conglomerate. And then there are opposing forces trying to run it in different ways and looking at it in different ways. What is the resolution? And there's no clarity that there's a resolution after yesterday's meeting as well. But we'll come to more on that story in great detail. Let's get on with the business of the day, starting with the global cues. It was a losing session on Wall Street as the US government's shutdown has entered week 2. So you saw that across all the key indices, all down in the red, led by the NASDAQ. NASDAQ also down even further because of Oracle. Oracle, the stock was down 2.5%. Their revenues from cloud computing have underperformed what was expected, and that's raised a bit of a question mark on all of this AI frenzy and questions about whether there is an AI bubble building up. So watch out for that space. But just some smoke signals up there this morning with the Oracle declaration. Bond yields, meanwhile, have also dipped as the US government shutdown has caused a data blackout. The 10-year is at 4.13%. And of course, the big story continues to be the unstoppable gold rush. We told you yesterday that gold is nearing the $4,000 mark. It's crossed it for the first time ever in history, and so many factors which are contributing to it. Among them also that there is just no data because of the US government shutdown. So no one knows what the Fed's going to do. That uncertainty is the perfect recipe for gold to go up. Oil is staying steady in spite of that OPEC plus output increase. The Brent is below the $66 mark. And I'm going to pull up the Asian indices for you as well. Mixed bag there with the Nikkei completely flat, coming off those 2 or 3 days of a good run. The Hang Seng down in the red. Implied open for India shows a muted start, but after yesterday where we gave up pretty much all of the gains right before closing, this is to be expected. So let's wait and watch how it progresses.
Absolutely. And to add to this, if you have to look at Indian markets as well, it's an interesting day because you've given up part of your gains in yesterday's session, but still you've ended higher. So there is some positive signal on that front, because it's telling you that the intraday momentum, which did not sustain to that extent, but your upward trajectory has continued for 4 consecutive sessions. The volatility has remained high as well, but that's mainly on the back of the weekly options expiry as well. Overall, we concluded marginally above the 25,100 mark on Nifty 50 and scaled an intraday high of almost 25,220. At the close as well, if you see the Sensex, almost 130 points uptick is what we saw. Moving on, if you see sector-wise, real estate, energy, oil and gas, pharma, telecom and consumer durables, these are the ones which actually outperformed, gaining in that range of almost 0.3% to nearly 2%, whereas there was selective profit booking that happened in defense and FMCG names. On the broader front as well, you had the mid-cap index, which added nearly 0.5% in trade, and the small-cap index ended marginally higher by around 0.3%. IndusInd Bank, Bajaj Auto, these were the 2 stocks which gained the most on Nifty 50. If you talk about Axis Bank and Tata Motors, fell over 2%, and these emerged as the top losers in Nifty as well. If you talk about Nifty Midcap 150 as well, Vodafone Idea, strong moves on that one. IGL also saw some strong gains in yesterday's session. RHI Magnesia gained over 10% for the day. In fact, the top gainer in Nifty Small Cap 250 on this counter. So that's what in terms of individual stocks that we're looking at. It's interesting to see how the PSU Bank Index also snapped that 2-day gaining streak from here on. Now, whether it continues or not is what we have to see. And you have Nifty Oil and Gas, which has gained for 4 consecutive sessions. And that is what Somit will be telling us. Are these gains expected to continue or not? Or investors should be cautious on this one?
Yeah, I mean, the last 4 days have shown that for now, the risk appetite may not be back fully, but there is some bit of optimism out there. 4 days on a trot, we've had a day in the green. And there is, frankly, yesterday's volatility in the second half of trade, you could attribute it to expiry as well. So steady moves are very unlikely to get hampered meaningfully. Sure, there could be a bout of profit booking here and there, but very unlikely that we will see a bout of sharp profit booking, at least at the current juncture. No reason for that being seen right now. As per a Morgan Stanley note, and therefore you look at pockets, right? So as per a Morgan Stanley note, energy and communication services likely to see margin expansion. Maybe it's a bucket that you want to keep a keen eye out for. And the manufacturing onshoring push in the US may keep upsides in the pharma stocks capped. Now, why do I say this? Is because what missed my eye at least was a letter from US Senators Rick Scott to Howard Lutnick on October 3rd, wherein he says that to address this ongoing threat, which is that not enough pharma is manufactured in the US, I respectfully request the immediate application of Section 232 tariffs on foreign generic medicines, including active pharmaceutical ingredients and key starting materials. Now, this is a very difficult bullet to bite for the US, mind you, because the costs are out there. But mere mention of this, some start of this, some measures around it. In fact, the US FDA has initiated procedures wherein there could be quick approvals for plants that are manufacturing in US versus other countries. Now, thus far it was for generic medicines. If it goes to APIs and some others as well, I think the valuation premium arguments for any of these companies gets capped, and therefore you might probably see upsides being capped, maybe some bit of a pullback as well into even the API companies. So the Laurus Labs, etc. of the world, which DVs, which manufacture APIs, also come into the play here. So that is that one slightly skittish note, in addition to, of course, all the other conversations that we're seeing around tariffs in the US.
I just wonder whether it's going to be taken seriously, because all analysis so far is pointing to the US is unable to afford getting away and putting in tariffs on generics. They've done it on specialty, but not on branded, but not on generics. Also, a lot of Indian companies have gone ahead and figured out some jugaad to, either manufacturing there or saying they're going to manufacture there. I think Sun Pharma was the only exception. And they're moving out of that as well. Plus, who's taking this senator so seriously is my other question.
Yeah, so which is why the argument that it may not have an earnings impact immediately over the next 2 or 3 years, but could it have a valuation multiple impact? And therefore the upsides might become capped.
Maybe capped, yeah. And I think that's what everyone is of the opinion, that long term, they're not really seeing anything materially change from an earnings perspective. So absolutely bang on. So probably that's a space that people are betting on. And pharma, again, 4 consecutive sessions of upside that we've already seen.
Correct. So pharma might see some of that impact. Now, let me go across to what are the key factors today, and just focusing on what's happened in the Nifty. The Nifty closed in the green for the 4th session, but saw a sell-off from the day's highest point yesterday in last 1 hour of trade. Now, is Nifty showing signs of exhaustion at higher levels is the question that we need to ask, because Nifty has now defended the 25,100 level, resistance at 25,190, 25,225 and 25,280, support at 25,080, 25,050 and 25,000. For the Bank Nifty, it failed to go above the crucial resistance of 56,500 but held on to 56,200. A follow-through strength above 56,500 levels will open further upside towards 57,300 levels. Failure to move above 56,500 on a closing basis will lead to some consolidation in the range of 56,500, 55,000. Resistance at 56,440, 56,550 and 56,730. Support at 56,070, 55,960 and 55,780 levels coming in. So that's the levels that you have to watch out. Apart from that, of course, business updates are going to be big. Pretty decent business updates coming out from 2 real estate companies. Watch out for them. Titan has a good set of business updates. Watch out for that. So those are some of the stocks that we'll also talk about, but that's going to be the leader of the pack. Apart from that, just keep an eye on what's happening with the Tata Group companies. It's very, very possible that nothing really happens, but we have to just keep an eye on whether there's going to be a sentimental hit. So that's the other factor to watch today. But let me go across today. Vansh joining in for the FNOQs this morning. Vansh, what's on your radar?
Well, yes, thank you for that. So firstly, let me start off with Nifty. We have already seen fourth consecutive day of gain for Nifty as well. In fact, we are up by almost 470-80 points in the last 4 trading sessions as well. Now, if you look at the Nifty futures open interest, we are seeing a decline in the open interest, suggesting the short covering that is taking place for Nifty as well. Moving on to the Bank Nifty front, also what we are seeing is a decline in the open interest, suggesting a short covering that is taking place for both of the indices as well. Moving on to the FII positions, what we are clearly seeing that FIIs continue to buy in the yesterday's trade session as well. They bought some of the, they remain bullish in the yesterday's trade session as well. And if I move on to the long short ratio, now the long short ratio, 93% of the positions held by FIIs continue to be in short. So the overall trend of FIIs continues to remain bearish in terms of their positions as well. If I move on to the open interest distribution for Nifty, now the 25,200 mark acting as a strong resistance followed by strong call writing, and that 25,000 psychological mark acting as a strong support followed by strong pull writing as well. So if you are able to sustain above that 25,200 mark, we might see further short covering as well in terms of Nifty as well. Now moving on to the stock specific action, if I talk about the open interest gainers, we have short positions that are being built up for Hitachi Energy and CAMS, and long positions that are being built up for IGL, Uno Minda and Lodha as well. Moving on to the open interest losers front, what we are seeing is the short positions that are being closed for across the counters, CDSL, ICICI Bank, Mankind Pharma, Paytm and Jio Finance as well. And lastly, if we look at the fund flow side of things, we see DIs continue to buy 400 crores of equity, and FIIs in fact bought 1400 crores of equity as well. So clearly would be a positive cue for the markets to watch out for.
Okay, so positive cues for the market is something that we can hope for. Looking very muted right now. Vansh, thank you for that. Let me take you through all the top stocks on my radar, and it's a quick list. I'm starting with Tata Motors. The company has updated on JLR volumes. It's actually a negative for Q2. I will turn that into a thumbs down. The wholesales were down 24.2% year on year. Retail sales were down 17.1% year on year. So Tata Motors might see some hit today. Now, late revenue or ixigo as it is called is the other one. I found this very interesting, and I want to know if you guys have a view on what ixigo has reported to the exchanges as well. So the company has said they've received a disclosure by a potential investor to acquire either by themselves or through affiliates certain shares in ixigo. The proposed fundraise by the company and secondary acquisitions will not exceed 16% shareholdings. Company is neither a party to such proposed secondary acquisition, not aware of the share price and amount. So now it's a bit of a mystery here. Who are these acquirers who want to come in? The company says, we do not know. I don't know. I think it's going to be a positive that there is at least that much of interest in an ixigo. I don't know what you guys think.
They were talking about, I think, about a 12 to 16% stake.
Up to 16%.
That they want to actually look at. Probably a positive, at least from a sentimental perspective, because from here, I mean, who has the interest in an ixigo is what we need to see, and whether investors take it with a positive stride or not.
In the right space for sure. So should be interesting. But yes, it is a very, for lack of a better word, an interesting update given the exchanges.
Mystery airport. Is this clearly it's not a hostile takeover from what they're saying, but is this Santa Claus?
And 14, and the stock has moved almost 14% in the last 4-5 sessions. So I'm sure there's something brewing there.
Okay, so that's the story with ixigo. Watch out for that stock today. The third on my list very quickly is Godrej Consumer. They have given their business update. Now remember, this has been an outlier, I would say, in this consumption and this FMCG space. Doesn't look too good this quarter. They say 1/3 of the portfolio has benefited from GST rationalization, have already passed on the benefits to consumers, consolidated level expecting moderating single-digit revenue growth. The GST transition is likely to lead to EBITDA decline is something they've said. Now, we knew this was coming when we heard HUL's business update, but it's being reiterated with Godrej Consumer. They also say standalone business will see mid-single-digit value growth and low single-digit volume growth. Home care portfolio expected to deliver high single-digit value growth. Personal care to see decline in low single digits. So expect maybe a bit of pressure on a Godrej Consumer, which, like I said, compared to the rest of its pack, has definitely been ahead.
Okay, so I think consumption continues to remain in focus today's session as well. On my list again, we have Anantraj, which is in focus. That's on the QIP. You could see some bit of pressure that could be coming in because the floor price is set at 695. Now, if you're talking about the indicative issue size, we're talking of around 1100 odd crores. The price is at a discount of nearly 5% to the floor price, and the indicative price is at a 10% discount to yesterday's closing price. So there could be some bit of pressure there because the expected dilution right now is 4.6% post the issue yesterday. We ended with gains of nearly 4.5% in session. So watch out for this one. The second one on my list is a Lodha Developers, and this is on the back of the business update that has come in. Now the collections are up 13% on a year-on-year basis. If you talk about the pre-sales, that is up 7%. Now the reason why the pre-sales is up only 7% is on the back of the limited launches, and that is what has led to slower pre-sales growth this time around, because your first half FY26 pre-sales is now looking like a 8% up move at 9,000 crores. They've indicated that the company is on track to meet the FY26 pre-sales guidance of 21,000 crores and achieve business development guidance of 25,000 crores in the first half of FY26. In fact, you have a Jefferies which has maintained a buy. They have a target of 1625 on the counter, and what they are saying is that the Mumbai infra upgrade, that is what will benefit a Lodha, because they have a 4,500 acre land bank in the city, which is in the outskirts, well placed to benefit the company as well. Moving on, if you have to look at Keystone Realtors, the pre-sales is up 9% on a year-on-year basis. Collections have gone up around 9% as well for this one. And in terms of the first half of FY26, they've launched 4 projects with a gross development value potential of nearly 4,900 crores. And in the first half, the pre-sales is showing a strong growth of 40%. In fact, 46% of their overall FY26 pre-sales guidance is what the company has been able to achieve, and achieved 70% of the full year launch guidance in the first half itself. So that's a strong one coming in on a Keystone Realtors.
Titan was better than what was feared, at least that's what people said. So that's the first one on my list, again a consumer name. So the consumer business for Titan registered a growth of about 20%. The domestic jewelry business was up 19%. The international business, it's a small base, but up 86%. Not a mean feat. Festive fervor aided by attractive offers has driven the healthy jewelry growth. I presume gold price uptick also helps the ticket price, not the volumes necessarily. But you know, if you're thinking of what will happen to the stock, JP Morgan has done the work for you. They predict a stock up move post better than feared print. Need I say more? Watch out for Titan in the session today. Shringar House, very small number relative to a lot of other peers, but impressive numbers. Revenues up 22%, EBITDA up 63%. Margins at 12.4 versus 9.3. These are the stories that you love seeing in an earnings season. Good, steady, nice outperformance. The PAT was up 68, profit after tax was up 68% at 28 crores versus 16.9 crores. Frankly, all good numbers, and therefore maybe this one too has some bit of an uptick. And Shelly Engineering is the third one. This was arguably the stock of yesterday, had a big bang uptick, ended at 2407. Now, why is this happen? While Lighthouse India Fund sold about 13.3 lakh shares, the names of the buyers is interesting. Motilal Oswal Mutual Fund and Stallion Asset. Both of them have bought about 3.25 and 2.5 lakh shares out of the 13.3. And why is this interesting? Because Motilal is already an investor in Shelly Engineering. I think the fund bought in the first stake at maybe 500 or 600 thereabouts. They are repeat buyers here at these valuations, which shows the confidence of somebody who is well informed about the business, has studied the business for so long, and willing to take more stake into Shelly Engineering. So that's a positive. You could argue that Motilal has not put in a hefty sum behind this out of the total number of shares on offer. But I take it positively that somebody who's already invested at much lower levels is pyramiding their stakes higher in Shelly. So do watch out. It's had a bit of a rally already after the move yesterday. Remember, the deal happened at 2134. Current price is 2407. But maybe there could be some more upsides. Guys, I don't know if you tracked Amco Elecon, but that's the other one within Vijay Kedia. Has bought in about 57,000 shares at 1906. Yes. So could be interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so quick plug in here. Thank you for that. Vijay Kedia will be speaking on Ignite, the Diwali edition tomorrow, where all the excitement begins. And he will be speaking, we should pull up some of those teasers. He will be speaking with actor and someone who's also spending a lot of his time hunting for new ideas, Mr. Oberoi. So that's going to be an interesting combination of Vijay Kedia and Vivek Oberoi, and on how they have different points of view of how to hunt for winners. So that's something to look forward to, and of course, so much more coming on NDTV Profit Ignite.
Yeah, it's I mean, we don't get tired of saying it because it's ours, but frankly, it's a lineup that
It's
that
a Diwali
deserves-
Dhamaka lineup.
It's a really Diwali, well put, Hilal, well put.
Okay, all right. Let's get to our big story this morning that we're tracking, and let's remind you that all of these details you saw first on NDTV Profit. If you think that's not true, go back, look at all of the timelines, look at what we put out yesterday, and with a timestamp, you'll see all of the details first. Now, what Shrimi Chaudhary is about to report is also something that you will see nowhere else. We are shifting focus to the rift in the house of Tatas, where the majority owner of Tata Sons, that is the Tata Trust, are embroiled in a deepening fight over governance and board control. In a significant development, top Tata Group leaders have briefed two senior cabinet ministers on the crisis. My colleague Shrimi Chaudhary is joining us now with exclusive details that she filed after that end of that meeting, which ended actually late last evening in Delhi. Shrimi, what are you learning?
Well, four senior Tata Group leaders, Noel Tata, Venu Srinivasan, N. Chandra of Tata Sons and Darius Kambata, on Tuesday briefed a top cabinet minister that some trustees have been trying to assert greater control over the Tata Sons board, raising concern over the corporate governance and decision-making autonomy. Now, the meeting, described as conciliatory, comes amid, increasing unease over how internal division within Tata Trust could perhaps affect the functioning of one of the most influential conglomerate. Now, the rift, which has split Tata Trust into two camps, one includes Noel, Venu Srinivasan and Vijay Singh, whose removal as Tata Sons nominee director on September 11 triggered the current standoff. The other camp includes Mehli Mistry, Jahangir, Pramit Zaveri and Darius Kambata. Now, sources indicated that both factions have accused each other of the governance lapses. The Mehli-led group claims it was not kept in the loop on the Vijay Singh's reappointment to the Tata Sons board, while the Noel-led camp alleges that the opposing side is trying to kind of dominate the Tata Sons board and influence key appointment. Now, at the heart of the dispute actually lies the control over the appointment of the nominee directors to the Tata Sons board and how much information from board deliberation is actually shared with the rest of the trustees. Now, the ouster of Vijay Singh, a former defense secretary, has become the flashpoint in this conflict. Now, sources have said that even the conduct of one of the trustees was brought up during the meeting on Tuesday, who recently threatened removal of Venu Srinivasan. Now, N. Chandra, who has largely remained neutral, was also consulted during the meeting. He is understood to have shared, the broad assessment of the situation without taking any sides. The government actually, at this point, is acting as a quiet mediator. The minister is believed to have advised Tata Trust leadership to resolve their differences internally and maintain institutional stability while ensuring that rift does not actually spill over into any sort of regulatory space. The matter assumes significance as Tata Trust, which holds 66% in the Tata Sons, plays a pivotal role in the key appointments and governance decision. And with a crucial Tata Trust meeting scheduled for October 10th, the outcome of these discussions, could shape the group's leadership and governance trajectory in the weeks ahead.
Okay, thank you for that, Shrimi. So now this is a story which obviously is spanning Mumbai and Delhi. We've heard the Delhi point of view and what happened in that meeting, which went on as we're hearing for about an hour. But what's happening next and what has led to this is what we need to understand, because this began as a fiery battle at a September 11 executive committee meeting that has now split the trust into two clear factions, the Noel Tata camp and the Mehli Mistry camp. This disagreement may well shape the future control of governance of India's most storied conglomerate. But what led to the disagreement? Vishwanath Nair joins us with all of those details. Very good morning, Vishy. This is, beginning to become a very important corporate story that you're tracking while you're at the Global FinTech Fest. But what are you hearing on where this is going, and why has it come to a point where these four individuals had to go to Delhi for a resolution?
Right, Tamanna. So, yes, we are at the Global FinTech Fest, but also this story is way too important to let go of. What's happening here essentially is that September 11th Executive Committee meeting, which turned very, very sort of heated, primarily because of the application for Vijay Singh's reappointment on the board of Tata Sons, which is the primary investment arm of the group. Now, as Shrima was explaining earlier, there are these two factions. One faction believes that reappointing the same old members over and over again is not a great idea. You need to bring in new blood into the Tata Sons board. Younger people will come in, they will come with better decisions. That's the Mistry camp. On the other hand, the Noel Tata camp believes that the Tata Trust's interests are better served if one of them is on the board of Tata Sons. And that's the flashpoint. Now, this did not start on September 11th. The problems have been going on for a while. If you were to look at what happened after Ratan Tata's death, there was a lot of rumor mongering that Meli Mistry might take over Ratan Tata's chair at Tata Trust. That didn't happen. Noel Tata finally took over. He's part of the family, of course. He's Ratan Tata's half brother. Once that got over, these issues have been continuing between the two factions for a while now. Now what we are learning is that because this has gone to the government, we'll have to see whether both groups sort of bury the hatchet and move on from these problems or continue to escalate going this problem further. Apart from the board appointments, there's also the question of control. What we understand is that both groups are wrestling among themselves to gain control. So while it's a 3 versus 4 battle, you know, Tata camp having 3 members and the Mistry camp having 4, it is still pretty evenly matched as things stand now. So we'll have to see which one comes victorious, or if both of them decide that there is a compromise to be achieved between the two groups. At the center of this whole problem is also Shapoorji Pallonji Group. Shapoorji Pallonji Group owns 18.4% stake in Tata Sons. They are also very close to the Tata family. Of course, there are differences that have been going on for a very long time, since Cyrus Mistry's time actually. Currently, what we're learning from sources is that Tata Sons is talking or in discussions to allow a partial exit to Shapoorji Pallonji Group by buyback of shares.
Okay. So interesting perspective. We've given you the corporate perspective. We've told you what's happening in terms of, why the Tata Trust members, and 4 of them, plus N. Chandrasekaran as an observer, went and had that meeting at the Home Minister's residence last evening. The Finance Minister was also present, is what we're hearing. But let me go across to what impact it's going to have, and what is the true, I would say, weight of the Tata Group, of course, for the economy, but also for the markets. So Amit Sarkar is joining us for that deep dive and that analysis. So Amit, now, I don't know if there's going to be a stock impact today, maybe sentimentally, because no one likes this boardroom battle. But this is, after all, the house of Tatas.
There could be a sentimental negative impact on the Tata Group companies, given that if the issues worsen among the promoter group family or the promoters of Tata Sons, there could be a big impact on the economy and the listed Tata Group entities. So here's a look of how big the Tata Group company is. Firstly, how is the shareholding of Tata Sons? Tata Trust owns close to 65.9% stake. There are 9 listed Tata Group companies which combinedly owns close to 12.9% stake. Then there is the Shapoorji Mistry family which owns close to 18.4% stake. And then there are 7 individuals who combined own close to 2.9% stake in Tata Sons. Now, what does Tata Sons do? It has 30 plus companies across 10 different verticals. Nearly 26 listed Tata companies are there in the in stock market. They employ close to 11 lakh people. In fact, the exact figure number here is 11.5 lakh is the employee strength of the Tata Group company. And the combined revenue that the Tata Group company generate in one financial year, that is in FY25, was close to 15 lakh crore rupees. So here the top 5 companies based on the revenue size of Tata Group company. Tata Motors, because of JLR, their revenue is the highest at around 4.5 lakh crore, and they employ close to 86,259 people. TCS 2.59 lakh crore is the revenue strength, and they have a employee strength of close to 6.7 lakh. Tata Steel 2.2 lakh revenue and 79,000 is the employee strength. Air India, which was recently added into Tata Group, has a revenue of close to 78,600 crore, and the employee strength stands at close to 31,750. Tata Power 67,000 crore is the revenue and 23,700 is the employee strength. Now, over FY20 to FY25, the relevance of Tata Group in the Indian economy has increased. In FY20, the combined revenue of Tata Group, including Tata Sons, was close to 7.9 lakh crore. Now, this has jumped to close to 1.5 lakh crore. It's not 1.5 crore, it's 1.5 lakh crore. For EBITDA, it was close to 1,27,000 crore rupees, and this has increased to 2.3 lakh crore rupees. Net profit from 31,700, it has increased to close to 13,000 crore rupees in FY25. Leverage has come down significantly from 1.8 times to 0.7 times, while the return on equity, that has doubled from 8.7 to 17.5. Now, if you look at the market capitalization of the listed Tata Group companies, at the start of the year, it was around 31.1 lakh crore. It has come down to 26.2 lakh crore. And one of the biggest reasons behind this fall in market capitalization is TCS. Because of the issues that we are seeing for the IT sector, TCS has seen a market cap drop of close to 4.1 lakh crore. Trend market capitalization has come down by around 86,000 crore rupees, while that of Indian Hotels, Tata Motors and Voltas have decreased anywhere between 14,000 to 21,000 crore rupees. However, on the flip side, there are few companies that have aided to the market capitalization. There is Tata Steel, which has seen an increase in the market cap of nearly 42,000 crore rupees. Tata Consumer's market capitalization has increased by close to 20,000, while that of Titan and Tata Investment. Tata Investment recent rally is what we have seen because of the IPO of Tata Capital. Their market capitalization is increased by 12,000, while that of Titan by nearly 15,000 crore rupees.
No, so very well explained, just in numbers, what the weight of the Tata Group is and of course what it means for India. There is a reason that this is unlike any other boardroom battle, right? Because boardroom battles happen, there's a whole ecosystem of people who are now experts at sorting these. But discord in this group becomes a matter of national importance, which is why 4 members of the Tata Trust met and briefed 2 top cabinet ministers on this. You had really the top of the government very clearly listening to what's happening, and they will have a gentle touch on this is what we are hearing. It's not like they are going to be arbiters or deciders, but they just want to make sure that the ship is steady. In fact, from what Somit also put out, 3% of taxes are coming from the Tata Group. The fact is that this intervention was required. So the question is why? Have all other attempts at mediation failed? Will the government have to step in? Is this about larger control? And of course, how will it end? To answer some of those questions and at least give his point of view, I'm joined now by H.P. Ranina, lawyer at the Supreme Court. Mr. Ranina, very good morning to you, and thank you so much for speaking with us this morning and giving your perspective on what I think is the biggest corporate story in India right now. Why do you think it has come to this?
Well, I think it's just the issue of the difference of opinion among the members. Some members are of the view that there should be an independent body to decide who will be a nominee on the board of Tata Sons, because that is a good way of ensuring that principles of corporate governance are, adhered to. And some people feel that that the majority of the trustees have a right to decide who will be nominated. So I think it's a question of the difference of opinion. I don't see anything which one should be worried about. A good, healthy discussion in the board is a very good aspect and which should be encouraged. So I don't think there is any real issue involved in this. And as far as the Tata Group is concerned, you're absolutely right. It is one of the most important groups in the country. Everybody looks up to it. And I'm sure things will be sorted out in due course.
Mr. Ranina, morning. Hiral on this side. Now, the dispute that we are seeing right now, between the Tata and the Mistries, do you think there is any expose of fundamental gaps or ambiguities that could come in when you talk about the Companies Act, particularly concerning the rights of minority shareholders or in any of the processes? Because this probably could set precedents when it comes to succession plans.
Yeah, but there's no issue of minority shareholders in this case. I think it's just a question of the Tata Trust, who should be representing the Tata Trust on the board of Tata Sons. I don't think there is any issue of minority interest in this case. It's only a question of what is the procedure to be followed to have the best person from the Tata Trust to represent the trust of the board of Tata Sons, which is their holding company. So apart from that, I don't see any difficulty on this. I think it's not a dispute. It's just a difference of opinion. And a difference of opinion is a very healthy trend which should be encouraged, because I think that's how things
Mr.
get sorted out.
Ranina, you're saying this is just a difference of opinion. If it was just a difference of opinion, could it not have been solved at Tata House? Why did they have to go all the way to Delhi? That is really the red flag here, isn't it? And then the question is this just about how a nominee on the board is selected, or is this symbolic of a wider tussle over who controls Tata Sons?
Well, control is from the entire group. You see, the entire trust body, the trustees that control Tata Sons. I don't think any individual controls Tata Sons. It's only a question of who represents the Tata Trust on the board of Tata Sons. And as far as going to Delhi is concerned, I'm not aware of this development and how far it is true, but I don't see any relevance of going to Delhi on a matter like this, because this is not something which you go to somebody else. This is something you have to sort out internally, as as good corporate governance practices are. And therefore, what I feel is that let this be sorted out between themselves. Maybe somebody may go, but in my opinion, this is a matter which will be decided by the entire board of Tata Trust. The Tata Trust control Tata Sons, and that is how it will remain. No individual will be involved in this.
No, it's true. There are two individuals involved in this drift, though, so we'll see how it works out. Thank you so much, Mr. Ranina, for joining us this morning for your perspective. All right, we'll take a very short break. We will pull up the implied for you completely flat. What is going to be the play in the markets today? Remember, we are at the eve of the results season coming up. Big results will follow tomorrow onwards. We'll talk about IT stocks and what the impact is there. We'll talk about the mega facelift that Mumbai's infrastructure is getting. All of that after the break, of course, with your top stocks. The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most
Back with India Market Open right here on NDTV Profit. Let's get in our experts on the show to try and understand what to do with the trade today. Somil Mehta, Head of Alternate Research at Mirae Asset Share Khan on the technicals and the derivatives. Avinash Gorakshekar, Director of Research at Profit Mart Securities on the fundamentals. Gentlemen, both of you, thanks for taking the time out. Somil, can I start with you? We had a bit of a, a pull back yesterday, but we ended in the green. So it technically makes for 4 days in the green. Are we likely to see a fifth and a sixth, or do you believe this is now ripe for profit booking?
Good morning to everyone. Profit booking, yes, a little bit. I would say a small correction maybe in the intraday or maybe a couple of trading sessions, but I don't see any sharp declines below 25,000 of 24,900. Those two levels are extremely important, 20 and 40 daily moving average, where I think market will take support and again resume the uptrend. So view remains positive. 25,000, 24,900 remains very crucial support for the market. And on the upside, I think the next level to watch out would be 25,300 levels. That will be my first target. And the next target would be the previous swing high, which is 25,450. So these are my two targets. I would say that we are making high tops, high bottom on the weekly charts. And the bias is positive. I'll be expecting a good rally in the next coming week. Bank Nifty, again, outperforming, and I'll be expecting this rally to continue. HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, all of these are looking good. Even Kotak Bank. So PSU banks are already outperforming. I'll be expecting this rally to continue and the outperformance to continue. Maybe a couple of days of pause, maybe. However, the targets on the upside will remain 57,300.
Okay, what are the stocks that you're liking, Somil?
As I said, banking looks good. So HDFC Bank has started making high tops, high bottom, has broken out of a small consolidation and also broken a downward sloping trend line on the upside, taking support at 20 and 40 daily moving average. Great setup for a medium-term outlook. Stop loss would be 965 and target would be 1,050. The second stock which I am looking at is Cummins India, and Cummins very similar setup. Small flag pattern has broken on the upside. A great medium-term trend. The trend to continue. 3,880 would be my stop loss and target would be 4,175.
Okay, so those are some of the picks. Cummins and HDFC Bank. Well, banks were in focus yesterday, likely to be in focus today as well. A couple of notes there talking about new RBI regulations, which will be positive for large private banks. So HDFC and ICICI Bank, look at both of them today. In fact, this is what Citi is saying on those banks. They're talking about draft directions from the RBI, which ask to reduce risk weights across products to boost capital adequacy. So the key beneficiaries here are expected to be banks with exposure to housing, SME and credit cards, namely HDFC, ICICI, Axis and SBI. So watch out for these. So this is a draft circular for ECL transitioning, which is recommending prudential floor transitional arrangement. It suggests a limited impact, and adverse impact will be higher for banks with higher exposure through unsecured loans, vehicle loans and PSBs. Jeffries has also talked about this. These are two changes which are proposed. Remember, it's a draft circular and proposed from 2027 April. So risk weights on SME, housing, transacting credit cards and others will be lowered. Second, the switch to ECL, unlike NBFCs that will consume some capital in transition, can be over 5 years and higher credit costs. But this will be compensated partly. They see a limited overall capital impact and large private banks are better placed. So the reverse of that is look out for impact on smaller banks with higher exposure. That might be a bit of a pain point, Neeraj.
Yeah, so that is one way to look at it also. The other thing is, Tamanna, I just remember what Abhay Agarwal was saying yesterday, right? That maybe the valuations for some of the larger ones are punched in.
Yeah.
But for the ones which were completely disrupted, they don't get back to these numbers, but do they kind of just resurrect to what some previous previous levels might have been, or a fraction of that, and even that could get gains for some of these banks. As we said yesterday, the views on banks are just split so down the middle. Yesterday you spoke about Macquarie, I spoke about BofA, right down the middle.
And then now this draft circular coming into play. But let's go across to Sumit Sarkar joining us this morning to tell us what's heard on the street. A lot of chatter this morning, Sumit.
Well, yes, a lot of chatter. In fact, fourth consecutive day of gains, as Neeraj sir was mentioning. But then again, the key question lies here is whether it will sustain or not, because in the last 1 hour of trade, we have seen a big sell-off coming in. In fact, most of the traders would have actually reported a loss in their day book. But again, we did manage to close in green and hold above the key level. But when it comes to stock-specific action, it's HPCL and Indian Hotels where dealers are indicating that there are buy flows on institutional desk. Delivery volumes are on the higher side for both these counters. Keep an eye out for HPCL and Indian Hotels. When it comes to Star Health, dealers indicate that there are buy flows on FI desk. They are expecting the second quarter numbers to be a turnaround. The stock was also up 4% in trade yesterday. For LTI Mindtree, there were buy flows on lower levels on the large HNI desk. Dealers expect the Q2 numbers to be much better than what the street has been anticipating for the overall IT space and for LTI Mindtree. For Patanjali, dealers have indicated that smart investors have taken a positional buy call for the next 1 month. And for Cipla, there are buy flows on expectation of some positive development that could be announced from the company side by the end of this week. And few stocks that we did indicate earlier and have come out to be true. Firstly, it's Shell Engineering was part of our segment yesterday. We did indicate that smart investors have been accumulating this counter, and that's what the Bulldale data have shown. And also do remember that there's a potential QIP that could be announced when it comes to Shell Engineering. Canara Bank was part of our segment yesterday. We did indicate that there could be a positive development, and UBS has initiated buy rating on this counter with a target price of 150, and Anantraj was part of a segment at least a month back where we did indicate that there could be a potential QIP. This QIP was in talks for a very long time, and finally the company has announced the fundraise. Around 1100 crore is what they're looking to raise from institutional investors.
Okay, wow, thanks a lot for that, Sumit. And remember, a lot of large cap names now coming into the dealing room conversations, so that's to be kept in mind. But yes, Shell Engineering certainly right up there. So many stocks to focus today. Avinash, Gorakshekar, can I start off with that? We still have to discuss Titan, we still have to discuss Anantraj and a few others. But start off with Shell Engineering, you may be tracking it. Good buying interest yesterday. The stock has nearly quadrupled over the last 12 to 18 odd months. Any insights on this one? Do you track it at all fundamentally?
Yeah, good morning, Neeraj. Neeraj, I think Shell Engineering operates in a very niche space. They are into engineering plastics, and I think the company has a very strong competitive moat in terms of their business presence, in terms of their product kind of category. And I think there are very few players who have actually scaled up to the extent what Shell Engineering has done. So my sense is, obviously the company will benefit, because of this QIP, because obviously they have a large capex lined up. But I think overall, if you look at the structure of this industry, I think this industry is going to compound at a growth rate of at least 8 to 9% for the next, say, 2 to 3 years. So to that extent, somebody who's looking at a slightly longer term kind of time frame, the next, say, 1 to 2 years, can definitely look at participating in this growth. What kind of price the QIP comes is going to be very critical. But I think overall, structurally, we continue to remain positive here.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, we need to slip into a quick break. Viewers, stay on. We'll be right back with the pre-open session and a lot of stocks which could be in focus today. We'll throw some light on them.
में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सार्थक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारपेट। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है। ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सार्थक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारपेट। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Open, and we're a few minutes away from the pre-open session, but it's an exciting day, and especially for the Mumbai metropolitan region and for the financial capital of the city. Prime Minister will be in the city today. He's first attending the India Mobile Congress in Delhi, and we will be tracking that. You'll hear from the biggest names. But as far as Mumbai is concerned, look at the facelift that we're going to get. The Navi Mumbai International Airport gets launched today. The third line, that's called the Aqua Line of Mumbai Metro, Line 3, also gets launched today by the Prime Minister. That extends that line, for those of you who are familiar with the city, all the way to Kolaba, so Are to Kolaba. And you know, as Mumbaikars, all of us here, at least on this table, will appreciate that all those years of thak, roads dark, traffic, metro kab aayega? So it's finally happening today.
But does that really solve your traffic issues or not, is what we've received from here.
Yeah.
Well, it's an honest attempt.
100%.
Honest attempt, right?
Honest attempt,
we need
and
this.
a lot of people have moved to taking the metro.
Yeah, most certainly.
No,
Ghatkopar to Andheri is a dream on the metro.
Yeah, no, and things like the coastal road, etc., have made life much easier. There's
Coastal road, absolutely.
there
A
is-
travel time of 45 minutes cut down to 15 minutes.
Yeah, so Kiran manages to get in time to work thanks to the coastal road and to the Bandavardi sea link. All right, so watch out for that, and we'll also be talking in some detail about what it means for the infrastructure boom in the space, for real estate, which companies could benefit. That comes in as well. But let's talk about a couple of stocks that should be on your radar. Godrej Consumer is one of them. Goldman Sachs has maintained a buy, despite them saying in their business updates that it's going to be quite muted. They've cut the target price to 1,375 rupees from 1,430 rupees. The second quarter business update does show an impact by the GST transition. The company has said it, but Africa continues to see strong growth. Indonesia had a marginal decline. The consolidated EBITDA decline is likely year on year, partly driven to one-off costs related to GST transition. But that is likely to be sort of made up for subsequently. They have, though, cut the FY26-28 EPS by 4% to build in lower margins due to high inflation in palm oil, which was a key input cost. So, which is why when we put it on our watch list, we gave it a thumbs down. Morgan Stanley on Tata Motors has talked about the JLR Q2 sales. They have said that the cyber attack has driven weaker volumes. So, you've seen volumes in the second quarter for JLR down by 24%. They were affected by a cyber attack which saw production stoppages in September. Volumes were also affected by a planned wind down of legacy Jaguar models and incremental US tariffs through the quarter. JLR has announced a phased restart of manufacturing activities starting 8th October 2025. That actually might be a bit of a positive, if at all, do you reckon, on a Tata Motors this morning?
Yeah.
That at least they have a date for restarting.
Yeah, it was interesting. The only caveat to that might be what Nomura has written in their note, wherein they are saying that expect JLR EBIT margin to be 1% and the volume disruption could drag the free cash flow by nearly 750 million pounds. So again,
that recovery to get back on track is going to be the concerning area over here now.
Which they are saying that hopefully as production picks up, things will improve, but who knows?
But the quantum that they've lost, right, is
one that, and two, I just recently, just overnight read a headline which said that the Mercedes demand in China has gone down 27%. So these luxury cars, which are ICE vehicles, are actually seeing a massive downtick in demand in China, which used to be a big market.
It's all BYD, I suppose.
All BYD, yes.
BYD and its other variants. Avinash Gorakshakar, Somil Mehta with us. We're talking about Tata Motors this morning. Avinash, do you want to weigh in on the debate we're having? Is it going to be better news that at least 8th October is a day to start? Or the fact that a lot of brokerages are seeing the pain point continue and have an impact on their EBITDA margins?
No, I think my sense is, these kind of news flows have already been partially discounted in the market price. I wouldn't be surprised that markets are now looking forward for the demerger, between JLR and the domestic business. I think once these companies get independently listed, Tamanna, I think you're going to see a lot of activity in the JLR, business, which will be on an independent level. I think this quarter numbers may not be great, but I think obviously as production picks up, my sense is that probably, the October to December quarter and the Jan to March quarter would be strong pickup months. I think the domestic business is also going to see a pretty good traction as far as the commercial vehicle sales are concerned. And most importantly, on the JLR side, we'll have to see how the market trends shape up. I mean, demand going down in China is not good for JLR, but I think we'll have to wait for a couple of months to see how the trend is shaping up. But at these levels, I don't think one should sell. I think if the stock corrects a little more, I think it would be a good decision to actually accumulate the stock. We remain constructive on the stock over the next, say, 12 to 15 months.
Okay, so constructive over the next 12 to 15 months. That's with Tata Motors. In fact, Somil, if you have to look at the auto space and the ancillary space right now, where are you seeing value in terms of charts? Because there are stocks which have already run up quite a lot. There are stocks which are seeing some bit of a correction right now on the back of the auto sales data that did come in. What would you like?
I think on the automotive side, I think Exide industry looks great to me. That would be one pick which I would go for in the medium term outlook, in the long term outlook as well. In the very long term, if you see the high was around 616 and the lows were around 330. So 50% retracement is already done in the long term on the long term charts. And now monthly positive close has already been done. So I'll be expecting at least a minimum target of 470, 75 levels on Exide Industries, and one stock which has been a little laggard, but I would say that would be a very good risk reward bet at this point of time, which is Bajaj Auto. Bajaj Auto has formed an inverted head and shoulder pattern, a huge one. Positive monthly close, taking support at 200 daily moving average. I'll be expecting a target of around 10,000, 10,500 levels in the medium term outlook. So these two would be my picks in the auto pack.
Okay. Atul also doing well this morning, actually. You're seeing some excitement in K-Fintech, and there was news on K-Fintech about new acquisitions and joint ventures. Vodafone is seeing a bit of a spike. This is just the first minute, so please take it all with a pinch of salt. I want to see what Titan is doing because of its business updates. Let's see what Godrej Consumer is doing. We've been talking about that as well. Titan actually decent business updates, but that's not what you're seeing on the screen. Godrej Consumer, we told you, would suffer, and that is what we're seeing on the screen this morning as we move ahead. Okay, let me quickly thank you, Somil, for joining in this morning, and let's, great to have you on this leg of the show. But let's get more technical views for you. Chandan Tapadia joining in. He's head technical and derivatives research at MOFSL. Chandan, always great to have you on. Is it looking like an optimistic morning to you, or we're going to continue to be stuck in that range?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. So market already rallied well by more than 600 points from 24,600 to 25,220 marks. On last trading session, it witnessed some profit booking decline from higher levels, but we believe buy on decline could continue. We have noticed that index got stuck in a range from last 3.5 months, where declines are being bought but follow-up is missing at higher levels. However, the next leg of rally will start only if Nifty manages to hold beyond 25,450, 25,500. But I believe any decline towards 25,000 could be bought. So as of now, I'll put the support near 25,000 to play the bounce towards 25,250 to 25,350. So buy on decline could continue in Nifty as of now after the recent surge of 600 points.
Okay. In fact, Chandan, with this strategy in terms of Nifty, the levels that you're seeing, what should your top picks be at this hour for the day?
Yeah, so I think sector and stocks will really do well in this market scenario when index has been hovering near 24,800 to 25,000 marks from last couple of months. So first trading idea is buy on Ircon. We have seen good buying interest in the counter in last 3 to 4 days. It has bottomed out. Yesterday we have seen huge surge in the trading and the delivery volume, and it formed a strong bullish candle, and this momentum could continue for today as well. So first is buy on Ircon with support of 177. We can see an upside target towards 192. Second trading idea, that is Minda. We have noticed that most of the auto and auto ancillaries companies are doing well, and Minda has given a consolidation breakout of last 25 trading session with a decisive close above 1340 marks. Technically, it formed a bullish pole and flag pattern which has positive implication. We have seen surge in trading volume and derivatives data also indicating the bullish stance in the counter. So one can buy with support of 1336, and this auto ends counter has potential to rally towards 1400 to 1420 marks.
Okay. Well, Uno Minda out there, and autos and auto components in some fashion clearly coming out and sticking out. Well, Titan could be an interesting one, and just kind of seeing if there is an uptick in that stock in the pre-open. No, not quite actually. It's lying absolutely flat in the first 4 minutes. Let's see if there is an up move, because the print was, as we said, slightly better than what was feared. So that's one. And Anantraj is the other one. Just want to mark that a QIP, I suspect that from what I hear, at least, that the demand for the QIP is not weak. And therefore, while there might be a temporary weakness because of the 6% odd discount to the current price, maybe just maybe that gets absorbed. So it could be interesting to watch both of this as well. Both of these as well, actually. Okay, now let's get in Somit for the big brokerage call of the day. And that is on a bank. Not surprising, these days banks are ruling the roost. Somit Johnson with more details on the UBS note on Canara Bank. Somit, they have initiated coverage, is it?
Initiated coverage with a buy rating and a target price of 150, which suggests a return potential of around 18 to 20% from the current levels. Now, what the brokerage here is saying that they're expecting that the earnings profile for the banks will remain quite steady, business metrics would remain stable, and they're expecting Canara Bank's return on equity and return on asset to be around 1% and 16% over FY26 to FY28. Now, when it comes to loan growth outlook, they believe that Canara Bank could report a steady loan growth outlook driven by easing sector headwinds, higher liquidity, and higher loan to deposit ratio, that is the LDR ratio. Now, they also believe that the near term margins could remain under pressure, largely because of the rate cuts that we have seen. However, that will also gradually improve over FY27 to FY28 as the bank has been repricing its deposit, and the higher mix of MCLR loans will also aid the margins over FY27 to FY28. Now, along with this, they also believe that a lower mix of unsecured retail loans will keep the credit cost controlled at over 80 basis points. So that's all the positive that UBS has highlighted. Now, UBS has come out with initiating notes on 3 PSU banks, that is Punjab National Bank, Union Bank, and Canara Bank. And out of these 3, this was the best note. In fact, they have the buy rating only on this PSU bank, and the target price of 150 suggests an upside potential of around 18 to 20%.
Okay, Canara Bank, slight upsides there for now. Let's see if this lasts. Somit, thanks so much for bringing us that. Now, just want to mark Canara Bank stock price move in the last few days. If we can just pull up a 1-week chart if we can, because I think that will show that, unless I'm wrong, the stock has had a bit of a rally in the last 1 week. Not too much, but a bit of a rally. Chandan, on Canara Bank, is there merit in trying to go long because the street seems to be slightly bullish, or is it hitting some air pockets of resistance?
No, the stock has really done well in last couple of weeks. In fact, we have noticed that in last 5 to 6 months, the stock rallied well from 104 to 128. So a rally of more than 25% we have seen in the counter in just 5 to 6 weeks. The stock is heading towards its multiple years high level. I think the level which was earlier seen in 2011. So 14 years high is clearly visible and trend is intact to positive. In fact, just a couple of weeks back, it gave a breakout from its bullish pole and flag pattern above 120 marks. So I believe the ongoing momentum could continue till it holds above 125. Buy on decline could continue. And I believe this PSU bank has potential to rally towards 135 to 140 kind of levels on the hard side.
So Chandan, that's with regards to banks. Avinash, let me come to you. If you have to look at the private banking space versus the PSU banking space as well, where are you seeing value? Because the bank credit growth is surprising. The performance now becomes in focus as well from here on. So where would you go? What would your bets be? And secondly, you have the government, which is looking to offload minority stakes in PSU banks through OFS, two of them which will be happening in FY26, as our colleague Shrimi has pointed out as well in an exclusive story on NDTV Profit. How would you actually tie this up, and where would you put your bets?
Yeah, I think, Hiral, I think we are also positive on the public sector banks. I think banks like Canara Bank, are trading near to its book value. And, with the Canara Robeco IPO plus the kind of housing finance business which they do under their subsidiary Canfin Homes, I would not be surprised that the second and the third quarter could be significantly better as compared to last year and the Q1 of this year. And most importantly, PSU banks are still trading at a deep discount. So I think Canara Bank remains a kind of a very good kind of valuation kind of candidate. The other bank would be ICICI Bank. I think within the private sector banks, we're expecting a very strong set of numbers from ICICI Bank in Q2. And most importantly, all its business verticals are doing well. So here, I think, the stock has corrected, but I think somebody who wants to take a longer term call can definitely look at adding this bank to their portfolio. And the smaller banks, banks like Bank of Maharashtra, the CASA continues to be strong. The asset qualities continue to be good. But however, once the bank is lined up as a candidate for a strategic sale or a OFS, I think that would definitely put a little bit of pressure in the near term. But I think around 50 to 55, it's not a bad kind of bank to actually accumulate. I think if you look at the next 6 to 12 months, Bank of Maharashtra looks pretty attractive, despite the fact that it largely operates in Maharashtra and is a slightly mid-sized bank, but numbers and fundamentals are pretty attractive.
Okay, so that's with regards to where banking majors are concerned. That's the PSU banking space and the private banking space. But moving on, in fact, Chandan, let me come to you with regards to a few of the insurance companies. You did have the general insurance data that did come in yesterday. Anything that comes to your radar from a technical perspective where you're seeing momentum in the general insurance players?
Yeah, so if I look at the key three name, SDFC Life, ICICI Pru and SBI Life, I believe most of the counters are bottoming out and from lower levels. Even if I look at the SBI Life, the stock has formed the bottom near 1760 and trying to negate the lower top, lower bottom on the daily chart. However, it has been consolidating in a broader range. But yes, support-based buying could be seen. As of now, 1750 is the support for a bounce towards 1830, 1850 kind of level. If I look at the ICICI Pru Life Insurance, here already it formed the bottom near 580, negated is lower top, lower bottom. So some recovery could be seen to a 620 kind of level. So most of these stocks got stuck in a range, but as they are turning from key support zones, so buy on decline or some recovery cannot be ruled out.
Liking Titan, Chandan? Titan will shine this morning. I mean, gold prices anyway at 4,000, but their business updates also better than what was expected. Relatively strong start in an otherwise muted market, I would say, because after the pre-open session, it's all flat. Banks are showing a bit of weakness. Is Titan something that you would look at? Let me add Dabur for you and Godrej Consumer as well, just to get a sense of if there's any opportunity in the consumption space.
Yeah, so when you talk about the gold prices are hitting to the new roof, and we are more positive on the Muthoot Finance, that is the gold finance company, than talking about Titan. Muthoot Finance has rallied well by more than 50%. In fact, similar to the movement in the gold prices, That is the one counter which is continuously making higher top, higher bottom, and momentum could continue. And now to reply on Titan, the stock has bottomed out, but earlier it was making lower top, lower bottom, corrected from 3740 to 3300 marks, and now has been consolidating with higher base. So I believe some recovery could be seen. As of now, 3350 is the support. If the immediate hurdle is surpassed, that is near 3475, then some recovery cannot be ruled out towards 3550 kind of level. So some range bound bias could be seen. Now talking about consumption theme, to reply on Dabur and Godrej consumer product, I believe range bound bias is clearly visible. As of now, not getting any sense of bottom out process in Dabur, but yes, Godrej consumer product has seen some support based buying from last 3 days, taking multiple support near 1135. So I believe if this level is respected, it can see a bounce towards 1200 marks. But let me tell you frankly that these selective FMCG counters are not getting attraction. I believe consumption theme will focus on the discretionary expenses, including auto ancillaries, or QSR or new as business in this market scenario.
That seems to be the case. Very quick view on this, Avinash. That interest is not really coming to the consumption space that Chandan just said.
No, I think, Tamanna, I also concur with you. I think, numbers specifically, at least in the Q2, are not looking that attractive. And I think unless we see a very strong volume growth for these FMCG majors, you're not going to see a very significant amount of re-rating like Dabur or Godrej consumer products. Typically because, valuations seem to be fair to expensive. I think on the other hand, there's a lot of appetite for auto component kind of sectors where we have seen, the volume growth pretty solid in the month of September itself. So I think typically we'll probably have to wait for the management commentary and the volume growth numbers to kick in, specifically for the FMCG majors. As of now, I think nothing great, but I think we'll have to wait for the Q2 numbers and commentary from the FMCG majors. Autos like M&M or for that reason and Ashok Leyland, these are companies where I think the volume growth expansion in October to December would be significantly better and offer a better risk reward.
Okay. Chandan, if we had to pin it down to one key name as a trade, as things stand, maybe you spoke about it earlier, but one top call for the morning, which one would that be?
Yeah, I'll focus on Ircon. I believe the orders which seen on the last trading day and the delivery and trading volume which spiked beyond 1 crore, I believe momentum could continue. Risk reward ratio quite favorable. Festive season is also supporting the sentiment. So Ircon will be my preferred idea with support of 177, expecting a rally towards 192. So I believe counter can rally by 3 to 5% on immediate basis.
Okay, on an immediate basis, 3 to 5% for Ircon. Keep that in mind. That's Chandan Taparia's top call for this morning. Let's see how the markets start off this Wednesday morning. Flat, absolutely flat. Banks 0.25% lower. IT 0.25% lower. Is it discretionary auto that is helping the markets? We'll get there in a moment. Mid caps flat, small caps flat. Let's get the heat map up on the screen and see what is moving. Okay, yes, it is. Okay, maybe it is a bit of consumption, a bit of metals, metal index, because Adani Enterprises, JSW, Tata Steel, all of them in the green. There is consumption here because Titan is up 3%. Big mover of this morning because of better than feared print. Asian Paints is up about 0.5% too. But beyond that, not too much on the Nifty 50 on the gaining side really. Frankly, it's just those 2 or 3 names, Titan, Adani and the metal index. Frankly, it's the metal index. Adani Enterprises, Tata Steel, Coal India, JSW Steel, that's the bucket or the cohort which is doing well. Some more red than green, by the way. What is correcting? Tata Motors, subdued print for sure. Brokerages, mixed bag out there. Bajaj Auto, Nestle, Cipla are amongst the others. Reliance is down about 0.5% as well. Well, Tamanna, maybe luck on the broader end of the spectrum because of the large caps. That one name which is really making the move is Titan.
It's a Titan all the way. Adani and possibly because of the airport opening today, so that's the other important factor that you're seeing, but it is Titan all the way now, nearly 3.5% right now in morning's trade, so that's important. Tata Motors, we told you those JLR numbers not looking good, and yes, the fact that they're restarting on October 8th has not been enough at all as far as Tamo is concerned. It is the drop that they see in EBITDA because of JLR's cyber attack that is overcoming and overweighing the stock today. Let me take you through what the mid-cap and the small-cap indices are doing this morning as we move ahead. The Nifty mid-cap 150 completely flat, but in negative territory right now. I mean, this is a market on pause. It's almost as someone pressed the pause button. The small-cap 250 also completely flat. Bank Nifty not moving. Let's pull up the sectoral index and those indices and see if there's any action going on there. Nifty consumer durable, that's all Titan possibly. Because it's just that. It's Titan is like the Lone Ranger today holding up everything, because look at the rest of this screen. The Nifty IT is just a little of 0.25% higher. And then you have the consumer durable index, which is 1% up. Let's pull up the internals of the Nifty consumer durable index when we can. That would be interesting to see. India Defense, Auto not doing too well, nor is Realty. Yeah, there you have it. This is, I'm telling you, this is the Lone Ranger. It is also overweighing what Godrej Consumer is doing and what, Bajaj Auto, etc. So none of that is working. It's a strange kind of an index because it has a mix of things over here. You have a health company, you have a paint company, and of course Titan there, nearly 4% up. So that's the story on the broader indices. But let me take you through individual stocks which were on our watch list, and let's see how they're faring in early hours. We talked about Ixigo. They have put out a disclosure that there is a potential investor out there buying through the secondary market, may buy up to 16% stake. That counter, keep an eye on, fluctuating quite rapidly even as we speak, but up in the green right now. Keystone Developers has achieved a 46% pre-sale guidance in H1. They put out their updates. Was seen as positive. Yes, it is. Shringar House, recently listed company, has come up with its numbers. Street is not taking it at face value at all. 1.5% down nearly. Canara Bank was a big brokerage call of the morning. UBS has initiated a buy. Street doesn't care. Nearly 1% down right now. Lodha, let's look at the their growth guidance was not as good as what was expected, but flat right now, not too bad. Godrej Consumer, the GST rationalization will impact their EBITDA margins. Notes and brokerages are not too negative on it, but you are going to see an EPS hit, an earnings per share hit. That is very clear. That's about 1% down as well. Palm oil prices are not helping. Anant Raj is the other one we're looking at. It's opened 1,000 crore QIP, but at a discount to its last current market price. That's why 3% down on the stock. Tata Investments, I wanted to see if there's any impact about the rift. Not at all. On the contrary, the stock is about 1% up. It seems the street is not too worried about what's going to happen here, and the Tata Capital IPO is going well. Emco Elecon is something we looked at. There is a large investor who's bought a stake, Vijay Kedia, 8.5% up. It's a small company. Invest after you do your own due diligence. We always tell you that. We just report the news here. We don't tell you what to do. But Hiral, that seems to be the star, at least in the broader markets, apart from Titan.
Absolutely, apart from Titan, this is a star. And if you see the markets, pretty listless is what we could say, because no major moves coming in. 25,150 is where you're stuck with in terms of Nifty 50 as well. But Anant Raj is seeing some bit of profit booking. Shelley Engineering today is seeing some bit of profit booking. We're down almost 2.5-3% on that one. Inox Green is seeing some good value today. Shoppers Stop, IFCI, a few of the other names also. Now, another company which has seen second or third consecutive session of gains is the Indraprasth Medical Corporation. And this is on the back of the hikes that we've seen 2 days ago. So 5.5% up move coming in with regards to where Indraprasth Medical Corporation goes. And if you see a 3 or 4 day chart of this company, that will tell you the story on this one as well. Apart from that, in terms of few of the other names that we should be looking at, KIOCL, second session where you're seeing that profit booking that's coming in. Avalon is seeing profit booking in today's session. Likewise, a Metropolis as well, which had run up over the last 2 to 3 days, is down in trade today. In fact, let's pick up Metropolis and Indraprasth Medical, I beg your pardon. Chandan, both these counters, beneficiaries, but two diverge reaction is what you're seeing in today's session. Where would you put your bets?
Yeah, so yes, selective medical or healthcare stocks are really doing well, or I'll focus on Indra Medico. The stock has given a continental breakout on last trading session, heading towards the new lifetime high. Major trend of the counter is positive, and this breakout is happening after long 9 to 10 months. So I believe momentum could continue, and given the scenario till it holds above 575, buy on decline could continue for a fresh rally towards 625 to 630 kind of level in Indraprasth Medical Limited.
So that's with Indraprasth Medical. Now, if you have to look at Titan as well, Avinash, I know we've spoken right now, but the kind of uptick that we're seeing in terms of Titan today, a 4% up move, and with the trajectory going ahead, what would you advise investors to do? Would this be a candidate with valuations to book profits, or would you say there is value to even enter at current levels?
No, I think, Hiral, I think the gold price has actually triggered the price upside. I think, typically what markets assume are that with gold prices going up, it could impact jewelry companies. But I think it's the other way around. We have seen very strong numbers, from other comparable players like Kalyan Jewelers also. So my sense is that, as long as the gold price goes up, I think you're going to see a short-term trajectory on the stock. But I think Titan is a clear compounder story. If you want to remain invested for the next couple of years and want to play the jewelry theme, then I think Titan definitely presents a very strong opportunity. Any dip in the price could be a good entry point. I think at these levels, the valuations seem to be fair to expensive. So we'd prefer a hold. But I think any dip going forward, if the market corrects or there's a price correction, could be a good opportunity to buy. I think structurally next 12 to 18 months look to be very promising for Titan.
Okay. Well, you know what? Orcon has started off actually slightly lower, so maybe it gives you a better opportunity to buy, unless I'm very wrong. Let's pull up Orcon. Yes, indeed, 1% lower. Chandan, you must be very happy that it's giving you a chance to buy. You lapping it up at these levels?
Yeah, in fact, the view is intact, and the good part is the stock is slightly down, and I believe the buy on decline could continue. Yesterday, it rallied well from 173 to 184 plus, gave the closing near almost higher levels, and today it is respecting the volume weightage average of the previous day. So I will continue to hold the long position with support of 177, expecting counter to head towards 185 and 192 kind of levels.
Okay, Chairman, both of you, thank you so much for taking the time out and being with us. Really, really appreciate your time. But Hiral, it's all about IT.
It's all about IT in today's session. And what's interesting is the commentary again becomes absolutely necessary, right? And that's a sector which you should be looking at because, one, the expectation is that it will remain subdued. Revenue growth is projected at around 2 to 3% quarter on quarter overall. And this is because the industry is continuing to face challenges from higher H-1B visa fees and lingering Trump-era tariffs. Now, Jasmeet is here first up to tell us more as to what he is picking up so far, in terms of the expectation, though today the sector is seeing some bit of buying interest. Jasmeet, over to you.
Well, right, yes, thank you for that. So here's the IT preview for the Q2 going forward. Now the key trends which we see in this particular quarter would be that demand weakness still persists in the Q2 as we have seen in the Q1. While if you look at the other aspect, that's the overall macro situation has not worsened compared to Q1, it has stabilized. Now in terms of the Accenture Crossit, what we see is the BFSI segment has seen a positive momentum. So that's something to watch out for in this particular quarter. Now in terms of the rupee weakness, which will be acting as a tailwind for this quarter as well. While now the focus mainly would be to understand more of the client deals and also to check out how the H-1B visa is panning out for the companies and also the AI deal ramp-ups, how it turns out for the companies going forward. Now in terms of the tier 1 companies, what we see that the TCS is having a flat growth in terms of EBIT, while on the other hand the revenue growth is expected at 2.8%, while the growth in the top tier is led by Infosys at nearly 4%. In terms of the EBIT growth is led by Tech Mahindra at 10%, but that's something to watch out for. Now if you look at the key things, what we will be looking at in terms of the result would be the update on the BSNL deal for TCS, the second part update for it, and also the hiring comments made by the company. Now if you look at the other aspects, it's unlikely to see any guidance change for Infosys and HCL Tech in this particular quarter, while also the guidance from the Wipro is something to watch out for the Q3 going forward. Now in terms of Tech Mahindra, the margin expansion plan as the company plans to reach a 15% margin by FY27 is something to watch out for. Now in terms of tier 2 companies, what we see is that the growth is led by Coforge at 35% in terms of the EBIT growth on QOQ basis. Well, in terms of revenue, we see that the growth is again led by Coforge at 9%, followed by LTI Mindtree at 4%. Now what do we expect from the overall mid-cap segment is for the Coforge, we see that the margin is starting to kick in from the Sabre deal ramp up. That's something to watch out for. While in terms of brokerages, they expect that KPIT to have a flattish quarter and to see a margin impact given the pause of the auto industries globally on the back of the tariff. While we also see the emphasis to have a margin impact given the deal ramp up to happen in this particular quarter, given the deals were won back in FY25. Now we also see that the brokerages expect Persistent to see a growth driven by BFSI and high-tech vertical going forward. So this is the overall picture of what we are expecting from the Q2 preview for IT.
Thank you so much, Jasmeet, for that. In fact, let's get in Kavaljit Saluja, Senior ED and Head of Research at Kotak Institutional Equities as well. Kavaljit, welcome to the show and a pleasure to speak to you as always. Your initial expectations, taking the headwinds into consideration right now, because in the first quarter itself, you know, the major ones did refrain from giving a guidance. So yes, commentary does become crucial, but a lot of developments that have happened between the first quarter and the second quarter to actually think about what FY26 could look like. Your initial expectations for the second quarter for the sector as a whole?
Second quarter, I think all companies are going to report a positive sequential growth. When I say all companies, essentially IT services companies, I'm excluding ER&D from the list. What has happened in the quarter is that the intra-quarter deterioration has stopped, which has been the trend in the June and the March quarter as such. So demand in a way is stabilizing. However, it's also a reality that the growth rate for the industry is well below the normalized trend rate. It's in that 3 to 4% range. And FY26 is going to be impacted at a yearly level because of tariff wars and captive shift, as well as Gen AI deflation. What will be important is that what happens in FY27 and the growth acceleration in FY27. I think companies will not talk about it because it's too early. I think the budgets get finalized by the month of December. So I guess when you do the preview for the next quarter, that's where you basically have a better sense of growth acceleration in FY27. But for now, the good news is that demand seems to be stabilizing overall.
Kavaljit, good morning, Neeraj here. I just wonder, this whole piece of obituaries being written around what could happen over the slightly medium term because of multiple factors. And there are a couple of notes which are saying that this quarter could show some signs of that pressure coming in as well. Are you in the same camp that believes that there could be margin pressure and continuous revenue erosion pressures foreseen, or do you reckon that this quarter and the commentary that might come in the quarter might actually bring in some positives as well?
I guess my assumption is when you talk about obituary being written, it's purely from the perspective of AI deflation for the IT industry. Is that right? Is that what you're referring to?
Please, I would want to hear that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So look, I think on AI we have written enough reports. We published a long form piece in 2023 in which we called out that the industry will face a deflation of 2 to 3% on growth rate during the transition phase of AI adoption. And we published another report just a month back in which just reiterated our initial view. Our view is that there's a transition phase of 3 years starting FY26 in which the industry growth rate impact would be 2.5% because of AI shift, because of AI adoption as such. The impact will be felt more by the incumbents rather than the challengers. Challengers can use actually AI as an opportunity to break into the key strongholds of large companies and then establish scale as such. So let's say if your normalized growth rate assumption for the industry before AI was around 6, 7%, 8%, then you'll knock down your growth assumptions by 2.5%. Specifically for the quarter, yes, AI will be an area of focus, as such. People are going to want to know, people would want to know the progress on AI adoption by enterprises, the progress on agentic AI systems, and the kind of potential deflationary impact as well on the business. But I think if you take a medium-term view, I think some of those obituaries are premature. There is going to be an impact, but the growth will continue for the sector.
Kavaljit, hi, Tamanna here. What to your mind is going to be one or two of the key things that you will be watching out for from this season and when there's earnings being reported? Is H1B impact figuring anywhere on that list, or is it largely going to be AI adoption and what they're saying about the business sentiment? What are you going to be looking out for?
It's all of those things, fortunately or unfortunately. I think the focus, first and foremost, is going to be on growth acceleration. Now, as you look at things right now, there are three levels of impact which the services companies are facing. The first impact is macro headwind, which is 250 to 300 basis points of impact on growth rate in our view. 100 to 150 basis points is coming from shift of work to captive centers. And now 100 to 150 basis points is because of AI deflation. Essentially, now because the growth rate is weak, there are narratives that are getting formed, which are to the extremes. So when basically from the earnings call, what people would focus on is essentially that are there any early signs of stabilization in macro? Because if that stabilizes, automatically you have some uptick in growth rate. The second part is on H1B. Now, I'm not too worried on H1B from the vantage point of the dependence of IT services companies on H1B. I think the dependence is around, let's say, for these companies, the dependence would be anywhere from 20 to 30% of their US headcount. Collectively, I think the top 10 IT services companies would have less than 50,000 or maybe just between 50 to 60,000 people on H1B visas as such. And I think that impact, even if there is no visas in future, that impact can be managed. The only thing one needs to watch for is the inflationary aspect in US. That let's say if H1B workers are not available.
Kawaljeet, just to get this in a sort of a quick take. Who do you think are going to be the winners of this season? What would be your favorites in a pecking order from the top four?
The winners in the quarter, the companies that are going to report a good quarter are Infosys, strong fast growth, and Tech Mahindra from a margin standpoint. Companies which have a weak quarter are TCS and Wipro.
Thank you for that. That's very well put. Kawaljeet Saluja there. It's very clear. Infosys, Tech M on the winners side of it as far as he is concerned. All right, let's talk about our special focus this morning on what's happening with Mumbai's mega facelift, and December will mark a new chapter, of course, with Mumbai Skies. Prime Minister will be inaugurating the Navi Mumbai International Airport today, and Puneet is on location. Puneet, from covering the auto sector to now covering what's going to be happening in the skies, all the way to, how much time did it take you to get to this spot close to the airport? I want to start with that.
Well, finding this exact spot was just a bit, slightly difficult to say the least. But travel from, from the inner parts of Bombay till Navi Mumbai has been actually quite smooth, and that's led because of the Atal Setu that was inaugurated a few months ago. That's made travel very easy as well as very scenic to say the least as well. But the Navi Mumbai International Airport is going to be one of the pivotal ones to say the least, and one of the key aspects from this is the scale of it. It's going to have roughly 90 million passengers that will be benefited once it's coming at full scale. The phase 1, which will be inaugurated today, will have roughly 20 million passengers already. That's already 40% of Mumbai's capacity, and at 90 million passengers compared to the current capacity in Mumbai, that's going to be 80% higher. So it is an airport for the future, and that is clearly visible as of now. In the phase 1, there's roughly about 20,000 crores that's been invested in this particular project, and apart from the direct benefits in terms of the higher passenger load which will be shared now amongst these couple of airports, the other aspect is the multiple sectors that get positively benefited because of this. You have logistics, which will get a huge boost because of the cargo capacity here. It's almost 3.2 million metric tons once it comes at full capacity, and that's almost 5 times what is the current airport in Mumbai is servicing. So you have sectors like logistics that will get a huge benefit. Another one that will get a huge benefit is real estate. Around places, and I've been asking people around of prices in Ulve as well as Panvel, that's already gotten a boost and will get a further one as well. And finally, in terms of what could it mean for Mumbai essentially at this point of time, I've mentioned that Atal Setu has been one of the key aspects to get here. They also have another station at Talghar coming in, which will be dedicated for this particular airport itself. So, the ease for Mumbaikars to get here is going to be very, very accessible in terms of airport. And in terms of passengers, it will help the airlines have more routes in the international markets, but that's coming in from the Navi Mumbai International Airport live. Scale is what I can tell you right now.
Okay. All right. You know, the airport silhouette is looking really nice behind you, Puneet. And I know because there's tight security there this morning, you had to come a little further down and you just managed to do this report before you'll have to move out. But thank you so much for that. Looks good. And the fact that there is such good connectivity has also helped. Talking about connectivity, Mumbai's underground metro is all set to go fully operational as well. That is going to be inaugurated by the Prime Minister. That's the third and final phase. NDTV's Abhishek has this report.
Mumbai's underground metro will be made completely operational after the inauguration of the final phase, that is the third phase, by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And that phase is from Kaf Parade to Acharya Atre Chowk, Worli. And we are standing at one of the important stations, Kalba Devi, of that phase. And let me show you around. This is the Kalba Devi metro station. And this important underground metro line was inaugurated in phases. First two phases have already been operational, right from RA, JVLR to BKC, that was the first phase, and from BKC to Acharya Atre Chowk, that is Worli Naka, is the second phase. And now Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating the third and the final phase from Acharya Atre Chowk to Kaf Parade, and the more than 30-kilometer underground metro line will be made operational. You know, this is an important development as far as the seamless connectivity for Mumbai is concerned, and more importantly, the way it has been planned and executed, it will be giving last mile connectivity to Mumbaikars, because it is connected to nearby railway station, airport, best route buses that will land Mumbaikars to their houses at end, giving it a last mile connectivity. And more importantly, 38,000 crores have been spent to the entire project. More important to note that this will help connect South Mumbai to North Mumbai, South Mumbai to MMR region, and most importantly, government offices, Mantralay and Vidhan Bhavan, Bombay High Court, RBI are the important government institutions in the South Mumbai, where will be connected to North Mumbai and MMR region accordingly. And what we understand is that since its operation, minimum cost of the ticket is being kept at 10, and maximum, what we understand, is likely to be 70 or 80 rupees, which is yet to be made official. But more importantly, this over 30-kilometer underground metro line, which will be made operational from end to end, that is Kaf Parade to RA JVLR, will be definitely helping the Mumbaikars to avoid traffic congestion, and definitely it's a good news for Mumbaikars who are traveling from North Mumbai to South Mumbai.
Oh, certainly. And the public transportation in Mumbai is about to get a major digital upgrade. Prime Minister Modi is set to launch the Mumbai One integrated mobility app, which aims to bring together 11 public transport operators under a single platform. With this app, commuters can buy one digital ticket for their entire journey. To tell us more about how this could change the way Mumbaikars travel, let's go across to Rishabh Bhatnagar, who is tracking this closely. Rishabh.
Right. What this is essentially an integrated mobility app that is being launched by the Prime Minister today. This is called Mumbai One. And what this essentially does is that this puts Mumbai in the league of the very top world cities that you have. The likes of New York, London, Tokyo, all of them boast of an integrated mobility system, which essentially means that if you want to go from point A to point B, and it involves commute across suburban rails, it involves a metro route as well as a bus ticket. All of that can be booked from a single app instead of having to pay constantly and book different routes, which will also causes a lot of confusion for commuters because these cities can be very hard to navigate. So what this essentially does is that it puts Mumbai right among the top leagues of global cities that are essentially made for global citizens. Anyone can easily navigate a certain city with the help of such apps. A little bit on the features that this offers is, of course, that it offers real-time updates on any sort of delays, arrivals, as well as other schedules. There is, and of course, a safety feature built onto it as well for any sort of emergency and assistance that is required for commuters. You also have map-based information for stations, for attractions. So this is very tourist-friendly in that sense also. What we also tried to do was we tried downloading the app, but we could not find it on the Play Store as of now. It is yet to be launched, and we will see that happening later today by the Prime Minister. And this is something that we will look forward to and see what sort of uptake this has.
Rishabh, next time you come to Mumbai, you can download that app. It will be ready then. I think this is pretty cool, guys. And all three things that we have talked about today, of course, we're going to be focusing on the Mumbai airport and its impact on infrastructure, but the fact that it's a connectivity push overall from the Prime Minister today. So you connect internationally. You want to make Navi Mumbai International Airport on par with Heathrow or Dubai as a hub for the region. The cargo vision is actually much bigger. You are easing up traffic within the city, and this One Mobility app, One Mumbai, is actually pretty cool because you buy one ticket and then you can go on all sorts of transport. It's about time we have something like that in a city of this nature.
Yeah. Seen this so many times across the world, right?
Yeah.
Always wondered when. FOMO laga, exactly. Now that is going away.
Yeah. Okay, let's start the conversation with a focus on the infra push for the airport and what that means. Mark T. Martin with us. He's CEO of Martin Consulting and Aviation Safety. We're speaking with Ghulam Zia this morning, Senior Executive Director at Knight Frank India. Mayur Shah, the MD of Marathon NextGen, also joining in. Welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for speaking with us. Mark, just put into context the importance of this hub, the Navi Mumbai International Airport, because it's clearly more than just one more facility for passengers who want to fly out of Mumbai.
Hi, Tamanna. Good morning. Thanks for having me. And I think smart move by sending over an automotive guy to cover the event there in Navi Mumbai. I think that's the whole thing, transport and logistics, because you got to have, you must have connectivity and strong connectivity with Mumbai. When I talk about Mumbai, we're talking about the city and the towns and the region which is near CSIA. Chhatrapati Shivaji has always been an airport that's been a go-to airport. Indians and Mumbaikars, this is a Mumbaikar moment. So congratulations, Mumbai. This is for you. This is for all your hard work, this airport. But the thing is, you need to create outstanding connectivity between these two to make a hub. Now, I know you mentioned Dubai before, and that's a very valid point, Tamanna, because what we also need is a rail network or an interconnectivity network or a metro network or a high-speed rail between Chhatrapati Shivaji as well as Navi Mumbai. Because if you want both airports to work together cohesively, you need to have interconnectivity and you got to have infrastructure, multimodal support. The second point I want to mention here is Navi Mumbai Airport. The concept of Navi Mumbai started in 1996. So it's 30 years on that we finally see a Navi Mumbai Airport today. 30 years later, okay? This airport should have been up and running in 2025, 2000, 2001, maybe 2005, but it never happened, okay? So this is dreams being actualized, great step. However, I want to point out a few cautions. Mumbai has always, CSIA has always been the go-to airport. Now, who decides which airline goes to Mumbai, which airline stays in CSIA? Because that's going to create a tremendous amount of stress for Mumbaikars in particular, because let's be honest, if it takes you almost 1 hour, 45 minutes to get to the airport and then a 2-hour check-in and then your flight, you're spending almost 5 hours in transit. Sure. Now, I think the objective now is to reduce that transit time. Now, I know the Atal Setu bridge has done an outstanding job by bridging the gap, but it's really not much, guys. I think infrastructure has to be the big push. While we're at it, we've already done a whole lot of stuff. We've taken steps.
Sure.
It's just that last mile bit which has to be built. Now, I'll caution everybody, it's not going to happen overnight.
Yep.
There's no magic wand to this. It's starting with 20 million passengers. That's fine.
Sure,
That'll ease some stress from Bombay, but it's not enough, guys.
Yeah, no, fair point. It's not enough, but it's a starting point. Gulam Zia, things start at a particular point and then take shape, while Rome wasn't built in a day. So are you hopeful that this airport plus metro line plus the app plus other things, but predominantly the airport is what I'm talking about, because that's the landmark infra project has come after so many years. Do you think this airport and the connectivity that will accompany the airport over a period of the next few years helps improve experience and infrastructure in Mumbai?
Absolutely, most certainly. What we are talking about is a new lease of life to this city, which was moribund for a long time. After a long time, like I have been 55th year in Mumbai, 35 years in this career of real estate and infrastructure. What is happening today is something which we could, at least as child or youngsters, we could never imagine. So that's the whole point. And again, today, when we're talking about last mile connectivity, we need to be a little patient. A lot of these projects are about to get ready. While I live in western suburbs, for me, to reach airport will be a constraint or will be a problem right now, because I have to still wait for the connectivity from Worli to Atal Setu get ready. But I'm very hopeful. In a year and a half, we shall see that. The elevated corridor, which was just recently launched, that will connect Thana and the central suburbs with Navi Mumbai and airport, is also on the way. So while we are right now a little skeptical about what it is, I would also want to remind people that in London these days, to reach Heathrow again takes you at least 2 hours. So why are we such a big fuss about what it is going to take today? And let's talk about future. We will be actually connecting this airport from anywhere to in the city, not more than an hour. And that task is visible. I can see it, because in last at least 10, 12 odd years, we have seen lots of infrastructure projects completing at breakneck speed. And that's the future. So as I say, this is not really something which we haven't seen or experienced. We have already seen that happening in Delhi. It's happening in Mumbai now, and already halfway done. So I have no reservation to say that this is a new golden era for Mumbai that we are entering with inauguration of this airport and the metro also you spoke about. Well, a great time for Mumbaikars to look forward to.
Give us a sense, Gulam, and let's expand this in terms of impact and importance, apart from, okay, it's easy to travel now in this city, which is also a big issue, no doubt. My question is, what is the kind of infra ripple effect that we could see when a large project like this gets on board? What is the kind of development we see in terms of housing, not just real estate, commercial as well, hubs coming up around it? So what do you envision there?
Well, there are two things, Tamanna. Envisioning is one, and what's already happening is right in front of us. I recall when the first time I saw Panvel about 30 odd years back, there was only a small ST bus stand. And around that was what was existing at that time as Panvel, old Panvel city, where real estate was priced at about 1,200 rupees a square feet. And today it is already in a few of these locations in Navi Mumbai, we already see prices touching 25 to 30,000 rupees a square feet. And that is not just price. The way the whole Navi Mumbai has already evolved, is mind-boggling. And then going forward, we are looking at the whole NMIA, Navi Mumbai International Airport, and that vicinity. The CIDCO has taken up the task to create a huge IT park and office park in the vicinity, data centers. Mumbai has a great strength because the cable landing happens in the sea, close to this place. So we shall see, and already we are watching many of these data centers springing up. So overall, there's going to be a growth in jobs, growth in housing, growth in real estate and service center. Well, CBD Belapur, where lots of government offices already exist, a lot of those SBI headquarters and SBI's regional quarters, etc. A lot of those activities are already happening for last so many years. It was the last missing piece. When you look at the airport or the other metros, etc., that are happening in Navi Mumbai, are giving a huge boost to the real estate of the city itself. And let's not forget that Panvel, Navi Mumbai, this entire area is on the way to Pune. Pune, which is the IT hub. Pune is coming closer to Mumbai. Mumbai going closer to Pune, and somewhere we're going to meet in between. So Mumbai, Pune is going to be a huge new agglomeration. So that is the future. So real estate in and around Navi Mumbai International Airport will see a huge fillip in times to come.
Well, and somebody who's got some bit of that real estate in that area, Gulam, is Marathon Next Gen. And let's get in Mayur Shah of Marathon to talk about this. Mr. Shah, when you think of all the developments in Mumbai, how much significance would this airport and the linkages have for infra developments in that region and around?
Yeah, Neeraj, in my opinion, nowhere in the world such a huge mega infra projects are going in a region of a Navi Mumbai, what we are calling Panvel and Raigad region. If you look at, huge full greenfield airport which is coming up, I would like to compare a New York and Newark, New Jersey story. Similar thing is happening in Mumbai, and Mumbai is now actually the new region of Panvel to Raigad, the whole region. We call it Mumbai 3.0 actually, because there is Mumbai, then there is a Navi Mumbai, and this is the Mumbai 3.0. We have a connectivity of a sea link, which is actually from South Mumbai to my project Marathon Next Zone is right now only 40 minutes. It is nearer than Thane from the South Mumbai. So, that has really, the sea link has changed. And now this new airport, which is we've been waiting for quite some time, is a mega project. Will almost create more than 1 lakh jobs in that region, will really drive the entire area related real estate development in a big way. That's what I am looking at. And there is one more thing which is going to be coming up, which is between the two airports, high-speed rail link, which again is going to really enhance that region's connectivity to the Mumbai and the rest of the Mumbai. That's what I feel. And I think this is the region where nowhere in the world such a large scale simultaneous infra projects are going on. And that will really give a very big boost, and it will create a lot of housing stock. Now, with the airport coming up, we have seen that even in Newark, there are a lot of office buildings, financial centers. All those things would like to come up in the Panvel, Raigad region. And really in next 10 years, we will see a huge real estate, commercial, all-round development in that region.
Very, very interesting. Navi Mumbai is something that is being waiting to actually come to bloom for, I think, at least the last 3 decades. And every time there's a new infrastructure project, the question is this the push it needs? Is this the push it needs? Fact is, Gulam Ji, it's never really taken off as it should have, or what the hope was, to be an alternative to Mumbai and decongest Mumbai. That basic thing has never happened, despite this being the idea. Do you think that happens now?
Yes, of course it happens now. It happens now because, typically when we talk about infrastructure, we have mostly, like even you talk about earlier, when we were talking about Atal Setu with so much of excitement. But Atal Setu is for the real classes. It's not for masses, because not everybody will be spending about 5 to 6 lakh a year only on the toll to pass this every day. So when we are talking about metro, when we are talking about all those mass rapid transport system coming into being, that's when a city really arrives. And that's what we see today with the Navi Mumbai metro also getting ready, the connects, etc., the high-speed rails and so on. A lot of these things which are now about to fall in place will change the face. I recall about 30, you spoke about 30 years back when the CBD was created, CBD Belapur. It was supposed to replace the BKC. But it didn't happen because there was no mass rapid transport system. Today, with all that happening, Tamanna, I'm very hopeful in next 3 to 4 years, we shall see another wave of development happening for Navi Mumbai. And what you spoke about 4.5 decades, SEDCO is struggling to make this comparable to Mumbai. Well, the time has come where it can actually stand up and say, yes, people may actually shift and mass from Mumbai to Navi Mumbai, because a lot of things, in fact, yeah, that's the point. There's a very golden region in that vicinity, Pen, Panvel, Pali, where it's a very scenic location people haven't discovered. People actually are right now buying lots and lots of plots and bungalows in that vicinity. I'm in touch with a group of pilots who are very keen to actually buy huge bungalows there, so that they're very close, about 15 minutes from the airport. Lot of things changing. We just have to wait and watch for another year and a half or two.
No, so that's interesting if that actually happens. Mark, since you've tracked this so closely, what do you think is the impact of an airport like that? Are we over-analyzing it or overestimating it? Can an airport in a region really lift the entire space?
Tamanna, I love the enthusiasm of Gulambhai and and his terrific, brilliant sales pitch. I think it pretty much outshines the whole discussion today. But I'm going to say one thing here, a very valid point you mentioned. I won't say there's a negative. I'm saying there are challenges. Now, Mumbai needed an airport 30 years ago. It's got its airport finally in 2025. The worry here is that who decides which airlines goes to Navi Mumbai? For an airport to be successful, airlines need to start flocking to that airport. Now, CIS has created such an insane landmark for Mumbai. And let's be honest, Mumbaikars are the smartest travelers in the world. They're discerning, they know what they want from travel, they know how to travel. So for any traveler in Mumbai to make this shift, to go to Navi Mumbai, one, that's good, that is a step. And secondly, how accessible are you to your market? The beauty of Navi Mumbai Airport is that, as Gulambhai mentioned, he's right. It's structured within a catchment of CBDs, of residential areas. So there is a local catchment there. 20 million passengers, no problem. But that creates, again, the objective. Is this designed to ease congestion or access Navi Mumbai and Pune to a global travel market? Remember, when you make a runway, you don't just make a runway, you make a runway to the world. You access that region to the world. Does the world really want to go to Navi Mumbai, or do they want to come back to CSIA? Now, cargo, freight forwarding, logistics, 3PL, multimodal, Navi Mumbai is outstanding because Mumbai CSIA has been an utter disaster when it came to air freight, air cargo. It takes 4 days to ship your cargo because of traffic. Navi Mumbai makes it much easier, just like what Nhava Sheva and JNPT did almost 25 years ago, right? So we have seen infrastructure steps in Maharashtra for a long time now. It started with ports, now it's moved to airports and so on with metro and everything. My bigger worry is the greater and the faster we interconnect CSIA with Navi Mumbai with the Gold Line. I think it's going to be a great step. I think it's all perfectly timed. It's in the right direction. Mumbaikars traditionally have always been impatient. They want everything now. As Indians travel, if we had our way, we want the airport right outside our front door. But guess what? It's going to be a bit of a challenge. Wait and watch. I think there's good things coming. But whatever that's coming has to be planned well now. And we're hoping that planning happens with on-time schedules, because infrastructure projects in Mumbai, as you know, is always delayed. So that's a caution.
Yeah. Well, okay. Mark is a glass half full viewer. Gulam Zia is a lot more optimistic. Mayur Shah is a lot more optimistic. Let's see how this one shapes up. But thank you so much, all of you, for joining in today and giving us your perspectives. Really appreciate your time. Take a quick break. More news on the other side. We talk about some of the buzzing stocks as well. Stay tuned.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Welcome back. I mean, there's something happening with new listings. I'm looking at Om Freight Forwarders. It's down 40%, 39%. That, I mean, it's a small listing size, under 200 crores. But my heart is going out to people who have invested in these IPOs. IPOs, guys, please tread with caution. Not everything is going to work. 40% drubbing on a listing price is terrible. Advanced Agro Life has, got at least 12% up versus the issue price. It was 100 rupees issue price, listed at 113 on the BSE, 114 rupees on the NSE. Painful situation.
Yeah. Thankfully, the one that has gotten listed at a discount didn't have too heavy a subscription, one or two times. Yet got subscribed, but still.
Money has gone.
Of course, I'm just saying relative to the 60 times subscription that the other one had. So I'm glad that that is listed at a premium.
Yeah.
By the way, incidentally, yesterday's IPO Glottis, you might see a 2.5% uptick today, but it's still down about 30% from the listing issue price.
Listing price, yeah. I mean,
issue price, yeah.
When things like this happen, then that whole debate starts about what are merchant bankers doing, how are some of these, you should compare to listing price actually. It's 3% up compared to its closing yesterday, but the listing price was steep. All of that conversation starts, but tread with caution. It's your money, so look at what IPO you're putting it in and what you're putting it in. If you're convinced, then don't bother about the listing day at all. Then you wait and wait for your value. All right, we're talking about Titan. Titan clear winner today and has just been shining through nearly 4.5% up. My God, 140 rupees up since this morning. So here's what's happened. Their business updates have been much better than expected. I'm going to go across to Mahima actually very quickly to talk about what has worked for Titan.
Right, so Tamanna, as you rightly mentioned, the business update has come in much better than what the street was expecting. The jewelry growth was expected to be around 12 to 15%, which has come in at a 19%. Overall domestic growth also strong at that 18% mark. Margins have two sides here. Because of studded mix going up, margins could see an improvement, but overall to push that studded mix, on a higher end, they've put in a lot of money in marketing spends. So that will be a wait and watch once the results come as to how margins will fare for the counter. But overall, even total store addition stands at 55. Tanishq and Mia has seen a good store growth, which was on a surprising end. International business has also seen a good growth of 86%, both in US as well as the entire the Arab area. Now, in terms of jewelry, of course, surge in gold prices has, seen a substantial uptick in the ticket prices of the entire jewelry segment. Studded mix has seen a good growth in terms of mid-teens for both Tanishq and Mia, and like-for-like growth has been in double digits. So that's up, on a very positive side. In terms of watches, that's grown around 12%. Overall, Titan brand itself has seen a good double-digit growth. Eye care has seen a good growth of around 9%, and analog watches has seen a double-digit growth. Lastly, in terms of where emerging business stands, though a small part of business now, but growing at a very fast pace. Emerging business overall has seen a good growth of 37%, in which categories like fragrances has seen a good growth of 48%, women's bag 90%, and Taneira a 13% growth. Brokerages have also remained positive on the back of this, and have said that early festive push has actually led to this good growth in Q2.
Okay, well, big bump up, 4.5%. JP Morgan says the period of underperformance will reverse. It's showing signs of that. Let's see if this lasts. The railway pack is in focus as well on the back of a cabinet nod to 4 projects worth 24,000 crores. The projects will cover 18 districts in 4 states. Anushi Johnson with more details on these. Anushi.
Hi, good morning, Neeraj. So, as you mentioned, it's a big project node that we are looking at for the railway sector. 24,000 crore is the size that we are seeing. And this pertains to, a couple of areas that we are looking at: Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat and Chhattisgarh as well. Now, this particular project will cover around 18 district areas and would expand the existing Indian Railways network by around 894 kilometers is what we are looking at. Of course, it will also enhance connectivity for 3,600 villages. So, it's a very big step taken from the government side, considering that we have seen a consumption push as well. So with now the railways also standing as a beneficiary is a positive that we are looking at. A couple of stocks in focus on the back of this update. We have RVNL, of course, right at the top. Railtel Corp for building that network connectivity over there. Ircon International, Jupiter Wagon, Titagarh Rail, as a couple of other counters that you should be watching out for, along with the likes of GR Infra Projects as well as Rides. If we look at the recent times also, there has been another big update wherein the cabinet had given a nod to a 30,000 crore of a project before as well, and this is to build railway lines near the India-China border. So we are seeing good set of updates now coming back to the railway space, and this is something that we should continue to track.
Definitely. Nothing much happening for those rail stocks right now, but it's an important development. Well, we're tracking a lot this morning. You're seeing live visuals on the side of your screen from the India Mobile Congress in Delhi. Meanwhile, action continues at the Global FinTech Fest. On the second day. It's a 3-day celebration of big ideas, global partnerships, over 1 lakh visitors, 7,500 companies, 850 speakers. And of course, one of the speakers is going to be the UK Prime Minister, who's arrived in Mumbai this morning as well, with a delegation that is 125 member strong delegation, including a lot of business leaders. But let me go across to our team that is covering the Global FinTech Fest, Vishwanath, Agni, Rishabh. What's on the agenda today? A lot of big names to cover.
Yeah, usually the second day of the festival is considered to be a sort of a chill day, because the first and the third day have power-packed speakers, but not this year. This year, everybody is everywhere. So for the day today, you're expecting major regulators, major senior ministers from the government, all of them speaking on this entire issue on the Global FinTech Fest. I'll pass it on to Agni and Rishabh to try and explain to us who exactly is speaking. Agni, who are you tracking today?
Right, so regulators, like you said, major regulators here in place. So first of all, you've got all your usual suspects. There's RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra speaking. There's SEBI Chairperson Tuhin Kanta Pandey speaking. And we'll bring you all updates from those keynote addresses. Other than that, Nandan Nilekani is someone who we are tracking closely at this event. A lot of big names also lined up. We'll keep bringing you interactions from them. But that's not all. There's something happening on the ministerial front as well. Government speakers out there. Rishabh, can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so a bunch of very exciting speakers coming in. You have the Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal. Roughly around 1 p.m. is when we can expect him. You have Meti Ashwini Vaishnav coming in also today. Very interestingly, there's also a stall set up by the Statistics Ministry here, and the Secretary will be also joining us today. So those are some of the key government voices, and of course you have the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister's office, Shakti Kanta Das, also speaking. So those are the 4 key policy-related individuals that we're tracking today.
All right, so that's the agenda for the day. Again, power pack day. Let's see what actually happens later tonight, and if we get anything that is more than just the regular fintechs are great. That's something we'll watch out for.
Absolutely, yeah.
Certainly. Well, we've been loving seeing your updates, guys, all of you. And thank you so much for getting them for us and viewers on our social media handles, on the channel. You can see reels, you can see stories, everything related to the Global FinTech Fest. Remember, as we said yesterday, it's the biggest live FinTech festival anywhere in the world. And we are right there covering it with our entire entourage, so to say. Sanjay Parekh, founder and CEO of Soham Asset Managers, whose office is very close by the way, to the Global FinTech Fest, joins us right now on the show. Sanjay, do you go to this fest or no?
No, I mean, markets don't allow that to go. We need to be there when the election is. So this time I accepted.
Okay, maybe we have a bit of an audio issue. Maybe we should just try and correct that a little bit. So while we just get in Sanjay's audio fix, let me just mark the markets, because remember, the markets and gold prices, all of them are doing well. Maybe the markets have cooled off a little bit from the high point of the day, but still doing well. Parallelly, gold in dollar terms and maybe the rupee terms as well has really shot up too. So lots happening when it comes to the investing landscape for sure. Now within that, today, banks are actually a bit soft. It is Nifty IT that is really packing the punch. Some serious moves there, 1.5% ahead of the earnings season starting tomorrow with the TCS numbers. Okay, I'm told that Sanjay Parekh is back. Sanjay, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I can hear you much better too. Okay, Sanjay, so thanks for joining in. We've had a bit of an intermittent rally the last 4 or 5 days, and that's a bit of a relief after the drag over the preceding couple of weeks. Yesterday was probably the first day of some serious FI buying as well. How do you see the telltale signs? Are you constructive from the current levels? Are you sitting more cash than usual or less? Are you more large caps than usual or less? Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, so Neeraj, good morning. Tamanna, good morning. So essentially, we have an earnings season which is going to be weak. This is for Nifty, as we see. Earnings could be like 7-8% growth for earnings. And then, of course, we had Q1 also weak. Last year also, third and fourth quarter were weak. Going ahead, very likely, and we also strongly believe that we are nearing the bottom of the earnings growth cycle. So Q3 onwards, we will see benefits of, the GST advantage. The base effect will kick in. And of course, the earlier advantage of, the income tax benefits. Also, the overall, in terms of the RBI, which has reduced the interest rates, will also fill up on demand. So we believe that Q3 onwards, things should look better, and Q4 certainly should be good. Having said that, this will be a year of low earnings growth. Let's say broadly, it will be 1100 this year. Then by Jan, Feb, March, markets will look at 26, 27, 27, 28. Broadly, the earnings are 1300 for next year on a low base, and then 1450 for 27, 28. So if from there, take an 18-month view, and we take India at 20 times, we're talking of 29,000 over 16 to 18 months. So we believe that, we are looking towards 16 to 18% return in 16 to 18 months, with some risk of time correction and price correction. And this has been our stand, and broadly it has worked.
Sanjay, a very good morning to you, and good idea not to get out of your office and venture into BKC this morning, as all of that traffic builds up more than anything else. I'm just wondering if you're feeling positive about IT right now. Of course, the big numbers start rolling on tomorrow morning. There has been so much negative news coming in, India-US relations, H1B, AI, etc., etc. What is this silver lining that the market is seeing, and are you seeing that silver lining as well?
So now we have been underweight for 3 years now, and today also we are underweight, and we believe there are definitely a lot of headwinds. Before all these issues around H1B, also the earnings growth was expected at 6-7% best case. Now we're seeing that more than the H1B, which is on incremental visas, clearly directionally there can be headwinds from the US administration, and we can't ignore that. So there can be further measures, there could be some cost pressures, some contracting costs that can go up. And, AI clearly is a threat. So AI is one where we think that more than the cost advantage, the contraction in revenues in certain segments will be there. So we believe that, we will remain underweight. We continue to look at select stocks who are well poised in the AI space. But overall, I think, growth will be muted. So we think that there can be rallies in the interim, which we have seen earlier also. But we don't see any structurally growth coming back.
When you say rallies in the interim, where is that focused? I mean, the consensus topic seems to be Infosys at the end of the day. Is that in the direction that you're heading in as well? Or will you continue to be largely underweight?
So the underweight has worked for us, but we do keep an eye. The Nifty is a benchmark, so we couldn't have been zero. So in terms of stock selection, we used to own Coforge and Persistence. Right now, we don't own it. At a price, they are well poised, but not at the current price. So we have Infosys for now, and overall we have underweight stand, which we are okay to. I mean, as I said, it's broadly worked over 3 years. In the interim, it has given some pain, which is fine. But we really feel that structurally growth is going to be muted, given the headwinds in the sector.
Wow. Okay. Sanjay, so if you are, 72 odd % large caps, and that is the safety of your portfolio, where is it that you're playing for alpha? I'm guessing that's the broader end of the spectrum. What within that bucket?
Yeah, so Neeraj, we have done some analysis that even in larger caps, the divergence in returns are very, very high. So last 1 year on September, the returns of Nifty is -5% on 1 year. But the top 10 average has done 25% plus. The bottom 10 has done -22%. And I'm talking of not one stock, 10 average of the top 10, below 10. And same on 3 and 5 years. So we strongly believe that we would always have Nifty companies more like 15 to 20 names. We would avoid 30 names. So we believe that to get the right stock selection, even within Nifty, and to get that alpha from large cap is our first major objective. Middle small cap, we would, what we call as we play a loose ball. That, we're not under any pressure to buy at any price. We would look for those weak value stocks in middle small cap. Ideally, they should double in 3 to 4 years. And if we get those, we would have a measured bet, which is more like 2 to 3%. We have an upper cap of 3% in middle small cap to manage the risk. So that's our strategy. Our guard style has worked us. Our price earning of the portfolio is 13.5 times on 27 versus 18, 19 times for Nifty. Our ROE is higher, our growth is higher. So it's worked for us in terms of performance also, and we will continue with this style.
The other interesting part is that if you just look at the point of where some of the large caps have also given returns, but the valuations might be comforting. Oil marketing companies, Sanjay, for example, I mean, a 3-year, 5-year, 10-year CAGR number versus a Nifty total return index would show that they've actually given very good returns as well. I believe the last time that we spoke that you were constructive this bucket. Are you still constructive? Because oil seems to be structurally on a downtrend.
Yeah, I mean, so, we did some work and I sent you that as well, perception versus reality. So on 5-year, 10-year, 15-year, 20-year, HPCL and BPCL have outperformed Nifty and Nifty by a mile, Nifty TRI. So on a 20-year basis, Nifty TRI has done 1100%. HPCL, BPCL have done 1900%, including dividends. So with all the uncertainty, these are the returns. Now, the other major event was, of course, there are government interventions, which was a concern, which is a valid concern. But recent visit of the oil minister and the secretary oil gas, they clearly explained that how they are moving ahead and trying to make it better. Kerosene is totally deregulated. LPG with a lag, they do give the under recoveries they give, not 100%, but 80-90%. GLMs are a factor of market demand supply. But petrol, diesel, they've actually allowed companies to make good money to compensate a little bit for the GRMs being lower at times and also LPG losses, which are coming with a lag. But I think overall they are moving ahead. You can't expect them to totally deregulate. But I think the risk return is favorable. So we own HPCL in our portfolio, and we like from a risk return perspective.
Sanjay, I know this is the worst question for as successful a money manager as you are, but I think in larger public interest, we should talk a bit about this. What's happening with this IPO rush? The amount of duds we're seeing on listing day, a number of IPOs which are below listing price or issue price, is a red letter warning to you? Do you think that this is a lesson for investors? Because a lot of investors still flock to IPOs. You see that in your subscription numbers. Some of the big ones which are available right now, because they're marquee names as well. How are you looking at it?
Yeah, it's a valid concern. One is, we see flows from the mutual fund side is buoyant. FIIs have been consistent sellers. But the supply of papers from promoters, QIP, IPOs are pretty large. So that certainly, and if the overvaluation is high, so we clearly would want to be very, very selective. Where we think there is price value gap, we always compare with the existing listed ownership of holdings that we have. And in certain cases, the larger caps are available at such reasonable valuation. Why would I want to go in a middle small cap? And you no compulsion, to buy them. So we have avoided a lot of them. Very, very selectively we participated. But you're right, the pricing and the valuations have to come off for the new IPOs ahead for sure, looking at some of these listings.
So what are this, if you can share or just give us some direction on what are the ones where you see that there is value, anything which is, buzzing right now? There's WeWork, LG, Tata Capital, the big ones which are on right now, apart of course from the whole array of SME ones.
No, so LG for sure, is an opportunity. We are exploring it. We are also studying it, but it looks to be at a reasonable price. Given the positioning, the dominance, the return ratios are very, very good. And that with growth, the valuations are looking optically rich, but there could be a very clear opportunity. So we are going to study deep and maybe on listing consider at a price to be bought. So on the rest, Tata Capital, I still have to study deeply. I mean, broadly, I tell you, financials, we have a lot of choice. Right, I have to keep telling internally also from 0.7 times to 2.5 times. Whatever you like, you have the entire basket of stocks. So with that caveat, we'll always compare with existing investing stocks that we are liking and then review that as well.
Okay, so there has to be some kind of opportunity there rather than just look at the IPO for what it is. Fair enough. And maybe that's why LG has this kind of an excitement about it, because it's giving you that access. All right, thank you so much, Sanjay, for speaking with us today. That was Sanjay Parekh of Soham Assets with a very clear view of what he's seeing in the markets. And I like that clarity of thought that came in. Underweight IT, apart from whatever the Nifty exposure is, and quite positive on banks.
Yep, banks and select pockets at the broader end of the spectrum completely. But we are out of time on this leg of India Market Open. So from Tamanna and me and the team that put this show together, thanks so much for watching. We lead the Nifty in reasonably good fettle. If you have questions, Ask Profit is the show to ask them. Coming up next.
में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सार्थक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सार्थक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सार्थक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सार्थक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, द बेस्ट ऐप टू यूज इज द एनडीटीवी ऐप।
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सार्थक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सार्थक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
जिसके हम ना हो जान रहे दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use.
watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. I am Mahima Vashajani and with me is Anushi Vakharia. Anushi, a very good morning to you. Well, in terms of where the markets are concerned, we saw a good 3-day rally. Yesterday also in the first half, things were looking very nice, but then expiry played its role and we saw a kind of downtick in the benchmark indices. And today also we are not doing much in terms of where the benchmarks are concerned. The Nifty 50 is almost flat, trading around 0.04% higher. But some specific names on the Nifty 50 doing fairly very well, and one of them is Titan on the back of its Q2 business update, where the expectation was a growth of around 12 to 15% in jewelry, but that has come in at 19 to 20 odd percent, and that is something that the street is enthused with, and that's why we're seeing the 4% uptick in Titan. In fact, this is the counter that's probably keeping the Nifty in check. Some IT names also fairly doing well: Infosys, TCS, Tech Mahindra on that Nifty 50 heat map. Some counters like Hindalco, Bharti Airtel, as well as Shriram Finance also in the green and seeing gains of about 1 odd percent each. But some counters that are under pressure: Bajaj Auto down by about 1 odd percent, Nestle, Powergrid, Tata Motors, some auto names not doing very well, down by about 1 odd percent. Consumption names like Nestle and HUL also seeing a bit of a pressure. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map and see as to how sectors are doing right now in terms of where it's almost red across the board. It's the Nifty IT ahead of earnings today again in the green. Some profit booking was seen yesterday, but today up 1.3%. Consumer durables, Nifty metals doing fairly well. But in terms of where the pressure continues is you have your Nifty Realty, Nifty FMCG, Nifty Auto and Nifty Media all seeing downtick. Both Nifty Realty as well as the Nifty FMCG down by about 1 odd percent each. Nifty FMCG down by about 0.7 odd percent. Let's quickly try to pull up the advanced decline ratio, because that will tell us a picture as to how the broader markets are doing. In terms of where the entire chart is concerned, it's now diverged in fact. We started in the green with more advances, but now we have around 1200 odd declines versus that of almost 1150 odd advances. So almost even Stevens right now with regards to where the entire broader end of spectrum is concerned. But broader markets continue to be under pressure, and that's that's indicative of what's happening in the advanced decline ratio as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We are not looking at such a great day for the broader markets. In fact, mid cap 150 and small cap 250, what we are looking at is cuts of around 0.2% or odd. So underperforming the broader benchmark indices is what we are seeing. Now, in terms of, BSE 500 also, if you pull that up, we can see some stock specific action taking place over here. ITI, Rosary Biotech, in fact, Sonata Software, they're up around 6-7% each, while what's under pressure is something like a KICOL. Now, it's a second day wherein we are seeing KICOL with cuts of around 10% or now 5% as well. RH Magnesia, which was up around 12% in trade yesterday, is now down about 3% as well. Poonawalla FinCorp and NLC are some other counters that we are seeing pressure. But that's in terms of the broader markets that we are looking at, Mahima. That's the story, in fact,
Absolutely, and very stock specific market is what we are seeing right now. But with that, let's also welcome in our guest for the day, Rajesh Palavia, SVP Tech Derivatives Research at Axis Securities, and Rajesh Agrawal, Head of Research at AM Capital, joining us now. Both Rajeshes, a very good morning to both of you, and welcome to the show. I'll start with the first question, which is from Uma, who is writing us from Bengaluru and asking about Hudco. She's bought around 400 odd shares, bought at the levels of 222, wants to know the target for the next 1 year. She says that it's like a seasonal move and wants to know the technical aspects with regards to this. Rajesh Pallavi, I'll come to you on this one. Your view with regards to where charts are concerned for Hudco.
Good morning, Mahima. Morning, everyone. So looking at the structure for Hudco, stock is now negotiating with its falling trend line on the monthly chart. So any breakout about 235 can take this stock further higher, and possible target towards 245 to 250 we could see in the near term to short term perspective. We have already seen, time as well as price correction in this counter, and since last 5-6 months, the stock is consolidating in narrow range. So 235 is a very important level on the near-term perspective. So that breakout can take stock further higher. At this juncture, I would suggest to keep stop loss towards 215 to hold the position, and possibly stock may extend its gain in the near-term to short-term perspective.
Okay, so that's the view for Hudco. But with that, let's go to the first caller of the day. Chinmay is calling us from Odisha. Hi, Chinmay. How can we help you today?
Ma'am, I am talking on a Bombay Dime stock. I have stocks of 182 shares at a price of 181.
Right.
So like I want to know about like I'm wanted to holding the share for nearly 1 year. Like I'm planning of 1.5 years. So like what would be the price and like target price?
Okay, and you want to understand, you want to continue to hold it for a longer period, or you're looking for a short-term outlook on this one now?
What about like the market and all? Like up to what time I can hold? Like should be the target price?
Okay. Okay, fair. Let me go across to Mr. Palvia for this one. Bombay Dyeing, he's holding the shares at levels of 181, wants to understand whether he should continue to hold at the current levels. What's your outlook on this particular counter?
So since last couple of week, stock is consolidating in very tight range. On the higher side, the major resistance and supply zone, which is placed at around 190.95 zone. So multiple time we have seen that stock has witnessed supply pressure around those levels. So if stocks has to move beyond that level, I think some more consolidation we may see in the near term to short term perspective. But any breakout above 195 can take this stock higher towards 240 also. So if his horizon is little longer, 1 year, 6 month to 1 year perspective, I think he may hold on the position. On the downside, 155 needs to keep as a stop loss. Any breakdown below 155 may change the behavior of the stock, and maybe we could see more profit taking. So 155 needs to keep as a stop loss.
Right, okay. So that's with regards to where Bombay Dyeing is concerned. We've got our next question from Jayesh, who's writing us from Mumbai and asking about PCBL. He's got 1,500 odd shares at the levels of 450 from a longer term perspective. Wants to know if he can add another 1,500 from a longer term perspective. Rajesh Agrawal, I'll come to you on this one. He's sitting on a significant amount of loss. 1.05 lakhs is what we are looking at right now. Would you advise him to average out? Do you think this is fundamentally a strong counter to continue to hold?
Good morning, Anushi. Good morning, Mahima. Good morning, Rajesh. As far as PCBL is concerned, we are very bullish on this. We have been giving our initiating coverage and all those things from the last few years, I would say. It's one of the largest carbon black maker in the country, with operations many countries too. They have recently taken over a chemical company. Now they have diversified into chemicals too. They have captive power, and the entire capex and all has been completed. With the kind of demand uptick which we are witnessing in auto and then tires, I think PCBL long term looks very strong. The company is very good. Due to market conditions, the prices have corrected, but for a longer term horizon, I think at these levels too, it's a buy.
Okay, so buy is the verdict for PCBL, and this is on the longer term perspective that we are looking at. Now next, Nishad is calling us from Mumbai. Nishad, how can we help you on the show today?
Yeah, I want to know about L&T Finance. I'm holding 30 shares at 140. I want to know the short term view. I was planning to sell at 270. I had called earlier and they had said a target of 270, but then it started correcting. So what should I do now?
We go across to Mr. Palvia for this one. Mr. Palvia, what's your view on L&T Finance?
So stock has shown a very stellar kind of rally in last couple of months. For this calendar year, almost stock has shown a uptick of around 90% kind of gain we have already witnessed in this counter for this calendar year. Looking at the rally in last couple of months, yes, there could be some profit taking at higher level. Though across all time frame, stock is holding strength, and I think after some cool off again, stock may attract buying action at lower level. 250 is the immediate support area on this corrective move. If stock able to hold about 250, I think again we may see a resumption of uptrend, and any breakout about 268 can take this stock further higher to 285, even 290 zone also. So if he has already bought at lower level, can either trail the stop loss at 250 to hold the position, and on the breakout of 265, yes, he may reach the stock may reach to the target of 285 also.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to where charts are concerned for L&T Finance. We've got our next question from Arjun, who is writing us from Kolkata and asking about Imami and wants to know if this is the right time to make an entry for the next 7 to 8 months. Do you think, Rajesh, Palavia, with regards to where charts are concerned, attractive levels to enter at right now?
Stock has corrected significantly from its all-time high trajectory, and the way stock is now consolidating on a monthly chart, I think it's available at important support area around 515. So that level needs to watch closely. Any breakdown below 515 can trigger more profit taking in this counter, but till stock is able to hold this 515, I think some buying action would emerge in this counter. On the higher side, 558, 570 are the key supply zone. So if any breakout comes above 570, then yes, we may see upward trajectory towards 650, 670 also in the short term perspective. So if you wish to buy this stock, keep stop loss towards 510. Yes, stock is available at attractive price point, and already time as well as price correction is already taken place in this counter. So 510 needs to keep as a stop loss if he is buying at current level.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to where Imami is concerned. We've got our next caller, Govind, is calling us from Hyderabad. Govind, hi. A very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hi, very good morning, my mama and all of you panelists. Thanking my take up my call. Ma'am, actually, I have an investment 10 lakhs rupees for a long-term investment for NTPC, ma'am. Is it right time to enter current price?
Okay.
I can expect at least 15 to 20% return for 1 year.
Okay, for 1 year. And Govind, may I ask what percentage of your total portfolio is this 10 lakh rupees?
Only for 10%, ma'am.
Only 10%. Okay, then that's fair. I'll take this up with Rajesh. Then Rajesh Agrawal, this is for a period of 1 year, and he's got around 10 lakhs to invest. Do you think he should put it in NTPC alone? This is 10% of his portfolio, or would you recommend something else or a mix of 2-3 counters?
See, power is in a shortfall in our country, and it's huge demand going forward. We believe that power is going to be a big play as far as returns are concerned. And NTPC is one of the largest capacities in power, not only in conventional power, but they're moving into renewable too. So I think it's a good choice. And since the gentleman has only 10% of its allocation towards NTPC, I think he can go ahead. But what I would suggest is why not bifurcate this 10 lakh, 5 lakh into NTPC and 5 lakh into Tata Power. That would be a better choice if I have to say. So although NTPC is also good, but bifurcating the amount into 2 different companies would be a better choice.
So that's the overall perspective that we are seeing for the power sector. Now, next question is from Sushila Billari. She has a question regarding Sammaan Capital holding around 515 shares of this, and this is at a price of 164 that we are looking at. Wants to understand the current targets for this particular counter. Mr. Palvia, your view for this one?
So I think hold the position as a stock managed to give breakout on the monthly chart of falling trend line, and looking at the breakout on monthly chart with volume action, we do have a bullish view on this counter and possible upside towards 185, 190 we may see in the short term perspective. So I think buy and accumulate would be the strategy for Sammaan Capital. On the downside, 152 needs to keep as a stop loss.
All right, okay. So that's with regards to where Sammaan Capital is concerned. We've got our next caller. Viswas is calling us from Mysuru. Viswas, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hi, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. Good morning. I also said good morning, Viswas.
Good morning.
Yes, tell me what your query is about.
Ma'am, KPIT Technology.
Okay.
400 quantity.
Okay.
In average price 1400.
Okay.
Last was in 96,000 last, ma'am. Seller what, ma'am?
Okay. And Viswas, when you bought this, was it from a longer term perspective? Did you see the fundamentals of the company or technicals?
Technical.
Technicals. Okay. All right. Then I'll take this up with Rajesh Palavia. Rajesh, your view with regards to where charts are concerned for KPIT Tech, because he's sitting on losses of almost 97,000 rupees. Possibility of recovery of his losses?
See, so most of the IT stocks have witnessed, supply pressure in last couple of months, and KPIT is also, behaved in line with the same. Looking at the near-term, short-term structure, stock is still in, traveling in a down-sloping channel formation on the monthly chart, which is a sign of sustained supply pressure is taking place in this counter. On the higher side, the major key resistance area for near term to short term is placed at around 1200 zone. If stock manages to cross about 1200, then some recovery we could see in this counter. But looking at the near term, short term structure, I think it will take time to give breakout of beyond 1200, 1220 zone. At this juncture, structure is still weak. I think if he get opportunity in any kind of pullback, try to exit it to or switch it to some other company, as structure is still weak on the short to medium term perspective. So I think sell on rise would be the strategy for this counter. So try to exit in any pullback if it comes in the near term.
So sell on rise is the strategy, Viswas. I hope that answers your question. Now the next query is from Aparna. She holds about 669 shares of Texmaco Rail, and this is with an average price of around 163 that we're looking at. Currently facing a loss of around 15,000 on the counter is what we are looking at. Wants to understand the long-term picture of this with the kind of stock correction that we've seen the last 1 year or so. Mr. Agarwal, I want to come to you. Your overall perspective in terms of Texmaco Rail, and if you have any other alternative names also that you particularly like in this sector?
See, one of the strong wagon manufacturers of the country, having good order book, even new orders are coming in. The company has been doing very well. With the kind of new order inflows expected in the near term, I think this company is going to do well. It's a hold from our side, and by any chance it falls to around 125, 130 or levels. At that levels, one can even add to that. So at this point of time, it's a hold with a 1 year target of maybe 175, 180 order books.
There's the view for Texmaco Rail now. Now, moving on, we have the next caller with us. Akshay is calling us from Gurugram. Hi, Akshay. How can we help you?
Hi. So, good morning to everybody.
Good morning to you as well.
Yeah. Actually, I have five-star business finance, which I picked up about 7-8 months back at around 670, 200 shares. And this sounded like a great company with a lot of institutional stake and good financials, etc. But I've been seeing that it's been undergoing a lot of fluctuations. So I just wanted to have a long-term outlook from you on this particular counter.
Okay, and what are the kind of fundamentals that you were looking at when you said that this is a great company that you're just seeing? So just want to understand on that part.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think they were having a good revenue growth. I think the PE, etc., seemed reasonable, and it had a lot of institutional stake.
Okay.
And it had buyers like investors like Goldman Sachs. So I was pretty interested in in this, and the financials in particular is a space that's been talked about a lot.
Right.
And I think a lot of recovery in the consumption, or let's say even the GDP growth lies with the capital uptick.
Right.
So I think I was pretty bullish on this one, because it's catering to a lot of under-met demand in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns. So
Okay.
that was the motive.
Okay, let me take this across to Mr. Agarwal then. Mr. Agarwal, he's given a list of, why he was particularly interested in this counter. Just want to understand whether you have a bullish outlook in terms of five-star business finance as well. What's the kind of price targets that one can look at?
See, we are not that bullish on five-star business as such, but going by the fundamentals, all the negatives has already been discounted. Now, I think at these valuations, it's become very attractive. Although we have better choices in NBFC space like Geo Finance or Poonawalla, but since the gentleman is still holding, I would say continue to hold. 1 year target 10 to 12% from the current market price is quite possible. The numbers have been improving in the last 2-3 quarters. So based on the asset quality and other things, I think it's a hold from our side.
So that's the view with regards to where five-star business is concerned. We've got our next question on Trent. This is from Prashant, who's writing us from Hyderabad, and saying that he's bought 710 stocks at the levels of 5,000 each, and now sitting on a loss, and wants to know if he can continue to hold or sell from a short-term perspective. Rajesh Pallavi, I'll come to you on this one. 2.3 lakhs is the loss that he's sitting at, and we've seen the kind of selling pressure that the counter has observed so far. Year to date down 33%. Since its inclusion in Nifty, also down almost 40%. Do you think it's found its bottom, or there's a further downside that you're expecting? Should he hold or sell? What should he do?
So we have witnessed a significant correction in this stock in last 1 year. Almost stock corrected from the level of 8,300 to now it's trading around 4650, 4670 kind of level. Still, there is no sign of bottoming out. Stock is continuously attracting supply pressure despite a lot of buying action we have seen in peer companies, but trend is still making lower top lower bottom formation on daily weekly time frame, which is a sign of weakness on the near term to short term perspective. Until the stock not crosses above 5,000 level, I think trend is likely to exhibit on the bearish side only. Any breakdown below 4,600 can take this stock further lower, and maybe possible lower level towards 4,450 we may see for the counter. So I think 4,600 is the key and crucial support area at this juncture. On the higher side, 5,000 is the major resistance zone. So until the stock not managed to give breakout over 5,000, I think trend is likely to exhibit on the weaker side.
Okay, so that's the view for trend. Now we have Man Singh calling to us from Andhra Pradesh. Hi Man Singh, how can we help you?
Hi, good morning, madam. I am holding KP Energy Limited 75 cents at the average price 435 rupees. I want to accumulate more. Is this the right time? What are the next entry level? And I want to know the both fundamental and technical view. And I also want to add one more stock, that is the CESC. Is it the right time to continue in the
Mr. Singh, I just request you to, since we have time constraints or so, stick to one particular counter.
KP,
so,
KP.
yeah, so then I'll ask about KP Energy right now. Mr. Palvia, your viewpoint on this particular counter?
So stock is looking bearish on the near-term, short-term perspective. Stock is making lower top, lower bottom formation. This is the third consecutive month where stock is making lower, high-low formation, which is sign of sustained supply pressure in this counter. Though stock has already corrected in last couple of months from the level of 550, now available at around 390 zone. Looking at the near-term, short-term structure, the next important level for the stock on the downside is placed at around 370, 355 zone. So if he wish to buy or accumulate this stock, I think wait for that level to come and then review it again, whether stock able to hold this support area or not. If it's not able to hold 370, 355 zone, I think we may see further more down move, as still there is no sign of recovery in this counter and trend is still on the weaker side. However, on the higher side, 420.25 is the key supply zone. Any breakout happens above 425, then only we may see some changes in the behavior or trend of the stock. But at this juncture, structure is still weak.
All right. Okay. So that's with regards to where KP Energy is concerned. Well, viewers and to both the guests, it's time for the first rapid fire segment. I request both the guests to keep the answers very short, to buy, sell or hold. The first one is from Raghu, who's holding Ola, 10,000 shares at the levels of 59.6. Wants to know what he should do. Rajesh Palavia?
I think exit structure is weak.
Okay, the next question is from Mr. Das. He wants to understand the outlook for KPI Green, holding 250 shares of this. Wants to understand whether he should add more. Mr. Palvia, your view?
I think he can wait for level of 400, then where he can add more position. And still structure is weak, but 400 would be the next target on the downside.
Okay, Ramakrishnan is asking the next one. Schaeffler India is the counter. He's bought 30 shares at the levels of 4175. Rajesh Agrawal, your view fundamentally?
It's an ad from our side at this point of time.
Okay, Mangal Das is writing to us about PG Electroplast, holds 260 shares and wants to understand the one-year outlook. Mr. Agrawal, your view?
Ad.
Okay, Arnab from Thailand is asking about KPI Green. He's holding at the levels of 466 and 600 shares. Okay, we've already taken this. All right. The next one then is 100 shares of FIME India. Wants to know with regards to where charts are concerned. Rajesh, your view on this one? Palavia.
I think he can hold on the position. Even he can add the position with stop loss of 1850.
Okay, the next question is regarding SBI Life. The viewer is holding about 1,120 shares and wants to understand whether there's further upside on this one. Mr. Palvi, your view?
If horizon is little longer, he can hold on the position because stock is still in consolidation. So if horizon is 6 months plus, so then he can hold.
Okay, EG Electroplast is the next one. Mangaldas is asking this question. He's bought. Okay, this is also done. All right, my bad. The next one is from Jaya from Bangalore. She's asking about Polyplex. Wants to know if she can continue to hold. This is for you, Rajesh Agrawal.
Hold.
All right. Okay. The next one then is from on Shada Cropchem. This is from Dhananjay, who's asking. He's holding 500 shares bought at the levels of 25 odd shares bought at the levels of 500. Should he invest more? Rajesh Agrawal, your view?
One can add.
All right. So that brings us to the end of the first segment of Rapid Fire, and of course the first segment of Ask Profit as well. But viewers, do stay tuned. A very short break, and we'll answer more queries on the other side.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
जिसके हम ना हो जान रहे दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब
Hi, welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. As usual, this is a show where you get all your stock related queries answered. You can either call us or send us your queries on WhatsApp with the numbers flashing on the screen. I'm Anushi Okharia and with me is Mahima Vajrajani. Now, talking about the first query, what we are talking about in the segment 2, Hari is writing to us from Chennai and he has a query related to campus footwear. Wants to understand whether this is the correct time to buy this particular stock. Mr. Agarwal, I want to come to you on this particular counter.
I think one should avoid at this point of time. The numbers are not that great. It had quite a good run up after the listing, but then the numbers started dwindling and we have seen the kind of performance on the stock markets too. I don't believe even after the GST cut and the kind of retail sales we have witnessed, nothing exciting. We don't expect anything exciting in the numbers. So it's avoid at this point of time. Maybe a Metro shoes would be a better choice.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to where campus activewear is concerned. We've got our next question from Karthik Reddy, who's writing us from Moscow, and he's been a regular viewer now. He's asking about the energy space. Green energy is what he's bullish on, and in fact the power sector as well. He's holding 222 shares of REC at an average price of 393. From a longer term perspective of 5 years, he wants to know if he can, go ahead and average out at every dips is what he wants to know. Rajesh, in the power space, do you think this is the right counter to continue to average out, or would you recommend some other counters as well?
See, REC PFC has good long-term bet. They give out good dividends, trading at strong, good valuation, 5-6 times price to earnings, and they have strong government backing. The numbers have been pretty good. Even asset quality has improved. So I think for a longer-term horizon, these are good bets, no doubt on that. But if you have to be in power, I think direct power plays like the likes of Tata Power or a CESC would be a better choice to be into it. What I would suggest is instead of putting the entire amount in a single stock like REC, why not distribute this money into REC, something into Tata Power and another amount into CESC.
Interesting question coming from Mr. Reddy. He has about 100 shares of Jio Financial Services. Wants to understand whether he should add more or exit this particular counter and invest in the Tata Capital IPO for a longer term perspective. That's for 5 years that he is looking at. Mr. Agarwal, what's your view regarding this query?
See, this is a very tricky question, I would say, because both are very good companies, no doubt on that. What I would say is continue with your Jio Financial for a longer term horizon. If you're a long term, yes, it's a hold, not only a hold, it's a buy from a side, provided you are ready to hold for at least 2 to 3 years down the line. The company has been doing well. They're moving into insurance, LAS, and other things. It's a big game, I would say. They tie up with BlackRock, their treasury shares of Reliance, everything is in their favor. It's just a matter of time when this stock gives very good return. And as far as Tata Capital is concerned, it is again a flagship financial service company of Tata Group and has been doing very well. They have around 25 lending products. The asset quality is good. Balance sheet is strong. They have AAA ratings so that their borrowings are also on a lower cost. So both are good companies. So be with Jio Finance. If you have extra funds with you, you can go with Tata Capital.
Okay, all right. We're just getting in the subscription numbers also for Tata Capital. Overall subscription at 88%, and today is the last day for the issue. This is as of 10:51 a.m. QIB is leading with around 96%, and NI is at 95%. Retail investors still at 79%. So the IPO is still fully not subscribed, Anushi. So that's with regards to where Tata Capital is concerned. But we've got our next caller. Gopinath is calling us from Tamil Nadu. Gopinath, hi. A very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hi, Mahima. Good morning. Thanks for having my call.
Our pleasure.
I have a capital of 3 lakhs. I'm planning to invest in Suzlon Energy. The reason being, recently I saw the interview of Mr. Chalsani in NDTV Profit.
Okay.
Their Q1 guidance was good, 60% plus revenue, same margins. But still, I see that YTD it has come down around 30%.
Right.
Has it bottomed out? Can I buy it right now?
Okay, Gopinath, I got your question. I'll take this up with Rajesh Agrawal. Your view, what he's saying is not wrong, right? I mean, the company has continued to grow at good growth levels, but the stock performance, in the past couple of months has remained muted. Do you think this is the right levels to make an entry and probably from a longer term perspective?
See, when you're talking of longer term perspective, by longer term, I mean at least 2-3 years down the line, I don't think that you should watch at levels because you would be waiting for 50 rupee levels and the stock will move to 57. Then you will regret that. So it's better to accumulate, if not at a lump sum, then you can do in a small lots. And as far as Suzlon is concerned, yes, the numbers have been good. There are huge capacity in renewable. Debt has been reduced to a quite a good extent. And at these levels, I think the concerns has been taken care of at 50, 53 odd levels. One can go long into this for a target of maybe 60, 65 odd rupees in the next 1 year.
That's the view for Suzlon. Now, next question is from Ashwin. He has a query related to Granules India. He's bought about 600 shares and this is at a price of around 568 that we are looking at. Wants to understand a three-month outlook on this particular counter. Mr. Palvia, what is your view on Granules India?
So stock is showing sign of recovery on a weekly chart. Stock managed to give breakout of its falling channel, and looking at the short-term structure, I think stock may extend its gain. Possible target towards 600 we may see in the short-term perspective. So I think hold the position. Even in the minor decline, one can add the position. 530 needs to keep as a stop loss.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to where Granules India is concerned. We've got our next caller. Siddharth is calling us from Andhra Pradesh. Siddharth, hi. A very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Good morning, I'm holding a 300 shares of CSE, average price 175 rupees. Should I accumulate more at this current juncture?
Okay, Siddharth, this is from technical view. Okay, Siddharth, I got your question and I'll take this up with Rajesh Palavia. CSC is the counter. Your view with regards to charts?
So long-term structure is bullish. On the near-term, short-term, yes, some profit taking has took place in this counter. But looking at the recovery from the recent low, I think if stocks manages to surpass 175 zone, I think we could see good rally towards 190, 205 kind of level also on the short to medium-term perspective. So I think he may hold on the position on the downside. 155 needs to keep as a stop loss. On the long-term perspective, yes, stock has potential to show good uptake, and I think a possible target on a long-term perspective towards 240, 250 we may see.
Okay, so that's the view regarding CESC Limited. Now, next question we are seeing from Mr. Venkataramanan. He holds about 85 shares of Bank of India, and this is at a price of around 108 that we are looking at. If you're seeing the current market price, that's around 124 levels or so that we are looking at. Wants to understand the one-year outlook on this particular counter. Mr. Agarwal, what is your view regarding this?
See, after the banking reforms announced in the recent RBI policy meet, I think the entire PSU banking space is looking very exciting going forward. Individually, the balance sheets has been cleaned up, asset qualities has improved. It's only just a matter of time when credit uptake starts taking place. So BOI, being Bank of Baroda, Canara Bank, these are some of the names which one can go long for a long-term horizon. So it's a hold from a side, and if the funds allow, one can even add.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to where Bank of India is concerned. We've got our next question, and this is, do we have the name of this person? I think this is Danish. Okay, he's asking this question on Laurus Labs. He's bought at the levels of 895, and he's got 408 shares, sitting on a loss of around 13,000 odd rupees, and wants to know if he can continue to hold this counter. What's the view like? He's not told us whether this is a short-term query or a long-term query, but Rajesh Agrawal, I'll take this up with you. Your view with regards to Laurus Labs and anything in the space other than this that you're liking?
It's a strong CDMO player. The numbers have been pretty bad in the last few quarters just because of the capex they were having. but they have started improving from the last quarter onwards, and we are very bullish on this. And especially after the Trump tariffs on pharma and all, I think these CDMO players are going to do well. Laurus is one of them. So it's a buy from our side. By any chance, it falls to around 830, 840 odd levels. One can even add. Somebody holding can continue to hold
for Laurus Labs, but we'll stick with the pharma theme. In fact, Narendran is calling us to just ask us about Aurobindo Pharma. Hi Narendran, how can we help you today?
Yeah, hi. My name is Narendra. I'm from Andhra Pradesh. I'm holding Aurobindo Pharma of 50 shares at the average price of 1320. Now I'm sitting at a loss of 17%. Can I hold it for longer term, for 1 year like that?
Okay, let me go to Mr. Agarwal for this. Mr. Agarwal, what is your view? He's facing a loss of around 13,000 on the counter, wants to understand a 1 year outlook.
See, one can continue to hold. There is a pressure on pharma space as such, as I just said, that due to pharma tariffs and all. But on a longer term horizon, these companies are going to do well. Oro, as it is, has been giving out good numbers. They have good product portfolio. At these levels, I think one should continue to.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to where these pharma counters and especially, of course, Aurobindo Pharma is concerned. We've got our next question from Aditya, who's writing us from Delhi and asking about Tata investment. He bought at the levels of 10,800. Is that correct? Yes, 10,800 is the levels that he's bought at. The stock is currently trading at 9,337, and he's got 42 odd shares. Wants to know, when can it hit back the 11,500 levels? Rajesh Pallavi, I'll take this up with you. The stock has been volatile, in the past few days because of course, the Tata Capital IPO. In the last 2 days, it's seen a downtick as well. But, from your perspective, do you think it can reach back to the levels of 11,500?
So stock has moved very sharply up around 11,000 level, and now some corrective, some move is happening, profit taking is happening at higher level. But if we analyze on the long-term perspective, stock structure is still on the bullish side. Though some profit taking is happening, so I think in this corrective move, stock may correct further towards 9,000, 8,900 kind of zone. That's the important level for this corrective zone. So I think if stock manages to hold around 9,000 levels, so I think some pullback action we may see in this counter. But again, in the pullback, 10,000 is the key challenging level for the pullback. If it manages to surpass 10,000, then we may see further more up move. But the kind of rally which we have already witnessed in this counter, I think some time consolidation is likely to be there in this counter. So maybe it may take time to recover. Maybe it could be a range bound activity for some more time. 9,000 to 9,800 would be the range where we may see the consolidation for the counter.
Okay, so that's with regards to Tata investment. But next we have Shivam calling to us from Gujarat. Hi Shivam, how can we help you?
Yeah, I want it is the right time to buy urban company. I want a long-term outlook for urban company.
Okay, had you subscribed to the IPO? Just want to understand, are you planning to for a fresh
I have
buy?
subscribed, but I didn't get allotment.
Okay. Okay, so since then, if you are looking at, there's been about 8 to 9% of a correction since listing that we are looking at. Of course, the listing did list at a significant premium is what we are seeing. But let me go across to Mr. Agarwal for this. Mr. Agarwal, have you tracked this particular counter? What's your view regarding this?
The company has been doing very well. The numbers have been increasing. Their customers base has increased, not only in their service, but the kind of their own products they have launched. And even in UAE, the company has been doing well. The problem is of valuation. At 3-digit P, I think the upside seems restricted for a shorter term time. Since its listing, it has run up quite a lot. Maybe some amount of correction is overdue. 135, 140 odd levels would be a good levels to enter. At this point of time, it's just a wait and watch.
Okay, so that's with regards to urban company. Now, next query is from Surya, who's writing to us from Hyderabad. He's bought about 2,000 shares of KNR Constructions and this is at a price of around 338 is what we are seeing, currently facing a loss of around 3 lakhs on this particular counters. Mr. Agarwal, if we see for all these road developers in the last 3 quarters or so, they've not done particularly well. NHAI road awarding activity has also been on the muted side, and there's been pressure in terms of where the working capital is as well. So just want to get your overall perspective on this particular stock, whether he should continue to hold or exit.
Yeah, at this point of time, this quarter results, we are also not very excited because of the kind of monsoon and the kind of rainfall which we have witnessed across the country. We think the numbers are going to be subdued for all these road construction manufacturers. But for a longer term horizon, with the kind of focus government has on infrastructure development or all, they can do well. But I think some amount of correction is overdue in these. And maybe a canal construction can see a level 170 odd levels in the near term. So if you are not looking for a very long period of time, it would be prudent to sell at this point of time and buy at later levels.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to where KNR Construction is concerned. We've got our next question from Sai Karthik, who is writing us from Dallas and asking about Sirma. Wants to know if this is a good time to buy Sirma and what are the good levels to make an entry from a 6 months to a 1 year perspective. Rajesh Pallavi, I'll take this up with you. Do you think charts are attractive enough to make an entry right now?
Yeah, stock is in bullish trajectory. The way stock is moving in upsloping channel on weekly chart, it clearly shows that there is a sustained buying action is taking place in this counter. If you get opportunity to buy around 800, 780 zone, it's a good level to re-enter in this counter in the decline. Overall structure is bullish. Any breakout above 865 can take this stock further higher towards 940, 950 zone also. So overall structure is bullish. Buy on decline should be strategy. On the downside, 780 needs to keep as a stop loss.
Okay, so that's with regards to Sirma SGS is what we are looking at. Next we have Suhas calling to us from Bangalore. Suhas, how can we help you?
Hello, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
I bought Time Technoplast at 250. I'm in a loss. Can I hold or sell?
Okay, and since when have you marked an entry into this particular counter? What's the kind of time horizon that you're looking at? Just want to understand on those fronts as well.
Maybe in a near short term.
Okay, so you're looking for a short-term entry for this one. Mr. Pallavi, I'll come to you on Time Technoplast. What is your view regarding this?
I think stock is having bullish structure across all time frame. Since last couple of weeks, stock is consolidating in narrow range. Looking at the overall structure, I think any breakout above 235, 240 can take this stock further higher. Maybe upward trajectory towards 270, 280 would be unfold about 240 breakout. On the downside, 205 needs to keep as a stop loss. As overall structure is bullish, so I think he may hold on the position. Maybe in a short to medium term perspective, we could see higher trajectory towards 275 to 80 zone.
So that's with regards to where Time Technoplast is concerned. But let's cut across to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is speaking at the 9th edition of India Mobile Congress.
जी, विभिन्न राज्यों के प्रतिनिधि, विदेशों से आए हमारे अतिथि, टेलीकॉम सेक्टर से जुड़े सभी महानुभाव, यहाँ उपस्थित विभिन्न कॉलेजों से आए मेरे युवा साथी, देवी और सज्जनों, इंडिया मोबाइल कांग्रेस के इस खास एडिशन में मैं आप सभी अतिथियों का अभिनंदन करता हूं। अभी हमारे बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप्स ने कई महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पर अपने प्रेजेंटेशन दिए हैं। फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड प्रिवेंशन, क्वांटम कम्युनिकेशन, 6G, ऑप्टिकल कम्युनिकेशन, सेमीकंडक्टर्स, ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण विषयों पर प्रेजेंटेशन को देखकर ये विश्वास गहरा होता है कि भारत का तकनीकी भविष्य सक्षम हाथों में है। मैं इस कार्यक्रम के लिए और सभी नए इनिशिएटिव्स के लिए आप सभी को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, आईएमसी का ये आयोजन अब सिर्फ मोबाइल या टेलीकॉम तक सीमित नहीं रहा है। सिर्फ कुछ वर्षों में आईएमसी का ये इवेंट एशिया का सबसे बड़ा डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी फोरम बन गया है। साथियों, आईएमसी की ये सक्सेस स्टोरी कैसे लिखी गई, इसे किसने ड्राइव किया है? साथियों, इस सक्सेस स्टोरी को लिखा है भारत के टैक्स सेवी माइंडसेट ने। इसे लीड किया है हमारे युवाओं ने, भारत के टैलेंट ने। इसे गति दी है हमारे इनोवेटर्स ने, हमारे स्टार्टअप्स ने। और इसलिए ये मुमकिन हो पाया है क्योंकि आज सरकार देश की प्रतिभा और क्षमता के साथ पूरी ताकत से खड़ी है। टेलीकॉम टेक्नोलॉजी डेवलपमेंट फंड, डिजिटल कम्युनिकेशंस इनोवेशन स्क्वायर, इन स्कीम के जरिए हम हमारे स्टार्टअप्स को फंड्स उपलब्ध करवा रहे हैं। 5G, 6G, एडवांस ऑप्टिकल कम्युनिकेशंस और टेराहर्ट्ज, इन टेक्नोलॉजीज में टेस्ट बेड्स के लिए सरकार फाइनेंस कर रही है ताकि हमारे स्टार्टअप्स अपने प्रोडक्ट्स बिल्ड कर पाए। हम स्टार्टअप्स और देश के प्रीमियर रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट्स के बीच पार्टनरशिप को फैसिलिटेट कर रहे हैं। आज सरकार की मदद से इंडियन इंडस्ट्री, स्टार्टअप्स और एकेडमिया कई क्षेत्रों में मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं। इंडिजीनियस टेक्नोलॉजीज का डेवलपमेंट और स्केलिंग हो, R&D के जरिए इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी क्रिएट करना हो, ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स के डेवलपमेंट में कंट्रीब्यूट करना हो, भारत हर आयाम में आगे बढ़ रहा है। इन्हीं प्रयासों का परिणाम है कि आज भारत एक इफेक्टिव प्लेटफॉर्म बनकर उभरा है। साथियों, इंडिया मोबाइल कांग्रेस और टेलीकॉम सेक्टर में भारत की सफलता आत्मनिर्भर भारत के विजन की ताकत को बताता है। आप याद करिए, मैंने जब मेक इन इंडिया की बात कही थी तो कुछ लोग कैसे इसका मजाक उड़ाते थे। शक संदेह में जीने वाले लोग कहते थे कि भारत टेक्नोलॉजिकली एडवांस चीजें कैसे बनाएगा, क्योंकि उनके दौर में नई टेक्नोलॉजी को भारत तक आने में कई दशक लग जाते थे। देश ने उसका जवाब दिया। जो देश कभी 2G को लेकर स्ट्रगल करता था, आज उसी देश के लगभग हर जिले में 5G पहुंच चुका है। हमारा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स प्रोडक्शन 2040 की तुलना में 6 टाइम बढ़ चुका है। मोबाइल फोन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में 28 टाइम्स और एक्सपोर्ट में 127 टाइम्स की वृद्धि हुई है। पिछले एक दशक में मोबाइल फोन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर ने लाखों डायरेक्ट जॉब्स क्रिएट की हैं। अभी हाल ही में एक बड़ी स्मार्टफोन कंपनी का डेटा सामने आया है। आज 45 भारतीय कंपनियां उस एक बड़ी कंपनी की सप्लाई चेन से जुड़ी हैं। इससे करीब 3.5 लाख रोजगार देश में पैदा हुए हैं। और ये केवल एक कंपनी का आंकड़ा नहीं है। आज देश में कितनी ही कंपनियां बड़े स्केल पर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कर रही हैं। इसमें अगर इनडायरेक्ट अपॉर्चुनिटीज को जोड़ दें तो हम कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि रोजगार का ये नंबर कितना बड़ा बन जाता है। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले ही भारत ने अपना मेड इन इंडिया 4G स्टैक लॉन्च किया है। ये देश की बड़ी स्वदेशी उपलब्धि है। अब भारत दुनिया के उन 5 देशों की लिस्ट में आ गया है जिनके पास ये सामर्थ्य है। ये डिजिटल सेल्फ रिलायंस की दिशा में, टेक्नोलॉजिकल इंडिपेंडेंस की दिशा में देश का एक बड़ा कदम है। इंडिजीनियस 4G एंड 5G स्टैक के जरिए हम न केवल सीमलेस कनेक्टिविटी को सुनिश्चित कर पाएंगे, बल्कि देशवासियों को तेज इंटरनेट और रिलायबल सर्विसेज भी दे पाएंगे। इसी मकसद से जिस दिन हमने अपना मेड इन इंडिया 4G स्टैक लॉन्च किया, उसी दिन देश में एक साथ करीब 1 लाख 4G टावर्स को भी एक्टिव किया गया। दुनिया के कुछ देशों को 1 लाख टावर की बात करते हैं तो भी उनको अजूबा लगता है। ये आंकड़े बहुत बड़े लगते हैं लोगों को। इसके कारण एक साथ 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोग देश की डिजिटल मूवमेंट का हिस्सा बने हैं। इसमें कई ऐसे इलाके थे जो रिमोट एरिया में थे, जो डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी में पीछे छूट गए थे। अब ऐसे सभी क्षेत्रों में इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी पहुंची है। साथियों, भारत के मेड इन इंडिया 4G स्टैक की एक और विशेषता है। हमारा 4G स्टैक एक्सपोर्ट रेडी भी है। यानी ये भारत की बिजनेस आउटरीच का माध्यम भी बनेगा। इससे 2030 के भारत यानी भारत 6G विजन को पूरा करने में भी मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, 10 सालों में भारत की टेक्नोलॉजी रिवॉल्यूशन बहुत तेजी से आगे बढ़ी है और स्पीड और स्केल को मैच करने के लिए बहुत लंबे समय से एक मजबूत लीगल और मॉडर्न पॉलिसी फाउंडेशन की जरूरत महसूस हो रही थी। हमने इसके लिए टेलीकम्युनिकेशंस एक्ट बनाया। इसी कानून ने द इंडियन टेलीग्राफ एक्ट और द इंडियन वायरलेस टेलीग्राफ एक्ट उन दोनों को रिप्लेस किया।
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारपेट। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्बनिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
जान रहा दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show. The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Welcome to KYC. This is Hiral Dadia and with me is Anushi Vakaria. We're talking about a company which just listed a year ago. Clearly, when you talk about this company, the kind of subscription it got and the listing day gains were spectacular. From there, in the next 6 months, it jumped nearly 400 to 500% in terms of the stock price. And now, in the last 1 year, it's nearly doubled. Yes, we're talking about KRN heat exchangers, smart returns that investors have made on this recently listed company as well. But let's understand, why are we talking to the company right now? First up, they have acquired Sphere refrigeration system. So what is that rationale when it comes to this acquisition from here on? So that's the first question that we're talking about in terms of KRN heat exchange. Secondly, this is the most important, as Anushi has been pointing out as well to me, that the production ramp up at Nimrana plant is very important from here on. And the reason we talk about this right now is because in the last couple of quarters as well, they have been talking about this. This is the bigger piece story which continues to remain in terms of ramp up of the Nimrana plant from the third quarter, because in the first quarter, it was lower than anticipated. Second quarter also the situation was absolutely similar because more approvals were coming in place. So what is the outlook looking like from the second half of FY26 and the subsequent performance that comes in the upcoming fiscals, Anushi?
Of course, with the ramp up expected, it's a 6x kind of a capacity that we are seeing at peak utilization levels. So, of course, the question would be on the top line and the margins over the next 3 years or so. But other than that, the other aspect that we are focusing on is US tariffs, how that has led to an impact in terms of where the exports are concerned, because in the first quarter we saw about a 17% of the export mix from just US itself. So that is one key point that we are looking at. Other than that, the data center business opportunity continues to remain a big one for the business, considering it's in the HVAC space that we are looking at, that's heating, ventilation and air conditioning space. So opportunity size and the growth from there on, what's the kind of numbers that we are seeing is something that we'll be seeing, right?
Absolutely. Let's tell the viewers what KRN Heat Exchange is all about. A company that listed on exchanges in October 2024. Clearly, they're engaged in, design, manufacturing of heat exchangers. They make goods for heat, ventilation, air conditioning, and the refrigeration industry as well.
Some of the products that we are seeing, they include condenser coils, this includes evaporator units as well as coils over there as well. Fluid and steam coils are also that we are looking at. But it's key clients which are in focus, Daikin being one of the important players that we are looking at, contributing significantly to companies' revenues. Apart from that, we have listed players like Blue Star as well as Voltas Limited also in focus. Kirloskar Chillers are some of the other clients that we are seeing for this particular counter. So, this is the client profile that we are seeing for KRN Heat.
Okay, let's talk about one of their new subsidiaries. We're talking about KRN HVAC products, and this is where the opportunity lies, because here they're looking to hike value-added products in the existing portfolio and focus on manufacturing certain types of heat exchangers. And this is a segment which will potentially gain from here on. And if you're talking about new products, it's more to do with bar and plate heat exchangers, your oil cooling unit with the blower and motor, as well as the roll bond evaporator. So that's what we're looking at as well. But the new unit becomes absolutely important, right?
Yeah, in fact, the IPO's purpose was also for forming this subsidiary and for ramping up the commercial production of this particular plant. That's the Nimrana plant that we are looking at. Of course, commercialization started from May 2025 onwards. This subsidiary was signed with 1,000 crore of a MOU with Rajasthan government is what we are looking at. And this would be, with the new products in place, they'll be entering into railway electrification, heavy equipment and industrial cooling sectors as well. Of course, capacity from these levels, as we spoke about earlier, would see a 5x of a jump up. So significant opportunities in terms of top line is what we are looking at. It's also qualified for a PLI scheme, and this is worth 147 crore of an incentive that we are looking at. So that's the other big update that we are seeing for this.
Okay, very quickly, geographical breakup, 84% of their revenues coming from the domestic market. You're talking about nearly 15% from the exports. And in terms of the export regions, majority is with regards to United Arab Emirates, which is around 46%. Canada, Italy and USA are in that range of around 15 to 18, 19%. And others is a minuscule 1.2%. That's what we're looking at in terms of the geographical breakup. And they've signed a business transfer agreement as well with Sphere Refrigeration System. So that is one of the key questions we are going to talk to the management about. And this is mainly to acquire the bus air conditioning division. How big an opportunity this will be for the company is what we have to see. And they're expanding their product portfolio across transport and mobility cooling. So these are the areas that we're looking at. But first up, let's quickly look at all the rating parameters, Anushi, from here on. You're talking about the income statement check, the balance sheet, cash flow, return ratios, shareholding, street credentials, the valuation picture, across parameters, and the outlook from here on is going to be crucial. Anushi, what is the income statement telling you?
Right. So if you look at the 2-year perspective, that's the kind of financials that we are seeing. 32% is the kind of CAGR growth that we are looking at. Margins, they have come down slightly to around 16% or so level. This was with the increase in employee costs also that we'd seen in the first quarter. In the first quarter, they reported a 20% of a growth, which was lower than what the street was anticipating for. But it was because of sharper jump in employee and other expenses that we are looking at. Net profit is something that we'll continue to see with how the tax rate would shape up. So, but for now, you've given this a thumbs up on basis of what's the kind of opportunity also we are seeing forward.
Right. Let's look at the balance sheet. Strong growth in equity is what we've seen. And that has actually surged, especially in FY25. Now, this is actually reflecting retained earnings or capital infusion by the company. The debt, yes, has been slightly controlled. So if you talk about the secured borrowings, they've come down relative to FY24 in FY25, and even the assets have increased a lot. Now, this is suggesting either a repayment of debt that has happened, or they funded their, via equity or internal accruals is what they're looking at from an expansion perspective. And as equity has grown rapidly more than the debt, you can see that the debt to equity ratio is getting more comfortable as well. So the growth that is coming in terms of assets and the current assets substantially, improving its financial muscle as well, and the capacity to leverage newer opportunities, and hence a thumbs up on the balance sheet.
Yeah, of course, this is with the IPO taking place, so the net worth value would increase with this infusion that we are seeing. But cash flows, we've given it a neutral rating. Cash flows from operations, if you are looking at 21 crore is the size that we are seeing. This in context with the EBITDA, we are looking at a multiple of around 30% or odd. So net cash flows for FY25, we are looking at almost a zero figure for both of these fiscal years. So we'll continue to track this particular metric, but for now it's a neutral on our side.
Okay, now let's look at the return ratios. Now we have to look at the return on equity and ROCE. The company had very high returns in FY22 and 23. The ROE then started to drop. In fact, if you talk about the levels as well, for ROE from 42%, it's come down to 16%. And if you see the return on capital employed as well, there is a steep fall. Now, since the ROE is dependent heavily on the net profit relative to the equity, this is actually suggesting that the net profits have either gotten smaller relative to the equity base, or equity has increased significantly without profits keeping up. Secondly, if you talk about the return on capital employed as well, that has dropped, but not as dramatically as the return on equity. Because even with the decline, the returns are not necessarily poor right now. We're talking about a ROCE in that range of 14 to 20%. We're talking about a ROE in that range of almost 10 to 16%, which is still acceptable in many industrial or manufacturing settings in India, especially considering the rapid growth that the company is looking at. The ROEs of 50%, 70% that the company actually achieved in the past were exceptional, and hence a neutral rating here.
Okay, coming to the shareholding part, promoters holding about 71% stake. Of course, this is with IPO dilution also taking place, but it's a stable number that we've seen in terms of how the promoter holding has been concerned. FII is about 2% or odd, so is the stake that we are looking at. What's interesting is the public shareholding, wherein Mukul Agrawal, since the last 3 quarters or so, he has about 1.61% of stake in the company. Even Vito holds some percentage of stake as well. So, considering, investor confidence, and that's the HNI investor confidence, we've given it a thumbs up, along with the promoter holding also, which remains on the stronger side.
Okay, let's look at the street credentials. IPO price 220, listing price 480. Since listing, the stock is up 86%, and that tells you the story. In the last 1 year, we've seen strong returns that have come in from a KRN, and hence a thumbs up.
Okay, coming to the valuation part of it, if you look at the 1 year forward multiple, it's relatively on the expensive side that we are seeing. 70 times is the kind of multiple that we are seeing. Of course, the management has eyed a double-digit growth for this year, but it's the PAT number that should be important, considering, you know, last fiscal we've seen that the tax rates had gone subsequently up even in this particular year because of the heavy capex that they are making, that the margins and the net profit numbers would remain on the similar lines. So given this context, we are still giving this a down rating. 2 year forward multiple, however, is pegged at around 34 times. So, but that's on the valuation picture that we are looking. Hiral, what about the analyst recommendation?
Again, no major, analysts that cover the stock. So, I mean, you just have one buy rating, which is an upside of 21%. So that's absolutely skewed. Should not be considering this aspect at all. Let's look at the outlook. Full-scale revenue and margin benefits, what the company has indicated earlier, will actually start from the third quarter onwards. So this becomes a key monitorable whether the second half of FY26 is really better than the first half or not. Secondly, exports, which are still in initial double digits, over the next 3 years, they're expecting it to actually go up to 50%. So what is the margin accretion that they're going to see on the back of this? Because they're expecting margins also to increase by almost 100 to 200 basis points by FY27. So this export at 50%, margin growth at 100 to 200 basis points is a very strong combination in terms of the outlook that the company has given. And the group tax structure, that is expected to come down to 20% in the next 2 to 3 years. Currently, if I'm not mistaken, it's in that range of around 27 to 29%. So that's what you're looking at in terms of the outlook as well. So basis this, again, a neutral rating is what we've given on the street coverage. But let's quickly take you through the final performance ratings from here on. If you have to look at all the parameters, 2 up, thumbs ups, income statement and balance sheets, a strong business. Cash flow return ratios is a neutral because of the exceptions that we've seen in the past years. Your shareholding, street credentials, again, is a thumbs up. It's only the valuation which is a thumbs down. Again, your outlook pretty neutral. Basis this, we've given it a 5.5 on 8 on NDTV Profit. But let's also get in Santosh Kumar Yadav, CMD of KRN Heat Exchangers, to talk to us about the bigger piece of the story that continues to remain ramp up of production. Santosh, welcome to the show and a pleasure to speak to you as well. What do you have to tell us with regards to the Nimrana plant? Because we're talking about ramp up from the third quarter. First quarter, second quarter, similar situation, lower than anticipated. What should investors watch out for?
So still we are on same page, like this ramp up will start from this quarter only. And in second quarter also there will be some ramp up you can see on results once comes. And main input will come from this quarter and last quarter. However, still slightly setback from USA market because of tariff. But we did this complete product, so we will also gain some turnover from this bus air conditioning division as well.
Okay, Mr. Yadav, if you're looking at the capacities that are set to expand around 6 times versus the current levels, even peak utilization levels are expected by FY29 or so. So just want to understand, with this, what would be the overall top line guidance as well as margins? Because I understand for FY26, you're eyeing for a double-digit growth.
So top line growth, like numbers will be remain same still. So like this year we are targeting around 20% and then 50%, and then from third year around 80% of capacity what we added. And about margins, so this year you can say slightly similar type, but from next year it will be up because of some incentive and then new schemes like PLI and then REIPs and then also new income tax schemes. So if I club these, it will be able to increase 1 or 2% on existing, of course, PAT.
Mr. Yadav, just out that, you said you were awaiting approval in terms of these Rajasthan Investment Promotion Scheme as well as the PLI benefits that you're seeing. Now, along with this, even the export benefits will accrue from the third quarter onwards. So what's the picture for guidance? I want to understand this on a longer term perspective.
So now, as of now, we are doing around 12% of PAT. So that I said we can able to increase slightly 1 or 2% because other side our depreciation and overhead will increase in new facility, but these other benefit we added. So that's why I'm saying we can able to increase 1 or 2% on existing PAT.
Okay. What about the tax rate? Will that also come down to 20% from the current 28 to 30% that we had seen in FY25? Just want to understand the timelines.
It's earlier we are in 23%, but now new facility have 15%, and after SAS is around 19%.
Okay. Now, on the export side, if we say, have US tariffs impacted your operations? Current export mix, if you look, it's 16%, and you're eyeing for a 50% of an opportunity in the next 3 years. So, I want to understand on that front as well.
So as of now, like we are developing, so there is impact for sure from USA market because of this tariff. So honestly, nobody can like assume that we will have 50% from USA. So we're expecting maybe next in couple of weeks it will solve, but can't say because earlier we thought it will not come, but it's finally came. So there is some impact from USA, but other side from Europe side and then Canada side and then UAE. We are developing. So recently we hired one exports senior vice president. So he joined 1st of this October only. So now he started working and we will do some exhibition. So it will increase, but slightly down because of USA. Because earlier our thought was to increase rapidly in USA market, but now it's slight back. But we are trying to covering from Europe and Middle East.
Okay. So with these tariffs in place, do you think that the export contribution target of 50% can be achieved in the next 3 years? What's the export growth that you're penciling in for FY26 as well then?
So this 50% in next 3 years, we we told for our existing like heat exchanger business only because we added the other part also. So there will be no less export, but for our existing heat exchanger, for sure we are targeting 50%, but now maybe we are waiting for a couple of weeks for USA market tariff. If not reduced, then of course we have to think about Europe market and UAE market slightly more. So maybe that we can maybe confirm after 3 to 4 weeks once we have confirmed data about tariff.
So Yadav, now coming to the data center opportunity also, last time around 7% is the kind of contribution that we spoke about. Now with Google's around 500 billion investment or so, that creates a huge addressable market for the HVAC industry. How do you stand to benefit from this?
So as per my personal opinion, data center in India for sure is growing, but it's like in terms of heat exchanger manufacturing, it will come maybe after maybe from now, main impact from maybe after 1 year. So in terms of capacity, we are ready for that. If we receive some big orders, we can achieve easily because now we have production is in line and we can have capacity big compared to other manufacturer. So if there is a order big from OEMs, then we can serve in better way. We have big capacity, especially for big coils. So we developed our facility to make heat exchanger till 14 meter. So especially for big coils, you can say we are the only one who can have such facility, can make with the good infra 14-meter coils.
Now, coming to the recent updates, you've acquired Sphere Registration Systems Bus Air Conditioning Division. Want to understand the key rationale behind this?
So actually, earlier also I told in many calls. So like what we did in terms of backward integration. So now we have complete backward integration to make the complete any assembly, especially in commercial side. So there is like component side, mainly heat exchanger, then sheet metal, and manifolds, and then tubing side. So all we have now in-house. So and we can able to make any HVAC system. So that was the basic idea, and for that, since last 6 to 8 months, we are looking some company who have already like technology and they have like products already, and we can launch in India based on our logo and based on our product portfolio. So that's why this company, like we bought bus air conditioning, and later on it will add like truck refrigeration, and thus we will enter in Indian Railway complete HVAC system. So they have promoter side like Pramod Verma and then Sukhdev Singh and Sandeep Singh. So they have almost more than 25-year experience on similar field. And earlier they worked for Sparrow's Motherson. Then later on they have promoter side own company Spare Thermal System Private Limited. And then they have now Spare Refrigeration System Private Limited. So we bought this bus air conditioning business and we merged in our subsidiary KRNHVC Products Private Limited, and we will start production within this month only.
Okay, so what's the overall consideration size of this acquisition, and are you going to fund it with internal accruals?
So amount-wise, I cannot share the complete data, but it's not big amount. So basically, our idea to achieve the production target, and then we can link to, of course, with the profit to promoters. So there is not big amounts, but however, what amount is need, we paid from incur profit only.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us on the show and sharing your views. So that's the management of KRN Heat Exchanger talking to us with regards to what are the growth prospects from here on, how exports is going to contribute, what's the target they have, how tax rates are going to go down, and the opportunities that lie ahead in newer businesses as well. But completely out of time. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of KYC from Anushi, the team that put the show together, and myself. Lots more lined up on the other side. Continue watching NDTV Profit for your profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're super.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए साथ में के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब साथ, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए साथ में के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब साथ, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए साथ में के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब साथ, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
जान रहा दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show. The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live. Ask, discuss.
Benchmarks give up early gains. Nifty trades a little above 25,000. Sensex sheds over 150 points. All sectors buying IT in the red. And New Delhi steps in to ease the turbulence building up at Tata Sons. This after internal divisions among trustees threaten to disrupt operations at the country's largest conglomerate. And it's a new chapter that gets scripted for Mumbai skies. PM Modi to inaugurate the Navi Mumbai International Airport today. The new Greenfield Airport set to take the load off Mumbai's crowded skies and give a major lift to regional and global connectivity. And the cabinet approves mega railway projects worth 24,000 crore rupees. Projects cover 18 districts across Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat and Chhattisgarh. Gold smashes past $4,000 an ounce for the first time ever. US government shutdown, robust ETF inflows and central bank buying power the record run. Brokerages pencil in more upside. Good afternoon, you're watching Markets at 12 with me, Shreyansi Singh, and this is the show where we get you updates on the top buzzers and news updates at noon. But first things first, a quick look at how the markets are faring at this point in time. Nifty managing to hold up just above that 25,000 level as we speak as well. And when you take a look at Sensex as well, down about 150 points thereabout. When you take a look at the sectoral picture, that is largely tilted in the favor of red. Just one sector holding on to a tinge of green at this point in time, and that's IT for you. What's leading losses is realty, defense, media, PSU Bank, as well as energy. So those are some of the sectors that are on the back foot. Let's quickly also take a look at some of the top losers from within the Nifty 50 pack. So what makes it to that list is M&M, down about 1.5%, BEL, Ultratech Cement as well, and NTPC, HDFC Life are some of your top losers from within that particular Nifty 50 pack as well. But when you take a look at the gainers on the flip side, there's Titan Company that's holding up quite well. So is TCS, Infosys, Tech Mahindra and HCL Tech. So those are some of your top gainers as well. But let's move on. Before we get you an important story that you should track, let's start the show with some important commentary then. And the Reserve Bank of India, in fact, issued a draft circular on the expected credit loss framework. Let's go across and listen into a slice of the conversation that we in fact had with SBI Chairman C.S. Setty at the sidelines of the Global FinTech Fest.
Ms. Setty, the RBI came out with a whole host of guidelines last night. I will come to the fest, but ECL specifically, a lot of leeway given to banks. What are your initial thoughts?
Thank you, Vishwanath, for having me here. While GFF is a different platform, since we cannot avoid these important announcements, I believe the transition time which is given to the banks is very good. In the monetary policy announcement itself, Governor made it clear the adequate transition time will be given. The ECL announcement has several components. I think we need to study them. But I believe that there will be limited impact on the balance sheets of the banks because of the transition time, longer transition time which is given.
Looking at the kind of announcements that are coming from the global fintech players, specifically around, say, biometric authentication or credit line on UPI, what are your thoughts about how these things are panning out, and is this an opportunity for SBI?
No, definitely an opportunity, particularly on, I just mentioned the credit line on UPI is a very powerful theme. We have not used as much in the banking sector as it was used by the credit card industry. For instance, our own subsidiary SBI Card has a very dominant presence on the credit on UPI, both in terms of spends, in terms of the cards which are there, active there. So now we have some limited number of products on the UPI through credit lines. We would like to expand that and utilize the data, both internal to us as well as the UPI payment data, to build the models to make the credit available at the point of sale extensively.
The theme for this year is also powering credit through AI. So I just wanted to get a view about how you're planning to use AI in your services.
We extensively use AI, both on the predictive AI as well as Gen AI capabilities. We would like to have an enterprise level AI build up. And we are using a lot of fintech collaborations in terms of using the AI solutions, predominantly in terms of developing the credit models as well as on the risk models.
All right, then there you go. So that's some key commentary coming in as far as the ECL norms are concerned. But let's move on and onto a sparkly note then, because you do have gold prices topping that $4,000 an ounce mark, smashing past this particular mark for the first time ever, and also on pace for the best annual performance as well since 1970s. So that's something that you're looking at for gold, 50% uptick on a year-to-date basis. And even in the last 6 months, you've seen quite the uptick come in for gold prices. 34% is what you're looking at. Let's also quickly take a look at why this milestone is really important, because you did have gold prices trading below $2,000 an ounce just 2 years ago, breached that particular mark after the COVID pandemic. It was also powered by Trump's tariff tirade. So that is something that you were looking at, powering gold prices in March. And when you have the US gold reserves as well, that hit about $1 trillion. That's about more than 90 times what's stated on the government's balance sheet. So those are some of the key milestones. In terms of the key tailwinds for this scorching rally, you've seen robust ETF inflows. Other than that, there's also the resumption of interest rate cuts by the Federal Reserve and lingering geopolitical uncertainty as well that is powering prices. But let's also talk about one important piece of this picture, which is central bank buying, which is currently near those levels that were last seen in 1970s. So that's something that you're looking at, as you can see on your screens as well, in terms of the central bank buying that has been quite robust for gold prices. Quickly, let's also take a look at some of the brokerage verdict that we have coming in. So in terms of the brokerage verdict, slight bit of a mixed picture is what you're looking at as far as what brokerages are penciling in. So you do have Morgan Stanley, that their year-end target has already been reached when you talk about Morgan Stanley. UBS is the one that is penciling in $4,200 in terms of their year-end target. So gold well on track to reach that, in fact. Goldman Sachs as well, penciling in about $4,900 by the end of December 2026. Quite the upside that they're penciling in. Deutsche Bank as well, $4,000 an ounce. That's the target that was reached today, and this is the 2026 target that you have that is coming in. But tell you what, with that in mind, let's also quickly step aside from gold prices. We'll get back to this and get you some more analysis as well. But for now, let's go across and listen in to the word coming in from Tuhin Kantapande, who's the chairperson of SEBI.
Clearing corporations. In case of a broker's outage, to allow investors to square off their open positions directly with the exchange, we've introduced the Investor Risk Reduction Access Platform, IRRA, providing safety net against operational disruptions. The Unified Investor app, launched jointly by the two depositories, gives investors a consolidated view of their holdings, transaction history, e-voting options, and even proxy advisory recommendations, all in one place. It symbolizes how technology can simplify investor experience while enhancing transparency. We have enabled investors to voluntarily freeze their trading accounts, much like blocking an ATM card if they detect suspicious activity. We have launched a new version of SEBI complaints redressal system scores to strengthen the investor complaint redress mechanism, and unidentified, unclaimed assets in the securities market. In order to really prevent, we have enabled the DigiLocker to allow investors to fetch and store mutual fund and demat holding statements so that they can, should there be a contingency, the inheritors should be able to easily access those. Now, these are all initiatives, technology-based, which are empowering and protecting investors. Let me come out a few technological interventions to enhance market efficiency. On the efficiency front, one of the landmark reforms has been the move to a T+1 settlement cycle, making India one of the first major markets globally to achieve it. This has improved liquidity, reduced counterparty risk, and given investors faster access to funds. In a first of its kind redundancy model, we have developed a two-way portability module across clearing corporations in our securities market. The third, the application supported by blocked amount, we call it ASBA, first introduced for IPOs, now extends to secondary markets through a UPI blocked framework, ensuring smoother, safer, and more convenient transactions. Let me just cite a few instances how we are strengthening oversight through technology, the SupTech, which Marlene mentioned. Technology has become the regulator's most potent ally. Leveraging technologies, our supervisory process, we conduct off-site inspections, supervise market infrastructure institutions, and do continuous monitoring of intermediaries. To enable real-time oversight and to relieve the reporting burdens on businesses, we have introduced system-driven disclosures. SEBI's Data Analytics and Digital Forensics Laboratory uses advanced analytics AI/ML models to detect complex market manipulation patterns and network-based frauds. Our in-house social media monitoring systems are actively identifying and acting against unregistered financial influencers and misleading content.
Alright, and so there you go. That's the word coming in from Tuhin Kantapande as well. When it comes to the tech infrastructure as a whole and the role that it is playing in reshaping the markets as well. But let's get back to gold. Take a look at gold prices. Try and understand what are the factors as well when it comes to this gold rush. In fact, today on the show, we are joined by Manav Modi, who's a senior manager, analyst, commodity and currency research, Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Mr. Modi, thank you so much for taking time out this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
Well, absolutely, and this is a very good day to be talking to you about gold prices. That $4,000 an ounce mark, who would have thought that this day would come 2 years ago around the COVID-19 pandemic when you had those $2,000 an ounce levels. This was still something that we were just talking about, but now it's very much there. This is, in fact, what was being penciled in by the end of 2026 when it comes to some brokerage houses as well. So when it comes to the fundamental factors off the top of your head, of course, the safe haven demand that we're looking at this year, and that is unprecedented. But what you're looking at by the way of factors here for gold?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right on the path that it's a historic run. We've not seen since like this like a long time, because every year since pandemic, definitely gold has posted a positive return, if not flat. But then 2025 is something where gold prices are absolutely smashing every barrier. Every day is a new peak and new all-time high. There are definitely valid pointers which are pushing the prices high, because everyone is a buyer higher even at this rate. First, if we just talk about the demand supply dynamics, definitely we are moving towards heavy demand kind of a scenario even at this rate. If you talk about the domestic outlook, we are almost at the Diwali or the wedding season, and at this rate as well, we are at a significant premium where supply side risks are kind of available at this rate. From a global angle, definitely they started with President Trump's tariff kind of a war, but it moved on quickly to the geopolitical tensions going on since 2022, added with the rate cut scenario, which recently was a boost in September rate cut, and now moving on to the October and December. I think one big plus is more and more uncertainties continuously getting added for gold prices to rise. So US government shutdown is a new highlight for gold prices to rise in the past 1 or 2 weeks. So I think till the time we don't have any news on the spending bill, till the time we don't have any news on the ease off or the overall uncertainty, I don't think prices are going to stop. Definitely some of the other dips could be there, because on domestic front, 1,000 rupees is, I think, the new normal, new range. But despite those dips, I think there's much more room looking at the overall uncertainty from the demand side as well. Like you mentioned on the central bank buying, ETF inflows on domestic has also been absolutely crazy. So we started by about 55,000 crores. We are currently above 70,000 crores only for gold. Central bank buying
about
has
the
been
ETF buying as well, I wanted to come back on that, because when you talk about the central bank buying, we've seen there's nothing like it. You're looking at levels close to where it was around 1970s. Do you also see that sustaining? Because there's a bunch of buying that has already happened that we already have, sort of seen. So in terms of robust ETF inflows and central bank buying, do you see both of these factors also continuing going forward?
Yeah, I think absolutely. Both these factors are playing at the strong front when we talk about the net overall demand, because central bank has been a net buyer for more than a decade, and the average buying has been close to 1,000 tons every year. Similarly, ETF, in terms of SPDR, they were not receiving an inflows since past 2-3 years, but this year has been a good year for them. But domestic, I think domestic ETFs are growing on a month-on-month basis.
All right then, in terms of the targets, then what are you penciling in for gold as well as silver? What are you penciling in? Because silver, in fact, has been the clear outperformer as well on a year-to-date basis. We've seen a very unprecedented run even for the sister metal silver as well. So both of these metals, what are you looking at?
So I think definitely since past couple of years we were hoping silver's outperformance that was not visible, but now I think this year is clearly for silver as well. Starting with silver, I think we were looking at $50 and 150,000 as a year-end target, but I think we are almost close to that. We definitely will look at if we get a good close about that above $50. It's a runway through $55 from here, more $5 to the year end, assuming USD at 89, it's around 165, 170,000. And for gold, if we get a clear close at 4,000, maybe 4,200, 4,500 on COMEX will be a level to look at.
All right, and those are some of the levels to also keep in mind when it comes to gold prices, as well as some of those factors. Thank you so much, Mr. Modi, for joining us this afternoon. So there you go. That's the record run that we're looking at for gold prices. Another day, another record high coming in. And this time it's $4,000 an ounce, crossed for the first time ever. So let's keep an eye on gold as well, but let's move on for now. Get you an important update as far as December is concerned, and it's marking a new chapter for Mumbai skies, with Prime Minister Modi also set to inaugurate the Navi Mumbai International Airport. And you do have Puneet, in fact, who's joining us to give us a walkthrough from the location itself. Puneet, what is the mood on the ground?
We're coming to you live from the Navi Mumbai International Airport, and behind me you can see a lot of preparation that has gone in. A lot of police as well as security personnel to ensure that today it gets inaugurated, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi expected in a few hours. What's also very interesting is about the international airport. It's expected to service roughly about 90 million passengers at full capacity. That's almost 80% more than what the current Mumbai International Airport services. So it's going to be a game changer to say the least. Apart from that, it's also going to be the next big cargo hub as well. Roughly 3.2 million metric tons is the key number that you need to watch. That's about the capacity in terms of what this airport could do. And that's roughly 5 times also of the current Mumbai International Airport that services in terms of cargoes as well. The third key benefit that we are seeing at this particular point of time is also the other related sectors that get that benefit. You have real estate prices in areas around Navi Mumbai like Ulve, like Belapur and Panvel that have already seen prices increase by roughly 10 to 15% over the past year, and with the development that's expected over the next 5 to 10 years in this area, it's going to be a game changer to say the least for real estate prices. The other one is logistics. I mentioned about cargo volumes getting increased. You will see a lot more action in that particular space, and the other aspect of GDP, economy as well as job creation that gets a huge benefit from this particular airport as well. We're roughly expecting almost 300,000 to 400,000 jobs being added in multiple direct as well as indirect adjacencies, and that's one of the key benefit coming in from the airport. So, getting here is the other final aspect I want to mention. For Mumbaikars, travel is always something, and commute that they look at. With Atal Setu, that's been made very, very easy, very, very accessible, and very, very scenic to say the least as well. The roads are very smooth. That's on the roadways. In terms of trains, you can get one from Vadala station, come to Belapur as well as Panvel as a station, and you're also having a new station coming in specifically for the Navi Mumbai airport. But that's the report coming in from this live location here. You can see behind me the majestic lotus design as well for the Navi Mumbai airport, and you will see a lot more coming out in the next few days.
Well, absolutely, Puneet, and game changer to say the least. Thank you so much for getting us that roundup. Let's also quickly take a look at some of the counters that are buzzing away in trade. So there's Infosys, TCS, Tech Mahindra making it to that list, and also Titan holding up quite well with that 4% gain for Titan. And you do have the company that came out with their business updates for the second quarter. Mahima Impact is joining in with the update on this one. Mahima, over to you.
The business update has come in much better than what the street was expecting. The jewelry growth was expected to be around 12 to 15%, which has come in at a 19%. Overall domestic growth also strong at that 18% mark. Margins have two sides here. Because of studded mix going up, margins could see an improvement, but overall to push that studded mix on a higher end, they've put in a lot of money in marketing spends. So that will be a wait and watch once the results come as to how margins will fare for the counter. But overall, even total store addition stands at 55. Tanishq and Mia has seen a good store growth, which was on a surprising end. International business has also seen a good growth of 86%, both in US as well as the entire the Arab area. Now, in terms of jewelry, of course, surge in gold prices has seen a substantial uptick in the ticket prices of the entire jewelry segment. Studded mix has seen a good growth in terms of mid-teens for both Tanishq and Mia, and like-for-like growth has been in double digits. So that's up, on a very positive side. In terms of watches, that's grown around 12%. Overall, Titan brand itself has seen a good double-digit growth. Eye care has seen a good growth of around 9%, and analog watches has seen a double-digit growth. Lastly, in terms of where emerging business stands, though a small part of business now, but growing at a very fast pace. Emerging business overall has seen a good growth of 37%, in which categories like fragrances has seen a good growth of 48%, women's bag 90%, and Taneira a 13% growth. Brokerages have also remained positive on the back of this, and have said that early festive push has actually led to this good growth in Q2.
Alright, then there you go. That's the update coming in for the second quarter as far as Titan is concerned. But that's all the time that we have on this edition of Markets at 12. Thank you so much for tuning in. You don't go anywhere, because Profit Buzzers takes all of the action forward.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्बनिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्बनिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी सब विदेश जाते हैं। The best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्बनिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
जान रहा है दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, Real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy time to listen
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Hello and welcome to Profit Buzzers right here on NDTV Profit. My name is Puneet Zaveri, and over the next half an hour or so, we'll tell you everything that you need to know over what's happened during the day, some key stocks that are buzzing, and some stories that you don't want to miss. Before we get into all of that, let's first see how the markets are doing, because we have seen a day where, essentially at the start of the day, we had some positive momentum, but we've seen essentially selling consistent over the last couple of hours, and now we are at the lowest point of the day, roughly about 25,000, just holding up to say the least, down almost 90 odd points. Let's quickly look at the heat map for the Nifty first before we move on to the broader markets. Nifty Bank as well has been consistently under pressure, but a key stock of the day essentially has to be Titan, given its strong business updates. Infosys, TCS, HCL Tech, all are buzzing in trade today. We are going to start seeing the results coming in from tomorrow, starting with TCS. And very interestingly, they have decided to not hold a press conference this time around. That's largely because it collides with the anniversary of the late Ratan Tata, and that's what the reasoning is what given by the company. But it was an important quarter. It will decide what happens with the Nifty IT, at least in the near term, until the results come in. So that's going to be one key sector to watch as well. Advanced decline ratio is the other one I want to just quickly mention, because again, we have seen crisscross patterns throughout the day. And while we were in the advances in the morning, that trend has clearly reversed now, almost 2:1 in favor of the declines. When you look at the mid cap and small cap, that's the other key aspect where we have seen that over the last few days, the broader markets have also been consistently mirroring what's happening with the benchmarks today as well. The mid cap 150 down 0.5%. The small cap 250 is also down with a similar percentage points as well. And finally, the BSE 500. Lot of individual movers again yet today. ITI, Rosari Biotech, Sonata Software are some of them that are buzzing in trade today on the positive side. While we've seen some pressure on KIOCL, it's been a stock that's run up consistently over the past week. And this week we started to see some deceleration on that aspect. But to talk more about what's happening in the markets as well, let's go across to Gaurang Shah as well as Vinay Rajani, who's joining us. Gaurang, of course, the Senior Vice President at Georgette Investments. Vinay Rajani, CMT, Senior Technical and Derivative Analyst at HDFC Securities. Gentlemen, very good afternoon to you, and thanks so much for joining in. Vinay, let me first come to you on a lot of these IT names. Do you feel like there could be some strategy that we could employ of buying today, selling tomorrow before the results? Any kind of positive up move that you see could be consistent in the near term?
Yeah, good afternoon. So it is very difficult to judge on the basis of charts, especially when the results are due in the large cap IT space. So though we have seen a bounce back in the stock like TCS from the lower level, the primary trend has been bearish. So tomorrow, I think it is going to announce the result. So before the event, it is always better not to give more reliability. We want to not to rely on the charts, because though we have to concentrate more on the overall primary trend. Primary trend has been bearish. We need to see how result comes out. But as of now, it is into a pullback mode. Resistance I see is around 3080 to 33100 odd level. So this is a bounce back, and then we need to see whether this results are converting this pullback into the reversal or not. So overall trend is down. Whatever long position is having, I think 2900 should be the stop loss in existing long position in the stock like TCS.
Got the view, Vinay. But Gaurang, before I come to you, let me first put a key focus on a story in the banking space. RBI has introduced the expected credit loss or ECL framework that reshapes how banks assess risk and allocate capital. Now, Vansh is joining in to give us a breakdown of the key changes and their impact across credit cards, SMEs, MSMEs, as well as home loans. Vansh, over to you.
Well, thank you for that, Puneet. As you rightly mentioned, now the RBI has released a draft norms on credit risk and ECL framework. Now, these are effective from 1st of April 2027. So, let me start off with the ECL framework. Now, currently, what the bank does is the bank currently books their provisions only when the loans goes bad. However, now under the new ECL framework, now the banks will be predicting their future losses early and setting the money aside by assessing the previous 5 financial years and assessing the macro headwinds as well. Now, moving on, we also have banks that will determine the risk-weighted assets for credit and market risk as well. Now, under ECL norms, they will be estimating how much of the unused credit can turn into the actual loans. So, this would be an important factor to watch out for as well. Now, moving on, now the RBI also introduced income recognition. Now, this will be on the basis of effective interest rate method. Now, what this essentially implies is that the banks would be required to spread their interest income evenly over the loan's life. Instead of as of now, the banks currently recognizes the whole income immediately as well. Now, moving on to the effective interest rate. This will impact the margins of the banks as the income recognition will be deferred over a period as well. Now, moving on the goal. Now, the primary objective of this ECL framework is to reduce the capital consumption and improve the capital ratios for the bank as well. Lastly, if you look at the transition period, now there will be a gradual implementation to avoid this sudden capital pressure, and the transition period for this would be 5 years, which is effective from 1st of April 2027 as well. Now, if you look at the new capital changes that has introduced by RBI. Now, firstly, it will reward better quality loans with lower risk weights to banks as well. Now, moving on, we also have the previously credit card loans. In terms of the credit card loans, we had 125% risk weights that the bank used to keep. But moving on, as of now, the banks will be required to have a risk weight of just 75%. So clearly, they will be able to allocate more loans. So it will be favorable for credit card companies and banks as well. Next, we have the impact on the MSME loans now. In terms of MSME loans, now earlier all MSME loans were allocated a risk of about 75% on the risk-weighted average. However, now only the rated MSMEs will have a 75% risk weight, and the unrated MSMEs would attract a slightly higher capital of 85% risk weight. Now, this is done by RBI to encourage and lend better quality, encouraging banks to lend better quality MSMEs as well. Lastly, we have the impact on home loans. Now, this will be applicable to up to 2 loans per individual and will be applicable to the value of less than 3 crores. Now, what will be essentially happening is that the earlier large loans had a risk weight of about 35 to 50%. However, now the matrix has been changed. Now the risk assessment would be done on the basis of loan to value ratio instead of the amount of loan. In fact, if you look at the loan to value ratio, what we can clearly see is that if the loan amount is less than the value of the property, it will be clearly a favorable for the bank, as it will reduce the risk, and this will lead to a risk-weighted. This will also lead to a decline in the risk weights for the home loans as well. So this is how the overall picture is panning out for the banks as well.
Thanks so much for that, Vansh, getting us these comprehensive policies across banks, credit cards, as well as on home loans. But Gaurang, let me come to you. Very good afternoon, and thanks so much for joining in. The norms for the banking names will be spread over 5 years, so we will see a limited impact on that as of now. But what do you make of the new rules for credit cards, specifically a lower risk weight? Do you expect that names like SBI cards, IDFC, First, amongst others, there could be a buying opportunity there right now?
Thank you, Puneet, for having me on the show, and good afternoon to all the viewers of NDTV Profit.
I think we've just lost.
Before I go on the stock specific, sector specific, a small disclosure from my side that all recommendations are going to be Can you hear me, Puneet?
Yeah. Gaurang, we just lost you for a bit, but please go ahead.
Yeah, so all recommendations are a part of our research team recommendations. Our company, Jurjit or I, we do not have any personal investments, no financial interest, no conflict of interest, but we give recommendations to our clients on similar lines. They might have their investment interest. So I think eventually what the objective of RBI is to have a very strong and a supportive lending system. It should not turn out into a systematic risk because of certain negligence or because of certain slippages. So I think this implementation over 5 years will definitely augur well for the entire BFSI segment. Specifically on the names that you mentioned, well, on IDFC First Bank, our research team has a positive coverage from a long-term point of view on the fundamental side. And our sense is, and also going by the commentary of the management IDFC First Bank, I think there is going to be improvement following in the next couple of years. So yes, you can definitely have a look at it from a long-term point of view. And overall, Puneet, our view on the entire BFSI segment, especially with this earnings, which is going to be a curtain raiser from tomorrow, I think second quarter and the quarters to follow, BFSI segment is going to be in the spotlight for all the good reasons, especially post the business updates that they have shared.
Got that, Gaurang, and very clear with what your viewers are. Vinay, just a couple of names I want to highlight. SBI Cards as well as RBL Bank, both seeing a very positive reaction coming out of possibly these norms. Do you expect that the positive momentum could continue on the charts as well?
Yes, it seems like that they should continue the positive momentum. The way the formation is developing on the charts on the short term as well as medium term, SBI card has been making higher tops, higher bottoms. RBL Bank is also near its 52-week high, so continuously showing strength. So not only this small private sector banks, but the other banks also, like in PSU Bank, there was a strength. Now small banks like Karur Vysya, City Union Bank, all have been showing strength. So entire sector has been doing good. Specifically, SBI card is developing good charts right now, and it looks like that it should continue its positive momentum. It should continue to outperform the overall broader markets. And for SBI card, I see a resistance around 990. That should be the immediate resistance for the stock. As far as RBL Bank is concerned, RBL Bank is also looking strong. Just now only it has hit a new 52-week high. The immediate resistance for the stock I see around 300 odd level, which happens to be the previous swing high. So overall, both stocks are looking strong, and they should outperform the broader market as well as the benchmark indices.
Got the view, Vinay. So definitely a key positive on a couple of stocks benefited from this fundamental move by the RBI. But Titan is the top Nifty gainer today. It's in focus after the company came up with their business updates for the second quarter. Mahima joining in to tell us what's leading to the positive momentum.
The business update has come in much better than what the street was expecting. The jewelry growth was expected to be around 12 to 15%, which has come in at a 19%. Overall domestic growth also strong at that 18% mark. Margins have two sides here. Because of studded mix going up, margins could see an improvement, but overall to push that studded mix on a higher end, they've put in a lot of money in marketing spends. So that will be a wait and watch once the results come as to how margins will fare for the counter. But overall, even total store addition stands at 55. Tanishq and Mia has seen a good store growth, which was on a surprising end. International business has also seen a good growth of 86%, both in US as well as the entire the Arab area. Now in terms of jewelry, of course, surge in gold prices has seen a substantial uptick in the ticket prices of the entire jewelry segment. Studded mix has seen a good growth in terms of mid-teens for both Tanishq and Mia, and like-for-like growth has been in double digits. So that's up on a very positive side. In terms of watches, that's grown around 12%. Overall, Titan brand itself has seen a good double-digit growth. Eye care has seen a good growth of around 9%, and analog watches has seen a double-digit growth. Lastly, in terms of where emerging business stands, though a small part of business now, but growing at a very fast pace. Emerging business overall has seen a good growth of 37%, in which categories like fragrances has seen a good growth of 48%, women's bag 90%, and Taneira a 13% growth. Brokerages have also remained positive on the back of this, and have said that early festive push has actually led to this good growth. growth in Q2?
Well, thanks so much for that, Mahima. But Gaurang, let me come back to you on Titan. Any view that you have on the stock, and if not, any particular preference apart from Titan in the jewelry space?
Puneet, the one humble request before I do that, the disclosure plate that your team is displaying, our SEBI registration number is wrongly mentioned over there.
Okay.
I have mailed the rectified
Number. Okay,
file
we'll
to
get
your
that.
guest coordination team.
Yeah,
Kindly, please
we'll get
rectify
that
that.
change, Gaurang. Yeah.
Thank you, Puneet.
Yeah.
So on Titan, well, we've been positive for a pretty long time. Our targets are somewhere close to about 4,000 approximately, if I'm not mistaken. Extremely upbeat about the business update that they've given. And along with that, I think this is one company which is diversified into different businesses, and all those different businesses, Puneet, has been contributing quite smartly. Gold at 1,20,000 plus $4,000 mark crossed for the first time in history of gold. The view from a longer period is that gold prices are likely to move up after a small adjustment or a correction. In terms of wristwatches, they are doing extremely well. Carrot Lane that they took over is also contributing in terms of premium segment, platinum jewelry. Eye care and fragrance is also doing extremely well in terms of contribution. If you have it, hold it. If you don't have it, you can definitely buy. Like I mentioned, approximately 4,000 is the target.
Got the view, Gaurang. But, there are some other key stocks as well that's buzzing in trade today. Let me get my colleague Vansh to give us a perspective on a few of them. Vansh, over to you.
Yes, thank you for that, Puneet. So firstly, let me start off with Anantraj. Now the company has launched the QIP at a floor price of about 695 rupees per share. Now the indicative issue size of the QIP is 1100 odd crores. And if I talk about the indicative price, it's about 662 rupees per share. Also, the expected dilution for this is about 4.6% post the issue. Second on my list is PN Gadgil. Now the company has reported the Q2 business update. The Q2 revenue is up by 8%. The Q2 same store sales growth has been up by 29% on sequential basis. And the Q2 e-commerce segment contribution to revenue stood at about 6% as well. Now the festive season continues to remain key drivers of the growth for this particular counter as well. And they have been continuously focusing on accelerating their store rollout plan. In fact, they are planning to open 13 to in fact they have already opened 13 to 15 stores for H2 FY26. Third on my list is Ajmera Realty. Now the company has again reported the Q2 business update. Now the collections are up by 66% at 220 odd crores, and the sales value stood at 720 odd crores. And if I talk about the sales area, it stood at 2.29 lakh square feet, which is almost 100% up on a year-on-year basis as well.
Thanks so much for that, Vansh. But Vinay, let me come to you on PN Gadgil, as well as on something like a Titan as well, both in jewelry space, coming out with the quarterly updates. Anything that you like in this space?
Yes, so Titan has been into an uptrend. The stock has been trading above the 20, 50, 100 and 200 days moving average. So clearly it is into a uptrend. So it is a consumption stock, and apart from the auto space, if we look at the stock like Titan, this is one of the stock which is looking stronger on the charts as compared to the other consumption stocks. I am talking barring the auto stocks I am talking about. So yes, one can continue to hold. It has shown some pullback after the news which came yesterday. So now it is into a pullback, but yes, overall for last 3-4 months the stock has been into consolidation, but primary trend has been bullish, so one can continue to hold on to the long position in the portfolio. So there is no I think there is no opportunity for the trades right now. The setup is quite zigzag in the short term, so better to avoid for the short term trading. But yes, PN Gadgil, as we have been discussing, there is a breakout around about 635. Now stock is trading around 660. So yes, it is looking stronger on the chart. So if somebody wants to generate some alpha in short-term trading, then PN Gadgil can be looked at with the appropriate stop loss. According to me, the stop loss comes in at 634, which happens to be the yesterday's low. So that should be the stop loss in trading long position. And yes, the chart setup is quite convincing for the short term, and this particular jewelry stocks can perform well in the coming time.
Got the view, Vinay. But the other one stock that we're putting the focus on today is Divi's Lab. Now, let's pull up the stock very quickly. Almost up 1.4%, and that's after Jefferies has maintained a buy rating on the particular stock. Why are we covering this particular report? Varsha joins in to give us perspective on all of this. Varsha, over to you.
Well, thank you so much for that. So the important aspect over here is, Divi's is actually preparing for supply of API for a cancer drug which is being manufactured by Novartis. Now, why this matter? Because this cancer drug is a blockbuster drug wherein the patent will expire in 2032, and if Divi supplies the API for this cancer drug in the next 6 months, could lead to earnings of around $130 to $140 million by FY27 and $200 to $230 million by FY31. Now, this is according to Jefferies. Now, why this is important? Because Divi's key product, that is Entresto, which is a hard drug. This is actually expecting a sales erosion. So this cancer drug would offset the sale erosion by Entresto, which will help Divi's until the new growth comes in from peptides and GLP-1 products. So overall, if you see if Divi supplies this API in the next 6 months, could leave a massive earnings for FY27 and by FY31.
Thanks so much for that, Varsha. But Gaurang, do you think that given this possible new update coming in on Divi's, it's an expensive stock also, but this blockbuster drug, as Varsha mentioned, could be a game changer for the company. Do you have a view on this one?
Yeah, so Puneet, we did have a buy coverage on Divi's Laboratories from a long-term point of view. Our targets were achieved by the recent rally that we've seen in the stock, and hence we have given a book profit stroke reduced recommendation on Divi's Laboratories. And as Varsha was mentioning, this is a likely possibility in future. If that happens and if it changes the earnings for the company for better, then we might change our stance at that point of time. But still, it is just futuristic supply that we are talking about. Currently, we have a reduced recommendation on Divi's Laboratories.
Got the view, Gaurang, but the Global FinTech Festival of 2025 is on right here, actually very close to us in BKC in Mumbai. My colleague Vishwanath Nair actually caught up with Ashok Chandra, the Managing Director and CEO of Punjab National Bank, talking about the credit growth as well as the trends in deposit that he's currently seeing. Listen to what he had to say.
If you can tell me a little bit about what you are seeing in the festival, what are you aiming to achieve at the festival, Punjab National Bank and its position at the festival?
Every year we participate in this GFF, and this year also we have put our stall also. Yesterday we have launched 5 digital backed products with the benign hands of our DFS Secretary sir. And all these products are going to cater to the customers. They are going to provide the convenience to our staff members. I can talk about these products. One product is for the renewal of KCC loans for the farmers. Now, this is one of the very pain point for the farmers. They used to spend weeks together for renewal and enhancement of their KCC loans. And now with this digital channel, within half an hour, the farmers can avail the renewal of their KCC, enhancement can happen, and no documentation is required. This is one product yesterday we have launched. Second digital product which we have launched again for the farmers is the dairy loans now. And beautiful product, end-to-end digital now. And again, this will cater to the rural masses now. Third product again for the rural people is for the tractor loan. I think generally whenever we go for the digital piece, we always think about the vehicle loan and other segment of the society. We thought that why can't we bring ease to the people who are staying in the rural areas now. And this digital express tractor loan can happen within half an hour. And end to end, again, it is the digital journey now. From the loan sourcing, sanction, documentation and disbursement. Everything is through the digital channel now. I think I'm expecting that these 3 products which we have launched for the convenience of the rural people, that will transform the life of the rural people now. Fourth product which we have launched is that the mutual fund. People are investing a lot of things in the mutual fund now. So if you are my customer and you have uploaded our mobile app, through the mobile app itself within 5 minutes, you can avail the OD facility against your mutual fund now. Okay. And whatever transactions you want to do it in the OD facility, online you can do it now. Fifth product which we have launched is for the convenience of our staff members. We have come out with a Gen AI backed the Rahi one, the chatbot, and through that my staff members can interact, find out what are the the facilities are there, what are the products, features are there, so that across the counter, if they are interacting with the customers, it becomes easy to the life of our customers, of our staff members. So these are the 5 products yesterday we have launched, and with NPCI and with RBI, I think a lot of products which are planning to be launched today also. CBDC, again, the bank is very active along with the RBI. One is the programmable CBDC, again, RBI is supporting in the development in the various states in the country. NPCI backed a lot of products are there now, and today Governor Sir is also there, and we are going to launch again some good product through the help of NPCI now.
Well, that's some key clarifications as well as updates coming in from the management of Punjab National Bank. And we discussed the banking space at the start of the show with Gaurang as well. But Gaurang as well as Vinay, thanks so much for joining in today, giving us perspective across a bunch of stocks. And viewers, with that, we'll slip into a very short break. Some exclusive coming up on the other side. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
जान रहे दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं द बेस्ट ऐप टू यूज इज द एनडीटीवी ऐप।
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy
CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
The rift in the house of Tatas, the battle over Tata Sons board nominations is what we're talking about. What began as a fiery September 11 executive committee meeting has now split the trust into two clear factions, the Noel Tata camp and the Melli Mistry camp. This disagreement may well shape the future control and governance of India's most storied conglomerate. But what led to this disagreement? Vishwanath is here to take us through everything that he's picked up so far. Vishwanath, over to you.
Right. So what has happened in the Tata Trust right now is a very fiery executive committee meeting that you mentioned earlier. There are two camps, there are two factions that have been formed. One is a Noel Tata faction, which also has other members like Venu Srinivasan as well as Vijay Singh. On the other hand is the Melli Mistry faction, which has total 4 members, Mistry himself, Darius Khambata, Pramit Jhaveri as well as Jahangir Etsi Jahangir. So these two factions are actually going head on against each other in terms of control as well as corporate governance concerns that the group has. So essentially, Tata Trust is a combination of two different trusts of the family. They also control 66% stake in Tata Sons, which is the primary investment arm of the Tata Group. So therefore, the positioning of Tata Trust and who controls Tata Trust is very, very important. Noel Tata is currently the chairman of Tata Trust. The fight has begun simply because Melli Mistry's camp believes that they have been kept in the dark. They have not been given enough information, especially about key strategic decisions at Tata Sons, which of course the Noel Tata camp does refute. They don't quite agree. They believe that they're doing everything that is right for the stakeholders. Now, on September 11th, when that executive committee meet happened, that led to the exit of Vijay Singh, former defense secretary, from the board of Tata Sons. And this fight essentially has sort of culminated into a bigger rift in the Tata Trust currently, which is why the government had to intervene. And of course, there were some meetings and there were discussions going on. We don't know what the outcome of that meeting is, or what the government intends to do, or what Tata Trust intends to do. But the intention, of course, here is to have a more amicable solution to this problem, so that the Melli Mistry camp and the Noel Tata camp can rest easy. As part of this entire problem is also the Shapoorji Pallonji Group, which currently owns 18.4% stake in Tata Sons. They have a serious debt problem. The Noel Tata camp believes that they can arrive at an amicable solution, give these guys a bit of an exit from their holding and ensure some liquidity. On the other hand, the Melli Mistry camp does not wish to do that. So that solution is also a part of this entire problem. And the last one is Tata Sons mandatory listing. There, of course, Tata Sons does not want to list. However, the Reserve Bank of India has yet to pass its final decision in the matter.
Thanks, Vishy, for that. In fact, to take this forward, as Vishy was mentioning, the Tata Group leaders have briefed the cabinet ministers on the crisis. My colleague Shrimi also joins in with exclusive insights. Shrimi, tell us, what are you hearing from your sources so far?
Well, 4 senior Tata Group leaders, Noel Tata, Venu Srinivasan, N. Chandra of Tata Sons and Darius Kambata, on Tuesday briefed a top cabinet minister that some trustees have been trying to assert greater control over the Tata Sons board, raising concern over the corporate governance and decision-making autonomy. Now, the meeting, described as conciliatory, comes amid, increasing unease over how internal division within Tata Trust could perhaps affect the functioning of one of the most influential conglomerate. Now, the rift, which has split Tata Trust into 2 camps, one includes Noel, Venu Srinivasan and Vijay Singh, whose removal as Tata Sons nominee director on September 11 triggered the current standoff. The other camp includes Melli Mistry, Jahangir, Pramit Zaveri and Darius Kambata. Now, sources indicated that both factions have accused each other of the governance lapses. The Melli-led group claims it was not kept in the loop on the Vijay Singh's reappointment to the Tata Sons board, while the Noel-led camp alleges that the opposing side is trying to kind of dominate the Tata Sons board and influence key appointment. Now, at the heart of the dispute actually lies the control over the appointment of the nominee directors to the Tata Sons board and how much information from board deliberation is actually shared with the rest of the trustees. Now, the ouster of Vijay Singh, a former defense secretary, has become the flashpoint in this conflict. Now, sources have said that even the conduct of one of the trustees was brought up during the meeting on Tuesday, who recently threatened removal of Venu Srinivasan. Now, N. Chandra, who has largely remained neutral, was also consulted during the meeting. He is understood to have shared, the broad assessment of the situation without taking any sides. The government actually, at this point, is acting as a quiet mediator. The minister is believed to have advised Tata Trust leadership to resolve their differences internally and maintain institutional stability while ensuring that rift does not actually spill over into any sort of regulatory space. The matter assumes significance as Tata Trust, which holds 66% in the Tata Sons, plays a pivotal role in the key appointments and governance decision. And with a crucial Tata Trust meeting scheduled for October 10th, the outcome of these discussions, could shape the group's leadership and governance trajectory in the weeks ahead.
Thank you so much, Shrimi, for that. In fact, let me welcome in our guests. We have Sriram Subramanian, MD and founder at InGovern, Sanjay Asher, senior partner at Crawford Bailey, and Abhizar Divanji joining us to discuss about this entire saga right now. First up, Mr. Subramanian, let me come to you first. From a governance standpoint as well, how are you assessing this entire Tata boardroom drama right now? And what will your initial comments be?
Good afternoon. I would think that differences are bound to arise in any board where individuals are there, where they have very strong opinions. As you said, the flashpoint seems to be the removal of Vijay Singh the manner in which he was removed could be a flashpoint. But I hope that they see reason. I hope these differences are sorted out. And I would think, see, these are gentlemen of good stature, long experience, etc. I would think that media has attributed like there's a coup, etc. I would think that is too much of a, I would say, a misnomer. And I would think that this can be sorted out amicably and in a manner which is acceptable to all parties involved.
Right, I actually want to butt in here. Mr. Subramanian, you said coup is probably a misnomer, and I tend to agree with you on that. But I want to ask this question to Abhisar Diwanji. Mr. Diwanji, when you are looking at the way this is playing out publicly, somewhat reminds you of the Tata versus Mistry of the yesteryear, where you know the previous sort of boardroom battle in the group had taken place. What is the impact of this kind of sort of falling out amongst members of Tata Trust?
Clearly negative, Vishy. You know, what's more important is that some of these issues ought to be sorted amicably. And now you have the government trying to come and sort these matters out, which actually says that this is not within the ambit of how people need to behave. Now, you know, few things one needs to understand. You know, I think rigidity of stance needs to be eased out. And governance per se suffers significantly when there is internal opinions, and as Mr. Srinivasan said, opinions are extremely important. But when these opinions turned into very rigid ego stands on either side, that is when the organization suffers, and that is what is likely to happen here. So, firstly, let's say this: the people who are trustees of Tata Trusts, their primary responsibilities is philanthropic, by the way, and not necessarily controlling Tata Sons. The second thing is that they have delegated a few people onto the board of Tata Sons, who need to then manage Tata Sons such that the revenues from that can be used for philanthropic purposes of the trust. So I think the whole focus around the trustees of the trust on the philanthropic angle is kind of ignored or never discussed. But the boardroom battles somehow come up. So it gives a feeling that there is a lot of strong opinions spilling into egos, and which obviously impacts any organization.
Abhisar, that was an interesting point that you mentioned as well, you know, with regards to how a charitable trust can actually exercise effective veto powers over operating companies. In fact, let me take this opportunity to take the question with Sanjay Asher as well. Mr. Asher, in your legal opinion, how does this controlled exercise, you know, by Tata Trusts over Tata Sons actually align with the principles of corporate governance under the Indian law, number one? And is it sustainable from a corporate perspective for a charitable trust to go ahead and exercise effective veto powers when it comes to operating companies, especially when board decisions are in question?
Look, the trustees have fiduciary duty. And therefore, if they are holding shares in Tata Sons unlisted entity or a listed entity, they have to ensure that the interest of the trust is adequately protected. It can't be that they don't protect the interest of the trust. Okay, and they have to exercise their shareholding in a manner that A, governance is upheld to the last possible dot. At the same time, the interest of the trust is protected. So I'm being presumptuous to say that they are discharging their duty in relation to these two aspects. One is from a governance perspective to protecting and discharging duty, fiduciary duty, and protecting trust's interest in Tata Sons.
Mr. Asher, I just want to also understand from you, in terms of the legality of decision making here, can I mean, yes, beneficiary owner, I understand, but is there anything that stops, let's say, a large stake owner like Tata Trust from pushing through what they want as an agenda? And in case of that being that decision making being fractured, is it an advantage for the minority guys there?
Oh, the point which I'm trying to make here is, if I'm a shareholder and the shares are held by a trust, and if I'm a trustee, I have to ensure that the trust interest is protected. And in order to protect the trust interest, I have to exercise my voting rights in such a manner that A, the interest of the trust is protected. At the same time, it is in the best interest of the company as well. In other words, it is nothing but upholding the governance.
Okay, so I mean, you're talking about governance here, and that takes me to my next question. What is the need of the hour then? Does it need a structured governance framework, to actually enable more decision making? What is the key right now at this juncture when, a case like this actually would set the precedence? Abhisar, anything that you would want to add on it?
So firstly, I think we should be very clear in our thinking. One is, there are a bunch of trustees whose primary job, in my view, is to make sure that the objectives of the trust are met. That's the primary job. The secondary job is to make sure that the earning member of the family, in this case Tata Sons shares, are duly governed well, and they actually contribute money in to be able to achieve the trust's objectives. This is the reason, if you go back, why these trusts were formed. Now, for the governance of Tata Sons itself, there is a nomination process where a few trustees are nominated to the board of Tata Sons to manage Tata Sons. So we have to differentiate between the trust and the trustees and the people who are nominated on the board of Tata Sons to run Tata Sons from the trust. And to the extent where the people who are nominated on Tata Sons do not feed the trust on time in terms of what is happening, I think those are issues that are internal to the trust and the trust's concern, do not impact the governance of Tata Sons at all. The governance of Tata Sons is done by the nominee directors of the trust who are nominated on the board of Tata Sons, and the board of Tata Sons is the one which governs Tata Sons. What happens between the trust and Tata Sons is the matter of how the nominated directors are feeding the trustees so that they are updated well. So these two issues have to be differentiated. What we don't end up doing is merging the two and saying that this is all one. It is not one. So the people who are trustees of the trust, who are not nominated onto the board, frankly, have no governance role to play on the Tata Sons board. But they have a right to make sure that they are updated in a transparent manner on what is happening at Tata Sons, because that is the earning member of the trust. I hope that differentiation is clear.
No, I completely agree with that, Mr. Demaji, but I want to ask this question to Sriram Subramanian. I mean, you look at listed companies and their board agendas all the time, and you advise shareholders on what they should be doing. Now, here we are in the midst of a unlisted universe where, public shareholders are not actually part of this discussion. However, if you were to look at it from that lens, what would your advice be in terms of maintaining the corporate governance standards, as well as a clear decision-making process, so that no investor feels that they are being shortchanged?
I would think, firstly, Tata Sons. You are talking about the investors in Tata Sons. So it has articles of association, the way it should manage its affairs, with the way the shareholders of Tata Sons need to, what are their rights, what are their responsibilities. That is clearly defined in the articles of association of Tata Sons. So in that, Tata Trusts have a right to nominate 2 directors. They have certain information rights. So to that extent, as long as that is maintained, they should not get any other special powers. Why should the trustees of Tata Trust get rights to, I would say, go through or review the minutes of Tata Sons? They should not. And I think that structure is already defined. It had been going well all these years. I think if some trustees are trying to sort of change the architecture or the framework around it, I think that could have led to this flashpoint or the need to do.
Mr. Subramanian, a quick, we just have 30 seconds. Any impact on the shareholders of operating entities on the back of this saga?
I wouldn't think so. As of now, shareholders of operating companies don't need to feel anxious, don't need to be worried at all. It's a long way away, and I think the entire issue will be resolved amicably between Tata Trust and Tata Sons itself.
Right. I think that's interesting. And I think the comments that we've got from all the guests, Mr. Subramanian, we have Mr. Sanjay Ashar and Abhisar Devanji, really helpful. Thank you, Vishy, as well, for joining in from, one of the events that you are at the, the Global FinTech Fest. But all inputs absolutely welcome. And that clearly gives you a picture of what's actually happening in the Tata boardroom battle as of now, with all updates and the kind of impact that could be coming in as well. But moving on, Deloitte will return part of its payment from the Australian government over a 440,000 Australian dollar report that contained multiple errors. Now, the tech firm admitted that it had used generative AI, which is generative artificial intelligence, to produce the report. Before we get an expert to weigh in, Varsha joins us with the quick details. Varsha, over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Hiral, for that. So yes, definitely AI is to be blamed for the mistakes that has been done by Deloitte. Well, the errors were likely caused by AI hallucinations, which is called, and the AI tool was used by Azure OpenAI. What were the key errors? Those were found were a fake quote from a federal court judge, references to non-existent books and research papers, around 20 errors flagged by researcher. Well, what was the Deloitte response to that? They've admitted that some references were incorrect and they've agreed to partial refund to the government, and the revised report removed fake quotes and references, and the core recommendations stayed the same. Lastly, what were the criticisms and concern which were raised by the experts? One is misquoting a judge seen as serious in a legal audit, and experts say that Deloitte misused AI and should call for a full refund.
Thank you so much for that, Varsha, for just setting the context up. Let me get in. Amarjeet Chopra, former president at ICAI. Mr. Chopra, welcome to the show, and a pleasure to speak to you as always on NDTV Profit. Deloitte's misconduct, as we may probably term it, has continued, and this is becoming a worldwide affair. Multiple, cases that we've seen, which you would have heard my colleague put forward as well. How would you look into this aspect of it, and what would your analysis be?
No, I'm a bit puzzled and shocked also. Of course, AI can create mistakes, so let's be very clear about it, because AI doesn't have any mind of its own. I think it's a well-known fact. It does not create anything, it does not innovate anything, there's no creativity. Whatever data is produced before us, before it, there is a set pattern, and it picks up those patterns and then submits the report. But what surprises me that in an organization like Deloitte, if there is no cross-checking with regard to all these kind of errors which have been put in, and even there are fake quotes, non-existent quotes from the court cases for that particular matter, I think it doesn't go well with any of the authorities. It doesn't go well with any of the users of the services of any professional entity for that matter. Errors can be there. I won't rule out the possibility of errors even in future, but then I think to minimize that, an organization like Deloitte or any good firm for that matter should have a cross-checking mechanism that it shouldn't happen. Out of $440,000 remuneration you are willing to repay today, $290,000 remuneration. I think this is not done. This, to me, it doesn't seem to be a professional kind of work which has been carried out.
Mr. Chopra, based on your experience at the Institute in the past as well, how does the Institute traditionally approach high-profile cases which do involve alleged audit lapses by major firms like the Big Fours, including a Deloitte right now?
I can only tell you one thing, that there have I think Satyam was a classical example, if you ask me. And in case of Satyam, and in all and any other bigger case for that matter, all these big firms have been going to the courts, getting the stay orders, and then those stays have to be got vacated. It takes a lot of time for that matter. But now all these cases with regard to these bigger firms, because they are auditing all the listed entities, etc., most of their cases are now with NAFRA. And I think the success rate of their getting the stay orders, etc., has reduced quite a bit so far as that particular part is concerned. I don't think is dealing with any more cases so far as the big four are concerned, because if they are dealing with any privately limited entities which are not covered by NAFRA, in that particular case, yes, these cases will come to ICI and ICI will have to deal with it. But in the past, I still remember in the case of Satyam, PwC had gone to the court, got the stay with a lot of difficulty. I still remember in January 2011, we got the stay vacated, and within 6 months we decided the cases.
But, Mr. Chopra, if I look at the previous cases of Deloitte as well, you're talking about the Tingo Group fraud, which happened in 2003, 2004. They failed to audit Tingo, missing a $462 million fraud. Z Entertainment audit lapses that happened, in 2024. There were exam cheating fines that happened in 2024-25. China, the Harong case that we're talking about as well over here. Apart from that, the autonomy, audit misconduct that happened in UK in 2020 where Deloitte was fined. You also had another case in the UK with MITI audit failure where the UK regulator actually fined Deloitte. So there are multiple cases like this when it comes to Deloitte. So very quickly, your quick word on it. Does ICAI possess adequate powers during your tenure as well to ensure or enforce accountability on the big four firms? Firstly, or are there limitations? And secondly, reflecting on the past disciplinary proceedings involving the large firms, do you believe the existing framework has acted as a strong enough deterrent, so probably prevent repeated lapses?
I can only tell you that Institute has got the powers. It's not that Institute is toothless so far as this particular part is concerned. But if somebody goes to the court and gets the stay, and then the courts refuse to vacate the stay for a longer period, I don't think ICI can do anything about it. Now, if you look at NAFRA has been deciding some of the cases fast. Now, ILFS case has been there. Now, those cases are even with the SFIO for that matter. But then all these things take their own time, and it is a little bit unfortunate that in India, the delays are a bit abnormal, whereas in foreign countries, these cases are decided much faster.
Got it. So I think lots we'll have to watch out for as well, but the lapses that have continued when it comes to Deloitte, and this Australian one seems to be pretty amusing as well, slightly, when you figure out as to how one of the largest could come in and make mistakes like that. As Mr. Chopra was mentioning, AI can make the mistake, but an audit firm cannot really have a lapse like this. But thank you so much for joining in. That's all that we have on the show. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारपेट। सोलर मतलब साथ, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारपेट। सोलर मतलब साथ, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
जान रहा दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect.
Good afternoon. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit with me, Somit Sarkar, and my co-anchor Anushi. In the next half an hour, we'll take you through all the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade. But before that, if you look at the benchmark, that is the Nifty 50 index, in the last half an hour of trade, we have seen a swift recovery in the markets. Nifty did manage to find a support near its lowest level, that is 25,000, and since then we have seen 100 points recovery when it comes to the benchmark index, and when it comes to the Nifty Bank Index, it is now down just 100 odd points. It managed to find support around the 55,800 level, and since then we have seen close to 300 points recovery in day's trade.
Well, for broader market, Amit, if you're looking at in terms of mid-cap 150 and small-cap 250, well, they have remained in that particular range in the last 1 hour or so. We are seeing cuts of around 0.34% or so. In fact, let's pull up BSE 500 to get a sense on what's happening with some stock-specific action that we are looking at. Well, ITI right at the top, it's in fact one of the top volume buzzers as well. Rosary Biotech, another stock in focus, seeing up moves of around 7%. What is not doing so well is the likes of KIOCL. Now it continues to see cuts of around 6%. This is for the second consecutive session, if I'm not wrong. If we are looking at RHI Magnesia, if we are seeing cuts of around 6% as well. Now coming to some of the broader names that we are seeing in context in terms of what's happening with the small cap stocks. In the gainer side, in the 250 side that we are looking at, Graphite India, Sonata Software and HEG right at the top, seeing gains of over 6%, while what is not doing so well is something like a Anant Raj. Now that's seeing cuts of around 4% or also, and this is at the back of the QIP also that has come out. RHI and Metropolis also seeing cuts of around 3 to 5%. Do note that RHI was up around 12 to 13% in trade yesterday, so it's seeing some bit of that correction as well. In terms of some of the stocks which are seeing highest volumes building up, it includes the likes of ITI. This is seeing a 14% of an uptick, while Orbit Explorer is seeing a 3% of an uptick, and Ujas Energy also up around 5%. These are stocks wherein we are looking at more than 10 to 11 times of volumes as compared to its 30-day average. Now, a couple of other stocks which are buzzing, that includes the likes of KIOCL. We just discussed it right at the top, seeing cuts of around 7%. ADF Foods is an interesting one, seeing cuts of around 5%, but it's Salazar Electronics which is seeing gains of around 16%. So that's the overall perspective that we are seeing in terms of what's happening with the small cap and the mid cap indices. But one such company in focus today, and that we'll be talking to the management just in bit, is Orient Tech. In fact, it has posted a 43% of a year-on-year growth in terms of where the first quarter numbers are. However, margins were something which were under pressure. But to discuss the overall outlook and strategy and what's happening with the company, Jasmeet is here just before the management joins us.
Well, right, yes, thank you for that. If you look at the stock performance, it's nearly up 3% in trade today, but on a basis of 6 months, the stock is up 50 odd percentage. But on YTD basis, the stock remains flat for its performance. Now, what does the company do is the company operates in the IT space. They provide cloud AI services across security, digital and other infrastructure services. While the company is focused on recurring an annual revenue, then having a one-time revenue. If you look at the financial performance for this company, the YOY basis, the company has done really well, where the revenue is up 43%, but on QOQ basis, the revenue is down 18%. If you look at the EBIT, it has been under pressure. While the pressure on EBIT comes on the back of restructuring costs, that's the investment in the employees, then there's build out on security services, and also investment on further development of their DaaS softwares. While if you look at a segmental mix, they have a robust segmental mix across transportation, government banks, BFSI, as well as the IT. Given that BFSI is a strong performer in general IT industry, it's something to watch out for. Now, if you look at the order book of the company, it stands at 400 odd crores versus that of in the month of August, versus that of the order intake for the Q1 stands 100 odd crores, which they expect to complete by end of FY26. Now, in terms of outlook, the management is pretty confident and strong about getting in the top 5 system aggregators going forward, while they also see to have focus on the recurring revenue, then having a one-time revenue in terms of the top line, while they also say that the order book is supposed to be executed and to improve the margins going forward, as they see slight margin pressure for Q2 and Q3. Well, this is something to watch out for, and what we would like to know from the management would be the growth outlook and the order book size going forward, as well as a commentary on the overall AI industry.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Jasmeet. In fact, let's get the management on board. Ajay Sawant, Chairman and Managing Director of Orient Technologies, joins us. Hello, and thank you so much, sir, for joining in the conversation. My first question to you is about the order book pipeline that we are looking at. Recently, you received an order from Protein eGov. Just want to understand, where's your current order book at, and what's the kind of opportunity that you see forward?
Thank you, Anushri. As on 30th of September 2025, we have a total order book of more than 450 CR, out of which includes our annual recurring revenue and one-time revenue as well. Most of the billing is going to happen in FY26, which is approximately to the tune of 365 crore, which will be get billed in Q3 and Q4 of FY26. So overall, we are really poised for the growth. Yes, as you mentioned rightly, there was a pressure points on the EBITDA margin, which was there in Q2. But as we start by Q3, this will keep on improving further very soon.
Could you take us through what was the order inflow here in the second quarter so far? Where does your order book stand? And when it comes to the outlook for the remaining part of this financial year, how many more orders do you expect to win?
Okay, so we work across the vertical segments. Our focus is going to be in the BFSI, government and PSU, and mid-market. These are the three verticals which is really booming today, and especially government and PSU investing in the digital transformation and every new technologies that is coming in. Artificial intelligence is one of them. Whether it's a Gen AI, whether it's agentic AI, government and PSU are more eager to invest in that and try to capitalize on these new technologies. And we are very confident that moving ahead, our government and PSU business is going to grow along with BFSI segment and mid-market segment.
Mr. Sawant, just want to understand the overall mix that you have in terms of BFSI segment. As you mentioned, there's IT as well. Any kind of headwinds that you see? What's the kind of contribution? This is in context with the recent developments that have taken place on the macro side as well, with the tariffs in picture, with some softness in terms of IT segment that is expected. I want to get your overall sense in terms of the segment mix forward.
So as far as tariff goes, only the ITS segment is affected. And that is only international business is affected. I don't see any effect in the Indian business or Indian IT companies. They are still investing. They are still doing well in the market. And we are trying to capitalize on this particular opportunity. Major opportunity I see in the mid-market opportunities, where I see that every new businesses are trying to get them digitalized. And that's an opportunity for us to capture. And I see this as a huge opportunity. So we are going to grow more than 40-45% in the mid-market segment. Okay. Same thing we are trying to do it in the government and public sector units, where currently our market share with the government and public sector within our pie is around 16%, which by end of the year will go to the tune of around 18 to 19%. So that's also growing. BFSI is an evergreen market, and we feel that BFSI will keep on investing, whether it's a private banks or private insurance sector or even a public insurance sector and banks. Both are going to invest heavily in the business.
In the first quarter, we saw your margins come down to around 6.2% from 6.6% that we had seen in the previous quarter. You did mention that margins would remain under pressure on the back of the investments that you have been doing. How much further of downside can we expect in the margins, or is this the bottom and we should expect growth from here on?
So, Mr. Sarkar rightly pointed out, last 2 quarters we have been showing a degrowth in the EBIT margin, primarily because we are investing heavily in our SOC and investment in the digital transformation skills. So we are getting the skills from a security perspective. Cyber security is a big field, and we are setting up our SOC in our MAPE office, which is where the bigger investment is happening. Considering this investment into the security space and digital transformation, I feel the margins are slightly eroded, but I think we are bottomed out. Okay, and very soon you will hear from me. Our Q3 results or Q4 results will be still better than the Q1 and Q2.
Can we expect to go back to the earlier level margins of 8.5%?
Hopefully within a year's time.
Okay.
All right, and also if you can give us an timeline in terms of the security operations center that you just mentioned about, when would that come into picture? From the third quarter itself, would we see the incremental revenues? If you can help us with the overall top line guidance as well for that.
Okay, so cybersecurity center is going to be operational by mid of Q3, which will be to that tune of 15 November onwards. Will be, and once it gets operational, I think that revenue, which is a hardcore services revenue, which will keep on increasing, and that's where you will see our EBITDA margin growing up.
What's the kind of top line guidance that you can give us?
So currently we do not give any futuristic guidelines. But I'm expecting a huge business coming from a cybersecurity space.
Okay, fair enough. Another segment that I want to talk about is the device as a service segment. You are expecting higher order intakes from this one as well. Just want to understand the overall customer profile that you have right now. What's the kind of size of opportunity that you're seeing?
DAS is a big market and it's already happening in US and Europe.
Right.
Okay, and I have seen it. Anything happening in US and Europe will flow the same fundamentals in India in a year or 2 years time. And that is why we are taking an early bird advantage in the DAS business. Currently, our profile base in the current customer base is the mid-market segment, where people are poised for a growth, but they do not want to invest in IT in terms of CapEx. So what we go and propose to the customer is that we change their entire business from a CapEx to DAS. DAS is nothing but a financial engineering plus the managed services. So when we bundle both together and offer it to the customer feels great and they are feeling protected throughout the life cycle of the equipments that we provided to them. And that is where they are choosing us over other, financial companies who are just doing a, operational lease to them. So because of the managed services, we have that advantage over the customer where we, supposed to get better EBITDA soon.
Mr. Sawant, my final question to you is about the overall mix that you've spoken about, in terms of segment, in terms of your business lines as well. You've divided it into IT infrastructure services, along with that, even the applications and infrastructure services. Now, currently 65 to 35 is the mix that we are looking at. You expect this to be 50-50 going forward. So with this in place, just on a longer term picture, what's the kind of change in terms of margins that you're expecting? Because if I'm not wrong, the former one has higher margins.
Yeah, sure. So application and IT infrastructure services is giving us a far better margins compared to IT infrastructure solutions. And if the mix only we have to just change from 35-65 to even close to 45-55, the margin will come near to the double-digit percentage margin, which is today 6.2 or 6.6, which we already spoke about, will come near to the double-digit percentage. And if we do it 50-50, then I'm definitely confident of crossing 10%.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Sawant. Thank you for joining us and giving us the growth forward, for the path forward for Orient Tech. Let's also welcome in Mahesh Oja, the market expert, in our guest today, in our show today. Sorry, Mahesh, coming to you on Orient Tech. Have you heard the management? They expect the margins to come back to 8.5% in a year's time. They are guiding for a strong growth going forward. How are you looking at this counter?
Good afternoon. So I'm also tracking the Orient Tech since from IPO after. So company working very close. I'm seeing very closely working of company. So I think company is doing very well, and where company is working, their market segment in the order book are very positives in BFSI in security segment. So I think company has a lot of potential in the upcoming time. But if anyone looking from a longer term perspective, I think that could be a good idea for Orient Tech. I will not surprise if stock will surpass 52 weeks high soon. If their numbers come positive in near term, as management also guided that their number can be improved in terms of, because they are investing heavily in updates. So I think stock has a good potential. Any downside near can be accumulation for the stocks.
Okay, so that's the view on Orient Tech. Another stock in focus is Salzer Electronics, and the stock currently is seeing a 17% of an uptick. Jasmeet here joins us with more details.
Well, right, yes, thank you for that. If you look at the stock, it's buzzing in trade today, and the gain which is coming at 15%, it's the highest since the Feb 2024. Now, the other aspect of the volume of the trade is that the trading volume is almost 200 times when it comes to the 20-day average for the company. While if you look at the share, it's nearly up 16% over the last 5 days in terms of performance. Now, what does the company do is the company operates under the battery systems providing switches and ducts for India, while this buzz in stock comes on the back of the recent announcement where the company says that they have received a patent for the high voltage safety devices, and this product is used for locomotive systems, and that will add on to the stock's performance. Now, if you look at the Q1 performance, there's an uptick in revenue, EBIT, as well as the net profit is nearly up 60%. Now, while the revenue breakup is something to look out for, given that the major revenue source is driven from industrial switchgears, that's nearly 55%. Then comes the wire and cables contributing 41%, and a very small amount of revenue comes in from the building segment of the company. While company also gives the outlook stating that they expect 18 to 22% growth going forward for next 3 quarters in terms, while they also say that FY26 revenue guidance of roughly 1600 odd crores, while they also are aiming to have a smart meter revenue to go up until 300 to 400 crores going forward.
Moving on to a chemical counter, Rossari Biotech, that stock is stable, up 8% in trade. What could be the reason behind this surge? Let's get in Varsha with more details on that.
Well, thank you so much for that. You know, the stock is buzzing. This is on the back of volumes. What this company does is they are into 3, I would say, products. One is into textile chemicals, the other is into FMCG chemicals, that is home and personal care, and third into animal and nutrition care. You know, talking about the growth drivers for this company, one is their new EO capacity and backward integration will help to cut costs. Also, they are expanding into high growth chemicals. So both these two factors would lead to, you know, increase in the margins in future. Their Southeast Asia facility will boost exports for the company, and innovation pipeline supports long-term growth prospects. Talking about the exports, you know, the Q1 exports were lower and they're expecting good comeback in Q2. And lastly, if I want to talk about on outlook, the revenue is expected at 14 to 15%, with EBITDA margin will grow faster as compared to revenue growth.
Mahesh, coming to you, quickly your views on both these counters, that is Rossari Biotech and Ramco Systems.
I think Rossari Biotech is very good counter. If anyone looking from a accumulation for a 1 year horizon, I think this is a very good stock from a longer term perspective. Yes, we have not seen much more return in last few years, but yes, if you are looking from a longer term perspective, still I think a stock has a good potential. From 1 year perspective, I think 800 level could be easily can come in Rossari Biotech.
Okay, thanks for that, Mahesh. But let's focus on Venus Pipes now. The shares have fallen over 34% over the past 1 year. Now, this is even despite the guidance of 25% revenue growth in FY26. What's leading to this downtick despite the strong guidance? Once joins us with more details.
Yes, thank you for that, Anushi. So firstly, the company has approved the allotment of 1.2 lakh shares at the issue price of 1700 per share to the warrant holders as well. Also, the company has completed the preferential issue of 4.2 lakh warrants at a price of 1700 rupees per share, which with the total value of about 71 odd crores. Now, the warrants are issued to both promoters and non-promoter entity, and the preferential issue is will be supporting the planned expansions of the company. Also, if you look at the outlook of the company, the outlook is very strong. The company has guided for a 25% revenue growth for FY26. They have revised their guidance upwards versus the earlier guidance of 20%. They are also targeting a 20% revenue growth for FY27 as well, and they are targeting a EBITDA margin of about 16 to 18% for FY26 and FY27 also as well. But what's really interesting is the analyst coverage for this particular counter. We have 8 analysts covering the stock, and they have a return potential of about 46.5%. In fact, if we look at the top 3, we have Centrum, Ambit and Novama with a return potential of about 110, 82 and 69%. So clearly a very interesting counter to watch out for.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Vansh. Mahesh, coming to you on this particular counter, you know, despite the strong guidance, what is your view? The stock has seen significant correction over this past 1 year.
Yes, I think we have already discussed in past also. So that time stock was not looking that much good, but from current view, I think stock has a good potential up to 1,700, 1,750 odd level in a 1 year horizon. Company working is good, and I think stock has consolidation lot. So I think from these level, one can start accumulate 1,750, 1,800 level could become easily in 1 year horizon.
Thank you, Mahesh. Thank you for joining us and giving us your perspectives on the stock that we discussed. Well, that's all we have in today's edition of Small Cap Buzzers. Stay tuned and keep watching NDTV Profit.
the market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show. The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
रहमान
A kind of listless day of trade is what we are observing in today's market. Unable to sustain at higher levels, but unable to sustain at lower levels as well. And that's the scenario we're facing right now. Welcome to India Market Close. This is Zeeral Dadia. Clearly, if you see in terms of Nifty 50 as well, pretty much flat right now. You have recovered from the day's lowest levels. We're trading above that 25,100 mark, which is a positive over here. Apart from that, your bank Nifty, that seems to be slightly under pressure, and you're not seeing a major uptick coming in on that front. If you pull up the intraday chart of Nifty 50 and then Bank Nifty, that will tell you the clear story. Along with that, we'll look at the PSU Bank Index as well. If you talk about Nifty 50, it actually hit the day's lows. From there, the kind of recovery that has come in is good, but whether it's going to be sustainable or not, and whether we will be able to manage to close in the green is the key question over here, because we've given up from the gains of the day, today's session. Moving away from there, we hit a high of almost 25,192. Bank Nifty as well remained into the negative. A recovery has come in, trying to make its mark to get into the green, but absolutely failing. Let's pull up the PSU Bank Index as well and see what's happening on that front, because that's where the pressure continues. 0.4% lower on the PSU Bank Index as well. And this is on the back of the draft reforms that have come in, which will actually benefit the banking space, and a lot of brokerage reports that have come in with, when it comes to banks, where you're seeing a lot of divergent views on that front. Let's look at the heat map on Nifty 50 and see where all the action is. Titan continues to be the top gainer, and this is on the back of the quarterly update that we're picking up. You have IT stocks. Tomorrow you have TCS that reports earnings, and ahead of that, Infosys, TCS, Tech Mahindra, HCL Tech, all seeing some smart moves. You have Tata Steel also trading in the positive with a Hindalco, so there is some bit of uptick coming in terms of the metal space. What is losing out? Ultratech Cement, 1.5% lower on this cement major. Your auto companies are seeing some pressure from a M&M to Tata Motors. Tata Motors is very interesting because of the cyber attack. The impact that the company could see in terms of its EBITDA is the key question, and Nomura has pointed that out very clearly, and that's what I think is creating pressure on a Tata Motors. HDFC Life, Jio Financial, BEL, Power Grid, a few of the other losers in trade today. If you look at India VIX as well, we're pretty much at a comfortable level of around 10. 1.3% is the kind of up move, but it seems, there is no direction that we are seeing. Let's look at the advanced decline ratio, and then we'll look at the broader markets as well after this. Advanced decline ratio during the day, we did see some convergence that happened, just at the beginning in the first 1.5 hour of trade. But right now as well, not a major difference. It's nearly 50-50 in terms of gainers and losers. And this is the NSE stats. If you see, Nifty 50, if you see BSE Sensex stats, it's pretty much a similar trend around 50 and 50. There you go, 1370, no major moves, 2030 and 1000 to 1400. But still, it's skewed slightly towards the declines. And that's the trend that you're picking up on the advanced decline ratio as well. In terms of the broader markets, let's pull up that one on the screens and see what the mid cap 150. Similar trend, 0.3 to 0.4% lower. And if you talk about the small cap 250 as well, 0.3% lower. In fact, the cuts or the kind of recovery, I would say, in terms of the large caps is way better as compared to the broader markets. Let's look at BSE 500 as well and see the individual stocks. There you go. ITI, Rosary Bio, Sonata Software, Asta DM, few top gainers coming in there. RBL Bank making it to the list as well. KIOCL continues the downward trend. RHI Magnesita, that stock saw some good moves in yesterday's session, is seeing profit booking today. Metropolis seeing profit booking as well. Bharat Forge, Uno Minda are a few of the other names that you should be watching out for. A very quick one, a slide in terms of the heat map of sectors to see where the pressure is. IT, durables, metals, top gainers. But apart from that, the screen's telling you all. Real estate is seeing profit booking after those gains. Media continues to trade under pressure. Defense seeing profit booking. Auto, energy also down in trade. So that's what the markets are looking like at this hour. But let's get in Kush Bora to talk to us about what should the strategy be at this hour. Kush, welcome to the show and a pleasure to speak to you as always. It seems there is really no direction when it comes to where markets are concerned. You've hit a high, you've given up those gains. Now you're again trying to make that up move and climb that ladder. What should that strategy look like? Because there is volatility on the back of expiry as well.
Absolutely. First of all, a very good afternoon to you and to all the viewers. Always a pleasure to be here on the show with you. I will take this move, Hiral. I will take this move with both hands. We've had those sessions in the last month and a half where, we've run up and have had positive closes for about 10 12 sessions on the trot, only to see 10 12 sessions on the negative side, right? I think it's a healthy move for the markets to actually go 2 steps up and 1 step back, so that there is healthy entry point as well for investors to enter, to book profits. I will take this move any day of the week. This is a very healthy sign. In fact, if you'll recall, what we discussed yesterday is exactly what is playing out, which is, after 4 sessions of gains yesterday, we said that a minor pullback towards 25,000 on the Nifty and 56,000 on the bank Nifty should be taken as an entry point. We've seen the indices rebound from those lows. Nifty, in fact, precisely from 25,008 levels, to be precise today, we've seen that rebound. So this is a healthy move. From a very near-term perspective, there are positive signs. First up being that DII flows have been very strong, and that in some sense, has forced the hands of FIIs as well, who've turned buyers in the cash segment after a while now. So that's a good sign. A couple of areas of concern, PCR has slipped from 1.1 to 0.85. Now, usually we'll take it as a very positive sign, but this has come on the back of very strong call writing on the strike prices of 25,200 and 25,100 on the call side. And anyway, there was a technical resistance around the 25,250 mark. So all in all, the view that we had yesterday, given the resistances around 25,200, 25,250 remain, the view that we had yesterday, continues, which is any dip closer to 25,000 on the bank Nifty should be taken as a buying opportunity. 24,900 is your stop loss. And similarly on the bank Nifty, 56, 55, 800 other zones to buy. If I want to create a positional bet on the bank Nifty, these are the levels where I would go long.
Okay, so interesting levels that you're giving out. And if you're going to be a buyer, Kush, what would your top strategies be? What should investors buy?
A couple of stocks, GRM Overseas and MCX to begin with. GRM Overseas incidentally has been flashing on the screen, and your viewers were perhaps privy to it because this call was flashing on their screen throughout the day on the right hand side. So for targets of 399, 408 and a stop loss around the 380 mark, this was initiated in the morning. However, the stock has hit the first target. Now I would suggest for the second target of 408 and close to the initiation price of 392, 393, you should keep your stop loss, and you could still gun for this trade for a second target of 408. The second stock is MCX. Yesterday also we discussed this stock. It gave a brief breakout and now is consolidating with a positive bias. So 8,400, 8,600 are your targets on the upside. 8,000 is a strong support zone. you could continue to place, your stop losses around the 8,000 mark.
Okay, so those are two interesting calls that you've given us, Kush, so far. Now, if you talk about IT as a sector as well, that is something which is seeing buying interest in today's session. Are you seeing further momentum from here on? Because TCS reports numbers tomorrow, so there is that buying interest that's coming back. Probably you could see some bit of FI buying interest that could be coming in IT as well, because the moment they come back, usually the trend is banks and IT. These are the ones which actually fire up. Today it's IT. Probably a sign that FIs are coming back. Would you be a buyer of IT stocks at this point in time? And if so, what would that momentum play look like? Because next week and the week after, the focus is going to be there.
Spot on here. In fact, yesterday and day before, when we saw the FIIs turned, sellers to a lesser degree, and yesterday when we saw them turn buyers, IT was definitely one of the beneficiaries along with the banking play. So yes, you're absolutely right when you say that, banking and IT are the preferred picks when FII buying returns. However, I have a couple of points here, which is ahead of the results. I don't usually recommend a buy because it's a binary event, can go either way. If it goes in your favor, fantastic. If it doesn't, not so great, right? So I wouldn't recommend buying just ahead of the event. So TCS is right now an avoid for me. Anyway, has been for some time. From the large cap space, I had preferred Infosys for a while now. But I think a more interesting action is going on in the mid cap space, where Coforge has had a very good run in the last 5 sessions. Today there was this strong resistance around the 1695 1700 zone, where the 50, the 200, and the 20 DMA converged. Coforge has been able to take that out today. If it closes above that, I won't be surprised to see further upsides of 1765, 1800 plus kind of levels on Coforge. And on the downside, you keep your stop losses around the 1660 mark. So good risk reward ratio, despite the kind of run up that you've had. So I would prefer the mid and the small cap space in IT. And as I said, just ahead of the event, not a great idea to take a bet on TCS.
So that's with regards to where IT sector goes. Moving on, a very quick view in terms of Vedanta, because ahead of the NCLT hearing, there is some move coming in on this counter. September was a pretty good month for a Vedanta as well. What is October telling viewers? Kush, over to you on Vedanta.
Oh, my bad. I think I had some tech lag on that. No, Vedanta, see, again, in the metal pack, if you see a lot of names are doing well, Vedanta is not something that I prefer, in this pack, because there's far great degree of volatility. And if you see the broad range for this stock, it has been this 475, 480 on the upside, and on the downside, you've got 430 levels. So it's close to that upper end of the band. If it doesn't really move out from here, then you could see some short selling, some profit booking coming in. So if you want to play metals in general, if at all, I would suggest JSW Steel, in the copper. Some of these names are much better placed. Vedanta, because it is at that upper end of that 5-month band that it's been trading in, I wouldn't suggest a long trade. In fact, if you did have a position from lower levels, I would suggest a book profit and exit on Vedanta at the current levels.
With regards to Vedanta, the stock at levels of around 474 as we speak. But moving on the sidelines of Global FinTech Summit, my colleague Vishwanath caught up with Muthoot FinCorp CEO, where he speaks about growth in the new financial products portfolio and talks about benefits from GST and tax changes. And this could be one of the beneficiaries of gold hitting a $4,000 mark as well. Let's quickly listen in.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're joining us on the special broadcast from the Global FinTech Fest. And today I have with me Shaji Varghese, the CEO of Muthoot FinCorp. Mr. Varghese, welcome to this conversation. Firstly, how are you feeling at the Global?
Very good. Thank you, Vishwanath, for having me over. It's good. Great. We just launched, we just showcased one of our services now, which is a, loan marketplace.
Okay. Why did you get into the marketplace business?
Look, over the last, few years, especially after the DPI and the UPI, we were a data poor country, now become a data rich. Having said, we also have, say, almost 3 dozens of scheduled commercial bank, 1 lakh plus of cooperative banks also do lending, 10,000 plus of NBFCs. Yet, millions of people still don't have access to credit. We have a grand plan as a nation to become a developed nation by 2047. Unless we supply credit, unless we make the financial services product available for them, the grand ambition is not going to be realistic. It's not that we don't have lending institutions or service providers, and not because we don't have products. But customers are also a bit of confused. How many doors they need to knock to avail a product? So we have almost 4,000 physical branches, and we also have a tech play. Why not get all these products together and serve these customers? One place we will serve all. What we cannot manufacture, what we can't do on a balance sheet by choice or by regulation, why don't we partner with others and see that customer is delivered? The way we are thinking is, if it is good for the customer, good for the nation. If it is good for the nation, all participants will benefit from it. So we are partnering with all like-minded, credible partners, make products available, customer being in the center.
I want to ask you about this spate of regulations that have come in, specifically on the gold loan side. Right? Like, so last year it was like, oh, we are viewing this with a little bit of suspicion, especially bank-led, gold loans. And it's an important business for you as well. So now that the final guidelines have come in and they are a little bit easier than what one would have thought. How does your business benefit from this?
Okay, so look, the regulator in the preamble itself has well articulated why the regulation is. One, to harmonize regulation between different entities. Second, practices. Third, and of course, governance. So these three objectives are very well met now. And look at the way business is growing. So it's a very well balanced between regulation and development role. There's a lot of clarity available. As you rightly said, there was a little bit of clarity issue and interpretation issue. Now with much detailed regulations, it is pretty clear to everybody. So in an environment where a lot of clarity in place, it's a fantastic environment to work. Company like ours, doing this business for so many decades, what we need is exactly understand what is the framework. So that is so well articulated. It's a far better environment, to do business. And there are a lot of clarity has been brought, other focus being brought on the fair practice for court, keeping the customer in mind. So finally, if it's good for the customer, it's good for all. So it's a well articulated regulation now, so much stable environment. You have the business to grow.
One of the things that caught my attention at that point in time was the differentiation between why somebody's coming out and borrowing gold. I mean, use case is sort of, you're oblivious as a lender. You're not really that focused on whether it's for agricultural use, for personal consumption use. Does that matter much for you in your business?
See, look, what is the core business which we are doing? We are doing the informal into formal banking system. Okay. Now, in gold loan business, it is estimated, even today, only around 35 to 40% of the business is still in the formal banking system, regulated by RBI. Around 60% is still in the informal sector. The largest task is to bring them into the formal sector. Okay? So, what is the size of the loan? Almost 80% plus of loan is less than 60,000 rupees. It's such a small, tiny loan. In a month, we do around 8 lakhs number of disbursement now, adding up to what? Maybe a 9,000 crore. Look at that average ticket size. We are really supplying credit to the grassroots. They're all personal needs. Now, the regulation is well articulated now. Up to 2.5 lakhs, the end user, some guard is low. Beyond 2.5 lakhs rupees, end use has to be monitored, which is a very fair, regulation. And the regulation also not distinguish between, the consumption loan and loans used for productive purpose. So a lot of clarity is crystal clear now what to go about. It's good for all.
I want to ask you a bit about the nature of the small ticket size loans and the kind of delinquencies that we have seen in the past, right? Like, so are we to expect that going ahead, those delinquencies are completely gone? That you have a business that does not see a very high ratio of people defaulting on the loans? Because the small value loan, the percentage is very small. But in a sense, the default percentage is very small. But it also means something for your business. What do you see these trends emerging?
See, look, gold loan is very different than some of the other consumer loans like a personal loan. Unless the family, it's not an individual, unless the family sees there's a likely chance of cash flow ahead, they don't take a gold loan. They could have always sold and got the money in. So whatever experience is, our, the auction percent, which is the eventual default, is only in maybe 1 or 2% only. So we are orchestrating success and not failure. So the default always in this business expected to be very, very low. Okay, because it's a family, the real pledge happens first in the family.
Yeah.
It's a family decision. They have to get it back home.
Yeah.
You know, because it's maybe from many generations, this part of the family wealth, it's so personally attached. So they have to return it back. Whoever is pledging will have to get it back home. So the default always estimated to be much lower in this, and plus it also has a lot of features and flexibility in this product. Unlike a personal loan, which is so structured and an EMI has to be, an equated monthly installment on a pre-decided every month it has to be paid back. Here there is also an option of, bullet repayment. Look at, for example, a farmer. His, the business cycle would be 6 to 9 months. He also has an option to pay back at bullet. So today this business stands because of the features of this product and the business build. No entry barrier, processing fees are limited. One could even pay back any day by using our mobile app.
Right.
Okay. So it's in a daily diminishing model, not on a fixed DMI or no prepayment charge. So loan been built as a product feature now in gold loan. That's why it is working good.
One last question I want to ask you. There's been a lot of regulatory easing that has come in. You've got interest rate cuts, which is a big one.
Yeah.
GST boost is there. You've got income tax slabs.
Right.
How much of that is showing up in your business, or is it expected to show up?
Yeah. See, look, whenever the consumers have more money in hand, okay, what is loan all about? Loan is all about when do people take loan? Not when they don't have money. When they see my future cash flow is better, all had good intention to pay back, right? Now, because all these higher income tax slab means there are more money in the consumers and family, so that for GST. So that means their ability to pay back is far higher. So they're likely that the consumption will go up. Because when the consumption goes up, they're likely to avail credit. So it should definitely work good very early because it's just rolled out. Just happened. But we do read some interesting newspaper article that some of the products already showing up. So it's very good. It's going to go good for overall economy and the velocity is expected to go up is what our take is. Our business is growing. We have seen, good growth year on year and quarter on quarter. So these are a reflection of...
What's your portfolio growth looking like?
See, last year we had grown close to 40%, year on year, basis.
On the base of what?
On the basis of, 26,000 crore. Okay. So we are expecting the same momentum to continue.
40% to continue.
Yeah, the momentum is good. We hope the same thing too, though we don't really give a forward projection. But the momentum is good. We expect the growth momentum to continue. Yeah.
Growth momentum to continue for a Muthoot FinCorp. Kush, a quick one. Muthoot FinCorp charts are stronger or gold chart is stronger? Which one would you recommend?
Incidentally, the chart is similar for both of them, although it's a little stronger for gold. But Muthoot Finance also has done phenomenally well. No matter what time frame you take over the last 3 to 4 years. Right now, I would suggest the same thing that I would suggest for gold. So Muthoot Finance and gold, very similar views. You have to enter these at mild corrections. So anywhere from 3 to 5% or maybe slightly deeper. If you do get, that's when you should enter. Both of them have run up quite a bit. You are seeing overheating. And from here on, the risk reward ratio is just not favorable. But gold as a separate asset class, should be a part of your portfolio as an investment, more than the household jewelry. But yes, on declines, both of them, make a lot more sense rather than at current levels.
All right. So still a positive stance on gold is what Kush has, despite of it crossing that $4,000 mark per ounce. Interesting, Kush. But moving on to our stock of the day segment, and of course, arguably, the stock of the day has to be Titan today with the kind of Q2 business update that it has come out with. Overall, what's worked for the counter? Well, the kind of growth that jewelry business has shown is better than what what was expected by the street. 12 to 15% was something that was, in the expectations, but the growth has come in at 19 to 20 odd percent. Total store additions were also a surprise in terms of Tanishq and Mia. Total stores overall that they added were 55. Store additions better than expected, of course, like I mentioned, for Tanishq and Mia. Even in terms of where the studded jewelry mix is concerned, Tanishq, Mia and Zoya collectively have grown in mid-teens. That indicates that studded mix is improving for them, and that also means that this will probably help aid margins as well. But on the other side, of course, margins might be impacted because they have put in a lot of money behind marketing for growing the studded mix. Now, the like-for-like growth has also come in double digits, so that's also an interesting takeaway from the business update. CaratLane continues to grow at the same pace as it has been growing in the past 4 to 5 quarters. 30% is what it has done this quarter as well, and this is on a higher base as well. Now, in terms of the overall segmental growth, watches has grown around 12%. Analog watches have seen a good growth. Titan brand itself has seen a good growth. Eye care has seen a growth of 9%. Emerging business overall has seen a growth of around 37%. A lot of counters in the emerging business have done very well. Of course, this is a small part of Titan right now, but fragrances, for example, has seen a growth of 48%, YOY, women's bag a 90%, and Taneira a 13% growth is what the entire segment has seen. Now, in terms of where the overall business update is concerned, overall domestic growth has come in at 18%. International business also has done very well. 86% growth is what we are seeing in the international business as well. US and the Middle East region has done very well, grown in double digits is what, something that the management has indicated. With regards to what brokerages are penciling in, CLSA has come out with a note with outperform in target price of 4220. They remain positive over the medium term is what they're saying with regards to where Titan stands. They've said that elevated gold levels should drive the operating leverage going forward as well, and this the management has also indicated, because they've said that the rise in gold prices has overall led to the kind of rise in ticket size for them as well in terms of jewelry. Macquarie has again maintained outperform at the target price of 4150. They expect a 14% standalone EBITDA growth for Q2. This is what the predictions are for EBITDA. Morgan Stanley has given a target price of 3953. Again, overweight here. Q2 strong beat. Jewelry shines is what they've said, and some of the recent underperformance will reverse is something that they are expecting from here on. Lastly, JP Morgan, here they've maintained a neutral with a target price of 3,500. Next catalyst would be the earnings print is what they are saying, because that will give us a picture as to how margins have fared and overall what are the overall profitability metrics looking like. Lastly, in terms of analyst recommendations, before that, let's try to pull up the valuation table as well, because Titan as a stock is not cheap for sure, as something like a Titan is trading at around 85 times versus that of around 63 times for Kalyan Jewellers. So still not cheaper as compared to peers. And lastly, analyst recommendations, there's still 16 buy calls, 5 hold calls and 5 sell calls here with a potential return of around 27%. So that's with regards to where Titan's Q2 performance is concerned. Kush, I'll quickly come to you. 4% is what we've seen on the charts today for the counter. Last, I think, 1 year, if I'm not wrong, it's given a return of around 9%. Do you think the momentum from here on will pick up?
Ma'am, if you'll dial clock the back a little further, around 18 months or so, it's actually given negative returns. So I think there is still, as you rightly mentioned, the underperformance and the catch-up rally very much on the card. So what I would suggest is that, with the kind of move that it's made over the last 7 sessions on the back of decent volumes, this could continue. This could continue for levels of 37.25 once that is taken out, 38.50. I think this is a good base and a good support zone. Near the 200-day moving average, around the 3,400 mark that the stock has made, tested it about 4 to 5 times and rebounded. So, if you were to take a bet on a Titan, now would be a good time. Risk reward ratio fairly favorable. Momentum and price and volume action both are starting to pick up. So keep 3,400 as your stop loss. Take a positional bet. 37.25, 38.50 are your targets on the upside.
Okay, that's the target for Titan. So we've spoken about Muthoot, we've spoken about Titan. Kush has given us a view in terms of gold as well. But what is interesting is, in terms of the brokerage verdicts on gold, we were looking at Morgan Stanley, UBS, Goldman Sachs, Deutsche Bank and KD Advisory. Goldman Sachs has the highest target sitting at almost $4,900 in terms of where gold goes. And to that, I mean, the kind of number that they're sitting on, even with regards to silver, for a Morgan Stanley, it's 40. But the highest is a Deutsche Bank at $45. So the trade-off between gold and silver over here also becomes very important. The other aspect that we need to consider when it comes to jewelry companies right now is, with the way gold prices are inching higher, the trade-off that, you know, consumers are making is buying silver versus gold, and that is what is the trend. Now, whether that will hit gold companies, jewelry companies or not is the key question in terms of coming quarters, and that will be evident from the second quarter and the third quarter numbers that get announced. But very quickly, Kush, a quick view in terms of silver as well, because we're talking about a $40 to a $45 range right now in the international markets, and likewise gold, the highest we've seen is a $4,900. Any levels that you could give our viewers on both of these?
So for gold, as I said, you know, it's overheated, and here gold sits at an RSI of about 87. Not seen that in many years. So I think hence the view that a pullback, and if you're talking in dollar terms, then I think a good pullback level would be about 3890, 3900 odd levels. It's slightly deepish, but I would be more comfortable buying it at around those levels. Now, as far as silver goes, you know, if you look at the the dollar rates, it's at about 48.7, 48.75 right now. So for me, here to a comfortable level to enter would be around 46.5, 47. Those are the levels where I'd be more comfortable entering. And mind you, silver has a fair degree of volatility. So it will not be surprising that if it does give you that dip, if not to 47, maybe even till 47.5, 47.75 would be a good level to enter. So both of these on declines would be, a good entry point. Not at the current juncture.
Interesting. And we've seen that in gold-silver ratio as well. It was nearly 85:1. Now it's come down to 81:1. It's that per troy ounce that we generally see, which has historically been at an average of 60:1. So that's an interesting one. And silver also, hitting that $50 mark in the past, a couple of years. It's the third time that it's hitting that mark. And generally we have seen it come back to the teens level, but this time there are fundamentals supporting that silver rally as well. So we'll have to wait and watch out for as to how these metals fare going forward. But before we take a very short break, we also caught up with Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation Secretary Saurabh Garg spoke about the upcoming GDP base year revision, how new data sets like GST and e-commerce will be included, and why updating inflation and production indices is crucial. Listen in.
Right, we're at the sidelines of the Global FinTech Fest. I'm joined by Saurabh Garg, Secretary of the Ministry of Statistics, Programming and Implementation. Thank you so much, sir, for taking the time out. Firstly, sir, I think the biggest overhaul that is coming in is, of course, the GDP base year revision. What is the sort of progress that your ministry has made on that?
Yeah. So, the purpose of the GDP revision is to ensure that we give a true and fair picture of the economy. Mm-hmm. So since the last GDP revision was done about a decade back, since then there have been a number of changes in different aspects. One is in the structure of the economy itself. The digital economy has become so much bigger and wider. So that's one major change, and that we want to cover the economy truly. The second is that the availability of a number of data sets is now there, which was not there earlier. For example, the GST data set, the e-Vahan data set, and a lot of the other data sets, because of digitization, they are now available. And the third is that in terms of the methodologies, either of data collection or in terms of statistical issues, there have been changes over that past decade. So all these will get reflected in the new GDP series, which would be released by the end of February. And we hope that it will give a much better picture of the Indian economy.
Sir, also on the services front, like you also said that services are becoming a larger part of the economy, and you also mentioned about various new data sets coming in. Does that include e-commerce portals as well?
Yes. Services, we already have a number of areas or indicators by which we collect services related data. Mm-hmm. but the e-commerce data is one such data set. And this is, for example, airfares are there and a number of other data points which we can collect directly from the e-commerce. And that is something that we would be incorporating this year, apart from the other digital data sets that I mentioned, things like e-Vahan, GST and others.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए साथ में के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब साथ, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए साथ में के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब साथ, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close. Let's just quickly pull up the advanced decline ratio once, because I'm seeing some divergent trends where your declines are increasing, advances have gone below as well. There you go. You can see that skewed chart that is coming in that last hour, 900 advances versus 1,500 decline. So there is that pressure building up as we speak. In fact, let me get in Chakri Lokpriya as well. Chakri, welcome to the show and always a pleasure to speak to you. A couple of stocks that we've discussed so far in the first half, we're talking about gold, we're talking about silver, we're talking about, microfinance companies which have exposure to gold loans, Titan, which is again a stock of the day as well. What is your view firstly with regards to where Titan goes with the kind of surge that we've seen in today's session and the kind of commentary that we've heard on the Q2 business update? And secondly, would you be a buyer of Titan versus the metal itself?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I guess, gold continues to scale new highs every single day. And now it's become not just a regional thing, but worldwide there is a demand for the metal. So against that backdrop, it's very, very difficult to say that it will slow down. It's clearly still under-owned by various investors, if in terms of an allocation. So if you look at that perspective, then Titan numbers are very strong. It kind of reflects not only is it a consumer durable, but it's also something which retains value and goes up over time. And therefore, you're continuing to see those kind of strong numbers. So clearly, we'll buy Titan. And all the segments of businesses, whether it's CaratLane or Tanishkin itself, are doing well. And in terms of gold, I think clearly with the governments also wanting to buy gold, given, to avoid intercountry conflicts, I think the outlook is very strong.
All right. Okay. So that's with regards to where, of course, Titan is concerned. But keeping up with the conversations that we've been doing at the Global FinTech Festival, one of these conversations also includes Dreamfolks. My colleague also spoke to the chairperson and MD, Librata Kalat. She spoke to us about expanding its offerings with all new club memberships and co-branded credit cards, co-branded cards as well, aiming to move beyond just travel-related privileges. Let's listen to what she had to say.
Can you tell us what the new services are and how they are revenue accretive in the longer term?
Hi, good morning. Firstly, to start with, let me tell you that we are not winding up any of the services, okay? And if you actually look at the way our journey has been when we started the company, in terms of, whether the offerings were, it started off with airport lounges, but eventually we actually, I would say we built a complete travel portfolio in terms of airports, which was starting from airport transfer to meet and assist to lounges, spas, and also the retail offerings at the airport. Then eventually we moved to railways. Then we also got into the lifestyle services like the golf, and now we are also into highways. And most importantly, apart from the other services like coffee in the mall, hotel upgrades, then there's beauty, there's health packages. Apart from that, the most important service or the benefit what we have included is the social club, the members only club. Now, we have actually curated all these benefits and we have created a membership, and those membership are basically for the customer. If you actually look at, in terms of the benefits which have been provided by the credit card, the penetration in India of credit card is very low, and we all know that, and there's a huge opportunity. There is a base or the customers in terms of the aspirational customers who are there, who would want to have these kind of offers or the benefits. For example, golf and social club, let's take that. Now to actually have a golf access, you need to take the membership, and it's quite expensive. Secondly, even the social club membership actually starts from 25 lakhs going up to 50, 60, 70 lakhs, and the waiting period is also more than 15-20 years as well, right? But the way we have built is that you can actually take this membership and also avail or use these lounges, both the golf clubs, you can go and learn the golf lessons, go for a golf game, and also use the social clubs across the globe. So I would say that these are the packages which is for the aspiring customers who would really want to actually start using these benefits.
Right, ma'am. Again, which brings me back to the question of how much of a big deal in terms of a revenue churn do you think these new services are now that you're expanding, focusing on other kinds of services?
So I would say that, when we started the business, obviously the awareness of the products takes time. However, now I would say that the customer is aware about the way the benefits have been given. They exactly know, unlike what it used to be a decade ago in terms of, what exactly the requirement was. But I think today's customer is very well aware, and I just see that it will not take much time. It is just a matter of a couple of months where we would start seeing the numbers, and the way we would actually be marketing and targeting the right customers. So it's not that we would want to go and burn money in terms of advertising everywhere, but I think it would be a tactical marketing what we would be doing and targeting the right customers.
All right, so that was the management of Dreamfolks. Chakri, I'd like to come to you on this one. The new, wallet, the new wallet that in fact they're launching in collaboration with the card holder as well. Just want to understand, because now the entire business that Dreamfolks was actually running on, that is the lounges, is probably not 100% not into existence now. They are foraying into newer things. They've said that non-lounge services income will increase for them. But would you, from an investor point of view, go ahead and invest in a company like Dreamfolks, considering there's so much uncertainty around the business itself?
If you look at the business model of the company, it's basically similar to an extension of what a credit card provides to its customers. All the affiliated services like golf club, access, etc. And that is and just an add-on business to increase its revenue share for the credit card business, but not the main. In the case of Dreamfolks, that is the main business that they're after. And so therefore the market size will always be a niche, and the growth rate in terms of, because the kind of customer who walks in here is also a very price conscious customer, whether they would or would not use a lounge, whether in a railway or in an airport, depending on who they are. So I think, from that perspective, given the uncertainty of the stability of revenue, we'll stay away.
The stock is locked in upper circuits. I don't think so anyone will get an opportunity to look at it as well in today's session. But moving on, some stocks that are buzzing in trade today, from a Utkarsh Small Finance Bank to a IIFL Finance, the new management that has come in, and Popular Vehicles. Puneet joins us with all the details on these three counters. Puneet, what's the buzz?
Well, thank you for that. So all these three counters are buzzing in trade today on the back of some key news that could impact the company's future in the near term. The first one is Utkarsh Small Finance Bank. Now they've mentioned in a press release that they're looking to raise 950 odd crores in terms of a rights issue that will be done at roughly between rupees 14 rupees per share. Now that, while beneficial to its current owners in terms of it could actually have increased dilution, but the existing investors can participate at a lower valuation, although it will dilute some of the company's net worth. So that could be seen in terms of capital the company might be getting at this particular point of time, but that is something to watch. In terms of the Q1 performance as well, they are roughly actually issuing 67 crore shares at 14 rupees per share, and the entitlement ratio is 8 for every 13 share that a current investor holds. And the stock listed somewhere in July of 2023, but since then it's been a torrid performance to say the least. The stock actually listed at 25 rupees per share and has been around the similar level over the last couple of years, and Q1 performance was impacted because of higher credit costs. The other couple of stocks is IIFL Finance. Now, one of its subsidiaries, IIFL Home Finance, has actually appointed Girish Koski as the company's CEO, and this is important because he abruptly exited PNB Housing, which impacted the stock price of that company over the last 6 months. So he has been appointed as the CEO and MD of this particular company. So we could see some important moves in this division going forward. And finally, Popular Vehicles is the third one. They've actually made an acquisition of RKS Motors for roughly about 93 crores. This particular company operates dealerships, which is a similar business for Popular Vehicles. They were roughly got it 93 crores. The company's net worth is roughly somewhere around 37 crores. But what this will give Popular Vehicles is entry into the Telangana market because they operate Maruti dealerships there. And Popular itself has dealerships in states like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, amongst others. So, and Kerala, of course, amongst others. So, it will get entry into a new state and increase its business in the Maruti dealerships as well. So, these are the three stocks buzzing on the back of key important news flow. Watch out for them going forward in the near term.
So much, Puneet, for that. In fact, Kush, let me come to you. IIFL Finance, Popular Vehicles, and you're talking about Utkarsh Small Finance Bank. Anything that you would advise or recommend investors from these three names?
Yeah, so not so gung ho about Utkarsh and Popular, but IIFL Finance definitely. I mean, it's had a good run on the back of good volumes. Was on my radar also for the last few sessions. Glad to know that there is a positive news flow as well coming into it. I think this could scale higher levels. So from a medium to a near term standpoint, I think 505 is the first target. Once that is taken out, you're looking at a 520 as well. It's got good momentum going, and as I said, it's taken out key resistances of the 50 and the 20 DMA on the back of fairly decent volumes. 565 is a stop loss. This is the only one amongst the three that interests me.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the three stocks go. Chakri, I want to talk to you about IIFL Finance. You know, with the Kauski going to a IIFL Finance from a PNB Housing Finance. Would you be a buyer of IIFL Housing Finance? What would your view be, taking into consideration the way his stint has been at PNB and what we've seen in terms of performance?
He's done clearly a very good job at PNB Housing. He brought about a lot of focus and also built their affordable home financing part of the business. And so when he left PNB Housing, clearly at that time the stock fell quite a bit. Now, so therefore, that is a good addition to IIFL Finance. He brings that expertise of having worked in the banking system, in the housing finance area, which is a valuable skill to have. And also the lines of businesses that IIFL Finance in this current rate cycle, which is on a rate cutting cycle, will clearly benefit.
Like myself as well, I'm talking about IIFL Housing Finance and not IIFL Finance. But moving on, thank you for that view. It's time for Somit Sarkar to give us all the chatter from the dealing room. Somit, what do you have for us? Where is all the action?
Nifty, if you look at it, has continued to remain. Sideways. Yesterday, we did see a profit booking coming in the last half an hour, which continued in the first major part of the trading session today. And right now, also, it's largely flat.
It's listless. I mean, that's how I would call it.
We did find support at the lower level of 25,000, but then again, we are not able to crash, move above the 25,100 level is what dealers are indicating. But stock-specific action, Sequence Scientific is one counter. That counter is up around 8-9% odd. It was up at one point of time. Now, there are buy flows on large HNI desks. Dealers are expecting or indicating that there could be some big corporate action when it comes to Sequence Scientific. In fact, they are expecting some merger of group entities to happen in this counter. That's the reason why the stock has been buzzing in trade. Stylum is another counter. Dealers expect a big corporate development here. Most likely a strategic investor is expected to come in instead of the promoter going forward is what dealers have indicated for Stylum. So keep an eye out for Stylum as well. When it comes to Vikran Engineering, there are buy flows on anticipation of a large order win that could be announced from the company's side anytime soon. For Blue Jet Healthcare, the stock is down in trade, but there are buy flows on large HNI desk at lower levels is what dealers have indicated, and this is largely on the back of their expectation that the export number for the month of September could come in on the stronger side. When it comes to TCS and Infosys, now do remember TCS will be reporting its number tomorrow. There are buy flows specifically for TCS. Dealers are expecting strong growth numbers. The CC, constant currency growth number, could be much better than what the street is anticipating. Street estimates are anywhere between 0.1 to 0.4%, but the number could be much better than that is what dealers are indicating for TCS. And for Infosys, along with strong numbers, a major order win could also be announced. So keep an eye out for both these IT stocks. For Himadri Specialty and Paytm, There are buy flows on PMS desk, and again the reason behind this is a strong Q2 earnings expectation that could come in this both the counters. For JSPL, there is Jindal Steel and Power. Dealers have indicated that there are some sell flows on the FI desk. Despite the strong uptick that we have seen in other metal names like Vedanta and Tata Steel, JSPL continues to be down around 1.5% in trade. There are sell flows on FI desk is what dealers have indicated for JSPL. And lastly, when it comes to Petro and LNG, there are buy flows on DI desk. The stock was down in trade. It's still down 1.5%, but there are buy flows at the lower levels. Keep an eye out for Petro and LNG. Dealers are expecting a strong up move when it comes to gas demand, which will directly benefit Petro and LNG going forward, is what dealers have indicated for this counter.
Okay, Soumit, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Chakri, I think I'll take up the IT names with you first. TCS and Infosys is what Soumit has mentioned. TCS is expecting a tad bit of a better number than what the street is expecting, and Infosys an order win is expected on the cards. And plus, the earnings season kicking in from tomorrow. Your overall view with the IT sector and any particular names that you're probably looking at or liking?
IT as a sector, clearly we expect fairly muted earnings and muted guidance. Given multiple headwinds, right from whether collateral damage from tariffs or H-1B visa, etc. So if any of these turn out to be the opposite, i.e. if there are strong order wins or there is a strong indication of the future pipeline, because the valuations are undemanding, the stocks could run. But we still believe that there is a huge amount of uncertainty and therefore we're still underweight.
Okay, so that's with regards to IT. I think we've already spoken to, Kush on this, but few of the other names. Sequence Scientific is seeing some strong moves today. Vikran Engineering, as well as Soumit was mentioning. Would you be a buyer and play on the momentum, Kush, in terms of Stylum or even a Vikran Engineering?
So Hiral, I'm so glad that you brought up Sequence Scientific to me, and that Soumit mentioned it today, because a couple of weeks ago, this was our weekly picks, and as you know, we've started this tradition of weekly picks every Monday morning. The targets on this one were 210 and 220. Mind you, in the volatility that we've seen over the last 15 odd sessions, the stop loss was hit just about, but then the recovery has been equally sharp, and today the second target of 220 has been hit. My suggestion, it's a good idea to book 50% profit if you did, actually indeed hold the stock, and hold the rest of the quantity with your trailing stop losses around the 210 mark. The volume action on this one has been splendid today, and so has the price action. I won't be surprised to see the momentum continue on this one. The other stock that, and Vikram, by the way, is a recent listing, so I wouldn't have too much data, so I'm going to have to pass on that. Stylum, yes, did pop on my radar as well, but the moves too high, too fast. In the last few sessions alone, it's risen about 20% or a little higher than that. So I think with the kind of given momentum, it's a good idea to book profits in Stylum rather than initiate fresh long positions.
All right. Okay. All right. So those are the views with regards to where, of course, Stylum and Sequent is concerned, and momentum could continue is what Kush believes on Sequent as well. Now, some other stocks that are buzzing in trade on back of business updates are Ajmera. You also have SML Isuzu and Godrej Consumer, and Vansh joins us with all the details. Vansh, what are you picking up?
Well, so let me firstly start off with Ajmera Realty. Now, the company has achieved the highest ever quarterly sales in Q2 FY26, and the company has said that the regulatory challenges are being resolved and the key approvals remain in place. Also, they believe that they are positioned with strong project pipeline as well. If we talk about the Q2 business update, the collections were up 66% at 220 odd crores. The sales value stood at 720 odd crores, and the sales area stood at 2.29 lakh square feet. That is up 100% on a year-on-year basis as well. Second on my list is SML Isuzu. Now again, the company has reported a Q2 business update. The total production is up by 21% at 1049 units. The total sales are up by 18% at 812 units, and the total exports are stood at 138 units versus 67 units as well. Third on my list is Godrej Consumer. Now they have come up with a Q2 business update. They believe that the 1/3 of the portfolio benefits from the GST rationalization, and they have already passed on the benefits to the consumers. Also, they believe that on a consolidated level, they are expecting mid-digit revenue growth as well, and the GST transition is likely to lead their EBITDA decline in Q2 as well. So these are some of the stocks that are buzzing on their business updates as well.
Okay, so in fact, very quickly, Kush, let me take a question with you. Ajmera Realty, SML, Isuzu, Godrej Consumers, and I would want to also slip in Emco, Elecon, which is seeing a smart run over the last couple of days. Anything that comes to your radar from these names?
So the only one that stands out from a buy perspective is an Emco. But here too, it's locked in an upper circuit and on the back of good moves in the last 3 to 4 sessions. So I don't think you'll get an entry. So this is more of a hold forever. Whoever has a position, trailing stop loss around the 2200 mark. The other 3 stocks that were discussed, SML, Isuzu, Godrej Consumer, and Ajmera Realty, they've all had some sort of a pop, but not sustainable. I'd be interested in something like an Ajmera Realty, but only if 1080, which is the high for today and has been the high for the last 3 weeks. Once that is taken out, I think the supply zone will exhaust, and above 1080, it might turn interesting buy. For now, it's more of a hold.
For hold in terms of Ajmera, but the Emco Elecon is something you should be watching out for. But thank you, Kush, so much for joining us on the show. Chakri, stay with us. We'll quickly slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you the top buy today and sell tomorrow picks as well. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए साथ में के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए साथ में के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close here at NDTV Profit. Well, with regards to where the markets are concerned, as we were in fact, we are again chartering the red territory and down by about 0.2%. Nifty is testing that 25,000 levels right now. 25,050 is what we are seeing right now. But that's with regards to where the benchmarks are concerned. Let's move on and go on to our bull versus bear segment today, and we have Yatharth Hospital. A strong contender because the stock is seeing an up move of almost 9% in trade today despite of markets being under pressure. Varsha joins us with more details as to what's happening and what's the bull versus bear case for this counter.
Well, thank you so much for that. Yes, so stock is buzzing, of course, on the back of volumes. But let's see, what is working for Yatharth and what are some, headwinds that might come when it comes to Yatharth. Starting with they are confident when it comes to 30% revenue growth, though strong revenue growth compared to other hospitals. But if you see, because a lot of new facilities will be online, so which will operate at 30 to 35% of occupancy, which will drag margins because of the new units. Moving on, if I were to talk about their expansion plans, they are targeting almost 3,000 beds by FY28 through greenfield and brownfield project. But over here, multiple expansion, if you see, will create a sort of margin pressure or operational and execution risk that the company may post in. While moving on, if you see that the company is confident when it comes to the strong specialty portfolio. For example, oncology, which grew 50% year on year and contributes almost 10% to the overall revenue. This will actually lead to an upwards of ARPOB, that is average revenue per occupied bed. But super specialty needs more hiring costs, and the hiring and setup costs will raise staff expenses, and because of that the cost might go up. Then moving on, if you see the CGHS rate, which we saw 2 days back, will actually boost profit for the company because 35% of revenue comes from the government segment. But because of the large government segment contribution that the company has, receivable delays from the government business is one of the risks that the company faces. In fact, if you see, the debtor days for Yatharth Hospital are very high as compared to other hospitals. Well, the company is focused when it comes to their strategy. They're not going into tier 3 hospitals or tier 3 cities, which is a very good thing. But cost and inflation headwinds will actually drag down their margins. So overall, if you see, a good 30% growth that the company is expecting, but margins may drag for short term considering the huge expansion the company is going into.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So this is interesting, Yatharth at the day's highest levels. Before we get in our guest, we have Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who has already reached the Navi Mumbai International Airport and inaugurates the same. That's the information that we're picking up, and those are live visuals that you're seeing on your screens right now. PM Modi inaugurating the Navi Mumbai International Airport, and that's the entire, model that the airport will look like. He's walking along with Devendra Fadnavis as well. We have Eknath Shinde probably who's going to be there as well. Clearly ready for takeoff from here on. The vision began in 2016. That's what your visuals are telling you. And it's just a before and after Mahima that you're seeing right now. And now what it looks like, a completely different landscape. The kind of boost that you're going to see in terms of real estate on the back of the Navi Mumbai airport, the kind of boost that you will see from a logistics and infrastructure perspective, that is something which is unimaginable. The way property prices have rocketed as well in that area surrounding it. In fact, we did speak to the management of Marathon, who is also indicating, because he's developing there as to what are the kind of opportunities that various sectors are sitting on. And this is an absolute takeoff, a facelift when it comes to Mumbai.
Right, and as you rightly mentioned, the real estate part, the surroundings also. There's Panvel, there's Kharghar that are seeing prices being hiked because of this airport coming into play. There's also airport influence in notified areas where the real estate prices are going, they're really skyrocketing. There are real estate counters that could benefit from this. Counters like Lodha, Godrej Properties, Kalpataru, all of these could, benefit from this Navi Mumbai airport. In fact, the passenger capacity for this airport right now stands at around 50 million per year. You have your cargo capacity, which stands at around 60,659 metric ton. This is as of March 2024. The phase 1 investment of around 20,000 crore includes 20 million annual passengers and around 0.8 million tons of cargo is what we are expecting. Traffic projected to grow from 4 million pax in FY26 to 17 million pax in FY27. Current yield per passenger stands at around 333 in aero revenue and rupees 350 in non-aero revenue. Group targets 65% non-aero revenue in the next 3 years. Office spaces, retail zones, as Hiral was mentioning, entertainment hubs, world-class hotels and healthcare facilities will come, make their way in that space and prosper from here on is what we are expecting. Overall, different sectors could benefit from this. It's not just, providing an overall movement, possibility of big movement in Mumbai, but also providing employment to a lot of people. A lot of other sectors could benefit. Airlines, there's real estate, logistics, economy. All of these sectors could benefit from this new Navi Mumbai airport is what we're looking at.
That's a tour that Prime Minister Modi is taking and talking to a lot of hotels and restaurants that will be available there as well. But clearly from here, the next big event is going to be opening up or inauguration of the metro line as well. And that is something that all the commuters are awaiting. But let's also get in Shivangi Sarda of Motilal Oswal. Shivangi, welcome to the show. At this hour, a listless market back in the red, it's trying to find its bottom in today's session. It is expiry, so volatility is high as well. What is the strategy that you would advise at this point in time and your key stock picks?
Very good afternoon. Thank you for having me. So we've seen that, after the rally of the last 3 to 4 trading sessions, the index has been taking a little bit of a breather here. But the good part is 25,000 is still acting as a major make or break zone here, which it has managed to hold up. Now, looking at the index, of course, we've seen that from the last 4 sessions, it has moved by around 650 odd points. And today has been a little bit of a breather. But overall, IT, auto and banking space stocks continue to, strengthen the entire broader market in terms of the market breadth. Now, if we look at the levels, 25,000, of course, acts as a major make or break zone here, and which will, decide the next leg of rally. If it holds above these levels, then we could expect next up 25,350 odd levels in Nifty with a support of 24,900 levels. Talking about Bank Nifty, of course, we've seen that there has been clear outperformance here, and some of the private banking name stocks have seen short covering, which was followed by some PSU also strengthening. So overall, banking stocks have also shown resilience, and till the time it holds above the support of 55,750, we could expect an up move towards 56,500 level.
Okay, and Shivangi, what about your picks for the day?
So talking about stock-specific idea, first up on my radar is Uno Minda. This stock has literally shown good amount of strength in terms of both technical and derivative setup. Of course, today there is some sort of softness in the stock, but overall we've seen that this one has shown expansion in terms of new age technologies, and especially the kind of rising exposure in the EV parts. Now, the stock has, given a good Poland flag pattern formation breakout and is holding well above its 40 DEMA as well. Of course, the way the operational supports have also expanded, it is leveraging the company for the next good numbers. So, recommending a buy here. Now, the next targets that we are looking at is around about 1380 levels over here in Uno Minda with a support of 1280 levels.
Okay, all right. So those are the picks that Shivangi has on her radar. Chakri, we were talking about Yatharth Hospital earlier. Varsha did put up a bull versus bear case for the counter. If you were to choose a counter in the hospital space specifically, would Yatharth Hospital be your bet?
Hospitals as a space, continues to be a very attractive space. One, it's domestic in nature. Second, there's an industry, a huge amount of underpenetration. And third, the metrics across board, whether it's Apollo or Yatharth, you're seeing an improvement in margins. So against that backdrop, Apollo would still continue to be our main pick. And Yatharth, is a more a specialty hospital. It has a few niche areas of business, and that will help it some amount of margin benefit. It will accrue to the company. So both Yatharth as well as Apollo and the whole hospital space is looking good.
Okay, all right. The other counter that is under pressure today is Ixigo. The company has received a disclosure from a potential investor to acquire either by themselves or through affiliates a certain number of shares in Ixigo. And, via this, there will be a proposed fundraise, of course, and a secondary acquisition as well. That will not exceed 16% of shareholding is what the exchange filing said. The company is neither a party to such proposed acquisition, that is mentioned very clearly in the filing, and they are not aware of the share price and amounts as well. But we've seen the kind of pressure the stock has seen. I mean, it's been sliding down throughout the day, down 5% as we speak. Shivangi, I'll come to you quickly on this one. What are the charts indicating for something like an Ixigo?
Now, looking at the chart structure for Ixigo, we've seen action of lately, but overall the stock has kind of fizzled out because it hasn't been able to surpass and hold above 330 levels. Of course, there is an upward sloping channel that it has been maintaining, but the momentum is quite low, so I would pass on this one.
So that's with regards to where Ixigo goes. But moving on, the railway pack is also in focus on the back of a cabinet note to 4 projects worth over 24,000 crores. Now, this news did come in during market hours yesterday, but let me just get in Anushi to get us all the details of who could benefit and what does this mean. Anushi, over to you.
It's a big project note that we are looking at for the railway sector. 24,000 crore is the size that we are seeing, and this pertains to a couple of areas that we are looking at: Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, and Chhattisgarh as well. Now, this particular project will cover around 18 district areas and would expand the existing Indian Railways network by around 894 kilometers is what we are looking at. Of course, it will also enhance connectivity for 3,600 villages. So, it's a very big step taken from the government side, considering that we have seen a consumption push as well. So with now the railways also standing as a beneficiary is a positive that we are looking at. A couple of stocks in focus on the back of this update. We have RVNL, of course, right at the top. Railtel Corp for building that network connectivity over there. Ircon International, Jupiter Wagon, Titagarh Rail, as a couple of other counters that you should be watching out for, along with the likes of GR Infra Projects as well as RITES. If we look at the recent times also, there has been another big update wherein the cabinet had given a nod to a 30,000 crore of a project before as well, and this is to build railway lines near the India-China border. So we are seeing good set of updates now coming back to the railway space, and this is something that we should continue to track.
Thank you so much, Anushi, for that. Shivangi, any of the railway stocks that you would be a buyer of? There is some bit of pressure building in there at lower levels. Would you buy?
Yes, absolutely. We've seen railway stocks have been witnessing a good amount of action of lately, and there was a positive setup in most of the counters in the previous session, but we've seen that they have been mostly giving up its gains, and there is some profit taking. And we've seen off lately in the last 3 weeks, the stock has actually witnessed profit booking at any minor bounces. So the momentum is clearly missing here, and it requires a decisive hold above the important resistance levels to again start a fresh leg of rally. So I would recommend a wait and watch over here in this entire space.
Okay, so that's with regards to where these railway counters are concerned. But on to our special profit segment, that is profit intelligence. We're speaking about oil marketing companies today. We've seen a sharp rebound in trade, surging from 9% to 15% over the past month. But what's fueling this rally? Soumya joins us with the analysis.
If you look at the share prices of all the three oil marketing companies, that is Indian Oil Corporation, BPCL and HPCL, the share prices have jumped anywhere between 9 to 15% in the last 1 month. But this is largely because the oil minister Hardeep Puri met analysts to address the issues that are affecting the valuations of the oil and gas company. And since then, we have seen a sharp up move when it comes to the oil marketing companies. But one should be cautious on the oil marketing companies going forward. Firstly, because the second quarter numbers, they are not expected to be that great. So what has played out so far in the second quarter, if you look at refining margins were lower, marketing margins were lower, crude prices were stable, and LPG losses on the positive side were also lower in the second quarter as compared to first quarter. Firstly, let's look at the refining margins. Now, if you look at the Singapore gross refining margin, they average around $4.1 per barrel as against $5.6 per barrel that we had seen in the previous quarter, a drop of close to $1.5 per barrel. And this $1 per barrel drop could lower the earnings or EBITDA of the oil marketing companies. If you look at for IOCL, BPCL and HPCL, anywhere between the EBITDA drop could be anywhere between 10 to 11 odd %. This is generally what we see when there's a $1 per barrel drop in the gross refining margin, and the EPS impact could be anywhere between 19 to 20%. Now, when it comes to the marketing segment, this is the marketing margin that the oil marketing company earns by selling every liter of petrol and diesel. Now, for petrol, this margins came down by 17% on a sequential basis, and for diesel, it has come down by a massive 45% on a Q-on-Q basis. Now, this happened because of the rupee depreciation that we have seen. The margins have come down. Now, for every 0.5 rupees per liter drop when it comes to the marketing margin, if you look at the earnings of the oil marketing companies, that is IOCL, BPCL and HPCL, the EBITDA comes down anywhere between 8 to 13%, and the EPS impact is anywhere between 14 to 24%. Now, the impact for HPCL is much more because a marketing segment contributes much higher compared to the refining segment for HPCL in general. Now, if you look at crude prices, for the first quarter, crude averaged at around 67. For second quarter, it averaged at 68, and the current price is around 65. So not much of an impact is what we are expecting on the inventory side that could come in. But on the LPG side, yes, the losses were much lower because there was a price hike that was taken, and also on international market, the LPG prices have come down. So losses for on the LPG side was much lower, but this won't be a worry for the oil marketing companies at this moment, given the fact that the government is compensating. But the two key segments that contribute to the earnings, that is refining and marketing, both are down in the second quarter. So the second quarter numbers would be weak for the oil marketing companies. Moreover, going forward, the biggest concern for the oil marketing companies right at this moment is the fact that there could be a potential cut in the fuel prices, or excise duty could be hiked by the government side. This is the biggest concern on the street, and this is because of the festive season or the upcoming elections that we are expecting for the Bihar state that could come in. So both these factors, and given the fact that there was GST cut as well, to make up for that loss, also government might look to increase the excise duty, and this is the biggest risk that has come in for the oil marketing companies at this moment. And if that plays out, then the marketing segment would see further earnings downgrade in the third quarter and in the fourth quarter as well. So that's the biggest worry that is there for the oil marketing companies. So do trade with caution.
Do trade with caution. Chakri, would you agree with Saumit's view to trade with caution with all marketing companies? And would you advise a sell call to someone who's already holding these counters?
Absolutely agree. I think it's a sector that's worth staying away from. The number of moving parts are quite high, whether it's refining margins or marketing margins. Everything is subject to the whims and fancies of one, the oil, and second, the government wishes. So against that backdrop, while the valuations are actually attractive, because that's the reason why we've seen the rally, but the business outlook is kind of clouded, so stay away from the sector.
So that's with regards to where OMCs go. But very quickly, you have Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who is weighing in on the ongoing US government shutdown, saying that it's still early days and further discussions will take place, keeping in mind how the US system functions. And this is commentary with regards to the trade tariffs and the trade deal as well. Let's quickly listen in to what he has to say.
देखना पड़ेगा, अभी
'शटडाउन' को हुए 1 ही हफ्ता हुआ है,
आगे कैसे उनकी सरकार में काम होता है उसको देखते हुए आगे की चर्चा चलेगी.
Okay, so the talks will continue once the US shutdown, government shutdown opens up, but that's with regards to where the trade deal goes from here on. Very quickly, if you have to look at a few of the companies that are buzzing in trade today, you know, let me get in my colleague Vansh, who will talk to us. You know, the stocks that we're talking about over here is Venus Pipes, strong moves that are coming in on this one as well. Apart from that, few of the other counters, I think, is Salzer. Salzer Electronics is another one that we're looking at in today's session. You have Venus Pipes, we already spoke about. Hercules Hoists is another one. So these are few of the names that have been discussed on our show, which is Small Cap Buzzers, which everyone should join in to watch at around 1:30. But this is just a synopsis of the Small Cap Buzzers show with Somit Sarkar. Vansh, over to you.
Well, yes, so firstly, let me start off with Salzer Electronics. Now the company has got a patent for compact high voltage safety devices. Now they expect 18 to 20% growth for the next 3 quarters in revenue terms as well. And the FY26 revenue guidance for the company stands at about 1600 odd crores as well. Second on my list is Hercules Hoist. Now the company, the stock is up already 23% in the past 5 days. Now the company is a part of Bajaj Group, and they have pivoted its core focus to becoming an investment company. In fact, they have demerged their manufacturing to an subsidiary company as well. Now this strategic shift is aimed at unlocking value by segregating investment portfolio. Third on my list is Venus Pipes. Now very interesting counter. The company has approved allotment of about 1.2 lakh shares at the issue price of about 1700 rupees a share to warrant holders. The company has also completed preferential issue of 4.2 lakh warrants at the price of rupees 1700 a share for a total value aggregating about 71 odd crores. Now the warrants are issued to promoter and non-promoter entity as well. And the preferential issue will be supporting the plan expansions as well. So these are some of the small cap buzzers that are in trade today.
Vansh, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Shivangi, I'll come to you on these counters, 3 counters that he talked about: Venus Pipes, Hercules Hoist, as well as Salzer Electronic, all in the small cap space, of course, but seeing some serious moves.
Absolutely, we've seen that Hercules is up by 20 odd percent, and the rest of the stocks have also witnessed a good amount of action here. Of course, there has been a price volume surge here, and till the time this stock manages to hold, the gains of today, of course, it's closing at the higher band, so that is one positive. But as long as it holds above 204 levels, it could manage to scale upwards towards 215 levels.
That's Hercules Hoist. 204 is something that it should hold on. Shivangi, at this hour, BTST, STBT, what would you go with?
So I would like to actually go with BTST. My pick would be on HPL Engine. We've seen that this stock has witnessed a good amount of action in the last 4 trading sessions, consistently making higher top, higher bottom. And it has consolidated from the last 6 weeks on a higher zones. So this band indicates that, there is strength at every small decline, and quite a lot of strength here. So recommending a buy here with a target of 925 and a support of 870 levels.
That's HBL Engine. Very quickly, Chakri, I want to take your view with regards to Tata Motors. They've just come up with a note as well that on the back of the cyber attack, when it comes to JLR, the EBITDA impact that it could have is something which will take some time to recover. The stock is at the day's lowest levels, and with the Tata Motors, you're seeing some bit of pressure on a M&M as well today. What would you advise investors to do with this auto pack?
Auto still is in a very good shape. M&M is well positioned. It'll from not only the GST cuts and the demand recovery thereafter. In case of Tata Motors, the cyber attack is an additional thing, but it's a temporary issue. But clearly, it would be a buyer for the longer term in the case of Tata Motors.
All right, okay, so that's the view with regards to where Tata Motors is concerned. Shivangi, some counters that have seen, good up moves from its day's low points includes counters like Jacob, there's Stylum, there's Rosari Biotech. Some of these we already talked about. There's CMS Infosystems, ITI, Sonata Software. Any of these counters that you think where the momentum is starting to build up, or maybe some entry point available?
Sonata is one stock which had actually caught my attention, and we've seen that this one has witnessed a little bit of an action here. But again, we've seen that this entire space has been, resolutely caught up in, profit taking at every minor attempts of recovery. So I would, recommend a little wait and watch here till the time it manages to hold above its exponential moving averages.
Okay, so that's with regards to where Sonata Software goes. Shivangi, just the last couple of minutes, any one trade that comes to your radar that you would recommend investors?
So of course, HPL Engine was one of them, but another trade on my radar, which is catching my eye, has been Titan, which has seen good amount of short covering move. And we've seen that it is closing near its day's higher levels. It consolidated throughout the day at the higher band, which indicates that, of course, there's a lot of strength here. Now, of course, ahead of the seasonality and the wedding seasons ahead, also, we see a lot of action in this quarter. So recommending a buy here with a target of 3,700 and a support of 3,510 levels.
Okay, so that's with regards to where Titan goes. Chakri, I want to talk to you about banks as a space. The government actually released the RBI circular with regards to where ECL goes, and there you're clearly seeing there could be some bit of benefits that could be flowing in. SBI Cards is one of the beneficiaries right now. How are you looking at this? Because the pressure has come in terms of the banking majors today. SBI Cards is the only one which is trading in the positive. Would you be a buyer? And if yes, between the private and the PSU banking space, where would your bets be?
I would be buyer of the banks where, where they have the strongest capital. So because, whether it's a stage one, there's hardly going to be any impact because of the ECL provision. It will happen probably in the stage two and stage three type of loans. So the stage two, probably it'll hit about 20, 30, 40 basis points, depending on which bank's capital, how it's positioned. But all the large banks, whether it's HDFC or SBI, they're very well capitalized, and I don't think this is going to impact them. And most of the banks are very well positioned, and this guideline is anyway to be implemented more than a year away. So I think banks are in a strong place and would clearly buy.
Right, so that's with regards to where these banking names are concerned. With that, Chakri, as well as Shivangi, thank you so much for taking out the time and giving us those insights throughout the show. Let's take a quick look as to how the markets are closing. Well, the Nifty 50 in the red, of course. The levels that we're seeing right now is 25,030. So tomorrow will be a crucial day to see as to whether we sustain above that 25,000 mark or will we slide below that 25,000 mark. There's Nifty Bank, which is also in the red, down by about 0.4%. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and see as to what counters have done throughout the day. Titan leading that entire pack because, it's continued to see that 4% gain throughout the day. We have something like Infosys, TCS, HCL Tech, Tech Mahindra, a lot of tech counters doing fairly well in trade today, all seeing gains of about 2% to 1.2%, much ahead of the result that, we'll see tomorrow. TCS, of course, coming out with its earnings tomorrow. There's Eternal, which is also seeing good gains of about 1%. It's been, the quiet performer on the Nifty 50 where we've seen the counter inching 1% every other day. With regards to where the counters are concerned that I've seen pressure includes your Tata Motors on the back of the JLR concern. It's down 2.6%. M&M, so auto names under pressure. There's Bajaj Autos, which is down around 1.5%. M&M down 1.9%. Ultratech, Geo Finance, and ONGC are some other counters, and BEL, which are under pressure and putting that kind of pressure on the Nifty as well. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map, and clearly, Nifty IT has to be the top sectoral gainer for the day. Followed by something like a Nifty Consumer Durable, the only two sectors in the green, in fact, and otherwise red across the board. There's consumption, Nifty FMCG, which is under pressure. There's also Nifty Realty down 2%, Nifty Media also seeing that kind of profit booking, Nifty Auto, Nifty Defense, all down by about 1.5 odd percent. Let's try to pull up the advanced decline ratio because that will give us a picture as to how the broader markets have done, and that gap has widened in the last 1 hour is what we are seeing. That's what the chart is indicating. There's 1,500 odd declines versus 860 odd advances, so that ratio is 2:1. So clearly it's a bear's market today. Let's try to pull up the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250. The mid cap 150 closing around 0.8% lower, clearly under pressure, and the small cap 250 at its day's low point closing around 0.6% lower. Let's try to quickly pull up the BSE 500 and then see what are the cues that you need to watch out for post-market hours today. In the green, you have counters like ITI, Aster DM, RBL Bank, Rosari Biotech and Sonata Software that have seen gains anywhere between 4 to 8%. And there's KIOCL, which is now seeing profit booking down by about 8%. RHI Magnesita, which was seeing good gains yesterday, now seeing profit booking. NLC, Metropolis, Oberoi Realty and Quest Corp all seeing downtick of about 4 to 8%. With that, let's take a look at what are the things that you need to keep your eye out on post-market hours today. There's FOMC minutes that will come out today. There's also Q2 earnings that you'll have to keep your eye out on tomorrow. TCS, Tata Elxsi as well as GM Breweries. These are some of the earnings. Earning seasons have now started to kick in. So you'll have to keep your eye out on a lot of things. There's board meeting happening for Jana Small Finance Bank for fundraising, 5 Paisa Capital for Business Matters and Gallant Espat also for Business Matters. Sensex weekly expiry, of course, this is something that you need to keep your eye on every Thursday. Rubicon Research IPO will be opening tomorrow. The price band is between 461 to 485. IPO size is 1370 odd crores. Fresh issue of 500 crore and 877 is the offer for sale here. The other one that will be opening tomorrow in terms of IPO, Canara Robeco Asset Management, price band between 253 to 266. IPO size is 1326 and this is entirely offer for sale. So these are some of the IPOs that will open tomorrow for your subscription. But with that, we're completely out of time on this edition of India Market Close. But do stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more news and updates on the other side.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है। ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market
everyone. You're watching Market Express and I'm your host Himakshi Bahugna. Now let's get straight into the show. Now let's just first see how the markets have fared today. So the markets ended on a flat note with Sensex down 0.22% and also around 81,740 points. Meanwhile, Nifty has closed 78 points lower around 25,050. All sectoral indices except IT has ended the day in the red. Realty, media and auto were the top sectoral laggards. Let's look at gold now. So the gold has raced past $4,000 an ounce for the first time. US government's shutdown, robust ETF inflows and also central bank buying the power, the record run. So the central banks and retail investors are buying gold at a rapid pace. China and other countries are diversifying away from the US treasuries and also into gold after Washington imposed stiff sanctions on Russia over its invasion of the Ukraine in 2022. And also the retail investors are looking for protection against this inflation. So gold prices have already risen over 50% so far this year. Now on to some retail estate giant Lodha developers. So the company has delivered strong operational results, but pre-sales growth was notably capped by a scarcity of the new project launches. Now Lodha has clocked in 4,570 crore rupees in the pre-sales for the quarter, which is marking a respectable 7% jump year on year. So crucially, the company's collections showed even greater strength, surging 13% to 3,480 crore rupees. Now for the first half of the financial year, the developers' pre-sales stood at over 9,000 crore rupees, which is an 8% rise from the last year. So the company insists that it is firmly on track to achieve its full year pre-sales guidance of 21,000 crore rupees. Now let's see what the brokerages have to say about the counter. Then Jefferies, reiterating a buy rating and also setting a price target of 1,625 rupees, citing up to 46% upside. So the bullish call follows a steady Q2 where the company has seen pre-sales rise 7% to 4,570 crore rupees and also collections surge 13% year on year. Now for the first half of the year, that is the H1 of FY26, Lodha's pre-sales were $46 billion, which is up 8% year on year. And this is representing 43% of its annual 210 billion target. So Jefferies views Lodha as a prime beneficiary of the US, $80 billion Mumbai infrastructure overhaul, also including the new Navi Mumbai airport. So crucially, the brokerage highlights Lodha's 4,500-acre land bank near these projects, whose land values have seen an approximately 8-fold increase in 4 years. So Jefferies projects that this land monetization and also geographic expansion will deliver a 20% pre-sales CAGR. Now with the stock trading at attractive valuations, around 2 times of the enterprise value to sales. Now for the second quarter, Keystone has reported a 9% year-on-year increase in the pre-sales. Now this is hitting 763 crore rupees. So collections have mirrored this growth, also rising 9% year-on-year to 601 crore rupees. So the area sold also saw a 9% rise, which is reaching 0.5 million square feet. So now looking at the first half of the fiscal year, has been exceptional. Keystone's H1 pre-sales are also up a staggering 40%, and also this is totaling to 1,831 crore rupees. So this means that the company has already achieved 46% of its overall pre-sales guidance for the entire fiscal year. So the company is also moving swiftly on its pipeline, and this is launching 4 projects in the first half with the gross development value potential of nearly 5,000 crore rupees. In fact, they have already achieved 70% of their full year launch guidance. Titan's overall consumer business registered a healthy year-on-year growth of 20% in the second quarter. So the star performer remains the domestic jewelry business, which grew an impressive 19%. So this growth was primarily led by a jump in the average ticket size as gold prices have soared. So strong marketing campaigns and also early festive demand, including attractive old gold exchange offers, has helped maintain the momentum despite a slight dip in the buyer footfalls. But the real showstopper is their global expansion. So Titan's international business has seen an explosive growth, and it is soaring by a massive 86% year on year. So this was driven by Tanishq more than doubling its business in the US and also clocking strong growth in the Gulf region. We now turn to the pharmaceutical sector, where Jefferies has maintained a buy rating on Divi's Laboratories and also setting an ambitious target of 7,150 rupees. So this strong confidence is built on a crucial new supply deal that is expected to offset a major upcoming revenue risk. So Divi's is moving to secure a massive new growth driver by preparing to manufacture the active pharmaceutical ingredient for the riboxilib, which is the blockbuster Novartis breast cancer drug Kisqali. So this new contract is a strategic counter move against the patent uncertainty surrounding another key Novartis heart drug, Entresto, for which Divi's is a supplier. Anant Raj has officially opened its QIP issue, setting the floor price at 695 rupees and also 83 paise per share. So the indicative issue size for this placement stands at 1100 crore rupees. The indicative issue price for the QIP has been set at 662 rupees per share. So this price represents a 4.9% discount to the floor price and also crucially a 10% discount to the stock's last closing price. So if the issue is fully subscribed, the expected dilution for the existing shareholders is relatively modest at 4.6% post-issue. Now on to a company from the jewelry space, then PN Gadgil Jewelers has reported a total revenue of 2,173 crore rupees, which is reflecting an 8.6% year-on-year growth despite a challenging environment. So key highlight is the impressive operational performance, with the same-store sales growth hitting a healthy 29% sequentially, which is a clear indicator of the strong store level momentum. So the jewelry retailer has noted that the festive season continues to remain a key growth driver, which is a trend the company successfully capitalized on. Furthermore, the digital push is paying off, with the e-commerce segment contributing 6.6% to the total revenue. Let's also shift our focus to Ajmera Realty, which is reporting a very healthy second quarter with strong growth across all the key metrics. The company saw its collections jump 66% year over year to 220 crore rupees, which is a key indicator of the cash flow health. So driving that performance was booming sales activity. The sales value for the quarter hit a robust 720 crore rupees, and also the total sales area more than doubled, rising 101% to 2.29 lakh square feet. ABB is divesting its robotics division to SoftBank Group in a massive $5.375 billion deal. So the Swiss industrial giant has confirmed today that it has signed a definitive agreement to sell the unit, opting for the sale over its previous plan to spin off the division. So ABB says that proceeds will be used for the organic growth, acquisitions, and also returning capital to the shareholders, allowing the company to sharpen its focus on the core businesses. Electrification and automation for SoftBank, the acquisition is a strategic move to significantly enhance its push into artificial intelligence and next-gen robotics. So the deal is still subject to regulatory approvals and also is expected to officially close sometime in mid to late 2026. Next up, we have Utkarsh Small Finance Bank, which is gearing up to raise 950 crore rupees through a rights issue. So the bank plans to issue 68 crore new shares, which is priced at 14 rupees each. So existing shareholders will be entitled to 8 shares for every 13 they currently hold. So the stock was listed on 24th of July last year at 25 rupees per share. IIFL Home Finance has announced the appointment of Girish Kuzgi as its new managing director and also chief executive officer for a 5-year term effective October 30th. Now, this appointment follows Kuzgi's previously reported sudden resignation from his role as the MD and CEO of PNB Housing Finance, which is a move that had sent PNB Housing shares sharply lower at the time of the announcement in August. So, Kuzgi's tenure at PNB Housing officially ends on October 28th. Now, the move confirms the speculation surrounding his quick exit, as the veteran banker now takes the top job at IIFL, where his experience in mortgage and retail lending is also expected to drive the company's expansion plans, including a potential future listing. So IIFL Home Finance has also named Tushar Kotecha as its new chief financial officer, effective immediately. Next up, we have Popular Vehicles, which is significantly expanding its footprint with a strategic acquisition. So the company has approved the acquisition of the business of RKS Motor through a slump sale, which is a deal valued up to 93 crore rupees. So this is a major expansion, as RKS Motor is currently a key dealer for Maruti Suzuki operating in the state of Telangana. Now, this move is a direct expansion of Popular Vehicles' own operations, which currently span Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and also Maharashtra. So now adding the lucrative Telangana market to its portfolio. Now on to some updates from the renewable energy space. Satvik Green Energy has secured a major order, which is underscoring the strong momentum in India's push for solar power. So the company has bagged a total order worth 488 crore rupees for the supply of solar PV modules. So this massive contract comes from independent power producers, or the IPPs, and also includes an additional 219.62 crore rupees in separate orders secured from 3 IPPs. Advait Energy has secured a significant contract from a major state-owned entity. So the company has bagged an 87 crore rupee order from the Power Grid Corporation of India, which is one of the nation's principal electric power transmission utilities. So the order is for the supply of various energy solutions. This is a key win for Advait Energy, and also the company has an 18-month timeline to execute this crucial project for Power Grid, reinforcing its role in bolstering the national energy infrastructure. Now, leaders from Tata Trusts have reached out to the government as a governance rift amongst trustees have widened. So sources have told NDTV Profit that 4 senior Tata Group leaders, including Noel Tata and N. Chandrasekaran, briefed top cabinet ministers yesterday evening in New Delhi. So they flagged concerns that certain trustees are actively seeking greater control over the Tata Sons board. Ministers have advised the trust to resolve their differences internally to safeguard the group's institutional stability and also the legacy. So a crucial Tata Trust board meeting is scheduled for October 10th. The stakes are high, as this boardroom tussle echoes past conflicts with potential repercussions across the entire Tata Group. Next up, we have NVIDIA's chief executive Jensen Huang, who has called his company new partnership with OpenAI different kind of a deal. So he has explained that for the first time, ChatGPT maker OpenAI will buy NVIDIA systems directly from the chip giant. So traditionally, OpenAI would purchase hardware by renting from a cloud service provider who bought the chips from NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, which is investing up to $100 billion in the collaboration, is now helping OpenAI to build and operate its own AI infrastructure. So this colossal data center expansion will require at least 10 gigawatts of power. Now, according to Huang, this direct partnership is incremental to NVIDIA's existing work, but will set OpenAI up to manage its own cloud within the next 5 years. IT major Tata Consultancy Services, or the TCS, has cancelled its scheduled press conference for its second quarter earnings result. So the conference, originally slated for October 9th, has been scrapped due to a clash with the key date for the Tata Group. So TCS has confirmed that the cancellation is in deference to the anniversary of former Tata Sons chairman, the late Ratan Tata. Now, this marks the second consecutive year that India's leading IT bellwether has altered its Q2 earnings schedule in the observance of Ratan Tata's memory. However, the company has assured stakeholders that the analyst call and management outlook will proceed as planned. So, viewers, Jeet Adani, is speaking. Aviation Minister is speaking, and we'll cut across to him directly right now, viewers.
हम सब मिलकर एक ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि के साथ आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, जिसमें प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो विजन है विकसित भारत, उसको हासिल करने में, संभव करने में ये हवाई अड्डा हमारे लिए बहुत काम करेगा। और लगभग 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए के निवेश के साथ नवी मुंबई एयरपोर्ट पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप का एक शानदार उदाहरण भी बनेगा। लगभग 30,000 एकड़ में फैला हुआ ये एयरपोर्ट मुंबई, महाराष्ट्र और पूरे पश्चिम भारत को अर्थव्यवस्था का एक ग्रोथ इंजन भी बनने जा रहा है। हर साल 9 करोड़ यात्रियों के आगमन के साथ नवी मुंबई एयरपोर्ट का पूरा इकोसिस्टम युवाओं के लिए करीब 2 लाख से अधिक रोजगार की अपार संभावना भी ये एक एयरपोर्ट लेकर आ रहा है। यह सौभाग्य की बात है कि नवी मुंबई एयरपोर्ट का शिलान्यास और उद्घाटन हमारे आदरणीय लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के द्वारा ही हुआ है। ये हम सब के लिए गर्व की बात है। 2015 से पहले नवी मुंबई प्रोजेक्ट कई सालों तक स्थगित था। इस महत्वपूर्ण एयरपोर्ट पर हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने विशेष ध्यान दिया और अपनी प्रगति योजना के माध्यम से नवी मुंबई एयरपोर्ट का सपना साकार कर आज दिखाया है। और आप यहाँ के ज़मीन भी देखेंगे तो 10 साल 15 साल पहले कोई यकीन नहीं मान सकता कि यहाँ पे इतना शानदार एयरपोर्ट भी बनेगा। तो इसके लिए मैं खासकर राज्य सरकार, सिडको, एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया और अदानी का ग्रुप और यहाँ पर काम करे हुए लाखों रोजगार वर्कर हो, लेबर हो, इंजीनियर्स हो, उन सबको मैं बधाई देता हूं कि आज भारत की पहचान को आगे बढ़ाने के जो काम यहाँ पे ये मुंबई के अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डा जो करेगा, ये हम सब के लिए गर्व की बात है। और आज हम जब टर्मिनल बिल्डिंग में देख रहे थे, मुझे विश्वास है जो भी यात्री यहाँ से ये टर्मिनल बिल्डिंग से जाएंगे, चाहे वो देश के हो, खासकर महाराष्ट्र के कोई भी हो, आप सबको एक बहुत बड़ा गर्व महसूस होगा ये इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट के इस्तेमाल करने के बाद। और आज जब देश की फाइनेंशियल कैपिटल को नवी मुंबई एयरपोर्ट समर्पित हो रहा है, तो नेशनल कैपिटल के पास भी दूसरा एयरपोर्ट, ये भी मैं बोलना चाहूँगा कि ये देश का सबसे पहला मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटी है जहाँ पे दूसरा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट जहाँ बना है, वो खासियत भी आज मुंबई ने हासिल किया है। और विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के तहत हम अगले 20 वर्ष में 2000 नए एयरपोर्ट भी हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में बनाने जा रहे हैं। भारत की यह उड़ान केवल विकास की नहीं पर विश्वास की उड़ान भी है। अंत में मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि डबल एयरपोर्ट सिटी बनने के बाद अब मुंबई आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी और उप मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी और अजित पवार जी के त्रिवेणी मार्गदर्शन के अपने तीसरे एयरपोर्ट के लिए भी एक कार्य शुरू करने का काम कर रहे हैं, जो वाधवान एयरपोर्ट के पास ऑफशोर एयरपोर्ट बनने का एक विजन भी रखकर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और मैं एक चीज़ कहना चाहूँगा कि आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो हर बार हमारे भारत के युवाओं को आगे बढ़ाने का काम करते हैं, काफ़ी एंकरेज करते हैं, मोटिवेट करते हैं, तो मुझे गर्व है मैं देश का सबसे युवा केंद्र मंत्री हूँ। उनके आशीर्वाद से मुझे ये बनने का अवसर मिला है और मेरा सौभाग्य है कि ये अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डा के इस उद्घाटन के कार्यक्रम में नागर विमानन मंत्री होने के नाते मुझे यहाँ भाग लेने का एक स्वर्णिम अवसर भी मुझे भी मिला है। और मैं आंध्रा से आता हूँ, मैं कोशिश करता हूँ, सब लोगों ने मराठी में बोला तो मैं 2 शब्द मराठी में भी बोलने की कोशिश करता हूँ, अगर कुछ गलतियाँ हो तो मुझे माफ़ करें। भारतातील कानाकोपऱ्यामधून अनेक भारतीय स्वतःचे स्वप्न पूर्ण करण्यासाठी या स्वप्न नगरी असलेल्या मुंबई शहरात येतात। अनेक जण या शहरातून इतर देश विदेशामध्ये जाण्यासाठी त्यांची गरुड भरारी घेतात। त्या सर्वांच्या स्वप्नांना बल देणारी एक अमूल्य भेट आज लोकार्पण करण्यात येत आहे। याचा मला खूप आनंद आहे। एक बार फिर मुंबई वासियों को इस स्वर्णिम क्षण की हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मुंबई जो हर भारतीय के लिए सपनों का एक शहर है, अब दुनिया भर के लिए एक ड्रीम डेस्टिनेशन बनने जा रहा है। इसी बातों के साथ मैं समाप्त करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र, जय भारत।
So viewers, that was Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu speaking at the inauguration of Navi Mumbai International Airport. PM Modi is there. You know, he has inaugurated this new airport that Mumbai has gotten. And with that, it's a wrap on Market Express. But stay tuned to NDTV Profit and don't go anywhere.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्बनिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है। ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्बनिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान,
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी
Prime Minister Modi inaugurates Navi Mumbai International Airport in the presence of Jeet Adani, Director of Airports at Adani Group, along with Maharashtra CM Devendra Fadnavis and Deputy CMs Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar. Prime Minister Modi will also unveil Phase 2B of Mumbai Metro Line 3 and a Mumbai One app that will integrate 11 public transport operators, allowing commuters to use a single digital ticket across different modes of transport. Expect clarity in a week on trade deal talks with US amid the government shutdown there, says Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, adds that further discussions will be held, keeping in mind how things work in the US government. New GDP series will now include GST, e-Vahan and digital data sets. MOSPI Secretary Saurabh Garg tells NDTV Profit data will reflect from February next year. Market snaps 4-day gaining streak to end lower after seesaw trade. Nifty manages to close above 25,000 mark. All sectors except IT finish in red. Mid and small cap indices underperform the benchmarks. Top Tata leaders brief top cabinet minister on the internal discord within Tata Trust. Sources say Noel Tata, Venu Srinivasan, N. Chandrasekaran and Darius Khampata attended the meeting. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer arrives in India, calls it the biggest trade mission. He is expected to meet External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar later in the evening. Hello and welcome. It's 4 p.m. As usual, this is Profit 360 and I'm your host Malika Mishra. Along the next half an hour, we'll bring you the latest on markets as well as national and international news. On to our top story today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has inaugurated the Navi Mumbai International Airport. The newly unveiled airport is India's boldest bet yet, a 19,650 crore greenfield marvel that's about to redefine Mumbai's pulse. NMIA isn't just Mumbai's second airport. It's the escape hatch, the pressure valve, the turbocharger for a metropolis that's been gasping for air. Let's go across to my colleague Sujata Dwivedi for the latest on Navi Mumbai Airport's inauguration.
Well, it's a historic day for India's financial capital, marking a new era in India's aviation and infrastructure sector. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today inaugurates the DB Patil Navi Mumbai International Airport, a mega milestone for Mumbaikars, especially which will help to cut short the traffic that is usually caused near the areas of Mumbai Airport. And today, the Navi Mumbai Airport has finally been inaugurated, where commercial operations are likely to start very soon. Alongside, Prime Minister will be inaugurating two other key projects shaping Mumbai's future. Will also be unveiled the final phase of Mumbai Metro Line 3 and the all-new Mumbai One app designed to integrate all transport modes under one digital platform. In the presence of Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Deputy Chief Ministers and several dignitaries from the state and centre, this inaugural process is taking place, where the Navi Mumbai International Airport, which is set to emerge as a world-class aviation hub, easing air traffic from the existing Mumbai Airport while expanding the global and domestic connectivity for people travelling from all corners of the globe. The fully operational Metro Line 3, which will be connected RA to Cuff Parade, will also transform urban mobility. But as Mumbai rises into a new age of infrastructure and innovation, citizens are encouraged to join this celebration with the Prime Minister celebrating this moment of pride and progress, where the Navi Mumbai International Airport, spread across a total area of more than 1,100 acres and built on with a total cost of thousands of crores. This project is set to be one of the landmark projects in Mumbai for Mumbaikars, especially in Navi Mumbai, where property rates as well as tourism have shoot up to a new high after this particular Navi Mumbai Airport was started with the environmental clearances that was given in 2010, and soon after the project had started, with all the people residing in hundreds of villages across this area were first sent to safer places, given proper compensation, after which it was a project that were taken into hands by into a PP model, after which it was through the entire contributions of several private sectors as well as public sectors and statutory bodies like CITCO. This project has finally brought to life, and now today it has been inaugurated with commercial operations which will be starting very soon. People will be able to have a very short travel time while traveling from Mumbai to Navi Mumbai because of Atal Setu, which is another of this mega MTHL bridge that has been formed for people to have an easy time and cut short traffic while traveling from Mumbai to Navi Mumbai. And henceforth, mega projects today unveiled and inaugurated by the Prime Minister himself in the presence of other dignitaries, and this is indeed a landmark historic movement for the people of Mumbai and India's financial capital.
And that was NDTV's Sujata Dwivedi reporting live from the Navi Mumbai International Airport with all the latest updates. But today, viewers, Prime Minister Modi will not just stop at NMIA. He is unveiling Phase 2B of Mumbai Metro Line 3. The 12,200 crore stretch connects Acharya Atre Chowk to Cuff Parade, knitting the city tighter than a fisherman's net. Let's go across to Abhishek Awasthi for a detailed report on Metro Line 3.
Mumbai's underground metro will be made completely operational after the inauguration of the final phase, that is the third phase, by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And that phase is from Cuff Parade to Acharya Atre Chowk, Worli. And we are standing at one of the important stations, Kalba Devi, of that phase. And let me show you around. This is the Kalba Devi metro station. And this important underground metro line was inaugurated in phases. First two phases have already been operational right from RA, JVLR to BKC. That was the first phase. And from BKC to Acharya Atre Chowk, that is Worli Naka, is the second phase. And now Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating the third and the final phase from Acharya Atre Chowk to Cuff Parade. Since its operation, minimum cost of the ticket is being kept at 10, and maximum, what we understand, is likely to be 70 or 80 rupees, which is yet to be made official. But more importantly, this over 30-kilometer underground metro line, which will be made operational from end to end, that is Cuff Parade to RA JVLR, will be definitely helping the Mumbaikars to avoid traffic congestion, and definitely it's a good news for Mumbaikars who are traveling from North Mumbai to South Mumbai.
So Mumbai, the city that never sleeps, has long been bottlenecked by its own ambition. Bollywood's glare, finance's frenzy, text torrent, all funneled through one overburdened door. But the fresh infra push through projects like the Navi Mumbai International Airport and Metro Line 3 flips the script. It eases the chokehold, unleashes cargo floods and for exports, and beckons global carriers. But moving on, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal expects clarity on the India-US trade talks in a week. While speaking on sidelines of the Global FinTech Fest, he commented on the ongoing US government shutdown. He said it's been just a week since it began and further discussions will follow, considering how their system functions.
देखना पड़ेगा, अभी शटडाउन तो हुए एक ही हफ्ता हुआ है, आगे कैसे उनकी सरकार में काम होता है उसको देखते हुए आगे की चर्चा चलेगी.
And data from GST and e-Vahan filings will now be included in the GDP series, MOSPI Secretary Saurabh Garg told NDTV Profit. While speaking to my colleague Rishabh Bhatnagar, he said the upcoming revision of India's GDP base year will provide a truer picture of the economy. He noted that the structure of India's economy has evolved significantly, with the digital and e-commerce sectors now playing a much larger role. Let's listen into his comments.
So the purpose of the GDP revision is to ensure that we give a true and fair picture of the economy. So since the last GDP revision was done about a decade back, since then there have been a number of changes in different aspects. One is in the structure of the economy itself. The digital economy has become so much bigger and wider. So that's one major change, and that we want to cover the economy truly. The second is that the availability of a number of data sets is now there, which was not there earlier. For example, the GST data set, the e-Vahan data set, and a lot of the other data sets, because of digitization, they are now available. And the third is that in terms of the methodologies, either of data collection or of in terms of statistical issues, there have been changes over that past decade. So all these will get reflected in the new GDP series, which would be released by the end of February. And we hope that it will give a much better picture of the Indian economy.
Sir, also on the services front, like you also said that services are becoming a larger part of the economy, and you also mentioned about various new data sets coming in. Does that include e-commerce portals as well?
Yes, services, we already have a number of areas or indicators by which we collect services related data. But the e-commerce data is one such data set. And this is, for example, airfares are there and a number of other data points which we can collect directly from the e-commerce. And that is something that we would be incorporating this year, apart from the other digital data sets that I mentioned, things like e-Vahan, GST and others.
And continuing with our coverage of the Global FinTech Fest, NDTV Profit's banking editor and Mumbai Bureau Chief Vishwanath Nair caught up with Muthoot FinCorp CEO Shaji Varghese. In the conversation, Varghese spoke about the company's growth across new financial products and how recent GST and tax changes are benefiting the sector. Let's listen in.
We just launched, we just showcased one of our services now, which is a loan marketplace.
Okay. Why did you get into the marketplace business?
Look, over the last few years, especially after the DPI and the UPI.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is at the moment inaugurating the One Mobile app. Let's take a look at that inauguration. And as you see on your screen are the visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurating the One Mobile app. Remember, this is along with the NMIA and also Mumbai Metro Line Phase 3. All this is a part of pushing the infrastructure of Mumbai to the next level, unlocking new opportunities and taking the infrastructure ecosystem one level up. This is all a part of the government's plan and the spirit of Mumbai to take this one step ahead. On your screens are the visuals of the inauguration. Prime Minister Narendra Modi came to Mumbai today. He was he's in fact right now inaugurating these the NMIA, the Navi Mumbai International Airport. As a part of the inauguration plan, he is all set to also green flag some various other key infrastructure projects, as a part of it is the Navi Mumbai International Airport, Mumbai Metro Line Phase 3. In fact, to be more precise, it's the Phase 2B of Mumbai Metro Line 3, and also the One Mobile app that takes India digitally closer. Prime Minister Modi, as I said, reiterating the fact, is inaugurating in fact Mumbai Metro Line 3. He's unveiling Phase 2B of Mumbai Metro Line 3. The Mumbai Metro Line 3 is a 12,200 crore worth stretch that connects Acharya Atri Chowk to Cuff Parade, knitting the city tighter than a fisherman's net. We had our reporters deployed on ground to cover both these areas exclusively for you. We brought out many details from Metro Line 3 and he's speaking. Let's listen into his comments.
यहाँ के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी रामदास आठवले जी, के.आर. नायडू जी, मुरलीधर मोहोल जी, महाराष्ट्र सरकार के उप मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, अजीत पवार जी, अन्य मंत्रीगण, भारत में जापान के राजदूत केइची ओनो जी, अन्य महानुभाव, भाई और बहनों, विजयादशमी झाली, कोजागरी पौर्णिमा झाली आणि आता 10 दिवसांनी दिवाळी. तुम्हाला या सर्वांसाठी खूप खूप शुभेच्छा देतो. साथियों, आज मुंबई का लंबा इंतजार खत्म हुआ. मुंबई को अब अपना दूसरा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट मिल गया है. ये एयरपोर्ट इस क्षेत्र को एशिया के सबसे बड़े कनेक्टिविटी हब के रूप में स्थापित करने में बड़ी भूमिका निभाएगा. आज मुंबई को पूरी तरह से अंडरग्राउंड मेट्रो भी मिली है. इससे मुंबई में ट्रैवल और आसान होगा, लोगों का समय बचेगा. ये अंडरग्राउंड मेट्रो विकसित होते भारत का जीवंत प्रतीक है. मुंबई जैसे व्यस्त शहर में जमीन के नीचे, और वो भी ऐतिहासिक बिल्डिंगों को सुरक्षित रखते हुए, ये शानदार मेट्रो बनाई गई है. मैं इससे जुड़े श्रमिकों और इंजीनियर्स को भी आज बधाई देता हूं. साथियों, ये समय भारत के नौजवानों के लिए अनगिनत अवसरों का समय है. कुछ दिन पहले ही देश की अनेक आईटीआई को इंडस्ट्री से जोड़ने के लिए 60,000 करोड़ रुपए की पीएम सेतु स्कीम लॉन्च हुई है. आज से महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने सैकड़ों आईटीआई और तकनीकी स्कूलों में नए प्रोग्राम का शुभारंभ किया है. इसके स्कूलों में पढ़ने वाले बच्चों को भी ड्रोन, रोबोटिक्स, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल, सोलर एनर्जी, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, ऐसी अनगिनत नई टेक्नोलॉजी की ट्रेनिंग मिल पाएगी. मैं महाराष्ट्र के युवाओं को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं. साथियों, आज इस बड़े अवसर पर मैं महाराष्ट्र के सपूत लोकनेता दीबा पाटिल जी को भी याद कर रहा हूं. उन्होंने समाज के लिए, किसानों के लिए जिस सेवा भाव से काम किया, वो हम सभी के लिए प्रेरणा है. उनका जीवन समाज जीवन में काम करने वालों को हमेशा प्रेरित करता रहेगा. साथियों, आज पूरा देश विकसित भारत के संकल्प की सिद्धि में जुटा है. विकसित भारत यानी जहां गति भी हो और प्रगति भी हो, जहां लोक हित सर्वोपरि हो, जहां सरकार की योजनाएं देशवासियों का जीवन आसान बनाए। अगर आप बीते 11 वर्षों की यात्रा पर नजर डालें तो भारत के कोने कोने में इसी भावना से तेज गति से काम हो रहा है। जब वंदे भारत सेमी हाई स्पीड ट्रेनें पटरियां पर दौड़ती है, जब बुलेट ट्रेन का काम रफ्तार पकड़ता है, जब चौड़े हाईवे और एक्सप्रेसवे नए शहरों को जोड़ते हैं, जब पहाड़ों को चीरकर लंबी टनल्स बनती हैं, जब लंबे और ऊंचे सी ब्रिज समंदर के 2 किनारों को जोड़ते हैं, तब भारत की गति भी दिखाई देती है और भारत की प्रगति भी दिखाई देती है। तब भारत के नौजवानों की उड़ान को नए पंख लगते हैं। साथियों, आज का कार्यक्रम भी इसी सिलसिले को आगे बढ़ा रहा है। नवी मुंबई इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट एक ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट है जिसमें विकसित भारत की झलक है। ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की धरती पर बना है और इसका आकार कमल के फूल जैसा है, यानी ये संस्कृति और समृद्धि का जीवंत प्रतीक है। इस नए एयरपोर्ट से महाराष्ट्र के किसान यूरोप और मिडिल ईस्ट के सुपरमार्केट से भी जुड़ जाएंगे, यानी किसान की ताजा उपज, फल, फूल, सब्जी और मछुआरों के उत्पाद तेजी से ग्लोबल मार्केट तक पहुंच पाएंगे। इस एयरपोर्ट से यहां आसपास के छोटे और लघु उद्योगों के लिए एयरपोर्ट की लागत कम होगी। यहां निवेश बढ़ेगा, नए उद्योग, नए उद्यम लगेंगे। मैं महाराष्ट्र और मुंबई के सभी लोगों को इस एयरपोर्ट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, जब सपनों को सिद्ध करने का संकल्प हो, जब देशवासियों तक तेज विकास का लाभ पहुंचाने की इच्छा शक्ति हो, तो नतीजे भी मिलते हैं। हमारी हवाई सेवा और इससे जुड़ी इंडस्ट्री इसका बहुत बड़ा प्रमाण है। आपको याद होगा 2014 में जब देश ने मुझे अवसर दिया तो मैंने कहा था कि मेरा सपना है कि हवाई चप्पल पहनने वाला भी हवाई सफर कर सके। इस सपने को पूरा करने के लिए बहुत जरूरी था कि देश में नए नए एयरपोर्ट बनाए जाए। हमारी सरकार ने इस मिशन पर गंभीरता से काम शुरू किया। बीते 11 साल में देश में एक के बाद एक नए एयरपोर्ट बनते चले गए। साल 2014 में हमारे देश में सिर्फ 74 एयरपोर्ट थे। आज भारत में एयरपोर्ट की संख्या 160 को पार कर गई है। साथियों, जब देश के छोटे छोटे शहरों में एयरपोर्ट बनते हैं तो वहां के लोगों को हवाई सफर के लिए विकल्प मिलने लगता है और इसमें भी पैसे की मुश्किल कम करने के लिए हमने उड़ान योजना शुरू की ताकि सस्ते में लोगों को हवाई जहाज का टिकट मिल पाए। उड़ान योजना की वजह से बीते दशक में लाखों लोगों ने पहली बार हवाई सफर किया है, अपना सपना पूरा किया है। साथियों, नए एयरपोर्ट बनने और उड़ान योजना से लोगों को तो सुविधा मिली है, और साथ ही भारत दुनिया का तीसरा बड़ा डोमेस्टिक एविएशन मार्केट भी बना है। अब तो हमारी एयरलाइंस लगातार अपना विस्तार कर रही है और लोगों के लिए आश्चर्य होता है जब दुनिया के लोग जानते हैं अकेले हिंदुस्तान से इन दिनों हवाई जहाज बनाने वाली कंपनियों के पास करीब करीब 1000 नए हवाई जहाज का ऑर्डर बुक पड़ा है। इससे नए पायलट्स, कैबिन क्रू, इंजीनियर्स, ग्राउंड वर्कर्स के लिए नए अवसर बन रहे हैं। साथियों, जब जहाज बढ़ते हैं तो मेंटेनेंस, रिपेयर का काम भी बढ़ता है। इसके लिए भी हम भारत में ही नई सुविधाएं बना रहे हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य है कि इस दशक के अंत तक भारत एक बड़ा एमआरओ हब बने। इसमें भी भारत की युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के अनेक नए अवसर बन रहे हैं। साथियों, आज भारत दुनिया का सबसे युवा देश है। हमारी ताकत हमारे नौजवान है। इसलिए हमारी हर नीति का फोकस युवाओं को ज्यादा से ज्यादा रोजगार के अवसर देने पर है। जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर अधिक निवेश होता है तब रोजगार पैदा होता है। जब 76,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से वाडवण जैसा पोर्ट बनता है तब जाकर के रोजगार पैदा होता है। जब व्यापार बढ़ता है, लॉजिस्टिक्स से जुड़े सेक्टर को गति मिलती है, तब अनगिनत रोजगार बढ़ते चले जाते हैं। भाइयों और बहनों, हम उन संस्कारों में पले बड़े हैं जहां राष्ट्र नीति ही राजनीति का आधार है। हमारे लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर लगने वाला एक एक पैसा देशवासियों की सुविधा और सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने का माध्यम है। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ देश में एक ऐसी राजनीतिक धारा भी रही है जो जनता की सुविधा नहीं, सत्ता की सुविधा को ऊपर रखती है। ये वो लोग हैं जो विकास के काम में रुकावट डालते हैं, घोटाले घपले करके विकास के जुड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स को पटरी से उतार देते हैं। दशकों तक देश ने ऐसे नुकसान को देखा है। साथियों, आज जिस मेट्रो लाइन का लोकार्पण हुआ है, ये उन लोगों के कारनामों की याद भी दिलाता है। मैं उसके भूमि पूजन में शामिल हुआ था। तब मुंबई के लाखों परिवारों को उम्मीद जगी थी कि उनकी परेशानियां कम होगी। लेकिन फिर कुछ समय के लिए जो सरकार आई, उसने ये काम ही रोक दिया। उनको सत्ता मिली, लेकिन देश को हजारों करोड़ रुपए का नुकसान हुआ। इतने सालों तक असुविधा हुई। अब ये मेट्रो लाइन बनने से 2-2.5 घंटे का सफर 30-40 मिनट में हो जाएगा। जिस मुंबई में एक एक मिनट का महत्व है, वहां 3-4 साल तक इस सुविधा से मुंबईकर वंचित रहे। ये किसी पाप से कम नहीं है। साथियों, पिछले 11 वर्षों से देशवासियों का जीवन आसान बनाने पर, ईज ऑफ लिविंग पर बहुत अधिक जोर दिया जा रहा है। और इसलिए रेल, रोड, एयरपोर्ट, मेट्रो, इलेक्ट्रिक बस, ऐसी हर सुविधा पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया जा रहा है। अटल सेतु और कोस्टल रोड जैसे प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाए गए हैं। साथियों, हम यातायात के हर माध्यम को भी आपस में जोड़ रहे हैं। प्रयास है कि लोगों को सीमलेस ट्रैवल मिले, एक माध्यम से दूसरे माध्यम तक भटकने की मजबूरी न रहे। आज देश वन नेशन वन मोबिलिटी की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है। मुंबई वन ऐप भी इसी दिशा में एक और प्रयास है। अब मुंबई वालों को टिकट के लिए घंटों लाइन में खड़ा नहीं रहना होगा। मुंबई वन ऐप से एक बार टिकट लो और उसी टिकट से लोकल, बस, मेट्रो या टैक्सी सब में सफर करो। साथियों, मुंबई भारत की आर्थिक राजधानी के साथ भारत के सबसे वाइब्रेंट शहरों में से एक है। इसलिए 2008 में आतंकियों ने भी मुंबई शहर को बड़े हमले के लिए चुना, लेकिन तब जो कांग्रेस की सरकार सत्ता में थी उसने कमजोरी का मैसेज दिया, आतंकवाद के सामने घुटने टेकने का संदेश दिया। अभी अभी हाल में कांग्रेस के एक बड़े नेता जो देश के गृह मंत्री तक रह चुके हैं, उन्होंने एक इंटरव्यू में बहुत बड़ा खुलासा किया है। उन्होंने दावा किया है कि मुंबई हमले के बाद हमारी सेनाएं पाकिस्तान पर हमला करने को तैयार थी। पूरा देश भी उस समय यही चाहता था, लेकिन उस कांग्रेस नेता की माने तो किसी दूसरे देश के दबाव के कारण तब कांग्रेस सरकार ने भारत की सेनाओं को पाकिस्तान पर हमला करने से रोक दिया था। कांग्रेस को यह बताना होगा कि वो कौन था जिसने विदेशी दबाव में फैसला लिया, जिसने मुंबई की देश की भावना से खिलवाड़ किया। और देश को यह जानने का हक है, कांग्रेस की इस कमजोरी ने आतंकवादियों को मजबूत किया, देश की सुरक्षा को कमजोर किया, जिसकी कीमत देश को बार बार जाने गंवाकर चुकानी पड़ी। साथियों, हमारे लिए देश और देशवासियों की सुरक्षा से बढ़कर कुछ भी नहीं है। आज का भारत दमदार जवाब देता है। आज का भारत घर में घुसकर मारता है। ये दुनिया ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान देखा भी है और गर्व की अनुभूति भी की है। साथियों, गरीब हो, नियो मिडिल क्लास हो, मिडिल क्लास हो, इनका सशक्तिकरण आज देश में प्राथमिकता है। जब इन परिवारों को सुविधा मिलती है, सम्मान मिलता है, तब इनका सामर्थ्य बढ़ता है। देशवासियों के सामर्थ्य से देश सशक्त होता है। अभी जीएसटी में जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स हुए हैं, जो चीजें सस्ती हुई है, उससे भी देश के लोगों का सामर्थ्य बढ़ा है। मार्केट से आए आंकड़े बताते हैं कि इस बार नवरात्र में बिक्री के कई सालों के रिकॉर्ड टूट गए हैं। रिकॉर्ड संख्या में लोग स्कूटर, बाइक, टीवी, फ्रिज, वॉशिंग मशीन, ये सब कुछ खरीद रहे हैं। साथियों, जिससे देशवासियों का जीवन बेहतर हो, जिससे देश को ताकत मिले, हमारी सरकार आगे भी ऐसे ही कदम उठाती रहेगी। लेकिन मेरा आपसे भी एक आग्रह है, स्वदेशी को अपनाइए। गर्व से कहो, ये स्वदेशी है। ये हर घर का, हर बाजार का मंत्र होना चाहिए। हर देशवासी स्वदेशी कपड़े जूते खरीदेगा, स्वदेशी सामान घर लाएगा। अगर किसी को गिफ्ट देनी है तो स्वदेशी देगा, तो देश का पैसा देश में ही लगेगा। इससे भारत के ही श्रमिक को काम मिलेगा, भारत के नौजवानों को रोजगार मिलेगा। कल्पना कीजिए, जब पूरा भारत स्वदेशी को अपनाएगा तो भारत का सामर्थ्य कितना बढ़ जाएगा। साथियों, महाराष्ट्र देश के विकास को गति देने में हमेशा आगे रहा है। एनडीए की डबल इंजन सरकार महाराष्ट्र के हर नगर, हर गांव का सामर्थ्य बढ़ाने के लिए निरंतर काम करती रही। एक बार फिर से आप सभी को विकास कार्यों की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। आप सबको अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की। दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके विजयोत्सव मनाइए। भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपका संबोधन पूंजी के रूप में प्रेरणा का स्रोत बनकर रहेगा। सभी
And that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing the crowd at the inaugural ceremony of Navi Mumbai International Airport. Just to summarize a couple of points, he said that Mumbai's long wait has come to an end, especially with the fact that now we have our second international airport here in Amchi, Mumbai. He also mentioned a few lines on the PM Setu scheme that has modernized India's industrial training institutes and also boosted youth skilling. He spoke about Udan Yojana and how that has improved access to economical flying. And now, in fact, we also have the RBI governor speaking at an important event. Let's listen into him as well.
Each layer has been playing a very critical role in addressing the barriers to inclusion and enabling innovation at scale. One, the identity layer, anchored by Aadhaar, with more than 1.4 billion enrollments, has made it possible to authenticate identity instantly. It has enabled millions, 560 million, to open bank accounts and participate in the formal financial system through the electronic KYC. It is the core of DBT for government benefits. Two, the payments layer, which translates identity into action, into transactions. The AEPS, Aadhaar-enabled payment system, has enabled banking through micro ATMs to the remotest corners of our country, through the business correspondents, through the bank sakhis and so on. And the UPI, another element of the second layer, the payments layer, which has allowed close to 490 million unique users, making 20 billion transactions, more than 500 million transactions every day, or almost half of the global real-time payments volumes. And the third layer, again, very important, data layer, which we have today, huge, humongous amount of data that is available in this country, thanks to the efforts of everyone. And I was in the government, earlier, all government departments, the kind of digitalization that has happened since the time, I joined the government way back, in 1990, 1991, the kind of digitalization efforts that have happened, whether it is health, whether it is land records, whether it is taxation systems, social welfare. I was in the revenue department earlier, before this assignment. The kind of systems that we have built now, the data that is leveraged by these IT systems, it takes few minutes, what used to take months to file your IT returns, collecting all the data. Now that data is available at the click of a button, and within a few minutes one is able to file returns because of this availability of data. The returns get processed, on average in 10 days. And refunds, many of the refunds happen, within 24 hours. This is the strength of data which has become available. Similarly, GST. The GST today is actually driving and has been enabled and has been made possible because of IT. If IT had not been there, the GST that we have today, which is unique in the world, because being a federal country, 28 states, 7 UTs, and the center, different legislations, different legislatures, but still word by word, the laws are the same other than the difference in the name of the act, the state, but enabled by one unifying backbone, which is the GSTN, enabling the transmission of purchases and sales in one state to another. So this data layer, again, because of the digitalization efforts of all people in government, outside government, DigiLocker, again, initiative, of the government, has enabled us to share documents securely in these digital forms. Complementing these layers of the DPI, we have the vibrant fintech ecosystem, which we see over here present today. The foundation of DPI has allowed these fintechs to set up quickly and to scale rapidly and deliver targeted solutions to not only address current but also future challenges. Today, India is home to 10,000 plus fintechs, more than 40 billion US dollars of investments over the last decade, phenomenal growth in this sector, and the future potential, again, is underpinned by several strengths that this sector has. One and foremost is the large and the deep pool of skilled technology talent that we have in our country. Second, a very vibrant financial ecosystem spanning payments, lending, insurance, pensions, wealth management, which is supporting this fintech innovation. And three, enabling policies of the government and the regulatory frameworks which are facilitating the fintechs. The Reserve Bank has been continuously engaging with the fintech ecosystem. We have been proactive, as is borne out by some 500 interactions, more than one a day, which we did last year. In addition, through structured platforms like Finteract and FinInquiry, we regularly interact with the innovators and entrepreneurs. This demonstrates our commitment, our belief in the fintech industry. Some 15 structured sessions with more than 1,100 fintech representatives under Finteract since it was initiated in March 2024, and more than 14 open interactions with more than 600 participants under FinInquiry have been held. We also have now a repository, a fintech repository, to collect key information on activities, products, and technologies aimed at enabling informed policy measures for the fintechs. Recognizing the diversity of fintech sector, we have kept them outside the regulatory space today, but at the same time, we have recognized an SRO which will enable the fintechs to adopt baseline governance standards and best practices which are developed by themselves alone and which are not thrust through some regulation by us. We will continue this facilitation to the fintech so that they are able to make use of this DPI and the financial ecosystem for the collective benefit of the economy. This synergy between public rails and private innovation is one of the important reasons for India's success in several areas, including digitalization of payments. Over the past decade, India has shown how technology, thoughtfully designed and implemented at scale, can be a force multiplier for sustainable economic development. The fintech industry too has made it possible to deliver financial services at population scale and at affordable costs. The first phase of India's digital journey was about building the foundation and expanding the access to various financial services, savings.
And that was the RBI Governor Sanjay Malhotra speaking at the Global FinTech Fest. He highlighted about Digital India and how payment system has revolutionized, and now it's time for a short break. But do stay tuned to the channel as we continue to give you a lot more news and updates.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall...
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV Profit. This is Profit 360 and I'm your host Malika Mishra. Let's take a quick look at how the markets fared today. The Indian market snapped a 4-day gaining streak after a day of a seesaw trade. While the Nifty managed to close above the 25,000 mark, Tata Motors and Mahindra were two counters that lost the most in trade today. But let's now go across to my colleague Puneet for a detailed analysis of how the markets fared overall.
Well, it was a day where we saw the Nifty 50 largely being under pressure, and that continued to be throughout the day, with Nifty giving almost 200 points from the day's high. It ended just a tad above 25,000 as a key level, but did see some stocks that continued to be under pressure, barring the Nifty IT, which continued to provide some support to the Nifty 50 as well, led by TCS, Infosys, amongst other names. But when you look at the key indices, that was led by Titan as the key winner in the Nifty 50 today. That was positively led by the Q2 update for the company. It is continuing its growth, which was already boosted by strong value growth because of the increase in prices of gold, and that has been a key benefit for someone like a Titan in this particular quarter. When you also look at the other big gainers, Infosys and TCS continue to show positive momentum a day before the IT quarterly results start, with TCS coming out tomorrow. This time it is going to be different because they are not holding a press conference, so a lot more conversation, a lot more aspects to be known in terms of the conference call as well as what brokerages make of the results. But it's going to be a key quarter led by a lot of uncertainty as well as limited exposure in terms of consumer discretionary spending. That has weakened the outlook for the IT space, and a lot of impact from AI has continuing on that sector, but some positive relief has been seen in today's trade. It bodes well to what could be a very, very interesting quarter for all the IT peers. We also saw stocks like HCL Tech as well as Tech Mahindra lending some positive support to the Nifty 50 today, and that will be something to watch because from tomorrow onwards you will see the results largely taking shape and impacting the Nifty IT as well on both the comments as well as what's happening in the USA.
Thanks for wrapping that market action today, Puneet. But viewers, we will take a short break here, but do stay tuned to the channel as we continue to give you a lot more news and updates.
The market's most influential voices.
the visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं
Hello and welcome. You're watching Your Money Matters here at NDTV Profit. I am Mahima Vachhrajani, and today what we're going to do is we are navigating the complex world of higher education financing. Now, in a landscape where aspirations often outpace the kind of affordability that we have, education loans have become a critical lever for students and families. But you know what? They're not risk-free. Over the last few years, as tuition costs, living expenses and global education fees have escalated, public sector banks in India alone have nearly disbursed over 28,000 crore in education loans in 23-24. Now, best colleges yet, only about 4% of higher education students in India actually benefit from education loans, and this is reflecting the stringent eligibility and awareness gaps. Now, in this conversation, I'll try to peel back the layers from when a loan makes sense to how much one should borrow, to the repayment tactics and beyond. And to take this conversation ahead, in fact, we're going to have two set of conversations today. We're going to first speak to Shweta Jain, who's the founder of Investography, about how and when, from a financial perspective, should you take an education loan. In fact, we'll do a combo of this conversation. We'll talk to Adil Shetty, CEO of Bank Bazaar, as well, from a perspective of how the structure of loan should be like, what all should you consider before taking an education loan. Adil and Shweta, thank you so much for taking out the time and joining us on this show. Adil, I'll take the first question with you. To give viewers a perspective, how should an education loan, be seen from a perspective of a person who's borrowing the loan? How are the loans generally structured? What is the tenor like? Is there a guarantor in place? Is there a moratorium in place? Even in terms of the collateral, how does the calculation work there?
Great question, Mahima. And it's good you're covering this topic because what we see in the Bank Bazaar Aspiration Index is your own home and your child's education are the top aspirations in India. So education typically has a tenure of about 7 to 15 years. Typically, it's a floating rate loan between 8.5% to 10%. There is a collateral if the loan amount is higher. So typically, if your loan amount is above 7.5 lakhs, there's a collateral. Otherwise, you can get it without collateral. A guarantor is required again if the loan amount is higher. So typically, above 4 lakhs, a guarantor, typically a parent or a guardian, is required. And the nice thing about education loan, which I've not seen in other loans, is you get a moratorium period. So typically, there's no repayment during your education while there is interest calculated. And for 6 to 12 months after you graduate, they give you some time, which is a moratorium time. So these are the typical structures, Mahima, and we can talk about any of them in more detail.
Right. Adil, you did mention that generally these loans are in terms of floating interest rate. Are there options available in terms of fixed rate loan as well for education loans?
Yeah, another good question. And, there are options, but they're quite infrequent. So what I mean by that is think of a home loan in the market because it's a longer tenor loan, right? 7 years, 15 years. Typically, it's a floating rate because the rate can go up or down. So even though there are fixed rate home loans, 95% of the market is floating. Same thing happens in education because it's a longer term loan. It tends to be floating. You can find fixed rate loan. You can research online. You can, go to a bank website or you can go to Bank Bazaar. But what you'll find is typically the fixed rate loan has a higher cost. So if a floating rate is 8.5, 9.5, a fixed rate will be higher. So most people end up taking a floating rate education loan.
Understood. Shweta, I'll come to you with regards to where the financial aspect is concerned. From a person who's borrowing the loan, when should he consider borrowing an education loan? What are the financial aspects that need to be taken into consideration?
So when somebody is looking at higher education and bigger amounts, I think this is different for each person. So when they're looking at something which is much more than they can afford first, that is when they should be looking at a loan. Second is, even though they might have a portfolio at their disposal, but they would like to let that money compound and instead take a loan to compensate for that. So I think there could be two instances where one person could opt for education loan. It depends really, the amount depends really on the person and the course that they're looking at, which country they're looking at, etc. Various things like that.
Right. I mean, just out of curiosity, Shweta, is there a thumb rule in place with regards to where your income is concerned versus the loan that you take? And this of course should be combining all the loans that you have.
Yeah, so thumb rules, I mean, there are lots of thumb rules that we see. So one would depend on, say, income. So it shouldn't be, say, more than 30 to 40% of your expenses. It shouldn't be more than 30% of your income, all your EMIs put together. But some of these things, like Adil rightly mentioned, are aspirational, and sometimes it doesn't really stick to that. But for easier cash flow and to always have a contingency fund in place would be some necessary items, I would say.
So then, Shweta, how should one determine the quantum of loan that should be taken? Is there a formula in place, or what should one consider before deciding that what amount of loan should I be borrowing?
So there are various items, right? So basically, one is you should not take more than say 2 times your annual income of loan. But it could sometimes also determine that you're aspiring to have a much higher income, whether it is in another country. So, for example, if you're earning 25 lakhs today and you sort of take a break, career break, and go for higher education, you could opt for a loan, even which is say 1.5 crores, if you think that you will be able to earn much higher. But ideally, I think not more than 2 times annual income.
Okay, to not more than 2 times of your annual income. Yeah, that's important. Viewers, that's very important. Adil, with regards to borrowing from a bank, how should you choose a lender? My first question to you. What are the filters that one should look at before choosing a lender? And in your opinion, because Bank Bazaar is probably the place to go to and compare as to which loan should be gotten from where. Which are the lenders that specialize in education loan?
Great question, Mahima. So with education loan, some factors are the same that you would consider with, let's say, even a home loan. But then there are particularities. So let's start with what's in common. So you want to look at interest rate, obviously. So like I said, the range could be between 8.5% to 10%. Secondly, very important is the loan amount, because typically, whatever you've saved, but you have to pay for the tuition, you have living expenses, the hostel stay, and so on and so forth. So you're looking at what is the loan amount each lender will give. Then you're looking at what is the moratorium period. Like I said, it can be 6 to 12 months. You're looking at what tenor, right? Do they require a guarantor? Do you have a guarantor available? And do you have collateral available to pay? So these are the typical things that you would think of, even for a mortgage, a home loan, a loan against property. But education loan gets even more specific because different lenders might have accredited different universities. So your university has to be part of the accredited list of the education loan provider. And, there are different types of education loan lenders, like you pointed out. And this is something, we see there's a wide range at Bank Bazaar. So each one will come with its own benefit, right? So one could say that the PSBs today are offering the best rates in the market. The private sector banks are having quick and convenient doorstep processing. The NBFCs, the specialized lenders, can give you a little bit more flexibility in terms of what is the loan amount. Do you have to provide collateral or a guarantor? They can do higher loan amounts. So it's a very interesting mix where there's no one size fits all. I think some amount of research or some amount of learning, like through shows of yours, is important when one picks an education loan.
Understood. Adil, what about repayment? What should one consider while repaying the loan? Because sometimes what happens is people do take a loan, because there's a moratorium also available, and that gives them a period of accumulation of their wealth. Probably they invested somewhere, and then generally they can repay the loan using that investment as well. A lot of people do that. While on the other side, a lot of people, repay their loan in different installments. My question to you is, would you recommend somebody to maybe, make a large chunk of payment once the moratorium is over? Would you recommend them to do it, monthly? That's the general way that a loan is repaid. What's the outlook like?
So here's my view. One thing people don't realize is your interest is being calculated from the time the loan dispersed. So even during moratorium, even during study, your interest is accumulating. So my advice, and I made this mistake when, I graduated, I waited till the end of the moratorium to start repaying. I'd say start repaying as soon as you can. Even if you have a campus job, if you get a joining bonus in your first salary, prepay as much as you can. So the first thing I would say is, as soon as you can, try and start prepaying. Don't wait till the end of the moratorium period, number one. Number two, right, your guarantor is equally liable for this loan. So this is something to keep in mind. Not only will your credit score go down if you don't repay on time or miss an EMI, but your guarantor is equally liable on all this, right? So it's important not only for you, but it's important for your guarantor. Thirdly, right, repayment of education loan in India also helps you with a tax rebate under ATE. So the interest component is a deductible, and obviously, depending on your situation, you have to talk to the tax consultant. My recommendation is as soon as you can repay, start repaying. 9% risk-free interest is not easy to get. That also post-tax. So I would, the minute I had money, once I start working, I would start repaying as soon as I can.
Right. So you would recommend that for example, if I have a certain amount of salary, but if I get a Diwali bonus, I should use that amount to repay as much principal as I can. Correct?
Yes,
That's
I
the
would
right
say.
approach.
I would say if I could go back in time and I had a big Diwali bonus, I would have prepaid my loan rather than do anything else. Because see, the logic is as follows. Let's say you're paying 9%. You're paying 9% interest post-tax. 9% interest post-tax, it's not easy to make that kind of return. So I would recommend you prepay. And that is the easiest way to pay off your loan. See, keep in mind, right? A 15-year loan compared to a 7-year loan for the same interest has lower EMI. So let me give you an example. So cost of education is sky high, right? At Bank Bazaar, it's the top 2 aspiration in India, child's education. Cost of education is increasing. And, you know, some of us, even who have kids in school, know what the cost is. It's unbelievable, right? So let's say every 10 lakhs on a 15-year loan at 9%, you're approximately paying about 10,000 rupees a month in EMI, right? So I'd say that if you can prepay, it's a good option. By prepaying and reducing your tenor, right? A 7-year tenor might have a higher EMI, but the interest outflow is much smaller. So it's always better to pay off your loan in as less years as you can.
All right, and that makes complete sense, Adil. Shweta, my question to you is, Adil was talking about the tax saving aspect. Give us some more perspective as to how one can save tax for a person who's already borrowed a loan. What are the different sections in which, and I believe this is only available now in the old regime.
Yes, Mahima, only in the old regime. This is available, as Adil rightly pointed out, under Section 80E of the Income Tax Act. So any amount that you're paying as interest on the education loan is deductible from your income. There isn't a maximum limit on the amount itself, but principal part is not tax deductible under this section. The duration could be up to 8 years. So within 8 years, if you're paying from the minute you start paying your EMI, you have 8 years to take advantage of this benefit as well. Or, of course, if the loan gets over earlier, then that's the limit. Like I mentioned, there's no upper limit on the amount, so that sort of helps, especially if the loan amounts are higher. You're not really getting too many tax deductions that are available to us. So this really helps, and this is for a purpose where you're upgrading yourself and making sure your earning capacity goes up. So this is something that I think is quite useful.
Shweta, Adil was also mentioning the same thing, right? That as soon as you have money in your hands, you should ideally go ahead and repay your loans. Prepayment is one thing that I wanted to talk about. Is that a good idea according to you as well? Or would you, go ahead and invest, build a sizable sum, and then probably pay it off in one go? What is your recommendation here?
So I would slightly differ. My opinion is that, once you start paying the EMIs, your regular EMIs, you should pay as soon as possible. You should start. That is good. But the other thing that I would say is start accumulating some funds, especially as a contingency fund. So 3 to 6 months of your expenses as a bare minimum. Because if you do have that cushion, you're going to learn 2 things. One, in case something goes wrong, you have something to fall back on. The other thing is you're going to learn the art of budgeting, saving, prioritizing. And trust me, at the beginning of your career, these things are priceless. If you're starting to invest, especially, and keeping your EMI, say your EMI is 10,000 rupees, your income is, just argument's sake, say 30,000 rupees, your expenses are another 15. So 25 is already going. 5,000, you have the option of either prepaying or starting an investment fund. Something for long term or short term. So once you have something for short term, like I said, 6 months expenses, then you start building it for long term. And trust me, that is something that we need to build as a habit. So once that habit is also established, you have a decent corpus, you can then start paying off. And when you see your money grow and accumulate, that itself is something which is encouraging to you. And you will start investing a little more, budgeting better, trying to save. And in the initial years, that really, really helps.
All right, so that's Shweta's view on how you should consider prepaying a loan. Adil, my next question to you is that does the university that you choose have any bearing on the loan that the lenders are giving, and the country that you choose, in fact, does that affect your disbursement in any way?
So absolutely, Mahima. So it's almost like they underwrite the university's reputation. They underwrite the employability you will have when you graduate in that country. So it's very funny, right? Because it's almost like the university represents the house or the car you're buying, right? Or the business you're running. So they do look into all that. In fact, if you're in a premier university, it's more likely to be recognized by the lender to lend against. So every lender will have a list of 500, 1,000, 1,500 universities globally they lend to. And if you fall within these lists, they lend to you. The better the university, the lower the interest rate, the higher the loan amount, the less insistent they'll be on a guarantor, on collateral. So at the end of the day, this is very unique to education loan. Depending on which country, depending on which university, you can get much better terms than if you go to a university which is not that well recognized in a course that they feel you might not get good employment, in a country where it's hard to get jobs. So all this makes a big difference, Mahima.
Adil, from a bank perspective, just want to understand as to how that valuation of loan is arrived at. If you can just give a perspective, because from what my understanding is that they take a look at your bank statement, the collaterals that you have, the properties that you hold, and accordingly the eligibility for the amount is determined. Anything that one needs to take care of while submitting the documents or something of that sort?
Yeah, so the bank is looking at it from two sides. So one, they're looking at what is your tuition fees for the country you're going to, what are your living and accommodation expenses. So that's one criteria. But the thing is, whatever that criteria might end up at, you should have the servicing capability. So they're going to typically look at your credit score. So this is something which is very important. We tell people at Bank Bazaar, your credit score is changing every 2 weeks because the banks are reporting to the bureau. If your credit score or your guarantor's credit score is above 750, 800, it's much more likely that you'll get approved.
One last quick question to both of you, and I'll start with you, Shweta, first. What if you don't get placed once your education is over? What should one do in that situation? Because if you don't get placed, and if the moratorium period also gets over, it gets a little difficult to repay off the loan.
Yeah, so I would recommend one is they always have a plan B. If you don't get a placement, it is today much easier to build a profile, a LinkedIn profile for that matter, and make sure that you're reaching out to possible workplaces that you want to do, and not just in the country that you're studying in, maybe in other countries as well. It might be a smarter choice to have more options available, whether it's in the home country, whether it's in the country of where you've studied, or in a third country itself. Explore your options as to what other kind of work will be available to you, not just a narrow option of where you've studied. If there are minors, you've minored in another subject, maybe look at those options. It could be that you start off at a lower grade than you would want. But I think starting employment immediately would trump some of these things. Of course, it depends on the kind of industry and when they are located, where they are located. So a lot of those things will come into play. But I think having a plan B is equally important, and not just depending on your college's placement, but even your own initiative will be important.
All right. And Adil, your quick view on the same question?
So I think Shweta made a great point. Finding a job is always the best solution. Look around multiple countries, multiple industries. She also raised an earlier point about the emergency fund, which I agree, right? An emergency fund, insurance are all the first things one should do if one has extra money. So make use of that emergency fund. Lastly, and this is the last resort, talk to your lender. Explain to them you're making best efforts. Maybe an extension is possible in the moratorium, maybe 3 months more. Talk to them saying, can you at least pay the interest off so the principal is not accumulating? All these are case-by-case basis. There's no standard, but reach out to your lender, write to them, talk to them. These are some of the things that can be done. Because at the end of the day, right, when there's a default, Mahima, no one wins. The lender doesn't win. The consumer whose credit score go bad doesn't win. No one, the system doesn't win. So, try and find a way in which you can work together to find a solution.
Absolutely. Adil and Shweta, thank you so much. I think our viewers will really benefit from this conversation, especially for people who are looking out for education loans. So thank you so much for that insightful conversation, and thank you so much for taking out the time. Okay, so we talked about education loan, but the other aspect that one needs to look at is gold. And I mean, the kind of rally that we've seen in gold is quite significant. It has smashed past that $4,000 mark an ounce for the first time ever. The US government shut down, robust ETF flows and central bank buying are some of the factors that are, kind of leading to that kind of rally in gold. And Shreyanshi Singh joins us with more details on key triggers and what brokerages are penciling in.
Well, absolutely, and it's been a sparkling rally to say the least, right? When you take a look at gold prices smashed through that $4,000 an ounce level for the first time ever, also on pace for the best annual performance since 1970s. Let's quickly take a look at the year-to-date performance as well. 50% uptick is what you're looking at on a year-to-date basis, and 34% on a 6-month basis as well is what you're looking at. In terms of the key milestones then, gold in fact traded below $2,000 just 2 years ago, and you're looking at a breach coming in of that $2,000 an ounce level during the COVID-19 pandemic, following which $3,000 an ounce is what it managed to cross after Trump's tariff tirade back in March. So that's the date to mark on your calendars. And other than that, in terms of key milestones, you also have US gold reserves hitting $1 trillion in value. So that's, you're talking about more than 90 times what's stated on the government's balance sheet as well. In terms of the scorching rally, let's quickly take a look at the key tailwinds as well. So there's robust ETF inflows that makes it to the top of the list. Other than that, there's also resumption of interest rate cuts by the Federal Reserve, and also helped by safe haven demand on the back of lingering geopolitical and tariff uncertainty. And of course, very important to talk about the central banks ramping up buying as well. In fact, just to give you a sense of the quantum, you do have central bank buying now nearing the levels last seen in 1970s. And that is something that is very important to note in terms of the IMF data as well, and in terms of the world gold reserve holdings as well. In terms of where you're headed from here, in terms of the brokerage verdict, you do have some of the forecast. For example, Morgan Stanley, that forecast that they have for the year end has already been reached. For UBS, you're just a whisker away from that year end target. And for Goldman Sachs, it's quite ambitious, quite optimistic. $4,900 an ounce by December 2026 is what you're penciling in. So largely, when you take a look at brokerages, barring one or two brokerages, you do have mostly brokerages being very optimistic on gold prices from here on, even despite that $4,000 an ounce level being scaled.
All right, Shreyanshi, that sums up the entire reason as to why gold is rallying and what one should consider before investing in gold. With that, viewers, it's a complete wrap on this edition of Your Money Matters. But do stay tuned. More news and updates on the other side.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
बुझो जरा भी प्यास जिसके हम ना हो। जान रहे दिल ये तो जान दी है तू।
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Right, we're at the sidelines of the Global FinTech Fest here in Mumbai. I'm joined by Vikas Bansal of Amazon Pay. Thank you so much, sir, for taking the time out. I still don't have a credit card, so it's good to see that the generation after me is doing well and doing better. Vikas, also talk to us about what is Amazon Pay's plan in terms of you are the payments arm of the largest e-commerce company in the world. What is the sort of mentality that Amazon has towards Amazon Pay? Is it to prosper as a separate arm, as a separate entity? Is it to just play a supporting role into supporting Amazon's growth? What is it? Is it more market share? Is it more users on board? What is the exact goal that you define success with?
Yeah. So, like, look, the Amazon philosophy is really about think about customer problem and work backwards. And when we were born like back in the day when there was a lot of friction in paying digitally. There was a time when 1 in 2 used to fail. We've come a long way to less than 1 in 10. So the idea is for us to go take a problem at a time and try to solve it and it was a digital payment friction. Then we said credit problem, how we solve credit, provide access to credit. Then we said how we build this as a digital payment as a habit, and that's how Amazon Pay was born. And then really it is about now continue to solve those problems, continue to remove friction, continue to provide credit access. And then really as part of this is that if we have our own identity and then we become big and profitable is what we want. But at the heart of it is we are not looking to be a market share leader. We are not looking to be a kind of a support. We are looking to be able to solve those problems and then to be able to do it in a way that's scalable, that's expandable, and that's profitable long term. So that's what we are about.
Right, NDTV Profit is at the sidelines of the Global FinTech 2025 here in Mumbai. I'm joined by Bhavan Turakia of Zeta. Thanks so much, Mr. Turakia. Firstly, I want to get a broader view from you on how FinTech is sort of tying up with banks. What is the sort of uptake you're seeing, especially with regards to public sector banks also? I think I was speaking to someone yesterday and they said that there's very little differentiation in terms of the uptake of technology and AI with respect to when it comes to private versus public. What's your view on that?
Sure. So I think of FinTech separate words, fin and tech. And I think companies that we typically tend to classify in, FinTech, either on the tech side, which is where Zeta is, by the way. We are a technology service provider. So where the FinTech, or in this case, a tech company is actually providing, whether it's AI tech, or in our case, core banking, card processing, or modern platforms, and enabling banks to improve operational, costs and reduce operational costs, improve their customer experiences, and provide a better digital experience for their consumers and things like that, but as a technology service to the bank. And then there's the fin side, which is where you talk about fintechs who are actually issuing cards, providing deposit accounts to customers and things like that. So there's both kinds of partnerships that have been, existing for decades with, various banks, etc. There are a handful of technology service providers like us who built modern technology platforms that enable banks to improve their ROE and ROA by optimizing both income and expenses. And those partnerships have been going really well. It's almost kind of like, I think there was a point in time when 10 years ago banks were perceiving this as a risky proposition. Now it's become it's more risky to not contemplate a digital transformation and improve your technology and tech stack. I think you ask any bank CIO, nobody's going to tell you that they want to be on, the mainframes or client server models, 10 years from now. Everybody wants to transform and transition to the cloud, and platforms like ours can help them do that. On the fin side, there have been some, I would say some hurdles at times when some fintechs have not necessarily fallen squarely within kind of regulatory, guidelines and compliances. That's changing fast. But there are some meaningful partnerships, because I think in India, for instance, is extremely high, very low credit penetration, high potential in terms of the gap between credit needs versus the actual credit penetration that exists. And I don't think that distribution will happen solely with banks operating by themselves. So partnerships that they form in the form of co-brand partnerships or distribution partnerships or fintech partnerships or co-lending partnerships, etc. All of these, the digital lending guidelines create this notion of a lending service provider that banks can partner with, that will significantly enhance distribution and solve for that gap or need for credit, basically.
Mr. Turakia, also talk to us about what Zeta is doing at GFF. What are your launches? What are the interesting things in the pipeline for Zeta?
So Zeta is a modern next-gen banking tech platform. It can run an entire bank end-to-end, credit cards, debit cards, deposits, loans, both the core ledger transaction processing as well as the digital banking, mobile experiences, etc. We work with large banks and fintechs to provide this as a technology stack. Our focus has been largely on payments and credit. Here at the GFF, actually, we announced our co-brand credit card white paper, which is another kind of what I was talking about earlier, which is that we feel that the gap between demand and supply of credit is so high that one of the accelerators is banks partnering with potential co-brand partners who have a large number of customers. But it's fairly difficult to manage many of these co-brand programs at scale, because if you have to manage each of them individually, there's a huge amount of operational overhead. There are some regulations that prevent co-brand partners from being able to access the data of the customers, etc. So at Zeta, we built a stack that enables you as a financial institution, as a bank, to scale your co-brand partnerships and even partner with sort of small to mid-sized co-brand partner, merchants that can accelerate your sort of customer acquisition strategy.
Right, we're at the sidelines of the Global FinTech Fest 2025 here in Mumbai. I'm joined by Paroma Chatterjee of Revolut India. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your time. We're seeing an entry of Revolut coming into India, the UK FinTech. Talk to us about the entry. Talk to us about your goals as well.
So Revolut decided to get into India as part of our global expansion strategy to get into 100 countries and have 100 million customers across these 100 countries. From India alone, we expect to contribute at least 20 million of those 100 million customers over the next 5 years. And more than that, we focus on having active full KYC customers. We hope to be able to process upwards of $7 billion worth of transactions from the 20 million customers that we cater to by 2030. With that ambition, we decided to get into India, and we had to find a product that would be able to disrupt a certain need or a need gap in this market. And what we identified was there was no app on which you could do both domestic and Forex. And therefore, what we have revealed in India as the product to be launched here is an all-in-one payments app where there is going to be a PPI wallet in which customers can keep their funds, which will have its own UPI handle, Revolut customizable UPI handle, and it'll come along with a prepaid card which will be loaded with rev points and rewards that customers can claim on spends against that debit card, and a Forex card which will have some of the most attractive exchange rates that customers would have seen. So an all-in-one payments product with also a kids version that people could give to their under 18s to get them started off in payments independently, with parents keeping the overall control. So that's the product proposition that we have revealed here at GFF today, and that's what the product that we're going to launch in the Indian market is going to be.
Right. So an ambitious target for 2030 you have for India. A couple of follow-ups on that. Is this coming with certain partnerships that you have in India, or is it entirely what Revolut is bringing?
Actually, Revolut across more than 20 countries is a full-fledged digital bank. So in all of the other countries that Revolut enters, including in India, we secure our own licenses. So we spent the time to get an AD2 license, which gives us the right to give our own Forex rates and give our own Forex products to customers. We spent the time to get our own PPI license, which allows us to give our own PPI wallets and our own UPI handles and our own prepaid cards. And moreover, on top of that, we actually got a direct card issuance authorization. So it's not a co-branded card. It's actually what we're launching with is a Revolut Visa card, where we can give a completely differentiated experience to the customers here in this market.
Interesting. Paroma, also, like you said, it is a digital bank in about 20 other countries. Does Revolut have that same ambition within India? As you grow, you become a sort of a neobank or a challenger bank?
Let me not comment on banking specifically, but Revolut's overall ambition is to be able to offer all financial products on a digital platform in whichever market it goes. Here we're starting with an all-encompassing payment solution, and yes, the overall ambition over time is to gradually bring in other financial products that our customers may want to avail a differentiated experience on.
Right, fair enough. Lastly, Paroma, UK and India have signed a very wide-ranging FTA. Like we earlier clarified, it's not. It's just coincidental that Revolut has decided to step into India. But going ahead, do you see things easing for Revolut? Do you see some sort of better sort of developments coming in for Revolut, given the fact that India and the UK are moving closer in terms of trade with an FTA?
We're hopeful of that. Our ambition to enter into India predates the FTA. The launch, coincidentally, is happening around the same time. Maybe the stars are aligned. We hope that whatever is entailed in the FTA and the understanding that the two governments have reached right now actually eases up the mode of operations for financial companies like ourselves to operate with greater degree of ease to be able to contribute to the Indian ecosystem. This is a British company coming into India after British financial services company coming into India after more than 2 decades. So we hope to be able to contribute really meaningfully and impact the ecosystem here.
That's awesome. Congratulations and all the best for your future. Right at the sidelines of the Global FinTech Fest here in Mumbai, I'm joined by Rishit Jhunjhunwala, CEO of Truecaller. Thanks so much, Mr. Jhunjhunwala. Let's talk about what sort of plans Truecaller has for India, its largest market. You are the global CEO. Fitting that an Indian is the global CEO for Truecaller. Talk to us about the various revenue streams, the broader plan that there is in store for the Indian market.
Sure, thanks. So Truecaller has been in India since all the way back in 2016, 2017. We started with just a couple of people here. Since then, we've invested very heavily in India, and India is now our largest market. 70% of our business is now India. We have 3 offices now in India, Gurgaon, Mumbai, as well as Bangalore. We ship products globally from India, so it's become a big, a really important hub for us. We actually have more employees now in India than we have in Stockholm, our head office. So we continue to be very bullish on India. We're sponsors of the GFF today as well. We've had some fantastic meetings and conversations here as well. It just shows our commitment more and more to India, basically. So we'll continue to double down on India, and it's always going to be our number one priority.
Rishit, also talk to us about the various revenue streams, how they are performing for India. You have 3 major ones. I'll let you list them.
Yeah, we have 3 revenue streams. Advertising, so we show ads on the product, basically. We have Truecaller for Business, which is our B2B offering. And the third is Truecaller Premium, which users can subscribe to a premium tier in the product. The ads business is our largest business. It's about 70% of our business today. Truecaller for Business, our B2B offering, is about 15% of our business, and Truecaller Premium is also 15% of our business. Truecaller Premium and Truecaller for Business are the 2 recurring revenue streams which are growing way faster than the ads business also, actually. So we remain really bullish on the recurring revenue streams going forward as well.
Lastly, Rishit, I want to get your view on this. There are various telecom providers that have come out with their own spam protection tools, spam alert tools rather. What do you see that? Does Truecaller want to work with them, or does Truecaller see that as competition that has come up?
Yeah, absolutely. We will work with them as well. We're always in touch with them, and I think it's great that all of us come together to solve the problem. We're happy to do that as well. We started very early on in this space, so we have a lot of learnings that we're happy to collaborate on. The telecom services, the spam detection services have started off well, and I think they do add some value. But our belief is that you need to know a lot more about the caller before you actually decide to take the call or not. I mean, what is spam for you might not be spam for me. I might actually be looking for, a renewal of my insurance, or I might actually be looking to buy a car or take a personal loan. So spam is different for different people, and that's where context matters a lot. And I think that's where Truecaller really shines, that it's able to actually tell you a lot more than it's just a spam call. But yeah, we're happy to collaborate with telcos all the time. Yeah.
Right, we're at the sidelines of the Global FinTech Fest. I'm joined by Saurabh Garg, Secretary of the Ministry of Statistics, Programming and Implementation. Thank you so much, sir, for taking the time out. Firstly, sir, I think the biggest overhaul that is coming in is, of course, the GDP base year revision. What is the sort of progress that your ministry has made on that?
So, the purpose of the GDP revision is to ensure that we give a true and fair picture of the economy. So since the last GDP revision was done about a decade back, since then there have been a number of changes in different aspects. One is in the structure of the economy itself. The digital economy has become so much bigger and wider. So that's one major change, and that we want to cover the economy truly. The second is that the availability of a number of data sets is now there, which was not there earlier. For example, the GST data set, the e-Vahan data set, and a lot of the other data sets, because of digitization, they are now available. And the third is that in terms of the methodologies, either of data collection or in terms of statistical issues, there have been changes over that past decade. So all these will get reflected in the new GDP series, which would be released by the end of February. And we hope that it will give a much better picture of the Indian economy.
Sir, also on the services front, like you also said that services are becoming a larger part of the economy, and you also mentioned about various new data sets coming in. Does that include e-commerce portals as well?
Yes. Services, we already have a number of areas or indicators by which we collect services related data. but the e-commerce data is one such data set. And this is, for example, airfares are there and a number of other data points which we can collect directly from the e-commerce. And that is something that we would be incorporating this year, apart from the other digital data sets that I mentioned, things like e-Vahan, GST and others.
Right, sir. Also, sir, on the IIP, that is also undergoing some sort of a reform. You have the PPI coming in also. So just an update on both of these very crucial set of indicators that come in.
Yeah. So, two of the other indicators which are extremely important is the consumer price inflation, which is important input for monetary policy also. We have done recently a household consumption expenditure survey, which shows that the consumption, there have been a lot of changes in the products that a household consumes. So it will get, and there are a lot of products which were consumed earlier but are not so relevant now. So there will be some items which will go away from the consumption basket and some others that will come in. And in fact, we are increasing the number of products given the fact that people consume a lot more variety of products. So the earlier, for example, the index had about 299 products. Now we'll have more than 350 products. We're also increasing the depth of coverage by increasing the number of markets that we will be covering, both in terms of brick and mortar markets as also e-commerce. So, and plus we will be having other data sources which were not available earlier. So all these will ensure that the price index is a truer reflection of what faces a household. Similarly, on the index for industrial production, there are areas of the economy which have grown much more than others. So the structure of the industrial economy will get reflected in the new data sets, as also the methodologies that we have. For example, many factories change the nature of their production. We didn't have a set method for that in the previous, but given that the sector is so much more dynamic, we have built that into it so that it continues to remain relevant as we go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, as always, for your views.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're joining us on the special broadcast from the Global FinTech Fest. And today I have with me Shaji Varghese, the CEO of Muthoot FinCorp. Mr. Varghese, welcome to this conversation. Firstly, how are you feeling at the Global
Very good. Thank you, Vishwanath, for having me over. It's good. Great. We just launched, we just showcased one of our services now, which is a, loan marketplace.
Okay. Why did you get into the marketplace business?
Look, over the last, few years, especially after the DPI and the UPI, we were a data poor country, now become a data rich. Having said, we also have, say, almost 3 dozens of scheduled commercial bank, 1 lakh plus of cooperative banks also do lending, 10,000 plus of NBFCs. Yet, millions of people still don't have access to credit. We have a grand plan as a nation to become a developed nation by 2047. Unless we supply credit, unless we, make the financial services product available for them, the grand ambition is not going to be realistic. Okay. It's not that we don't have lending institutions or service providers, and not because we don't have products. But customers are also a bit of confused. How many doors they need to knock to avail a product? So we have almost 4,000 physical branches, and we also have a tech play. Why not get all these products together and serve these customers? One place we will serve all. What we cannot manufacture, what we can't do on a balance sheet by choice or by regulation, why don't we partner with others and see that customer is delivered? The way we are thinking is, if it is good for the customer, good for the nation. If it is good for the nation, all participants will benefit from it. So we are partnering with all like-minded, credible partners, make products available, customer being in the center.
I want to ask you about this spate of regulations that have come in, specifically on the gold loan side. Right? Like, so last year it was like, we are viewing this with a little bit of suspicion, especially bank-led, gold loans. and it's an important business for you as well. So now that the final guidelines have come in and they are a little bit easier than what one would have thought.
Yeah.
How does your business benefit from this?
Okay, so look, the regulator in the preamble itself has well articulated why the regulation is. One, to harmonize regulation between different entities.
Yeah.
Second, practices. Third, and of course, governance. So these three objectives are very well met now. And look at the way business is growing. So it's a very well balanced between regulation and development role. There's a lot of clarity available. As you rightly said, there was a little bit of clarity issue and interpretation issue. Now with much detailed regulations, it is pretty clear to everybody. So in an environment where a lot of clarity in place, it's a fantastic environment to work. Company like ours, doing this business for so many decades, what we need is exactly understand what is the framework. So that is so well articulated. It's a far better environment, to do business. And there are a lot of clarity has been brought, rather focus being brought on the fair practice for court, keeping the customer in mind. So finally, if it's good for the customer, it's good for all. So it's a well articulated regulation now. It's a much stable environment. You have the business to grow.
One of the things that caught my attention at that point in time was the differentiation between why somebody's coming out and borrowing gold. I mean, use case is sort of, you're oblivious as a lender. You're not really that focused on whether it's for agricultural use, for personal consumption use. Does that matter much for you in your business?
See, look, what is the core business which we are doing? We are doing the informal into formal banking system.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in gold loan business, it is estimated, even today, only around 35 to 40% of the business is still in the formal banking system, regulated by RBI. Around 60% is still in the informal sector. The largest task is to bring them into the formal sector. Okay? So, what is the size of the loan? Almost 80% plus of loan is less than 60,000 rupees. It's such a small, tiny loan. In a month, we do around 8 lakhs number of disbursement now, adding up to what? Maybe a 9,000 crore. Look at that average ticket size. We are really supplying credit to the grassroots. They're all personal needs. Now, the regulation is well articulated now. Up to 2.5 lakhs, the end user, some guard is low. Beyond 2.5 lakhs rupees, end use has to be monitored, which is a very fair, regulation. And the regulation also not distinguish between, the consumption loan and loans used for productive purpose. So a lot of clarity is crystal clear now what to go about. It's good for all.
All right, Ms. Varghese. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so very much. It was nice speaking with you.
Same here.
Thank you for sharing it.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV Profit. We are here at the Global FinTech Fest 2025 and we are joined by none other than Vijay Shekhar Sharma of Paytm, who needs no introduction. But what does need some introduction is the device he's holding in his hand. He has called it a device that's better than a smartphone out there right now. So VSS, I would like to take us through what this device is and what this entails for the payment ecosystem of a retailer out there.
Well, up till now, Soundbox has solved for the payment problem or the trust safety of payment problem. We today are taking it as an AI device on the counter, where we are not calling it just a payment device, we are calling it AI device on the counter. This is going to become a chief operating officer, chief finance officer of a business, and that is available to every small or large business. The best thing that I can tell you that this device will do is that power of AI technology inclusion day one, that you will have it, that the smallest of the business in India will have access to the technology like no other.
Can you take us through what the hardware of the device currently is?
This is an Android custom-made device. It is something that can take card payment, it can generate QR, and the best part is by pressing Paytm, you can ask it a question and it will do that. It'll do the payment transaction and every other thing that you can talk about it. So you can talk to it that I want to know this answer and then it'll work on this.
So VSS, like we heard you say, it's costing only 500, 600 rupees a month. But compared to a traditional soundbox, how expensive is the device in itself?
Well, the traditional soundbox is not an Android device. Traditional soundbox is not an AI device. Those are like static paper. Now soon, those will become like a 2G device. This is like a 4G LTE 5G device. And the difference between the classic soundbox and this is like being a smartphone or a feature phone. Today we launched a feature phone to a smartphone leap for smartphone. to
how much does this cost?
It costs 500 rupees a month for the merchant, and it includes obviously the internet connection, the AI inference tokens on a fair usage, so that if they want to really use it higher, they can even subscribe the Pro.
Right, and you said very interesting thing. The tagline might just change now from Paytm Karo to AI Karo.
Yes.
Does that signify in some way that Paytm is going towards a huge artificial intelligence push going forward?
Well, everything that we will do will proceed and lead the AI revolution in the country. I believe it comes upon a generation to take the leap of faith and put everything all in on that. As Paytm, we are all in on API, all in on AI. And yes, I think from Paytm Karo to AI Karo is the correct acknowledgement of it.
Right, that was Vijay Shekhar Sharma. Thank you so much, VSS, for joining us.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी सब विदेश जाते हैं। The best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit and our special show, Mumbai's Big Facelift. I'm Vikram Oza, and we are coming to you from the city that is in the midst of an unprecedented infrastructure transformation. Leading that charge is the Navi Mumbai International Airport, which has been inaugurated today by the Prime Minister himself. So from the experts we've been speaking to so far, this new airport is expected to unlock new business districts. There is going to be a boost for trade, and logistics are going to draw in fresh investments across Navi Mumbai and the wider Mumbai metropolitan region. And together, they could actually redefine Mumbai's economic geography. And talking of all the possibilities, that the kind of airport that we're talking about today, which has been inaugurated by the Prime Minister, what exactly is this entire possibility now as far as the tract of land that we are concerned? And there you have it. We're talking about a huge space. 1,160 hectares of land is what we're talking about right now. And that is huge for the kind of runways, the kind of space, the kind of investments that have been made. They go up to 19,650 crore rupees. Sizable investment for the kind of airport and the kind of scale that we're talking about. When operations begin in phase 1, the airport is going to handle as many as 20 million passengers in 1 year. In phase 1. And when all the phases are operational, that number is going to ramp up to a staggering 90 million annually. So yes, this would make it one of the largest, one of the busiest airports in Asia. And it's a true gateway, really. When you talk about Mumbai's next phase of growth, this is going to lead the charge. And yes, it's not happening in isolation. The city's infrastructure, that entire web of infrastructure in the city is tightening around this new hub that we are talking about. Look at what is growing. The waterways, the new metro lines that are slicing through the city. There is the new extension as well. Of course, the waterways are going to be a very welcome addition as well. When you're talking about connectivity to the airport, there is going to be the waterways, the roadways, the metro lines. Today, we've had the Aqua line that has been launched today. We've seen an upgraded suburban train network as well in recent times. So we're talking about all of this coming together. And yes, there is the iconic Atal Setu, India's longest sea bridge. That is going to serve as the grand road link to the airport. All of this, it adds up to a Mumbai on the move, a city that is reimagining its future. It is doing it brick by brick, bridge by bridge, runway by runway. But before we move forward, let's just listen in to what the Prime Minister had to say at the inauguration of the Navi Mumbai International Airport. This is what he said.
मुंबई को अब अपना दूसरा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट मिल गया है। ये एयरपोर्ट इस क्षेत्र को एशिया के सबसे बड़े कनेक्टिविटी हब के रूप में स्थापित करने में बड़ी भूमिका निभाएगा। नवी मुंबई इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट एक ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट है जिसमें विकसित भारत की झलक है। ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की धरती पर बना है और इसका आकार कमल के फूल जैसा है। यानी ये संस्कृति और समृद्धि का जीवंत प्रतीक है। इस नए एयरपोर्ट से महाराष्ट्र के किसान यूरोप और मिडिल ईस्ट के सुपरमार्केट से भी जुड़ जाएंगे। यानी किसान की ताजा उपज, फल, फूल, सब्जी और मछुआरों के उत्पाद तेजी से ग्लोबल मार्केट तक पहुंच पाएंगे। इस एयरपोर्ट से यहां आसपास के छोटे और लघु उद्योगों के लिए एयरपोर्ट की लागत कम होगी। यहां निवेश बढ़ेगा, नए उद्योग, नए उद्यम लगेंगे। मैं महाराष्ट्र और मुंबई के सभी लोगों को इस एयरपोर्ट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। आपको याद होगा 2014 में जब देश ने मुझे अवसर दिया तो मैंने कहा था कि मेरा सपना है कि हवाई चप्पल पहनने वाला भी हवाई सफर कर सके। इस सपने को पूरा करने के लिए बहुत जरूरी था कि देश में नए नए एयरपोर्ट बनाए जाए।
Well, you've heard the Prime Minister there, his words making it pretty clear. This is not just another ribbon cutting that's happened today. It's the opening of a monumental new chapter for Maharashtra and for India's economy as well. So here's a closer look at India's newest aviation marvel, the Navi Mumbai International Airport. It's a project that's not just adding this runway, but of course it's redrawing the economic map. How is everything here about the airport going to add up to the economic growth that one is expecting? Why is it set to redefine how Mumbai flies, connects and grows? Take a look at this.
After decades of anticipation and planning, Mumbai skies are about to witness a historic change. The Navi Mumbai International Airport, or NMIA, is not just opening a runway. It's launching a new era of connectivity, economic growth, and world-class infrastructure. For years, Mumbai's Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport has been operating at full capacity. NMIA is set to ease this pressure by serving as the second international gateway in the Mumbai metropolitan region, essentially forming a twin airport system. The airport is designed to handle up to 90 million passengers annually at full capacity, almost double the current capacity of Mumbai's existing airport. This greenfield airport spans over 1,160 hectares in Ulve and has been developed through a public-private partnership led by Adani Airports and Sidco. The airport's layout includes 3 interconnected terminals, with Terminal 1 dedicated to both domestic and international flights. The specific functions of Terminal 2 and the future Terminal 3 will be announced soon to address growing demand. More than just a passenger hub, NMIA is a logistics and economics engine. It boasts a cargo terminal with temperature-controlled warehouses for pharmaceuticals and perishables. The airport is integrated with major road and rail networks like the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link and the Mumbai-Pune Expressway. The Navi Mumbai International Airport is not just a transportation facility. It is an infrastructure powerhouse poised to reshape Maharashtra's economy and the Mumbai metropolitan region's future.
Well, there you have it, how this is going to change the local economy. But by and large, we're looking at a shift in the entire approach where infrastructure and real estate and indeed the aviation sector gets this tremendous push. Yes, it also eases the congestion situation in a city like Mumbai, but this being a colossal global gateway now in the making, we're talking about next generation economic catalyst that can redefine how India actually connects with the world. So from the technology to passenger handling, the capacity that it involves, and the far-reaching impact this could have. So this doesn't make it just an airport, it's a future-taking flight. Here's a special report my colleague Vishwanath Nair has put together just to see what makes the Navi Mumbai International Airport a real game changer in that sense.
This is expected to be a game changer airport for Navi Mumbai and broader Mumbai. Exactly why is this happening? Well, there are a few reasons. The first one is congestion. Remember that the 2 terminals in Mumbai, the main part of Mumbai, serves currently about 55 million passengers annually. This, from the beginning, from the first phase onwards, is starting with a 20 million mark. So that it has the ability to serve 20 million passengers annually. And going ahead, it is expected to serve up to 90 million passengers once all the phases of construction are complete. 4 terminals are coming in as part of the Navi Mumbai Airport. The second more important reason why this is going to be a game changer is the better connectivity that will come in because of this airport. So it's going to be located in Navi Mumbai. There's a lot of infrastructure that is coming in to ensure that passengers can easily travel, whether it's from South Bombay or from the suburban Mumbai to Navi Mumbai to go to the airport and catch their flights. The next main reason is, of course, flight tickets. Remember that more terminals means more flights coming in, and therefore better options for you as prices keep coming down, ticket prices keep coming down. The other main reason is job opportunities. The expectation is that with this airport and the associated infrastructure that is coming in, 4 lakh new jobs are coming in to this area, and that is exactly why this is going to be a major game changer as far as job opportunities are concerned. The other main thing is sustainability and user-friendly features that are coming in as part of NMIA, which is designed as a smart airport to manage rainwater harvesting as well as energy-efficient protocols that are part of this airport. Alongside that, the Navi Mumbai International Airport is also going to be a cargo hub. It is going to be a spot where a lot of cargo comes in and then from here goes to the broader European or Asian locations. However, there are a few regulatory changes that are going to be part of this. Once those come in, the NMIA is in place to become a massive cargo hub for India. Lastly, this is also bringing in a big technological edge. Remember that this is an airport which is already 5G and IoT enabled. So you will, as soon as you visit this airport from December when the flights start, you will notice the marked difference from what you experience in the other Mumbai airports versus what you experience at NMIA. You will see that that technology really makes a difference in your experience.
All right, so there you have it. You're getting a sense of why this is such a game-changing effort, this entire infrastructure push coming through in the Navi Mumbai International Airport. Of course, the most crucial test for any airport is the passenger experience that it provides, especially in a city like Mumbai, where for decades, air travel has been defined by this congestion that we're talking about. Of course, there are limited options when you're talking about connectivity, and also a single overstretched airport. That has been the case in the past. Now, the commissioning of the Navi Mumbai International Airport is set to solve that problem. It's going to transform the flying experience for millions of people. So how exactly is this going to happen? That's an important piece that we are tracking. So when you're talking about this airport and the kind of facilities that it offers, we're used to moving in a certain way. Now it's going to change it, because just look at the kind of facts and figures coming through in this new airport. You're going to have 66 check-in counters. You're going to have 22 self-baggage check-in counters as well. And you're going to have a very different passenger experience where the ease of moving into the airport and taking your flight becomes that much more pronounced. So yes, 66 check-in counters, 22 self-baggage drop points. There are 29 aero bridges in this airport, and there are going to be 10 bus boarding gates as well. So all of this, when you talk about all of these coming together, it does change the entire experience that passengers have when it comes to getting in and boarding a flight. My colleague Gargi Shetty is breaking down how exactly air travel is going to change with the new airport. Here it is.
Mumbai's air travel story is about to take off, quite literally. For years, we've known the chaos, long queues, crowded terminals, and the never-ending traffic before you even reach the airport. But now, a brand new chapter begins. The Navi Mumbai International Airport promises to change the way the city flies. By 2036, it's expected to handle up to 90 million passengers every year. That's almost close to the combined capacity of Delhi and Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport today. So, what does this mean for travelers? First, more flights and more destinations, both within India and abroad. Airlines are expected to open up new routes once the airport is fully operational. And this one's built for the future. No manual ID checks and no fumbling for boarding passes. Everything from entry to boarding will be automated and biometric based. There'll be smart baggage systems to track your luggage, and even an app that lets you order food or drinks right from your boarding gate, so no more running around the terminal. Getting around inside will be easier too. Thanks to a driverless automated people mover that connects terminals, transfers will become smooth and quick. And if you're wondering about getting to the airport itself, that's been thought through as well. The new hub will link up with expressways, suburban rail, and the metro. In fact, the proposed Gold Line metro will directly connect the existing Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport to the new one. Meaning, for the first time ever, Mumbai's two airports will finally be connected. From smart tech to smoother travel, the Navi Mumbai International Airport isn't just another terminal. It's a vision of how India's busiest city plans to keep flying high, minus the chaos.
So the economic dividends, as far as Navi Mumbai International Airport is concerned, that's going to be coming in as soon as the phases roll out. But as Mumbai officially now joins this league of twin airport cities, it's not just about splitting air traffic. It's about actually doubling opportunity. The contrast between the old and the new airports is going to mark this more than a generational leap, both in design and in capacity. It signals a massive economic windfall, there's no doubt about that. So a decongested dual airport system means faster travel. It means smoother cargo movement as well, and a powerful new edge for Mumbai as Asia's premier aviation and logistics hub. So my colleague Anushi is joining us now to break down how this aviation upgrade could really turbocharge the city's economy as well. Anushi.
Let's compare how the Navi Mumbai International Airport differs from the current Mumbai Airport, which is in picture. Now, if you look at the passenger capacity, a huge bump up is what is expected. 90 million per year is the kind of size that we are looking at once the full capacity realization is expected. This is from the existing 50 million per year is what we are seeing. Cargo is one other focus area with a 5 times jump is what we are looking at with 3.2 million metric tons versus a 60,000 metric tons is what we are seeing. In fact, if you are taking the full opportunity in consideration, first phase 20 million passenger capacity is the size that we are seeing coming by FY26, which will eventually move to 50 million passengers by FY30. And once the full scale up happens, that is by the end of phase 5, 90 million passenger is the full capacity realization that we are looking at. Now, how this would benefit the overall sectors in context? Airlines, of course, reduce congestion is what we are looking at. Along with that, increased flights and new routes would benefit the passengers. But real estate is an interesting area as well, because property prices surrounding this region have already seen a 5 to 15% of an uptick. This is, of course, with a boost in terms of commercial and hospitality segment also coming in picture. What we are also seeing is a huge bump up for logistics, wherein we are looking at enhanced cargo capacity along with faster port to air connectivity. And finally, coming to the last piece and the most important piece is economy, as this would only lead to more job opportunities with more of these ancillary players also coming in picture, along with higher GDP growth and more foreign investment coming back to our land, which is beneficial for the country as a whole.
Thanks very much for putting the context to the kind of development and the economic development that could come through. But of course, we are talking about several sectors, and let's break it down. There is the aviation story and India's entire aviation story. When you're talking about Mumbai taking off right now with a new airport, we're talking about the industry, the aviation industry taking a major lift as well. So with this new airport, it's going to dramatically expand the country's flying capacity. We've spoken about that. We've spoken about cargo efficiency, the kind of global reach that could extend as well. It could turn India into this true contender among the world's top aviation hubs. So from New York to Tokyo, global cities are thriving on world-class air infrastructure. Mumbai is now really joining that league, as it were. So to break down what this really means for India's aviation sector, the boost in capacity, connectivity, even the kind of GDP impact that this could have, let's bring in my colleague from our research bay. Jasmeet is joining us for the big picture on the aviation front behind this landmark development. Jasmeet, how is it looking for the aviation sector now that we have this landmark new airport?
Well, right, thank you for that. So Navi Mumbai Airport is set to launch. Let's quickly understand what impact will it create on the entire aviation sector. Well, starting off with, it's going to boost the overall capacity as well as connectivity for that airport and the region of Maharashtra. Now, when we also see that the capacity expansion will be both in terms of cargo as well as passenger going forward, which will lead to increased demand in the long run. When you look at the expected scale, which is going to increase at, starting at 4 million passengers by FY26, it's going to go up until 17 million passengers by FY27 for this particular airport. Now, if you look at the overall connectivity, which will be improved for the airport, and this will push Mumbai towards becoming one of the global hubs when it comes to business and other aspects. Now, well, this development will be in par and will be one of the Asia's largest airport once it becomes fully operational. Well, one more thing to watch out will be the India's aviation infrastructure will be at par by the new airport in terms of New York, London, Tokyo and Paris. So all in all, a positive for Navi Mumbai Airport. Now, when we look at the other aspects, the current GDP contribution to the aviation industry stands at 1.5%, while by the calculation, the complete operationality of this particular airport will further add on to 0.3 to 0.7% in the GDP going forward.
Jasmeet, that's a fair picture. The aviation sector definitely looking at a boost, and we'll see how that plays out. But meanwhile, if airports can lift economies, this one in particular already sending property prices sky high. Let's talk about the real estate sector and the impact over there as well, because this airport, the Navi Mumbai International Airport, it's not just transforming travel, and we've been putting the context to that. It's also transforming land value. There are business prospects as well, and entire neighborhoods that could change. What was once a rather sleepy bus stop in Panvel is now prime property territory. There are rates that have actually rocketed from a few thousand a square foot to now nearly city-level prices, now only because there is this mega new airport. From new IT parks, there are possibilities of booming housing demand. The airport has this ripple effect. It's going to rewrite the real estate map between Mumbai and Pune, the entire stretch, creating what experts are calling a mega urban corridor that's in the making. My colleague Anushi is back with us, and we are taking a closer look now at the staggering real estate boom that this project has unleashed and why the area around the new airport is fast becoming Mumbai's next big gold rush. How is it looking, Anushi, on the real estate front?
Well, with Navi Mumbai International Airport ready to take off, the focus now falls on real estate around that region. Now, if you are looking at what's happening with the Navi Mumbai space, Panvel, Ulve and Kharghar are already seeing their land prices skyrocketing. In fact, if you look at the CITCO's plan also, they aim to develop around 667 acres adjacent to this new international airport, which would mean demand spurring in terms of where the property prices are. Now, they aim to develop residential, commercial, retail, as well as some industrial buildings as well. This would, give a rise to job opportunities as well as economic boost to the region that we are looking at. Now, as per JLL, what they are seeing is that Ulve corridor is expected to grow significantly across multiple asset classes that are taking place. In fact, if you just look at the projections as well and the key stocks in focus, Godrej Properties, Kalpatru Limited, along with Lodha are some of the beneficiaries which have huge land parcels in this particular area that we are looking at. Now, looking at the current prices, if we are seeing 5,000 to 25,000 per square meter is the kind of current price multiples that we are looking at, which is only expected to scale further once this airport becomes functional. In fact, what we are looking at is 5 to 15% of a hike in terms of property prices post the inauguration is what we are seeing. So a huge bump up for real estate space is what we are looking once this Navi Mumbai airport takes off.
Right, indeed. I mean, we're looking at the possibilities in real estate. Of course, aviation and the entire infrastructure push is going to have a large bearing on the local economy and the economy at large when you're talking about the Indian context too. So that is about the Mumbai milestone that we've reached today with the inauguration of the Navi Mumbai International Airport. We're talking about the decongestion of the city skies and roads as well. We're talking about boosting passenger and cargo capacity. And we've talked about the cementing of Mumbai as a global aviation hub, ready to ignite economic growth and turbocharge real estate and creating jobs as well. So this airport is more than infrastructure. It's a game changer, both for Maharashtra and India, apart from Mumbai, the maximum city. So as the dust settles on today's grand inauguration, the city's heartbeat is quite clear. From business owners to frequent flyers, citizens are really buzzing with excitement and optimism and pride at seeing Mumbai take flight into a new era. In fact, as we wrap this up, here's what some Mumbaikars had to say about this historic city, an historic day and a historic new airport. Just to wrap up this special show, thank you for joining us. I'm leaving you with their comments as we wrap up this special edition, which is Mumbai's big facelift.
I'm very, very, very excited to understand how everything is going to be functioning now, because it is going to save my time, honestly. It is going to save my traffic time. It is going to save my, time to travel everywhere. And also this is going to give me a performance, some good energy to me, because reaching from one spot to another takes another level of energy in Mumbai. So I'm very excited.
The current wait times that we have at this airport is going to go down. So the flight delays that happen because runway available nahi hota.
It is a great benefit for all staying at the Western Maharashtra belt, Konkan region. So it saves our time, money and fuel also.
पहले हम नहीं सोचते थे कि हाँ ठीक है हम मुंबई में रहते हैं, नवी मुंबई नहीं शिफ्ट होंगे, बट नाउ एक वो भी हमारे लिए ऑप्शन है कि जब ईज़ ऑफ एक्सेस है, एयरपोर्ट एक मेजर कनेक्टिविटी, एयरपोर्ट के अराउंड एक अच्छी फैसिलिटी बनती है, सोसाइटीज़ बनती है अच्छी अच्छी, तो और भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट्स होता है, तो दैट इज़ एन ऑप्शन हम ज़रूर कंसिडर करेंगे वहाँ शिफ्ट होने।
मैं एयरपोर्ट से सिर्फ 20 मिनट दूर रहती हूँ, बट मुझे पहुँचते पहुँचते 1-2 घंटे लग जाते हैं। इससे बहुत इनकन्वीनियंट हो जाता है वो। नया एयरपोर्ट खुलने से आई थिंक जो कंजेशन है वो कम हो जाएगा, क्योंकि ट्रैफिक डाइवर्ट हो जाएगा, लोग डाइवर्ट हो जाएंगे, फ़्लाइट्स डाइवर्ट हो जाएंगे, तो इससे बहुत टाइम भी सेव होगा, बहुत कन्वीनियंस भी बढ़ जाएगा ऑफ लोकल्स इन द सिटी।
वी आर फेसिंग लॉट ऑफ डिलेज इन मुंबई एयरपोर्ट, so this will definitely resolve one travel time, and second is the capacity issues in the old airport.
Apart from like residential, commercial spaces भी वहाँ आए, more and more these office spaces go to Navi Mumbai itself, so definitely that would become a Mumbai 2.0.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Welcome, you're watching Market Express and I'm your host Himakshi Bahugna. Let's get straight into the show. So let's just first see how the markets have fared today. The markets ended on a flat note with Sensex down 0.2% and around 81,740 points. Meanwhile, Nifty closed 78 points lower around 25,050 levels. Now, all sectoral indices except IT has ended the day in red. Realty, media and auto were the top sectoral laggards. And let's shift our focus to gold, which has raced past $4,000 an ounce for the first time. So US government shutdown, robust ETF inflows and also central bank buying power, the record run. So central banks and retail investors are buying gold at a rapid pace. China and other countries are diversifying away from the US treasuries and also into the gold after Washington imposed stiff sanctions on Russia over its invasion of Ukraine in 2022. And also the retail investors are looking for protection against inflation. Gold prices have already risen over 50% so far this year. Now on to the real estate giant, Lodha Developers. So So the company has delivered strong operational results, but pre-sales growth was notably capped by a scarcity of the new project launches. So Lodha has clocked in 4,570 crore rupees in pre-sales for the quarter and marking a respectable 7% jump year on year. Crucially, the company's collections showed even greater strength, surging 13% to 3,480 crore rupees. Now, for the first half of the financial year, the developer's pre-sales stood at over 9,000 crore rupees, which is an 8% rise from the last year. So, the company insists that it is firmly on track to achieve its full year pre-sales guidance of 21,000 crore rupees. Now on to what the brokerages are saying about the counter. Jefferies reiterating a buy rating and also setting a price target of 1,625 rupees and also citing up to 46% upside there. The bullish call follows a steady Q2, where the company saw pre-sales rise 7% to 4,570 crore rupees. And also collections are surging 13% year on year. Now for the first half of the year, that is the H1 of FY26, Lodha's pre-sales were $46 billion, which was up 8% year on year. And this is representing 43% of its annual 210 billion rupee target. Now Jefferies views Lodha as a prime beneficiary of $80 billion Mumbai infrastructure overhaul, which is including the new Navi Mumbai airport as well. So crucially, the brokerage highlights Lodha's 4,500-acre land bank near these projects, whose land values have seen an approximately 8-fold increase in 4 years. Jefferies also projects that this land monetization and geographic expansion will deliver a 20% pre-sales CAGR. Now, with the stock trading at attractive valuations, around 2 times the enterprise value to sales. Now, for the second quarter, Keystone has reported a 9% year-on-year increase in the pre-sales, which is hitting 763 crore rupees. So collections mirrored this growth and also rising 9% year-on-year to 601 crore rupees. So the area sold also saw a 9% rise, which is reaching 0.5 million square feet. So now looking at the first half of the fiscal year, H1 FY26 has been exceptional. Now, Keystone's H1 pre-sales are up a staggering 40%, which is totaling 1,831 crore rupees. So this means that the company has already achieved 46% of its overall pre-sales guidance for the entire fiscal year. Titan's overall consumer business registered a healthy year-on-year growth of 20% in the second quarter. Now, the star performer remains the domestic jewelry business, which grew an impressive 19%. So this growth was primarily led by a jump in the average ticket size as gold prices have soared. Strong marketing campaigns and also early festive demand, including attractive old gold exchange offers, has helped maintain the momentum despite a slight dip in the buyer footfalls. We now turn to the pharmaceutical sector, where Jefferies has maintained a buy rating on Divi's Laboratories, setting an ambitious target of 7,150 rupees. Now, this strong confidence is built on a crucial new supply deal that is expected to offset a major upcoming revenue risk. Now, Divi's is moving to secure a massive new growth driver by preparing to manufacture the active pharmaceutical ingredient for the blockbuster Novartis breast cancer drug, that is Kisqali. So this new contract is a strategic counter move against the patent uncertainty surrounding another key Novartis heart drug, Entresto, for which Divi's is a supplier. Now we have Anant Raj, which has officially opened its QIP issue and setting the floor price at 695 rupees and also 83 paisa per share. So the indicative issue price, the size for this placement stands at 1100 crore rupees. The indicative issue price for the QIP has been set at 662 rupees per share. Now this price represents a 4.9% discount to the floor price and also crucially a 10% discount to the stock's last closing price. Now if the issue is fully subscribed, the expected dilution for the existing shareholders is relatively modest at 4.6% post-issue. Now on to a company from the jewelry space, P.N. Gadgil Jewellers has reported total revenue of 2,173 crore rupees, and this is reflecting an 8.6% year-on-year growth despite challenging environment. So a key highlight is the impressive operational performance, with same-store sales growth hitting a healthy 29% sequentially. Also a clear indicator of strong store-level momentum. So the jewelry retailer noted that the festive season continues to remain a key growth driver and a trend that the company successfully capitalized on. So furthermore, the digital push is paying off, with the e-commerce segment contributing 6.6% to the total revenue. Next up, we have Ajmera Realty, which is reporting a very healthy second quarter with strong growth across all key metrics. The company saw its collections jump 66% year over year to 220 crore rupees, which is a key indicator of the cash flow health. Driving that performance was booming sales activity. So the sales value for the quarter hit a robust 720 crore rupees, and the total sales area more than doubled, rising 101% to 2.29 lakh square feet. Next up, we have ABB, which is divesting its robotics division to SoftBank Group in a massive $5.375 billion deal. So the Swiss industrial giant has confirmed today that it has signed definitive agreement to sell the unit, opting for the sale over its previous plan to spin off the division. ABB says that the proceeds will be used for organic growth, acquisitions, and also returning capital to the shareholders, and also allowing the company to sharpen its focus on its core businesses, that is electrification and automation. For SoftBank, the acquisition is a strategic move to significantly enhance its push into the artificial intelligence and next-gen robotics. So the deal is still subject to regulatory approvals and is expected to officially close sometime in mid to late 2026. Utkarsh Small Finance Bank is gearing up to raise 950 crore rupees via rights issue. So the bank plans to issue 68 crore new shares priced at 14 rupees each. Existing shareholders will be entitled to 8 shares for every 13 that they currently hold. The stock was listed on 24th of July last year at 25 rupee per share. IIFL Home Finance has announced the appointment of Girish Koosgi as its new managing director and also chief executive officer for a 5-year term effective October 30th. Now, this appointment follows Koosgi's previously reported sudden resignation from his role as MD and CEO of PNB Housing Finance, which was a move that had sent PNB Housing shares sharply lower at the time of the announcement in August. So Koosgi's tenure at PNB Housing officially ends on October 28th. So the move confirms that the speculation surrounding his quick exit as the veteran banker now takes the top job at IIFL, where his experience in the mortgage and retail lending is expected to drive the company's expansion plans, including a potential future listing. So IIFL Home Finance has also named Tushar Kotecha as its new chief financial officer, effective immediately. Popular Vehicles is significantly expanding its footprint with a strategic acquisition. The company has approved the acquisition of the business of RKS Motor through a slump sale, which is a deal valued at around 93 crore rupees. So this is a major expansion, as RKS Motor is currently a key dealer for Maruti Suzuki operating in the state of Telangana. Now, this move is a direct expansion of Popular Vehicles' own operations, which currently span Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Maharashtra, now adding the lucrative Telangana market to its portfolio. Now on to some updates from the renewable energy space, viewers. Sathvik Green Energy has secured a major order, underscoring the strong momentum in India's push for solar power. The company has bagged a total order worth 488 crore rupees for the supply of solar PV modules. Now, this massive contract comes from independent power producers, or the IPPs, and includes an additional 219.62 crore rupees in the separate order secured from 3 IPPs. Advait Energy has secured a significant contract from a major state-owned entity. The company has bagged an 87 crore rupee order from the Power Grid Corporation of India, one of the nation's principal electric power transmission utilities. So the order is for the supply of various energy solutions. Now, this is a key win for Advait Energy, and the company has an 18-month timeline to execute this crucial project for Power Grid, reinforcing its role in bolstering the national energy infrastructure. Now, leaders from Tata Trusts have reached out to the government as a governance rift amongst trustees have widened. Now, sources have told NDTV Profit that 4 senior Tata Group leaders, including Noel Tata and N. Chandrasekaran, briefed top cabinet ministers yesterday evening in New Delhi. So they flagged concerns that certain trustees are actively seeking greater controls over the Tata Sons board. Ministers have advised the trust to resolve their differences internally to safeguard the group's institutional stability and also the legacy. So a crucial Tata Trust board meeting is scheduled for October 10th. The stakes are high as this boardroom tussle echoes past conflicts with potential repercussions across the entire Tata Group. NVIDIA's chief executive Jensen Huang has called his company's new partnership with OpenAI a different kind of a deal. So he has explained that for the first time, ChatGPT maker OpenAI will buy NVIDIA systems directly from the chip giant. So traditionally, OpenAI would purchase hardware by renting from a cloud service provider who then bought the chips from NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, which is investing up to $100 billion in the collaboration, is now helping OpenAI to build and operate its own AI infrastructure. So this colossal data center expansion will now require at least 10 gigawatts of power. So according to Huang, this direct partnership is incremental to NVIDIA's existing work, but will set OpenAI up to manage its own cloud within the next 5 years. IT major Tata Consultancy Services, or the TCS, has cancelled its scheduled press conference for its second quarter earnings results. So the conference, originally slated for October 9th, has been scrapped due to a clash with a key date for the Tata Group. So TCS confirmed that the cancellation is in deference to the anniversary of former Tata Sons chairman, the late Ratan Tata. So this marks the second consecutive year that India's leading IT bellwether has altered its quarter 2 earnings schedule in observance of Ratan Tata's memory. However, the company has assured the stakeholders that the analyst call and management outlook will proceed as planned. Mercedes-Benz India has just announced its best ever quarterly sales performance. The company has clocked 5,119 units sold in the second quarter of the financial year of 2026. So this record result was underpinned by the company's September sales, which saw a 36% growth compared to the previous year. Even more striking that the car maker has sold a record of over 2,500 units during Navratri, which is marking their best festive sales period ever in the country. So Managing Director and CEO Santosh Iyer has attributed this overwhelming customer response to the recently introduced GST 2.0 reforms, which have helped unlock the pent-up demand. Perplexity AI's new Comet browser has demonstrated the capacity to autonomously execute stock trades on Zerodha platform. So a user reported on the Reddit social media site that they executed an order to buy 50 units of More Capital on Zerodha, now simply by issuing a natural language text command to the AI browser. Now, crucially, the transaction was completed without any manual intervention or clicking, with the tool later successfully processing an IPO application via similar prompt. So this was acknowledged by Perplexity CEO Arvind Srinivas, who has reacted on social media platform X. So Srinivas has stated that Comet is the future, underscoring the shift towards AI assistants that can perform complete digital tasks. Now, Google has unveiled its Gemini 2.5 computer use version, which they say can act as a personal digital assistant. Now, this Gemini model can control a computer's mouse and also the keyboard. So it is designed to complete the basic front-end task. The model is built to understand what it sees on your screen. So it can navigate login pages, scroll through browsers, and also automatically fill out the forms. Google says that this ability to perform actions on screen is what closes the gap between current AI and a real-world digital assistant that can actually book the appointments or submit the documents. Now, India's drug regulator, CDSCO, has directed all the regional authorities to enforce stricter testing of raw materials and also finished drugs before market release. Controllers in states and union territories must monitor inspections and also sensitize the manufacturers about the compliance. Now, the regulator has emphasized that manufacturers should have robust vendor qualification systems and source raw materials only from approved suppliers. Now, earlier, inspections revealed that some companies were not testing every batch of active and inactive pharmaceutical ingredients. Now, the move aims to strengthen drug safety and also ensure that medicines released in India meet the required quality standards. Indian refiners are expected to increase purchases of discounted Russian crude as November cargoes trade at $2 to $2.5 below Brent. So ship tracking data suggests that imports could actually average 1.7 million barrels per day in October, which is up 6% from September. So the US has imposed a 50% tariff on Indian goods to pressure India to reduce the Russian oil buying. But New Delhi says that its purchases are price-driven. So talks with Washington over energy cooperation continue, but Indian refiners are still likely to favor the cheap Russian supplies while exploring additional US energy options. Now on to some more national news, viewers. The nation is celebrating the 93rd anniversary of the Indian Air Force today. Established on the 8th of October in 1932, this momentous occasion marked the beginning of a vision for air power that would shape the nation's defense for decades to come. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has inaugurated the Navi Mumbai International Airport, and the newly unveiled airport is India's boldest bet yet, which is a 19,650 crore greenfield marvel that's about to redefine Mumbai's pulse. So NMIA isn't just Mumbai's second airport, it's actually the escape hatch, the pressure valve and the turbocharger for a metropolis that's been gasping for air perched on 1,160 hectares in Ulve. Just 37 kilometers from South Mumbai's glittering skyline, this Lotus-inspired gateway kicks off the first phase with room for 20 million passengers and 0.5 million metric tons of cargo annually. So with this, Mumbai now becomes Asia's biggest connectivity hub. Prime Minister also flagged off the city's first completely underground metro line, further boosting urban mobility. Now on to some global news. So outgoing French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu, aiming to calm the political storm triggered by his resignation on Monday, less than 24 hours after unveiling his ministers, faced a tight deadline on Wednesday to break the deadlock caused by his departure. So after accepting his resignation, President Emmanuel Macron gave him 48 hours to actually hold further talks with the political parties, citing the need to preserve the national stability. So Lecornu voiced hopes Wednesday morning that a compromise could be reached to end the crisis and also avoid new elections in the country. The World Trade Organization has raised its forecast for global merchandise trade growth in 2025 to 2.4%, which is up from projection of 0.9% made in August. Meanwhile, revising the forecast for 2026 downward to 0.5% from 1.8%. Now, according to the WTO's latest global trade outlook, viewers, and also the statistic report, so global GDP is projected to grow by 2.7% in 2025 and 2.6% in 2026. So the report said that the volume of world merchandise trade, as measured by the average of exports and imports, has expanded by 4.9% year on year in the first half of this year. Now, on to some more global news. Evacuation efforts are underway in northern Vietnam after torrential rains in the aftermath of Typhoon Matmo, which triggered widespread flooding in the region. Now, this has left 3 dead and also several missing. The typhoon, despite not hitting Vietnam directly, brought heavy rains that flooded the streets, submerged houses, and also caused landslides in the region that had already battled 4 other typhoons and tropical storms since September. As you can see the visuals on your screens right now. Now, on to some sports news now. So, Conor McGregor has accepted an 18-month suspension from missing 3 doping tests in 2024. So, the UFC said that he cooperated fully and also took responsibility, and earning a 6-month reduction from the standard 2-year ban. So, the suspension began on 20th September of 2024. And will end on 28th March of 2026. So McGregor has not fought since breaking his leg in 2021. He had hoped to return to the octagon next year, possibly at a high-profile event in Washington. So the Irish fighter remains one of UFC's biggest draws despite his long absence. Australia's cricket team captain Pat Cummins is reportedly ruled out of the opening Ashes test in Perth due to a lingering lower back stress injury. So, 32-year-old fast bowler hasn't resumed bowling since suffering the injury earlier this year. Now, recent scans also suggest that insufficient healing and raising doubts over his participation in the full 5-match series. So, Cricket Australia has yet to issue an official fitness update. Now, in Cummins' absence, former captain Steve Smith is expected to step in, while Scott Boland could actually join the bowling attack for the first test. Now, Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has convened a high-level meeting to oversee arrangements for the Argentina national football team's planned match in Kochi this November. Now, the stadium at Jawaharlal Nehru International Stadium will be upgraded to international standards. Officials were actually asked to fast-track the works on the parking, medical facilities, and also water supply, electricity, and waste management. Heavy security is to be deployed. Now, a state committee is led by the chief secretary, will actually monitor this progress. Now, district collectors will coordinate locally. The CM also discussed a possible fan meet with the visiting squad. And on to some more sports news there. Cristiano Ronaldo has become the first footballer to reach billionaire status. Now, his estimated net worth now stands at $1.4 billion. This is driven by a massive contract extension with Saudi club Al Nassr, worth over $400 million, and also high-value endorsement deals with brands such as Nike and Armani. Now, the 40-year-old star has earned most of his fortune through salary and bonuses across his career with Manchester United, Real Madrid, and Juventus. Now, even in the twilight of his career, Ronaldo remains one of the world's richest and most marketable athletes. Now, on to some national news. So, Enforcement Directorate has conducted raids on the residence of Malayalam film star Dulquer Salmaan and also Prithviraj Sukumaran as a part of an investigation into luxury car smuggling syndicate. Now, the operation named Namkhor focuses on vehicles allegedly imported from Bhutan using fraudulent documentation and also undervalued invoices. So, Salman's Land Rover Defender was among the seized vehicles. Both the actors have denied any sort of wrongdoing and also asserted that they've purchased their cars in good faith. So authorities are examining the actors' involvement and also the broader network facilitating these imports. Delhi High Court has issued notice to Netflix and also Red Chillies Entertainment in response to a defamation suit filed by IRS officer Sameer Wankhede. Now, Wankhede alleges that the Netflix series, The Bads of Bollywood, directed by Aryan Khan, portrays him in a false and defamatory light, damaging his reputation. So the court questions the maintainability of the suit in Delhi, prompting Wankhede's counsel to amend the plea to establish a cause of action. Now, Wankhede sees 2 crore rupees in damages intended for donation to Tata Memorial Cancer Hospital. Now with that, viewers, it's a wrap on this edition of Market Express, but please don't go anywhere and stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
The market's most influential voices.
the visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
नवी मुंबई इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट एक ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट है जिसमें विकसित भारत की झलक है।
Mumbai's infrastructure gets a facelift. Prime Minister Modi inaugurates Navi Mumbai International Airport Phase 2B of the Metro Line 3 and One Mumbai app that simplifies travel in the city. Expect clarity in a week on trade deal talks with the US amid the government shutdown there, says Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, adds that further discussions will be held, keeping in mind how things work in the US government.
SATCOM is complementary to terrestrial communication. It always has been, it will be.
Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia comments on the rift between terrestrial and SATCOM players, says it's up to customers to decide which service they would like to choose. New GDP series will now include GST, e-Vahan and digital data sets. MOSPI Secretary Saurabh Garg tells NDTV Profit data will reflect from February next year. Market snaps 4-day gaining streak to end lower after seesaw trade. Nifty manages to close above the 25,000 mark. All sectors except IT finished in the red. Mid and small cap indices underperformed the benchmark. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer announces that Yash Raj Films will make 3 new Bollywood films will be made in the UK from early 2026, expected to create over 3,000 jobs and boost the economy by millions of pounds. Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. I am Malika Mishra and you're watching Profit 360. Along the next half an hour of this show, we'll bring to your attention one of the top stories of India, whether it comes to the space of the national, international, or the markets domain. Starting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi has inaugurated the Navi Mumbai International Airport. The newly unveiled airport is India's boldest bet yet, a 19,650 crore greenfield marvel that's about to redefine Mumbai's pulse. NMIA isn't just Mumbai's second airport. It's the escape hatch, the pressure valve, the turbocharger for a metropolis that's been gasping for air. Perched on 1,160 hectares in Ulve, just 37 kilometers from South Mumbai's glittering skyline, this lotus-inspired gateway kicks off the first phase with room for 20 million passengers and 0.5 million metric tons of cargo annually. With this, Mumbai now becomes Asia's biggest connectivity hub.
आज मुंबई का लंबा इंतजार खत्म हुआ। मुंबई को अब अपना दूसरा इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट मिल गया है। ये एयरपोर्ट इस क्षेत्र को एशिया के सबसे बड़े कनेक्टिविटी हब के रूप में स्थापित करने में बड़ी भूमिका निभाएगा। आज मुंबई को पूरी तरह से अंडरग्राउंड मेट्रो भी मिली है। इससे मुंबई में ट्रैवल और आसान होगा, लोगों का समय बचेगा। ये अंडरग्राउंड मेट्रो विकसित होते भारत का जीवंत प्रतीक है। मुंबई जैसे व्यस्त शहर में जमीन के नीचे और वो भी ऐतिहासिक बिल्डिंगों को सुरक्षित रखते हुए ये शानदार मेट्रो बनाई गई है।
But Prime Minister Modi did not just halt at NMIA. His next stop was the unveiling of the Phase 2B of Mumbai Metro Line 3. The 12,200 crore stretch connects Acharya Atre Chowk to Cuff Parade, knitting the city tighter than a fisherman's net. NDTV's Sujata Dwivedi sent in this report with a comprehensive breakdown of today's inaugurations. Take a look.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi today inaugurated the much-awaited milestone for Navi Mumbai, which is the DB Patil Navi Mumbai International Airport. The airport was inaugurated in the presence of Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Ministers, as well as other dignitaries and statutory body authorities, where the Prime Minister first inspected and did a walkabout from the Navi Mumbai International Airport. Thereafter, he also inaugurated the Mumbai Metro Aqua Line, which is another mega project for Mumbaikars, as well as the Mumbai One app was inaugurated, which is again an important connectivity provider for Mumbaikars. And in this, today marks a major milestone as the Navi Mumbai International Airport, which was in the pipeline and which was planned years and decades ago, has now finally been brought to life, where the first phase today was inaugurated, and thereafter several other operations as well as commercial operations from this very airport will be carried off very shortly, whereas the metro, rail as well as road connectivity towards the Navi Mumbai International Airport has also been improved consistently, where right from Atal Setu to metro lines have been made for people to get better access to reach the airport, as well as the Atal Setu, which is also an important bridge between the Mumbai and Navi Mumbai areas, also happens to cut short traffic by almost hours, and this is what makes Mumbaikars boarding flights from Navi Mumbai even more accessible. The Prime Minister also stated that this is one of the dreams of Maharashtra that has come alive, and this is also a big push for the Viksit Bharat that Indians always dreamt of, as well as this particular airport will now not only give industrial but also tourism a big push here in Mumbai, as well as India's financial capital, as well as surrounding regions including Navi Mumbai, Thane, Raigad and the Konkan region. This also happens to be the first airport in India where boat taxi rides will also be started shortly, which is currently under the pipeline and proposal, but yet it is being told that this will only be a 17-minute journey from Mumbai to Navi Mumbai if a person wishes to travel via these boat taxis. Henceforth, Navi Mumbai International Airport, which receives its environmental clearance in 2010, after 2021 its work paced up and it's sped up, where today, after almost 4 years, this entire airport has been finally inaugurated with the PPP model that was brought in, while with private and public companies being a part of it to fast track the work. And now that it has been finally inaugurated in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, people are going to receive a mega project as well as infra push when it comes to this airport, which is going to be an important commute for people traveling from all walks of world to Mumbai.
And Prime Minister Narendra Modi also highlighted how record festive sales during Navratri were driven by the recent GST cuts, reflecting growing consumer confidence and support for Indian-made goods. He even urged people to buy and use Swadeshi products, saying it would strengthen the nation's economy.
अभी जीएसटी में जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स हुए हैं, जो चीजें सस्ती हुई है, उससे भी देश के लोगों का सामर्थ्य बढ़ा है। मार्केट से आए आंकड़े बताते हैं कि इस बार नवरात्र में बिक्री के कई सालों के रिकॉर्ड टूट गए हैं। रिकॉर्ड संख्या में लोग स्कूटर, बाइक, टीवी, फ्रिज, वॉशिंग मशीन, ये सब कुछ खरीद रहे हैं। साथियों, जिससे देशवासियों का जीवन बेहतर हो, जिससे देश को ताकत मिले, हमारी सरकार आगे भी ऐसे ही कदम उठाती रहेगी। लेकिन मेरा आपसे भी एक आग्रह है, स्वदेशी को अपनाइए, गर्व से कहो ये स्वदेशी है। ये हर घर का, हर बाजार का मंत्र होना चाहिए। हर देशवासी स्वदेशी कपड़े, जूते खरीदेगा, स्वदेशी सामान घर लाएगा। अगर किसी को गिफ्ट देनी है तो स्वदेशी देगा। तो देश का पैसा देश में ही लगेगा। इससे भारत के ही श्रमिक को काम मिलेगा, भारत के नौजवानों को रोजगार मिलेगा। कल्पना कीजिए, जब पूरा भारत स्वदेशी को अपनाएगा तो भारत का सामर्थ्य कितना बढ़ जाएगा।
And to wrap PM Modi's infrastructure push and motivation to use Swadeshi products, I'd say Mumbai, the city that never sleeps, has long been bottlenecked by its own ambition. Whether it's Bollywood's glare, finance's frenzy, finance's tax torrent, all funneled through one overburdened door. But the fresh infra push through projects like NMIA and Metro Line 3 flips the script. It eases the chokehold, unleashes cargo floods for exports and beckons global carriers. Moving on, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal expects clarity on the India-US trade talks in a week. While speaking on sidelines of the Global FinTech Fest, he commented on the ongoing US government shutdown. He said it's been just a week since it began and further discussions will follow, considering how their system functions.
देखना पड़ेगा, अभी शटडाउन को हुए 1 ही हफ्ता हुआ है, आगे कैसे उनकी सरकार में काम होता है उसको देखते हुए आगे की चर्चा चलेगी।
We spoke to Tushar Agnihotri, Executive Vice President of Route Mobile at the Global FinTech Fest. He addressed the company's direction after getting acquired by Proximus last year. He noted that the integration has allowed Route Mobile to leverage key learnings across multiple markets and has already paid off through successful cross-selling initiatives in different regions. Let's listen in.
After the acquisition, which happened almost a year back now, we've got learnings which are coming away from 3 entities. Now, the holding company of Route Mobile is Proximus Global. Now, with them, there are 2 other entities, BICS and Telesign. They have a presence in large markets, so we're getting good learnings from those markets. BICS come in with their own stack, Network API Conera, which we launched today, is another, news product available for us to sell in the Indian market, South Asian market, which I represent. So, a lot of good things coming away, a lot of good learnings coming our way, and the experience which they have in different markets, we're taking it to the markets where we are present, Route Mobile is present in.
Mr. Agnihotri, there's also a new launch of Conera, like you mentioned, geared towards cybersecurity. What is the sort of, what do you intend to do with Conera? What was the thought behind it?
See, we basically working along with telecom operators who have access to data of the end users. Of course, with their permission, we will be able to monetize this. When I say permission of the end users, we'll be able to make best of it. We'll be able to fetch information to the brands, to BFSI or non-BFSI e-com customers, some insights which are not readily available to them. I can give you some examples like KYC verification. And of course, with the permission of the end user who's applying for a certain product of a bank, we can fetch this information from a telecom operator and give these inputs, which otherwise will come to the banks at a cost. So those are few things which we intend to bring to the BFSI and other sectors here.
And another company that we caught up with at this fest is Zaggle. Zaggle has in fact upgraded its FY26 guidance to 35 to 40%. And here's NDTV Profit's Rishabh Bhatnagar in conversation with Zaggle's CEO on the company's organic growth and acquisition. Let's listen in.
So Avinash, there's a fundraise that Zaggle has gone through, about 60 crores. What's the plan with that, A? And also talk about the couple of partnerships that have come in terms of Forex card, and what else have you been doing by partnering with the other various fintechs?
Sure. So the fundraise is basically warrants that Bennett and Coleman are investing about 40 crores. And 20 crores is the promoter group at a price of 567 rupees. It's a significant premium, and it's basically the belief that we have in our stock and company. I think reflects in that warrant price of 567 compared to what the current price is.
Data from GST and e-Vahan filings will now be included in the GDP series. That's the word coming in from the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation Secretary Saurabh Garg, who told this to NDTV Profit. While speaking to my colleague Rishabh Bhatnagar, he said the upcoming revision of India's GDP base year will provide a truer picture of the economy. He noted that the structure of India's economy has evolved significantly, with the digital and e-commerce sectors now playing a much larger role. Let's listen into his comments.
So, the purpose of the GDP revision is to ensure that we give a true and fair picture of the economy. So since the last GDP revision was done about a decade back, since then there have been a number of changes in different aspects. One is in the structure of the economy itself. The digital economy has become so much bigger and wider. So that's one major change, and that we want to cover the economy truly. The second is that the availability of a number of data sets is now there, which was not there earlier. For example, the GST data set, the e-Vahan data set, and a lot of the other data sets, because of digitization, they are now available. And the third is that in terms of the methodologies, either of data collection or in terms of statistical issues, there have been changes over that past decade. So all these will get reflected in the new GDP series, which would be released by the end of February. And we hope that it will give a much better picture of the Indian economy.
Sir, also on the services front, like you also said that services are becoming a larger part of the economy, and you also mentioned about various new data sets coming in. Does that include e-commerce portals as well?
Yes. Services, we already have a number of areas or indicators by which we collect services related data. But the e-commerce data is one such data set. And this is, for example, airfares are there and a number of other data points which we can collect directly from the e-commerce. And that is something that we would be incorporating this year, apart from the other digital data sets that I mentioned, things like e-Vahan, GST and others.
Organized jointly by the Department of Telecommunications and the Cellular Operators Association of India, India Mobile Congress 2025 kicked off under the theme, Innovate to Transform. Addressing the inaugural session, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that the IMC event has become Asia's largest digital technology forum in just a few years. He added that India's 4G stack is export ready and will also help in achieving Bharat 6G vision. Let's listen in.
जिस दिन हमने अपना मेड इन इंडिया 4G स्टैक लॉन्च किया, उसी दिन देश में एक साथ करीब 1 लाख 4G टावर्स को भी एक्टिव किया गया. हमारा 4G स्टैक एक्सपोर्ट रेडी भी है. यानी ये भारत की बिजनेस आउटरीच का माध्यम भी बनेगा. इससे 2030 के भारत यानी भारत 6G विजन को पूरा करने में भी मदद मिलेगी. बहुत लंबे समय से एक मजबूत लीगल और मॉडर्न पॉलिसी फाउंडेशन की जरूरत महसूस हो रही थी. हमने इसके लिए टेलीकम्युनिकेशंस एक्ट बनाया. इसी कानून ने द इंडियन टेलीग्राफ एक्ट और द इंडियन वायरलेस टेलीग्राफ एक्ट, उन दोनों को रिप्लेस किया. ये कानून तब के थे जब यहां बैठे हम आप जैसे किसी व्यक्ति का जन्म भी नहीं हुआ था. ये नया कानून रेगुलेटर नहीं है, बल्कि एक फैसिलिटेटर की तरह काम करता है.
And at the sidelines of the event, my colleague Aishwarya exclusively caught up with the Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia on the rift between terrestrial and SATCOM players, with Jitendra Singh, the Union Minister of State for Space, on the reforms made to the space sector, and also the Minister of State for Telecom C.S. Pemmasani on the introduction of global players like Rakuten. Listen in.
So there were a couple of presentations here and terrestrial and SATCOM. That's been an underlying feeling here that with SATCOM coming in, the Indian terrestrial players feel like there could be increasing competitiveness.
Discussion and debate with you multiple times. SATCOM is complementary to terrestrial communication. It always has been, it will be. And my job is to ensure that we give the whole bouquet of services to the customer. The customer eventually will decide which service he or she would like to choose.
So 2026 with SATCOM, how is that going to look like the Indian market telecom space?
It is already a robust market. It's a $4 billion market. By 2033, it will triple to over $15 billion.
Space sector is hugely involved in this all transformation. This is a revolutionizing change which you are witnessing. And I think the turning point was the bringing in of the space reforms, opening up the space sector to the private players, which was rather a taboo. So credit goes to Prime Minister Modi because he has the courage to break the taboos of the past, to take path-breaking decisions. So today, and the results are there, everybody to see. We were just a dismal space economy. Today we are $8 billion. We hope to go 5 times more to 45 billion US. So all this ecosystem which is coming into place will also supplement our communication options, our communication plans, and make us not only globally relevant, but important global player. No, what has happened is that along with the change of the reforms, we also need to have a change of mindset. So for years together, like this is the government which had the courage even to open the nuclear sector to the private players. So maybe even the private sector was not prepared for this kind of a sudden overnight transformation that has happened. But this in-space that you have referred is itself a model. A structured interface between public sector and private sector to facilitate the collaboration, to decide the nature of collaboration, to decide the scale of collaboration, even to decide the entities of the person or the entities of the collaborators.
Rakuten and other companies, they see the momentum in India, they see the talent, they see the resources, they see the leadership potential and willpower to make ease of doing business and speed of doing business. So everybody is excited to invest in India, and we are facilitating them to see where they can invest, how they can invest, and what we can do to make it even easier for them.
The way forward for BSNL, and what are the key takeaways from IMC that will benefit IMC?
No, IMC, BSNL, where, as you know, we have launched 100,000 4G towers. Our goal is to perfect as much as possible and let the people experience the quality of the service, and then we'll continue to add, at least we have a plan to add another 20 to 40,000 towers in the near future, and then go from there.
So partnerships with potential Ericssons, etc.
That, I think Raviji is the best person to speak.
So Make in India, you spoke of Make in India in terms of the infrastructure for 4G, 5G going forward. What are the plans with these global companies that are playing in this particular field?
No, I mean, see, 6G is still in the standard setting process, right? 5G is all about equipment. Even in 5G, we are developing our own indigenous stack. I think everybody, multiple companies are developing these technologies, so there is a diversified portfolios for the government or other people to choose for various sectors.
And as the telecom sector of India, as you saw in those comments, takes its strides towards globalization, at the same event, my colleague Danish also asked Telecom Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia about the anticipated tariff hikes by telecom companies and its impact on portability. Let's listen in.
The MNP has been put in place. So MNP is already in place. Mobile number portability is today ubiquitous and available to all. And in fact, within DOT, on a monthly basis, as I mentioned to you, in terms of ensuring quality of service, we put together now international benchmarks with a glide path to even strengthen and tighten those benchmarks. And on a monthly basis, all the 4 TSPs are presenting their data to DOT and to TRAI. And we are looking at that in terms of, and one of the parameters that we're looking at is MNP, mobile number portability, and there should be no hindrance or no inconvenience to any of our 1.2 billion customers who want to port from one service to the other.
And moving on from our coverage of the IMC event, we have a fresh update for you. Bollywood is returning to the UK in a big way. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced that Yash Raj Films will shoot 3 major productions across the UK starting in early 2026. This marks a significant collaboration between Indian cinema and British filmmaking, which is expected to create over 3,000 jobs and boost the UK economy by millions of pounds. The announcement was made during PM Starmer's visit to YRF Studios in Mumbai, where he met with leading Indian film producers including YRF CEO Akshay Vidhani and actress Rani Mukherjee. The partnership also coincides with the 30th anniversary of the iconic film Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge, which was shot in the UK, strengthening cultural and economic ties between India and the UK. Well, that's all the time we had on this edition of Profit 360, but do stay tuned with the channel for a lot more news and updates. This is Malika Mishra.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
Welcome to KYC. This is Hiral Dadia and with me is Anushi Vakharia. We're talking about a company which just listed a year ago. Clearly, when you talk about this company, the kind of subscription it got and the listing day gains were spectacular. From there, in the next 6 months, it jumped nearly 400 to 500% in terms of the stock price. And now, in the last 1 year, it's nearly doubled. Yes, we're talking about KRN Heat Exchanger, smart returns that investors have made on this recently listed company as well. But let's understand, why are we talking to the company right now? First up, they have acquired Sphere refrigeration system. So what is that rationale when it comes to this acquisition from here on? So that's the first question that we're talking about in terms of KRN heat exchange. Secondly, this is the most important, as Anushi has been pointing out as well to me, that the production ramp up at Nimrana plant is very important from here on. And the reason we talk about this right now is because in the last couple of quarters as well, they have been talking about this. This is the bigger piece story which continues to remain in terms of ramp up of the Nimrana plant from the third quarter, because in the first quarter it was lower than anticipated. Second quarter also the situation was absolutely similar because more approvals were coming in place. So what is the outlook looking like from the second half of FY26 and the subsequent performance that comes in the upcoming fiscals, Anushi?
Of course, with the ramp up expected, it's a 6x kind of a capacity that we are seeing at peak utilization levels. So of course, the question would be on the top line and the margins over the next 3 years or so. But other than that, the other aspect that we are focusing on is US tariffs, how that has led to an impact in terms of where the exports are concerned, because in the first quarter we saw about a 17% of the export mix from just US itself. So that is one key point that we are looking at. Other than that, the data center business opportunity continues to remain a big one for the business, considering it's in the HVAC space that we are looking at, that's heating, ventilation and air conditioning space. So opportunity size and the growth from there on, what's the kind of numbers that we are seeing is something that we'll be seeing, right?
Absolutely. Let's tell the viewers what KRN Heat Exchange is all about. A company that listed on exchanges in October 2024. Clearly, they're engaged in design, manufacturing of heat exchangers. They make goods for heat, ventilation, air conditioning, and the refrigeration industry as well.
Some of the products that we are seeing, they include condenser coils, this includes evaporator units as well as coils over there as well. Fluid and steam coils are also that we are looking at. But it's key clients which are in focus, Daikin being one of the important players that we are looking at, contributing significantly to companies' revenues. Apart from that, we have listed players like Blue Star as well as Voltas Limited also in focus. Kirloskar Chillers are some of the other clients that we are seeing for this particular counter. So, this is the client profile that we are seeing for KRN Heat.
Okay, let's talk about one of their new subsidiaries. We're talking about KRN HVAC products, and this is where the opportunity lies, because here they're looking to hike value-added products in the existing portfolio and focus on manufacturing certain types of heat exchangers. And this is a segment which will potentially gain from here on. And if you're talking about new products, it's more to do with bar and plate heat exchangers, your oil cooling unit with the blower and motor, as well as the roll bond evaporator. So that's what we're looking at as well. But the new unit becomes absolutely important, right?
Yeah, in fact, the IPO's purpose was also for forming this subsidiary and for ramping up the commercial production of this particular plant. That's the Nimrana plant that we are looking at. Of course, commercialization started from May 2025 onwards. This subsidiary was signed with 1,000 crore of a MOU with Rajasthan government is what we are looking at. And this would be, with the new products in place, they'll be entering into railway electrification, heavy equipment and industrial cooling sectors as well. Of course, capacity from these levels, as we spoke about earlier, would see a 5x of a jump up. So significant opportunities in terms of top line is what we are looking at. It's also qualified for a PLI scheme, and this is worth 147 crore of an incentive that we are looking at. So that's the other big update that we are seeing for this.
Okay, very quickly, geographical breakup, 84% of their revenues coming from the domestic market. You're talking about nearly 15% from the exports. And in terms of the export regions, majority is with regards to United Arab Emirates, which is around 46%. Canada, Italy and USA are in that range of around 15 to 18, 19%, and others is a minuscule 1.2%. That's what we're looking at in terms of the geographical breakup. And they've signed a business transfer agreement as well with Sphere refrigeration system. So that is one of the key questions we are going to talk to the management about. And this is mainly to acquire the bus air conditioning division. How big an opportunity this will be for the company is what we have to see. And they're expanding their product portfolio across transport and mobility cooling. So these are the areas that we're looking at. But first up, let's quickly look at all the rating parameters, Anushi, from here on. You're talking about the income statement check, the balance sheet, cash flow, return ratios, shareholding, street credentials, the valuation picture, across parameters, and the outlook from here on is going to be crucial. Anushi, what is the income statement telling you?
Right. So if you look at the 2-year perspective, that's the kind of financials that we are seeing. 32% is the kind of CAGR growth that we are looking at. Margins, they have come down slightly to around 16% or so level. This was with the increase in employee costs also that we'd seen in the first quarter. In the first quarter, they reported a 20% of a growth, which was lower than what the street was anticipating for. But it was because of sharper jump in employee and other expenses that we are looking at. Net profit is something that we'll continue to see with how the tax rate would shape up. So, but for now, you've given this a thumbs up on basis of what's the kind of opportunity also we are seeing forward.
Right. Let's look at the balance sheet. Strong growth in equity is what we've seen, and that has actually surged, especially in FY25. Now, this is actually reflecting retained earnings or capital infusion by the company. The debt, yes, has been slightly controlled. So if you talk about the secured borrowings, they have come down relative to FY24 in FY25, and even the assets have increased a lot. Now, this is suggesting either a repayment of debt that has happened, or they funded via equity or internal accruals is what they're looking at from an expansion perspective. And as equity has grown rapidly more than the debt, you can see that the debt to equity ratio is getting more comfortable as well. So the growth that is coming in terms of assets and the current assets substantially improving its financial muscle as well, and the capacity to leverage newer opportunities, and hence a thumbs up on the balance sheet.
Yeah, of course, this is with the IPO taking place, so the net worth value would increase with this infusion that we are seeing. But cash flows, we've given it a neutral rating. Cash flows from operations, if we are looking at 21 crore is the size that we are seeing. This in context with the EBITDA, we are looking at a multiple of around 30% or odd. So net cash flows for FY25, we are looking at almost a zero figure for both of these fiscal years. So we'll continue to track this particular metric, but for now it's a neutral on our side.
Okay, now let's look at the return ratios. Now we have to look at the return on equity and ROCE. The company had very high returns in FY22 and 23. The ROE then started to drop. In fact, if you talk about the levels as well, for ROE from 42%, it's come down to 16%. And if you see the return on capital employed as well, there is a steep fall. Now, since the ROE is dependent heavily on the net profit relative to the equity, this is actually suggesting that the net profits have either gotten smaller relative to the equity base, or equity has increased significantly without profits keeping up. Secondly, if you talk about the return on capital employed as well, that has dropped, but not as dramatically as the return on equity. Because even with the decline, the returns are not necessarily poor right now. We're talking about a ROCE in that range of 14 to 20%. We're talking about a ROE in that range of almost 10 to 16%, which is still acceptable in many industrial or manufacturing settings in India, especially considering the rapid growth that the company is looking at. The ROEs of 50%, 70% that the company actually achieved in the past were exceptional, and hence a neutral rating here.
Okay, coming to the shareholding part, promoters holding about 71% stake. Of course, this is with IPO dilution also taking place, but it's a stable number that we've seen in terms of how the promoter holding has been concerned. FII is about 2% or odd, so is the stake that we are looking at. What's interesting is the public shareholding, wherein Mukul Agrawal, since the last 3 quarters or so, he has about 1.61% of stake in the company. Even Vito holds some percentage of stake as well. So, considering, investor confidence, and that's the HNI investor confidence, we've given it a thumbs up, along with the promoter holding also, which remains on the stronger side.
Okay, let's look at the street credentials. IPO price 220, listing price 480. Since listing, the stock is up 86%, and that tells you the story. In the last 1 year, we've seen strong returns that have come in from a KRN, and hence a thumbs up.
Okay, coming to the valuation part of it, if you look at the 1-year forward multiple, it's relatively on the expensive side that we are seeing. 70 times is the kind of multiple that we are seeing. Of course, the management has eyed a double-digit growth for this year, but it's the PAT number that should be important, considering, last fiscal we'd seen that the tax rates had gone subsequently up even in this particular year because of the heavy capex that they are making, that the margins and the net profit numbers would remain on the similar lines. So given this context, we are still giving this a down rating. 2-year forward multiple, however, is pegged at around 34 times. So, but that's on the valuation picture that we are looking. Hiral, what about the analyst recommendation?
Again, no major, analysts that cover the stock. So, I mean, you just have one buy rating, which is an upside of 21%. So that's absolutely skewed. should not be considering this aspect at all. Let's look at the outlook. Full-scale revenue and margin benefits, what the company has indicated earlier, will actually start from the third quarter onwards. So this becomes a key monitorable whether the second half of FY26 is really better than the first half or not. Secondly, exports which are still in initial double digits, over the next 3 years they're expecting it to actually go up to 50%. So what is the margin accretion that they're going to see on the back of this? Because they're expecting margins also to increase by almost 100 to 200 basis points by FY27. So this export at 50%, margin growth at 100 to 200 basis points is a very strong combination in terms of the outlook that the company has given. And the group tax structure, that is expected to come down to 20% in the next 2 to 3 years. Currently, if I'm not mistaken, it's in that range of around 27 to 29%. So that's what you're looking at in terms of the outlook as well. So basis this, again, a neutral rating is what we've given on the street coverage. But let's quickly take you through the final performance ratings from here on. If you have to look at all the parameters, 2 up, thumbs ups, income statement and balance sheet. So strong business. Cash flow return ratios is a neutral because of the exceptions that we've seen in the past years. Your shareholding street credentials again is a thumbs up. It's only the valuation which is a thumbs down. Again, your outlook pretty neutral. Basis this, we've given it a 5.5 on 8 on NDTV Profit. But let's also get in Santosh Kumar Yadav, CMD of KRN Heat Exchangers, to talk to us about the bigger piece of the story that continues to remain ramp up of production. Santosh, welcome to the show and a pleasure to speak to you as well. What do you have to tell us with regards to the Nimrana plant? Because we're talking about ramp up from the third quarter. First quarter, second quarter, similar situation, lower than anticipated. What should investors watch out for?
So still we are on same page, like this ramp up will start from this quarter only. And in second quarter also there will be some ramp up you can see on results once comes. And main input will come from this quarter and last quarter. However, still slightly setback from USA market because of tariff. But we did this complete product, so we will also gain some turnover from this bus air conditioning division as well.
Okay, Mr. Yadav, if you're looking at the capacities that are set to expand around 6 times versus the current levels, even peak utilization levels are expected by FY29 or so. So just want to understand, with this, what would be the overall top line guidance as well as margins? Because I understand for FY26, you're eyeing for a double-digit growth.
So top line growth, like numbers will be remain same still. So like this year we are targeting around 20% and then 50% and then from third year around 80% of capacity what we added. And about margins, so this year you can say slightly similar type, but from next year it will be up because of some incentive and then new schemes like PLI and then REIPs and then also new income tax scheme. So if I club these, it will be able to increase 1 or 2% on existing, of course, PAT.
Mr. Yadav, just out that, you said you were awaiting approval in terms of these Rajasthan Investment Promotion Scheme as well as the PLI benefits that you're seeing. Now, along with this, even the export benefits will accrue from the third quarter onwards. So what's the picture for guidance? I want to understand this on the longer term perspective.
So now, as of now, we are doing around 12% of PAT. So that I said we can able to increase slightly 1 or 2% because other side our depreciation and overhead will increase in new facility, but these other benefit we added. So that's why I'm saying we can able to increase 1 or 2% on existing PAT.
Okay. What about the tax rate? Will that also come down to 20% from the current 28 to 30% that we had seen in FY25? Just want to understand the timelines.
It's earlier we are in 23%, but now new facility have 15%, and after SAS is around 19%.
Okay. Now on the export side, if we say, have US tariffs impacted your operations? Current export mix, if you look at 16%, and you're eyeing for a 50% of an opportunity in the next 3 years. So I want to understand on that front as well.
So as of now, like we are developing, so there is impact for sure from USA market because of this tariff. So honestly, nobody can like assume we will have 50% from USA. So we're expecting maybe next in couple of weeks it will solve, but can't say, because earlier we thought it will not come, but it's finally came. So there is some impact from USA, but other side from Europe side, and then Canada side, and then UAE we are developing. So recently we hired one exports senior vice president. So he joined first of this October only. So now we started working, and we will do some exhibition. So it will increase, but slightly down because of USA. Because earlier our thought was to increase rapidly in USA market, but now it's slight back. But we are trying to covering from Europe and Middle East.
Okay. So with these tariffs in place, do you think that the export contribution target of 50% can be achieved in the next 3 years? What's the export growth that you're penciling in for FY26 as well then?
So this 50% in next 3 years, we told for our existing like heat exchanger business only, because we added the other part also. So there will be no less export, but for our existing heat exchanger, for sure we are targeting 50%. But now maybe we are waiting for a couple of weeks for USA market tariff. If not reduced, then of course we have to think about Europe market and UAE market slightly more. So maybe that we can maybe confirm after 3 to 4 weeks once we have confirmed data about tariff.
Mr. Yadav, now coming to the data center opportunity also, last time around 7% is the kind of contribution that we spoke about. Now with Google's around 500 billion investment or so, that creates a huge addressable market for the HVAC industry. How do you stand to benefit from this?
So as per my personal opinion, data center in India for sure is growing, but it's like in terms of heat exchanger manufacturing, it will come maybe after maybe from now, main impact from maybe after 1 year. So in terms of capacity, we are ready for that. If we receive some big orders, we can achieve easily, because now we have production is in line, and we can have capacity big compared to other manufacturer. So if there is the order big from OEMs, then we can serve in better way. We have big capacity, especially for big coils. So we developed our facility to make heat exchanger till 14 meter. So especially for big coils, you can say we are the only one who can have such facility, can make with the good infra 14-meter coils.
Now, coming to the recent updates, you've acquired Sphere Registration Systems Bus Air Conditioning Division. Want to understand the key rationale behind this?
So actually, earlier also I told in many calls. So like what we did in terms of backward integration. So now we have complete backward integration to make the complete any assembly, especially in commercial side. So there is like component side, mainly heat exchanger, then sheet metal, and manifolds, and then tubing side. So all we have now in-house. So, and we can able to make any HVAC system. So that was the basic idea. And for that, since last 6 to 8 months, we are looking some company who have already like technology, and they have like products already, and we can launch in India based on our logo and based on our product portfolio. So that's why this company, like we bought bus air conditioning, and later on it will add like truck refrigeration, and thus we will enter in Indian Railway complete HVAC system. So they have promoter side like Pramod Verma, and then Sukhdev Singh and Sandeep Singh. So they have almost more than 25-year experience on similar field. And earlier they worked for Sparrow's Motherson. Then later on they have promoter side own company Spare Thermal System Private Limited. And then they have now Spare Refrigeration System Private Limited. So we bought this bus air conditioning business, and we merged in our subsidiary KRN HVAC Products Private Limited, and we will start production within this month only.
Okay, so what's the overall consideration size of this acquisition, and are you going to fund it with internal accruals?
So amount wise, I cannot show the complete data, but it's not big amount. So basically our idea to achieve the production target, and then we can link to, of course, with the profit to promoters. So there is not big amounts, but however, what amount is need, we paid from Incor profit only.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us on the show and sharing your views. So that's the management of KRN Heat Exchanger, talking to us with regards to what are the growth prospects from here on, how exports is going to contribute, what's the target they have, how tax rates are going to go down, and the opportunities that lie ahead in newer businesses as well. But completely out of time. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of KYC from Anushi, the team that put the show together, and myself. Lots more lineup on the other side. Continue watching NDTV Profit for your profit.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 10th October, only on NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want
NDTV Profit is at the sidelines of the Global FinTech 2025